An Autumn War by Daniel Abraham. Prologue. 3 men came out of the desert. 20 had gone in. The setting sun pushed their shadows out behind them, lit their faces a ruddy gold, blinded them. The weariness and pain in their bodies robbed them of speech. On the horizon, something glimmered that was no star, and they moved silently toward it. The farthest tower of far Gault, the edge of the empire, beckoned them home from the wastes, and without speaking, each man knew that they would not stop until they stood behind its gates. The smallest of them shifted the satchel on his back. His gray commander's tunic hung from his flesh as if the cloth itself were exhausted. His mind turned inward, half dreaming, and the leather straps of the satchel rubbed against his raw shoulder. The burden had killed 17 of his men, and now it was his to carry as far as the tower that rose up slowly in the violet air of evening. He could not bring himself to think past that. One of the others stumbled and fell to his knees on wind-paved stones. The commander paused. He would not lose another, not so near the end. And yet he feared bending down, lifting the man up. If he paused, he might never move again. Grunting, the other man recovered his feet. The commander nodded once, and turned again to the west. A breeze stirred the low, brownish grasses, hissing and hushing. The punishing sun made its exit and left behind twilight, and the wide swath of stars hanging overhead, cold candles beyond numbering. The night would bring chill as deadly as the midday heat. It seemed to the commander that the tower did not so much come closer as grow, plant-like. He endured his weariness and pain, and the structure that had been no larger than his thumb was now the size of his hand. The beacon that had seemed steady flickered now, and tongues of flame leapt and vanished. Slowly, the details of the stonework came clear. The huge carved relief of the great tree of Gault. He smiled, the skin of his lips splitting, wetting his mouth with blood. "We're not going to die," one of the others said. He sounded amazed. The commander didn't respond, and some measureless time later, another voice called for them to stop, to offer their names, and the reason that they'd come to this twice-forsaken ass end of the world. When the commander spoke, his voice was rough, rusting with disuse.
"Go to your high watchman,"
he said.
"Tell him that Balasar Gisei has returned."
Balasar Gisei had been in his 11th year when he first heard the word Andat. The river that passed through his father's estates had turned green one day, and then red, and then it rose 15 feet. Balasar had watched in horror as the fields vanished, the cottages, the streets and yards he knew. The whole world, it seemed, had become a sea of foul water, with only the tops of trees and the corpses of pigs and cattle and men to the horizon. His father had moved the family and as many of his best men as would fit to the upper stories of the house. Balasar had begged to take the horse his father had given him up as well. When the gravity of the situation had been explained, he changed his pleas to include the son of the village notary, who had been Balasar's closest friend. He had been refused in that as well. His horses and his playmates were going to drown. His father's concern was for Balasar, for the family. The wider world would have to look after itself. Even now, decades later, the memory of those 6 days was fresh as a wound. The bloated bodies of pigs and cattle and people like pale logs floating past the house. The rich, low scent of fouled water. The struggle to sleep when the rushing at the bottom of the stairs seemed like the whisper of something vast and terrible, for which he had no name. He could still hear men's voices questioning whether the food would last, whether the water was safe to drink, and whether the flood was natural, a catastrophe of distant rains, or an attack by the Khayyam and their Andat. He had not known then what the word meant, but the syllables had taken on the stench of the dead bodies, the devastation where the village had been, the emptiness and the destruction. It was only much later, after the water had receded, the dead had been mourned, the village rebuilt, that he learned how correct he had been. 9 generations of fathers had greeted their new children into the world since the god-kings of the East had turned upon each other, his history tutor told him. When the glory that had been the center of all creation fell, its throes had changed the nature of space. The lands that had been great gardens and fields were deserts now, permanently altered by the war. Even as far as Galt and Edensee, the histories told of weeks of darkness, of failed crops and famine, a sky dancing with flames of green, a sound as if the earth were tearing itself apart. Some people said the stars themselves had changed positions. But the disasters of the past grew in the telling, or faded from memory. No one knew exactly how things had been those many years ago. Perhaps the emperor had gone mad and loosed his personal god-ghost, what they called Undat, against his own people, or against himself. Or there might have been a woman, the wife of a great lord, who had been taken by the emperor against her will, or perhaps she'd willed it. Or the 1,000 factions and minor insults and treacheries that accrue around power had simply followed their usual course. As a boy, Balasar had listened to the story, drinking in the tales of mystery and glory and dread. And when his tutor had told him, somber of tone and grey, that there were only 2 legacies left by the fall of the god-kings, the wastelands that bordered far Galt and Obar state, and the cities of the Khayyam where men still held the Undat, like cooling, seedless, stone made soft, Balasar had understood the implication as clearly as if it had been spoken. What had happened before could happen again at any time, and without warning.
"And that's what's brought you,"
the High Watchman said.
"It's a long walk from a little boy at his lessons to this place."
Balasar smiled again and leaned forward to sip bitter café from a rough tin mug. His room was baked brick and close as a cell. A cruel wind hissed outside the thick walls, as it had for the 3 long, feverish days since he had returned to the world. The small windows had been scrubbed milky by sandstorms. His little wounds were scabbing over, none of them reddened or hot to the touch, though the stripe on his shoulder, where the satchel strap had been, would doubtless leave a scar.
"It wasn't as romantic as I'd imagined,"
he said. The High Watchman laughed, and then, remembering the dead, sobered. Balasar shifted the subject.
"How long have you been here? And who did you offend to get yourself sent to this lovely place?"
"8 years. I've been 8 years at this post. I didn't much care for the way things got run in Acton. I suppose this was my way of saying so."
"I'm sure Acton felt the loss."
"I'm sure it didn't. But then I didn't do it for them."
Balasar chuckled.
"That sounds like wisdom,"
Balasar said.
"But 8 years here seems an odd place for wisdom to lead you."
The High Watchman smacked his lips and shrugged.
"It wasn't me going inland,"
he said. Then a moment later,
"They say there's still Undat out there, haunting the places they used to control."
"There aren't,"
Balasar said.
"There are other things. Things they made or unmade. There's places where the air goes bad on you. One breath's fine, and the next it's like something's crawling into you. There's places where the ground's thin as eggshell, and 1,000-foot drop under it. And there are living things, too, things they made with the Undat, or what happened when the things they made bred. But the ghosts don't stay once their handlers are gone. That isn't what they are."
Balasar took an olive from his plate, sucked away the flesh, and spat back the stone. For a moment he could hear voices in the wind, the words of men who trusted and followed him, even knowing where he would take them. The voices of the dead whose lives he had spent. Koal and Eustin had survived. The others, Little Ot, Bes, Mayarsin, Laran, Kelem, and a dozen more, were bones in memory now. Because of him. He shook his head, clearing it, and the wind was only wind again.
"No offense, General," the High Watchman said, "but there's not enough gold in the world for me to try what you did."
"It was necessary,"
Balasar said, and his tone ended the conversation. The journey to the coast was easier than it should have been. 3 men, traveling light. The others were an absence measured in the 10 days it took to reach Lawton. It had taken 16 coming from. The arid, empty lands of the east gave way to softly rolling hills. The tough yellow grasses yielded to blue-green, almost the color of a cold sea, wavelets dancing on its surface. Farmsteads appeared off the road, windmills with broad blades shifting in the breezes. Men and women and children shared the path that led toward the sea. Balasar forced himself to be civil, even gracious. If the world moved the way he hoped, he would never come to this place again. But the world had a habit of surprising him. When he'd come back from the campaign in the Westlands, he'd thought his career was coming to its victorious end. He might take a place in the council, or at one of the military colleges. He even dared to dream of a quiet estate someplace away from the yellow coal smoke of the great cities. When the news had come, a historian and engineer in far Gault had divined a map that might lead to the old libraries. He'd known that the rest had been a chimera, a thing for other men, but never himself. He'd taken the best of his men, the strongest, smartest, most loyal, and come here. He had lost them here. The ones who had died, and perhaps also the ones who had lived. Koal and Eustin were both quiet as they traveled, both respectful when they stopped to camp for the night. Without conversation, they had all agreed that the cold night air and hard ground was better than the company of men at an inn or way-house. Once in a while, one or the other would attempt to talk or joke or sing, but it always failed. There was a distance in their eyes, a stunned expression that Balasar recognized from boys stumbling over the wreckage of their first battlefield. They were seasoned fighters, Koal and Eustin. He had seen both of them kill men and boys, knew each of them had raped women in the towns they'd sacked, and still they had left some scrap of innocence in the desert and were moving away from it with every step. Balasar could not say what that loss would do to them, nor would he insult their manhood by bringing it up. He knew, and that alone would have to suffice. They reached the ports of Parin Shal on the first day of autumn. 100 ships awaited them, great merchant ships built to haul cargo across the vast emptiness of the southern seas, shallow fishing boats that darted out of port and back again, the ornate 3-sailed round boats of Bakta, the antiquated and changeless ships of the East Islands. It was nothing to the ports of Kirinton or Laniston or Sareket, but it was enough. 3 berths of any of 6 of these ships would take them off far Gault and start them toward home.
"Winter'll be near over afore we see Acton,"
Koal said, and spat off the dock.
"I imagine it will,"
Balasar agreed, shifting the satchel against his hip.
"If we sail straight through. We could also stay here until spring if we liked, or stop in Bakta."
"Whatever you like, General," Eustin said.
"Then we'll sail straight through. Find what's setting out and when. I'll be at the harbour-master's house."
"Anything the matter, sir?"
"No,"
Balasar said. The harbor master's house was a wide building of red brick settled on the edge of the water. Banners of the great tree hung from the archway above its wide bronze doors. Balasar announced himself to the secretary and was shown to a private room. He accepted the offer of cool wine and dried figs, asked for and received the tools for writing the report now required of him, and gave orders that he not be disturbed until his men arrived. Then, alone, he opened his satchel and drew forth the books he had recovered, laying them side by side on the desk that looked out over the port. There were 4, 2 bound in thick, peeling leather, another whose cover had been ripped from it, and one encased in metal that appeared to be neither steel nor silver, but something of each. Balasar ran his fingers over the mute volumes, then sat, considering them and the moral paradox they represented. For these he had spent the lives of his men. While the path back to Gault was nothing like the risk he had faced in the ruins of the fallen empire, still it was sea travel. There were storms and pirates and plagues. If he wished to be certain that these volumes survived, the right thing would be to transcribe them here in Parinchal. If he were to die on the journey home, the books, at least, would not be drowned. The knowledge within them would not be lost, which was also the argument against making copies. He took the larger of the leather-bound volumes and opened it. The writing was in the flowing script of the dead empire, not the simpler chop the Khayyam used for business and trade with foreigners like himself. Balasar frowned as he picked out the symbols his tutor had taught him as a boy. There are 2 types of impossibility in the Andat, those which cannot be understood, and those whose natures make binding impossible. His translation was rough, but sufficient for his needs. These were the books he'd sought, and so the question remained whether the risk of their loss was greater than the risk posed by their existence. Balasar closed the book and let his head rest in his hands. He knew, of course, what he would do. He had known before he'd sent Eustin and Koal to find a boat for them, before he'd reached far Gault in the first place. It was his awareness of his own pride that made him hesitate. History was full of men who thought themselves to be the one great soul whom power would not corrupt. He did not wish to be among that number, and yet here he sat, holding in his hands the secrets that might remake the shape of the human world. A humble man would have sought counsel from those wiser than himself, or at least feared to wield the power. He did not like what it said of him that giving the books to anyone besides himself seemed as foolish as gambling with their destruction. He would not even have trusted them to Eustin or Koal, or any of the men who had died helping him. He took the paper he'd been given, raised the pen, and began his report and, in a sense, his confession. 3 weeks out, Eustin broke. The sea surrounded them, empty and immense as the sky. So far south, the water was clear and the air warm, even with the slowly failing days. The birds that had followed them from Parinchal had vanished. The only animal was a 3-legged dog the ship's crew had taken on as a mascot. Nor were there women on board, only the rank, common smell of men and the sea. The rigging creaked and groaned, unnerving no one but Balasar. He had never loved traveling by water. Campaigning on land was no more comfortable, but at least when the day ended, he was able to see that this village was not the one he'd been in the night before. The tree under which he slept looked out over some different hillside. Here, in the vast nothingness of water, they might almost have been standing still. Only the long white plume of their wake gave him a sense of movement, the visible promise that one day the journey would end. He would often sit at the stern, watch that constant trail, and take what solace he could from it. Sometimes he carved blocks of wax with a small, thin knife, while his mind wandered and softened in the boredom of inaction. It should not have surprised him that the isolation had proved corrosive for Eustin and Coal, and yet when one of the sailors rushed up to him that night, pale eyes bulging from his head, Balasar had not guessed the trouble. His man, the one called Eustin, was below decks with a knife, the sailor said. He was threatening to kill himself or else the crippled mascot dog. No one was sure which. Normally they'd all have clubbed him senseless and thrown him over the side, but as he was a paying passage, the general might perhaps want to take a hand. Balasar put down the wax block, half carved into the shape of a fish, tucked his knife in his belt, and nodded as if the request were perfectly common. The scene in the belly of the ship was calmer than he'd expected. Eustin sat on a bench. He had the dog by a rope looped around the thing's chest, and a field dagger in his other hand. 10 sailors were standing in silence either in the room or just outside it, armed with blades and cudgels. Balasar ignored them, taking a low stool and setting it squarely in front of Eustin before he sat. "General," Eustin said. His voice was low and flat, like a man half dead from a wound.
"I hear there's some issue with the animal."
"He ate my soup." One of the sailors coughed meaningfully, and Eustin's eyes narrowed and flickered toward the sound. Balasar spoke again quickly.
"I've seen Coal sneak half a bottle of wine away from you. It hardly seems a killing offense."
"He didn't steal my soup, General. I gave it to him."
"You gave it to him?"
"Yes, sir." The room seemed close as a coffin, and hot. If only there weren't so many men around, if the bodies were not so thick, the air not so heavy with their breath, Balasar thought he might have been able to think clearly. He sucked his teeth, struggling to find something wise or useful to say, some way to disarm the situation and bring Eustin back from his madness. In the end, his silence was enough. "He deserves better, General," Eustin said. "He's broken. He's a sick, broken thing. He shouldn't have to live like that. There ought to be some dignity at least. If there's nothing else, there should at least be some dignity." The dog whined and craned its neck toward Eustin. Balasar could see distress in the animal's eyes, but not fear. The dog could hear the pain in Eustin's voice, even if the sailors couldn't. The bodies around him were wound tight, ready for violence, all of them except for Eustin. He held the knife weakly. The tension in his body wasn't the hot, loose energy of battle. He was knotted like a boy tensed against a blow, like a man facing the gallows.
"Leave us alone, all of you,"
Balasar said.
"Not without tripod,"
one of the sailors said. Balasar met Eustin's eyes. With a small shock, he realized it was the first time he truly looked at the man since they'd emerged from the desert. Perhaps he'd been ashamed of what he might see reflected there, and perhaps his shame had some part in this. Eustin was his man, and so the pain he bore was Balasar's responsibility. He'd been weak and stupid to shy away from that, and weakness and stupidity always carried a price.
"Let the dog go. There's no call to involve him or these men,"
Balasar said.
"Sit with me a while, and if you still need killing, I'll be the one to do it."
Eustin's gaze flickered over his face, searching for something, to see whether it was a ruse, to see whether Balasar would actually kill his own man. When he saw the answer, Eustin's wide shoulders eased. He dropped the rope, freeing the animal. It hopped in a circle, uncertain and confused.
"You have the dog,"
Balasar said to the sailors without looking at them.
"Now go."
They filed out, none of them taking their eyes from Eustin and the knife still in his hand. Balasar waited until they had all left, the low door pulled shut behind them. Distant voices shouted over the creaking timbers. The oil lamp swung gently on its chain. This time Balasar used the silence intentionally, waiting. At first, Eostin looked at him, anticipation in his eyes, and then his gaze passed into the distance, seeing something beyond the room, beyond them both. And then silently, Eostin wept. Balasar shifted his stool nearer and put his hand on the man's shoulder. "I keep seeing them, sir."
"I know."
"I've seen 1,000 men die one way or the other, but that was on a field. That was in a fight."
"It isn't the same,"
Balasar said.
"Is that why you wanted those men to throw you in the sea?"
Eostin turned the blade slowly, catching the light. He was still weeping, his face now slack and empty. Balasar wondered which of them he was seeing now, which of their number haunted him in that moment, and he felt the eyes of the dead upon him. They were in the room, invisibly crowding it as the sailors had.
"Can you tell me they died with honor?"
Eostin breathed.
"I'm not sure what honor is,"
Balasar said.
"We did what we did, because it was needed, and we were the men to do it. The price was too high for us to bear, you and I and Koal. But we aren't finished, so we have to carry it a bit farther. That's all."
"It wasn't needed, General. I'm sorry, but it wasn't. We take a few more cities, we gain a few more slaves. Yes, they're the richest cities in the world, I know it. Sacking even one of the cities of the Kayam would put more gold in the High Council's coffers than a season in the Westlands. But how much do they need to buy a little aught back from hell?" Eostin asked. "And why shouldn't I go there and get him myself, sir?"
"It's not about gold. I have enough gold of my own to live well and die old. Gold's a tool we use, a tool I use, to make men do what must be done."
"And honor?"
"And glory. Tools, all of them. We're men, Eostin. We've no reason to lie to each other."
He had the man's attention now. Eostin was looking only at him, and there was confusion in his eyes, confusion and pain, but the ghosts weren't inside him now. "Why then, sir? Why are we doing this?" Balasar sat back. He hadn't said these words before. He had never explained himself to anyone. Pride again. He was haunted by his pride. The pride that had made him take this on as his task, the work he owed to the world because no one else had the stomach for it.
"The ruins of the Empire were made,"
he said.
"God didn't write it that the world should have something like that in it. Men created it. Men with little gods in their sleeves. And men like that still live. The cities of the Kayam each have one, and they look on them like plow horses, tools to feed their power and their arrogance. If it suited them, they could turn their Ondat loose on us, hold our crops in permanent winter, or sink our lands into the sea, or whatever else they could devise. They could turn the world itself against us, the way you or I might hold a knife. And do you know why they haven't?"
Eostin blinked, unnerved, Balasar thought, by the anger in his voice. "No, sir."
"Because they haven't yet chosen to. That's all. They might, or they might turn against each other. They could make everything into wastelands just like those. Acton, Kirintan, Marsh, every city, every town. It hasn't happened yet because we've been lucky. But someday one of them will grow ambitious or mad, and then all the rest of us are ants on a battlefield, trampled into the mud. That's what I mean when I say this is needed. You and I are seeing that it never happens,"
he said, and his words made his own blood hot. He was no longer uncertain or touched by shame. Balasar grinned wide and wolfish. If it was pride, then let him be proud. No man could do what he intended without it.
"When I've finished, the god-ghosts of the Kayam will be a story women tell their babes to scare them at night, and nothing more than that. That's what little Ott died for, not for money, or conquest, or glory. I'm saving the world,
Balasar said.
so now, say you'd rather drown than help me.
1. It had rained for a week, the cold gray clouds seeming to drape themselves between the mountain ranges to the east and west of the city like a wet canopy. The mornings were foggy, the afternoons chill. With the snowdrifts of winter almost all melted, the land around Machi became a soupy mud whose only virtue was the spring crop of wheat and snow peas it would bring forth. Travel was harder now, even than in the deadly cold of deep winter. And still, the travelers came. "With all respect, this exercise, as you call it, is ill-advised," the envoy said. His hand still held a pose of deference, though the conversation had long since parted from civility. "I am sure your intentions are entirely honorable. However, it is the place of the Dai Quo."
If the Dai Quo wants to rule Machi, tell him to come north,
the Kai Machi snapped.
He can pull my puppet strings from the next room. I'll make a bed for him.
The envoy's eyes went wide. He was a young man and hadn't mastered the art of keeping his mind from showing on his face. Ota, the Kai Machi, waved away his own words and sighed. He had gone too far, and he knew it. Another few steps, and they'd be pointing at each other and yelling about which of them wanted to create the Third Empire. The truth was that he had ruled Machi these last 14 years only by necessity. The prospect of uniting the cities of the Kayem under his rule was about as enticing as scraping his skin off with a rock. The audience was a private one, in a small room lined with richly carved blackwood lit by candles that smelled like rich earth and vanilla, and set well away from the corridors and open gardens where servants and members of the Utkayem might unintentionally overhear them. This wasn't business he cared to have shared over the dances and dinners of the court. Ota rose from his chair and walked to the window, forcing his temper back down. He opened the shutters, and the city stretched out before him, grand towers of stone stretching up toward the sky, and beyond them the wide plain to the south, green with the first crops of the spring. He pressed his frustration back into yoke.
I didn't mean that,
he said.
I know that the Dai Quo doesn't intend to dictate to me, or any of the Kayem. I appreciate your concern, but the creation of the Guard isn't a threat. It's hardly an army, you know. A few hundred men trained up to maybe half the level of a Westland's garrison could hardly topple the world.
"We are concerned for the stability of all the cities,"
the envoy said.
"When one of the Kayem begins to study war, it puts all the others on edge."
It's hardly studying war to hand a few men knives and remind them which end's the handle.
"It's more than any of the Kayem have done in the past 100 years, and you must see that you haven't made it your policy to ally yourself with anyone."
Well, this is going just as poorly as I expected,
Ota thought.
I have a wife, thank you,
Ota said, his manner cool. But the envoy had clearly reached the end of his patience. Hearing him stand, Ota turned. The young man's face was flushed, his hands folded into the sleeves of his brown poet's robes.
"And if you were a shopkeeper, having a single woman would be admirable," the envoy said. "But as the Kai Machi, turning away every woman who's offered to you is a pattern of insult. I can't be the first one to point this out. From the time you took the chair, you've isolated yourself from the rest of the Kayem, the great houses of the Utkayem, the merchant houses, everyone."
Ota ran through the 1,000 arguments and responses, the treaties and trade agreements, the acceptance of servants and slaves, all of the ways in which he'd tried to bind himself and Machi to the other cities. They wouldn't convince the envoy or his master, the Dai Quo. They wanted blood, his blood flowing in the veins of some boy child whose mother had come from south or east or west. They wanted to know that the Kai Yalaket or Patai or Tansadar might be able to hope for a grandson on the black chair in Machi once Ota had died. His wife Kian was past the age to bear another child, but men could get children on younger women. For one of the Khayyam to have only 2 children, and both by the same woman, and her a way-housekeeper from Udun, they wanted sons from him, fathered on women who embodied wise political alliances. They wanted to preserve tradition, and they had 2 empires and 9 generations of the Khayyate court life to back them. Despair settled on him, like a thick winter cloak. There was nothing to be gained. He knew all the reasons for all the choices he had made, and he could as easily explain them to a mine-dog as to this proud young man who traveled weeks for the privilege of taking him to task. Ota sighed, turned, and took a deeply formal pose of apology.
I have distracted you from your task, Atai-cha. That was not my intention. What was it again that Dai Quo wished of me?
The envoy pressed his lips, bloodless. They both knew the answer to the question, but Ota's feigned ignorance would force him to restate it. And the simple fact that Ota's bed habits were not mentioned would make his point for him. Etiquette was a terrible game.
"The militia you have formed," the envoy said, "the Dai Quo would know your intention in creating it."
I intend to send it to the Westlands. I intend it to take contracts with whatever forces there are, acting in the best interests of all the cities of the Khayyam. I will be pleased to draft a letter saying so.
Ota smiled. The young poet's eyes flickered. As insults went, this was mild enough. Eventually, the poet's hands rose in a pose of gratitude.
"There is one other thing, Most High," the envoy said. "If you take any aggressive act against the interests of another of the Khayyam, the Dai Quo will recall Semai and Stone-Maid Soft. If you take arms against them, he will allow the Khayyam to use their poets against you and your city."
Yes, Ota said. I understood that when I heard you'd come. I am not acting against the Khayyam, but thank you for your time, Atai-cha. I will have a letter sewn and sealed for you by morning.
After the envoy had left, Ota sank into a chair and pressed the heels of his hands to his temples. Around him, the palace was quiet. He counted 50 breaths, then rose again, closed and latched the door, and turned back to the apparently empty room. "Well?" he asked, and one of the panels in the corner swung open, exposing a tiny hidden chamber brilliantly designed for eavesdropping. The man who sat in the listener's chair seemed both at ease and out of place. At ease because it was Sinja's nature to take the world lightly, and out of place because his sun-tanned skin and rough, stained leathers made him seem like a gardener on a chair of deep red velvet and silver pins fit for the head of a merchant house or a member of the Ut-Khayyam. He rose and closed the panel behind him.
He seems a decent man, Sinja said. I wouldn't want him on my side of a fight, though. Overconfident. I'm hoping it won't come to that, Ota said. For a man who's convinced the world he's bent on war, you're a bit squeamish about violence.
Ota chuckled.
I think sending the Dai Quo his messenger's head might not be the most convincing argument for my commitment to peace, he said. Excellent point, Sinja agreed as he poured himself a bowl of wine. But then you are training men to fight. It's a hard thing to preach peace and stability, and also pay men to think what's the best way to disembowel someone with a spear. I know it, Ota said, his voice dark as wet slate. Guards, you'd think having total power over a city would give you more options, wouldn't you?
Ota sipped the wine. It was rich and astringent and fragrant of late summer, and it swirled in the bowl like a dark river. He felt old. 14 years he'd spent trying to be what Machi needed him to be, steward, manager, ruler, half-god, fuel for the gossip and backbiting of the court. Most of the time he did well enough, but then something like this would happen, and he would be sure again that the work was beyond him. You could disband it, Sinja said. It's not as though you need the extra trade.
It's not about getting more silver,
Ota said.
Then what's it about? You aren't actually planning to invade Satani, are you? Because I don't think that's a good idea.
Ota coughed out a laugh.
It's about being ready,
he said.
Ready? Every generation finds it harder to bind fresh Ondat. Every one that slips away becomes more difficult to capture. It can't go on forever. There will come a time that the poets fail, and we have to rely on something else. So,
Sinja said,
you're starting a militia so that someday, generations from now, when some Daikwo that hasn't been born yet doesn't manage to keep up to the standards of his forebears, there will also be generations of soldiers ready to keep the cities safe.
Sinja scratched his belly and nodded.
You think I'm wrong? Yes, I think you're wrong, Sinja said. I think you saw Seedless escape. I think you saw Quartet suffer the loss. You know that the Golds have ambitions, and that they've put their hands into the affairs of the Kayam more than once. That doesn't make me wrong,
Ota said, unable to keep the sudden anger from his voice. So many years had passed, and the memory of Quartet had not dimmed.
You weren't there, Sinja-cha. You don't know how bad it was. That's mine. And if it lets me see farther than the Daikwo or the Kayam, it's possible to look at the horizon so hard you trip over your feet,
Sinja said, unfazed by Ota's heat.
You aren't responsible for everything under the sky. But I am responsible for that,
Ota thought. He had never confessed his role in the fall of Quartet to Sinja, never told the story of the time he had killed a helpless man, of sparing an enemy and saving a friend. The danger and complexity and sorrow of that time had never entirely left him, but he could not call it regret.
You want to keep the future safe,
Sinja said, breaking the silence.
And I respect that. But you can't do it by shitting on the table right now. Alienating the Daikwo gains you nothing. What would you do, Sinja? If you were in my place, what would you do? Take as much gold as I could put on a fast cart and live out my life in a beach hut on Bacta. But then, I'm not particularly reliable.
He drained his bowl and put it down on the table, porcelain clicking softly on lacquered wood.
What you should do is send us west. But the men aren't ready. They're near enough. Without real experience, these poor bastards would protect you from a real army about as well as sending out all the dancing girls you could find. And now that I've said it, girls might even slow them down longer.
Ota coughed a mirthless laugh. Sinja leaned forward, his eyes calm and steady.
Put us in the Westlands as a mercenary company, he said. It gives real weight to it when you tell the Daikwo that you're just looking for another way to make money if we're already walking away from our neighboring cities. The men will get experience. I'll be able to make contacts with other mercenaries, maybe even strike up alliances with some of the wardens. You can even found your military tradition. But besides that, there are certain problems with training and arming men, and then not giving them any outlet.
Ota looked up, meeting Sinja's grim expression.
More trouble?
Ota asked.
I've whipped the men involved and paid reparations, Sinja said. But if the Daikwo doesn't like you putting together a militia, the fine people of Machi are getting impatient with having them. We're paying them to play at soldiers while everybody else's taxes buy their food and clothes.
Ota took a simple pose that acknowledged what Sinja said as truth.
Where would you take them? Anastair and Nothing were on the edge of fighting last autumn. Something about the warden of Anastair's son getting killed in a hunt. It's a long way south, but we're a small enough group to travel fast, and the pass is cleared early this year. Even if nothing comes of it, there'll be keeps down there that want a garrison.
How long before you could go?
I can have the men ready in 2 days if you'll send food carts out after us. A week if I have to stay to make the arrangements for the supplies.
Ota looked into Sinja's eyes. The years had whitened Sinja's temples, but had made him no easier to read.
That seems fast,
Ota said.
It's already underway,
Sinja replied, then seeing Ota's reaction, shrugged.
It seemed likely. 2 days, then,
Ota said. Sinja smiled, stood, took a rough pose that accepted the order, and turned to go. As he lifted the door's latch, Ota spoke again.
Try not to get killed. Kian would take it amiss if I sent you off to die.
The captain paused in the open door. What had happened between Kian and Sinja, the Kaimachi's first and only wife, and the captain of his private armsmen, had found its resolution on a snow-covered field 10 years before. Sinja had done as Kian had asked him, and the issue had ended there. Ota found that the anger and feelings of betrayal had thinned with time, leaving him more embarrassed than wrathful. That they were two men who loved the same woman was understood and unspoken. It wasn't comfortable ground for either of them.
I'll keep breathing, Ota-cha. You do the same.
The door closed softly behind him, and Ota took another sip of wine. It was fewer than a dozen breaths before a quiet scratching came at the door. Rising and straightening the folds of his robes, Ota prepared himself for the next appearance, the next performance in his ongoing, unending mummers show. He pressed down a twinge of envy for Sinja and the men who would be slogging through cold mud and dirty snow. He told himself the journey only looked liberating to someone who was staying near a fire grate. He adopted a somber expression, held his body with the rigid grace expected of him, and called out for the servant to enter. There was a meeting to take with House Daikani over a new mine they were proposing in the south. Mika Radaani had also put a petition with the Master of Tides to schedule a meeting with the Kaimachi to discuss the prospect of resurrecting the summer fair in Amnatan. And there was the letter to the Dai Quo to compose, and a ceremony at the temple at moonrise at which his presence was required, and so on through the day and into the night. Ota listened patiently to the list of duties and obligations, and tried not to feel haunted by the thought that sending the guard away had been the wrong thing to do. Iya took a bite of the almond cake, wiping honey from her mouth with the back of her hand, and Ma'ati was amazed again by how tall she'd grown. He still thought of her as hardly standing high as his knees, and here she was, thin as a stick and awkward, but tall as her mother. She'd even taken to wearing a woman's jewelry, necklace of gold and silver, armbands of lacework silver and gems, and rings on half her fingers. She still looked like a girl playing dress-up in her mother's things, but even that would pass soon.
And how did he die?
She asked.
I never said he did,
Ma'ati said. Eia's lips bent in a frown, her dark eyes narrowed.
You don't tell stories where they live, Uncle Ma'ati. You like the dead ones.
Ma'ati chuckled. It was a fair enough criticism, and her exasperation was as amusing as her interest. Since she'd been old enough to read, Eia had haunted the library of Machi, poking here and there, reading and being frustrated. And now that she'd reached her 14th summer, the time had come for her to turn to the matters of court. She was the only daughter of the Kaimachi, and as such, a rare chance for a marriage alliance. She would be the most valued property in the city, and worse for her and her parents, she was more than clever enough to know it. Her time in the library had taken on a tone of defiance, but it was never leveled at Ma'ati, so it never bothered him. In fact, he found it rather delightful.
Well,
he said, settling his paunch more comfortably in the library's deep, silk-covered chair.
As it happens, his binding did fail. It was tragic. He started screaming and didn't stop for hours. He stopped when he died, of course, and when they examined him afterwards, they found slivers of glass all through his blood.
They cut him open?
Of course,
Ma'ati said.
That's disgusting,
She said. Then a moment later,
If someone died here, could I help do it?
no one's likely to try a binding here, Kya. Only poets who've trained for years with the Dai Quo are allowed to make the attempt, and even then, they're under strict supervision. Holding the Andat is dangerous work, and not just if it fails.
They should let girls do it too,
she said.
I want to go to the school and train to be a poet.
But then you wouldn't be your father's daughter anymore. If the Dai Quo didn't choose you, you'd be one of the branded, and they'd turn you out into the world to make whatever way you could without anyone to help you.
That's not true. Father was at the school, and he didn't have to take the brand. If the Dai Quo didn't pick me, I wouldn't take it either. I just come back here and live alone like you do.
But then, wouldn't you and Danat have to fight?
No,
Aya said, taking a pose appropriate to a tutor offering correction.
girls can't be Kai, so Danat wouldn't have to fight me for the chair.
But if you're going to have women be poets, why not Kayem too?
Because who'd want to be Kai?
She asked, and took another piece of cake from the tray on the table between them. The library stretched out around them, chamber after chamber of scrolls and books and codices that were Ma'ati's private domain. The air was rich with the scent of old leather and dust, and the pungent herbs he used to keep the mice and insects away. Ba'arat, the chief librarian and Ma'ati's best friend here in the far, cold north, had kept it before him. Often, when Ma'ati arrived in the morning, or remained long after dark, puzzling over some piece of ancient text or obscure reference, he would look up, half wondering where the annoying, fat, boisterous, petty little man had gotten to, and then he would remember. The fever had taken dozens of people that year. Winter always changed the city, the cold driving them deep into the tunnels and hidden chambers below Machi. For months they lived by firelight and in darkness. By midwinter the air itself could seem thick and stifling, and illnesses spread easily in the dark and close. And Ba'arat had grown ill and died, one man among many. Now he was only memory and ash. Ma'ati was the master of the library, appointed by his old friend and enemy and companion, Ota Machi. The Kai Machi, husband of Kian, and father to this almost woman Aya who shared his almond cakes, and to her brother Danat, and perhaps to one other.
Ma'atika? Are you okay?
I was just wondering how your brother was,
he said.
Better. He's hardly coughing at all anymore. Everyone's saying he has weak lungs, but I was just as sick when I was young, and I'm just fine.
People tell stories,
Ma'ati said.
It keeps them amused, I suppose.
What would happen if Danat died?
Your father would be expected to take a new, younger wife and produce a son to take his place. More than one, if he could. That's part of why the Utkayem are so worried about Danat. If he died and no brothers were forthcoming, it would be bad for the city. All the most powerful houses would start fighting over who would be the new Kai. People would probably be killed.
Well, Danat won't die,
Aya said.
So it doesn't matter. Did you know him?
Who?
My real uncle, Danat, the one Danat's named for.
No,
Ma'ati said.
Not really. I met him once.
Did you like him?
Ma'ati tried to remember what it had been like all those years ago. The Dai Quo had summoned him. That had been the old Dai Quo, Tahi Quo. He'd never met the new one. Tahi Quo had brought him to meet the two men and set him to the task that had ended with Ota on the chair and himself living in the court of Machi. It had been a different lifetime.
I don't recall liking him, or disliking him,
Ma'ati said.
He was just a man I'd met.
Aya sighed impatiently.
Tell me about another one, she said.
Well, there was a poet in the First Empire, before people understood that Undat were harder and harder to capture each time they escaped. He tried to bind softness with the same binding another poet had used a generation before. Of course it didn't work.
Because a new binding has to be different,
Aya said.
But he didn't know that.
What happened to him?
His joints all froze in place. He was alive, but like a statue. He couldn't move at all.
How did he eat?
He didn't. They tried to give him water by forcing it up his nostrils, and he drowned on it. When they examined his body, all the bones were fused together, as if they had never been separate at all. It looked like one single thing.
That's disgusting,
she said. It was something she often said. Ma'ati grinned. They talked for another half a hand, Ma'ati telling tales of failed bindings, of the prices paid by poets of old who had attempted the greatest trick in the world and fallen short. Aya listened and passed her own certain judgment. They finished the last of the almond cakes and called a servant girl in to carry the plates away. Aya left just as the sun peeked out between the low clouds and the high peaks in the west, brightness flaring gold for a long moment before the city fell into its long twilight. Alone again, Ma'ati told himself that the darkness was only about the accidents of sunlight, and not his young friend's absence. He could still remember the first time he'd seen Aya. She'd been tiny, a small, curious helplessness in her mother's arms, and he had been deeply in disfavor with the Dai Quo, and sent to Machi in half-exile for treading too near the line between the poets and the politics of the court. The poets were creatures of the Dai Quo, lent to the Khayyam. The Dai Quo took no part in the courtly dramas of generational fratricide. The Khayyam supported the Dai Quo and his village, sent their excess sons to the school from which they might be plucked to take the honor of the brown robes, and saw to the administration of the cities whose names they took as their own. The Kai Machi, the Kai Alaket, the Kai Tansadar. All of them had been other men once, before their fathers had died or become too feeble to rule. All of them had killed their own brothers on the way to claiming their positions. All except Ota. Ota, the exception. A scratching at the door roused Ma'ati, and he hauled himself from his chair and went forward. The night had nearly fallen, but torches spattered the darkness with circles of light. Even before he reached the door, he heard music coming from one of the pavilions nearby. The young men and women of the Khayyam boiling up from the winter earth and celebrating nightly, undeterred by chill or rain or heartbreak. And at the door of his library were two familiar figures, and a third that was only expected. Semai, poet of Machi, stood with a bottle of wine in each hand, and behind him the hulking, bemused, inhuman Andat, stone-made soft, raised its wide chin in greeting. The other, a slender young man in the same brown robes that Semai and Ma'ati himself wore, spoke to Semai. Atai Vau Udun, the envoy from the Dai Quo.
He is the most arrogant man I have ever met,
the envoy said to Semai, continuing a previous conversation.
He has no allies, only one son, and no pause at all at the prospect of alienating every other city of the Khayyam. I think he's proud to ignore tradition.
Our guest has met with the Kai,
Stone-Made Soft said, its voice low and rough as a landslide.
They don't appear to have impressed each other favorably.
Atai Quo? Semai said, gesturing awkwardly with one full bottle. This is Ma'ati Valpatai. Ma'ati Quo, please meet our new friend. Atai took a pose of greeting, and Ma'ati answered with a welcoming pose less formal than the one he'd been offered.
Quo?
Atai said.
I hadn't known you were Semai-cha's teacher.
It's a courtesy he gives me because I'm old, Ma'ati said. Come in, though, all of you. It's getting cold out.
Ma'ati led the others back through the chambers and corridors of the library. On the way, they traded the kind of simple, common talk that etiquette required. The Dai Quo was in good health. The school had given a number of promising boys the black robes. There were discussions of a possible new binding in the next years, and Ma'ati played his part. Only Stone Made Soft didn't participate, considering as it was the thick stone walls with mild, distant interest. The inner chamber that Ma'ati had prepared for the meeting was dim and windowless, but a fire burned hot behind iron shutters. Books and scrolls lay on a wide, low table. Ma'ati opened the iron shutters, lit a taper from the flames, and set a series of candles and lanterns glowing around the room until they were all bathed in shadowless, warm light. The envoy and Samai had taken chairs by the fire, and Ma'ati lowered himself to a wide bench.
My private workroom, Ma'ati said, nodding at the space around them. I've been promised there's no good way to listen to us in here.
The envoy took a pose that accepted the fact, but glanced uneasily at Stone Made Soft.
I won't tell,
the Ondat said, and grinned, baring its unnaturally regular stone-white teeth.
Promise.
If I lost control of our friend here, telling what happened in a meeting wouldn't be the trouble we faced,
Samai said. The envoy seemed somewhat mollified. He had a small face, Ma'ati thought, but perhaps it was only that Ma'ati had already taken a dislike to the man.
So, Samai has been telling me about your project,
Atai said, folding his hands in his lap.
A study of the prices meted out by failed bindings, is it?
A bit more than that,
Ma'ati said.
A mapping, rather, of the form of the binding to the form that its price took. What it was about this man's work that his blood went dry, or that one's that made his lungs fill with worms.
You might consider not binding us in the first place,
Stone Made Soft said.
If it's so dangerous as all that.
Ma'ati ignored it.
I thought, you see, that there might be some way to better understand whether a poet's work was likely to fail or succeed if we knew more of how older failures presented themselves. It was an essay Heshai Antaiburi wrote examining his own binding of removing the part that continues that gave me the idea. You see, his binding succeeded. He held seedless for decades, but in having done the thing, and then lived with the consequences, he could better see the flaws in his original work. Here.
Ma'ati rose up with a grunt and fished through his papers for a moment until the old, worn, leather-bound book came to hand. Its cover was limp from years of reading, the pages growing yellow and smudged. The envoy took it and read a bit by the light of candles.
But this is too much like his original work,
Atai said as he thumbed through the pages.
It could never be used.
No, of course not,
Ma'ati agreed.
But he made the attempt to examine the form of the binding, you see, in hopes that showing the kinds of errors he'd made might help others avoid things that were similar. Heshai was one of my first teachers.
He was the one murdered in Sareket, nay?
Atai asked, not looking up from the book in his hands.
Yes,
Ma'ati said. Atai looked up, one hand taking an informal pose, asking excuse.
I didn't mean anything by asking, he said. I only wanted to place him.
Ma'ati brought himself to smile and nod. The reason I wrote to the Dai Quo, Samai said, was the application Ma'ati Quo was thinking of.
Application?
It's too early yet to really examine closely,
Ma'ati said. He felt himself starting to blush, and his embarrassment at the thought fueled the blood in his face.
It's too early to say whether there's anything in it.
Tell him,
Samai said, his voice warm and coaxing. The envoy put Heshai Quo's book down, his attention entirely on Ma'ati now.
There are patterns,
Ma'ati said.
There seems to be a structure that links the form of the binding to its worst expression. its price. The forms only seem random because it's a very complex structure. And I was reading Satji's Meditations, the one from the Second Empire, not Satji Sano, and there are some speculations he made about the nature of language and grammar that seem related.
He's found a way to shield a poet from paying the price, Semai said.
I don't know that's true,
Mahati said quickly. But possibly, Semai said. The envoy and the Andat both shifted forward in their seats. The effect was eerie.
I thought that if a poet's first attempt at a binding didn't have to be his last, if an imperfect binding didn't mean death...
Mahati gestured helplessly at the air. He had spent so many hours thinking about what it could mean, about what it could bring about and bring back. All the Andat lost over the course of generations that had been thought beyond recapture might still be bound, if only the men binding them could learn from their errors, adjust their work as Seshai had done after the fact. Softness, water moving down, thinking in words. All the spirits catalogued in the histories, the work of poets who had made the empire great. Perhaps they were not past redemption. He looked at Atai, but the young man's eyes were unfocused and distant.
"May I see your work, Ma'atikwo?"
he asked, and the barely suppressed excitement in his voice almost brought Ma'ati to like him for the moment. Together the three men stepped to Ma'ati's work table. Three men and one other that was something else. 2. Liat Chokavi had never seen seawater as green as the bays near Amnat Tan. The seafront at Sareket had always taken its color from the sky, gray, blue, white, yellow, crimson, pink. The water in the far north was different entirely, green as grass and numbing cold. She could no more see the fish and sea floor here than read pages from a closed book. These waters kept their secrets. A low fog lay on the bay. The white and gray towers of the low town seemed to float upon it. In the far distance, the deep blue spire of the Kai Amnat Tan's palace seemed almost to glow, a lantern like a star fallen to earth. Even the sailors, she noticed, would pause for a moment at their work and admire it. It was the great wonder of Amnat Tan, second only to the towers of Machi, as the signature of the winter cities. It would take them days more to reach it. The ports and low towns were a good distance downriver of the city itself. The wind smelled of smoke now, the scent of the low town coming across the water, adding to the smells of salt and fish, crab and unwashed humanity. They would reach port by midday. She turned and went down the steps to their cabin. Naiit swung gently in his hammock, his eyes closed, snoring lightly. Liat sat on the crate that held their belongings and considered her son. The long face, the unkempt hair, the delicate hands folded on his belly. He had made an attempt at growing a beard in their time in Yalaket, but it had come in so poorly he'd shaved it off with a razor and cold sea-water. Her heart ached, listening to him sleep. The workings of House Kya'an weren't so complex that it could not run without her immediate presence, but she had never meant to keep Naiat so long from home and the family he had only recently begun. The news had reached Sareket last summer, almost a year ago now. It had hardly been more than a confluence of rumors, a Galtic ship in Nantani slipping away before its cargo had arrived, a scandal at the Daikwo's village, inquiries discreetly made about a poet. And still, as her couriers arrived at the compound, Liat had felt unease growing in her. There were few enough people who knew as she did that the house she ran had been founded to keep watch on the duplicity of the Galts. Fewer still knew of the books she kept, as her mentor Amat Kya'an had before her, tracking the actions and strategies of the Galtic houses among the Kayem, and it was a secret she meant to keep. So when tales of a missing poet began to dovetail too neatly with stories of Galtic intrigue in Nantani, there was no one whom she trusted the task to more than herself. She had been in Sareket for 10 years.
She decided to leave again the day that Naiit's son, Tai, took his first steps. Looking back, she wondered why it had been so easy for Naiit to come with her. He and his wife were happy, she'd thought. The baby boy was delightful, and the work of the house engaging. When he had made the offer, she had hidden her pleasure at the thought and made only slight objections. The truth was that the years they had spent on the road when Naiit had been a child, the time between her break with Maati Valpatai and her return to the arms of Sade Ket, held a powerful nostalgia for her. Alone in the world with only a son barely halfway to manhood, she had expected struggle and pain and the emptiness that she had always thought must accompany a woman without a man. The truth had been a surprise. Certainly the emptiness and struggle and pain had attended their travels. She and Naiit had spent nights huddling under waxed cloth tarps while chill rain pattered around them. They had eaten cheap food from low-town firekeepers. She had learned again all she'd known as a girl of how to mend a robe or a boot, and she had discovered a competence she had never believed herself to possess. Before that, she had always had a lover by whom to judge herself. With a son, she found herself stronger, smarter, more complete than she had dared pretend. The journey to Nantani had been a chance for her to relive that, one last time. Her son was a man now, with a child of his own. There wouldn't be many more travels, just the two of them. So she had put aside any doubts, welcomed him, and set off to discover what she could about Riaan Valtatat, son of a high family of the Nantani Utkayem, and missing poet. She had expected the work to take a season, no more. They would be back in the compound of House Kyaan in time to spend the autumn haggling over contracts and shipping prices. And now it was spring, and she saw no prospect of sleeping in a bed she might call her own any time soon. Naiit had not complained when it became clear that their investigation would require a journey to the village of the Dai Quo. As a woman, Liat was not permitted beyond the low towns approaching it. She would need a man to do her business within the halls of the Dai Quo's palaces. They had booked passage to Yalaket, and then upriver. They had arrived at mid-autumn, and hardly finished their investigation before Candles Night. So far north, there had been no ship back to Sadeket, and Liat had taken apartments for them in the narrow, gated streets of Yalaket for the winter. In the long, dark hours she had struggled with what she knew, and with the thaw and the first ships taking passages north, she had prepared to travel to Amnatan, and then Setani, and then, though the prospect made her sick with anxiety, Machi. A shout rose on the deck above them, a score of men calling out to each other, and the ship lurched and boomed. Naiit blinked awake, looked over at her, and smiled. He always had had a good smile.
"Have I missed anything?"
he asked with a yawn. "We've reached the low towns outside Amnatan," Liat said. "We'll be docked soon." Naiit swung his legs around, planting them on the deck to keep his hammock from rocking. He looked ruefully around the tiny cabin and sighed.
"I'll start packing our things then,"
he said. "Pack them separate," she said. "I'll go the rest of the way myself. I want you back in Sareket." Naiit took a pose that refused this, and Liat felt her jaw tighten.
"We've had this conversation, Mother. I'm not putting you out to walk the North Road by yourself."
"I'll hire a seat on a caravan," she said. "Spring's just opening, and there are bound to be any number of them going to Setani and back. It's not such a long journey, really."
"Good. Then it won't take too long for us to get there."
"You're going back," Liat said.
Naiit sighed and gathered himself visibly.
"Fine," he said. "Make your argument. Convince me."
Liat looked at her hands. It was the same problem she'd fought all through the long winter. Each time she'd come close to speaking the truth, something had held her back. Secrets. It all came back to secrets, and if she spoke her fears to Naiit, it would mean telling him things that only she knew, things that she had hoped might die with her.
"Is it about my father?"
he said, and his voice was so gentle, Liat felt tears gathering in her eyes.
"In a way," she said.
"I know he's at the court of Machi,"
Naiit said.
"There's no reason for me to fear him, is there? Everything you've said of him—"
"No, Ma'ati would never hurt you. Or me. It's just, it was so long ago, and I don't know who he's become since then."
Naiit leaned forward, taking her hands in his.
"I want to meet him,"
he said.
"Not because of who he was to you, or who he is now. I want to meet him because he's my father. Ever since Tai came, I've been thinking about it, about what it would be for me to walk away from my boy and not come back, about choosing something else over my family."
"It wasn't like that," Liat said. "Ma'ati and
I've come this far," he said gently. "You can't send me back now."
"You don't understand," she said.
"You can explain to me while I pack our things."
In the end, of course, he won. She had known he would. Naiit could be as soft and gentle and implacable as snowfall. He was his father's son. The calls of gulls grew louder as they neared the shore, the scent of smoke more present. The docks were narrower than the seafront of Sadeket. A ship that put in here for the winter had to prepare itself to be icebound, immobile. Trade was with the eastern islands and Yalaket. It was too far from the summer cities or Bakta or Galt for ships to come from those distant ports. The streets were black-cobbled, and ice still haunted the alleys where shadows held the cold. Naiit carried their crate strapped across his back. The wide leather belt cut into his shoulders, but he didn't complain. He rarely complained about anything, only did what he thought best with a pleasant smile and a calm explanation ready to hand. Liat stopped at a firekeeper's kiln to ask directions to the compound of House Rada'ani, and was pleased to discover it was nearby. Mother and son, they walked the fog-shrouded streets until they found the wide arches that opened to the courtyard gardens of the Rada'ani, torches flickering and guttering in the damp air. A boy in sodden robes rushed up and lifted the crate from Naiit's back to his own. Liat was about to address him when another voice, a woman's voice lovely and low as a singer's, came from the dim.
"Liat Jah, I must assume. I'd sent men to meet you at the docks, but I'm afraid they came too late."
The woman who stepped out from the fog had seen no more than 20 summers. Her robes were white snowflakes, eerie in the combination of pale mourning colors and the luxury of the fur. Her hair shone black with cords of silver woven in the braids. She was beautiful, and likely would be for another 5 summers. Liat could already see the presentiment of jowls at the borders of her jaw.
"Say not Rada'ani," Liat said, taking a pose of gratitude. "I am pleased to meet you in person at last. This is my son, Naiit."
The Rada'ani girl adopted a welcoming pose that included them both. Naiit returned it, and Liat couldn't help noticing the way his eyes lingered on her, and hers on him. Liat coughed, bringing their attention back to the moment. The girl took a pose of apology and turned to lead them into the chambers and corridors of the compound. In Sadeket, the architecture tended to be open, encouraging the breezes to flow and cool. Northern buildings were more like great kilns built to hold heat in their thick stone walls. The ceilings were low and fire grates burned in every room. The Rada'ani girl led them through a wide entrance chamber and back through a narrow corridor, speaking as she walked.
"My father is in council with the Kai, but sends his regards and intends to join us as soon as he can return from the city proper. He would very much regret missing the opportunity to meet with the head of our trading partner in the south."
It was bald flattery. Rada'ani was among the richest houses in the winter cities, and had agreements with dozens of houses all through the cities of the Kayem. The whole of House Kya'an would hardly have made up one of the Rada'ani compounds, and there were 4 such compounds that Liat knew of. Liat accepted it, though, as if it were true, as if the hospitality extended to her were more than etiquette.
"I look forward to speaking with him," Liat said. "I am most interested in hearing news of the winter cities." "Oh, there'll be quite a bit to say, I'm sure," the girl laughed. "There always is once winter's ended. I think people save up all the gossip of the winter to haul out in spring."
She opened a pair of wide wooden doors and led them into small, cozy apartments. A fire popped and murmured in the grate. Bowls of mulled wine waited steaming on a low wooden table, and archways to either side showed rooms with real beds waiting for them. Liat's body seemed drawn to the bed like a stone rolling downhill. She had not realized how much she loathed shipboard hammocks. She took a pose of thanks that the girl responded to neatly as the servant boy put the crate down gently by the fire.
"I will let you rest," the girl said. "If you need of me, any of the servants can find me for you, and I will, of course, send word when my father returns."
"You're very kind,"
Naiit said, smiling his disarming smile.
"Forgive me, but is there a bathhouse near? I don't think shipboard life has left me entirely prepared for good company."
"Of course," the girl said. "I would be pleased to show you the way." "I'm sure you would," Liat thought. Was I so obvious at her age?
"Mother,"
Naiit said,
"would you care to—"
Liat waved the offer away.
"A basin and a sponge will be enough for me. I have letters to write before dinner. Perhaps, Seanatcha, if you would leave word with your couriers that I will have things to send south."
The girl took an acknowledging pose, then turned to Naiit with a flutter of a smile and gestured for him to follow her.
"Naiit,"
Liat said, and her son paused in the apartment's doorway.
"Find out what you can about the situation in Machi. I'd like to know what we're walking into."
Naiit smiled and nodded and vanished. The servant boy also left, promising the basin and sponge shortly. Liat sighed and sat down, stretching her feet out toward the burning logs. The wine tasted good, though slightly overspiced to her taste. Machi. She was going to Machi. She let her mind turn the fact over again, as if it were a puzzle she had nearly solved. She was going to present her discoveries and her fears to the man she'd once called a lover, back when he'd been a seafront laborer and called himself Itani. Now he was the Kai Machi, and Ma'ati, with whom she had betrayed him. The idea tightened her throat every time she thought of it. Ma'ati. Naiit was going to see Ma'ati, perhaps to confront him, perhaps to seek the sort of advice that a son can ask only of a father, something, perhaps, that touched on the finer points of going to foreign bathhouses with young women in snow-fox robes. Liat sighed. Naiit had been thinking about what it would be to walk away from his wife, the son he'd brought to the world. He'd said as much, and more than once. She had thought it was a question based in anger, an accusation against Ma'ati. It only now occurred to her that perhaps there was also longing in it, and she thought to wonder how complex her quiet, pleasant son's heart might be. Balasar leaned over the balcony and looked down at the courtyard below. A crowd had gathered, talking animatedly with the brown-skinned, almond-eyed curiosity he had spirited from across the sea. They peppered him with questions. Why was he called a poet when he didn't write poems? What did he think of Acton? How had he learned to speak Galtic so well? Their eyes were bright and the conversation as lively as water dropped on a hot skillet. For his part, Ria'an Vaudatat drank it all in, answering everything in the slushy, sing-song accent of the Kayam. When the people laughed, he joined in as if they were not laughing at him. Perhaps he truly didn't know they were. Ria'an glanced up and saw him, raising his hands in a pose that Balasar recognized as a form of greeting, though he couldn't have said which of the 1,000 possible nuances it held. He only waved in return and stepped away from the edge of the balcony.
"It's like I've taught a dog to wear clothes and talk,"
Balasar said, lowering himself onto a bench beside Eustin. "Yes, sir."
"They don't understand."
"You can't expect them to, sir. They're simple folk, most of 'em. Never been as far as Edensea. They've been hearing about the Khayyam and the poets and the Andat all their lives, but they've never seen 'em. Now they have the chance."
"Well, it'll help my popularity at the games,"
Balasar said, his voice more bitter than he'd intended. "They don't know the things we do, sir. You can't expect them to think like us."
"And the High Council? Can I expect it of them? Or are they in chambers talking about the funny brown man who dresses like a girl?"
Eustin looked down, silent for long enough that Balasar began to regret his tone. "All fairness, sir," Eustin said, "the robes do look like a girl's." It was 6 years now since he and Eustin and Koal had returned to the hereditary estate outside Kirintan, half a year since they had recruited the fallen poet of Nantani, and 3 weeks since Balasar had received the expected summons. He'd come to Acton with his best men, the books, the poet, the plans. The High Council had heard him out, the dangers of the Andat, the need to end the supremacy of the Khayyam. That part had gone quite well. No one seriously disputed that the Khayyam were the single greatest threat to Galt. It was only when he began to reveal his plans and how far he had already gone that the audience began to turn sour on him. Since then, the council had met without him. They might have been debating the plan he had laid out before them, or they might have moved to other business, leaving him to soak in his own sweat. He and Eustin and the poet Ria'an had lived in the apartments assigned to them. Balasar had spent his days sitting outside the council's halls and meeting chambers, and his nights walking the starlit streets, restless as a ghost. Each hour that passed was wasted. Every night was one less that he would have in the autumn, when the end of his army was racing against the snow and cold of the Qayyate north. If the council's intention had been to set him on edge, they had done their work. A flock of birds, black as crows but thinner, burst from the walnut trees beyond the courtyard, whirled overhead, and settled back where they had come from. Balasar wove his fingers together on one knee. "What do we do if they don't move forward?" Eustin asked quietly.
"Convince them."
"And if they can't be convinced?"
"Convince them anyway,"
Balasar said. Eustin nodded. Balasar appreciated that the man didn't press the issue. Eustin had known him long enough to understand that bloody-mindedness was how Balasar moved through the world. From the beginning, he'd been cursed by a small stature, a shorter reach than his brothers or the boys with whom he trained. He'd gotten used to working himself harder, training while other boys slept and drank and whored. Where he couldn't make himself bigger or stronger, he instead became fast and smart and uncompromising. When he became a man of arms in the service of Galt, he had been the smallest in his cohort, and in time they had named him general. If the High Council needed to be convinced, then he would by God convince them. A polite cough came from the archways behind them, and Balasar turned. A secretary of the council stood in the shade of the wide colonnade. As Balasar and Eustin rose, he bowed slightly at the waist.
"General Giseh,"
the secretary said,
"the Lord Convocate requests your presence."
"Good," Balasar said, then turned to Eustin and spoke quickly and low.
"Stay here and keep an eye on our friend. If this goes poorly, we may need to make good time out of Acton."
Eustin nodded, his face as calm and impassive as if Balasar asked him to turn against the High Council half the days of any week. Balasar tugged his vest and sleeves into place, nodded to the secretary, and allowed himself to be led into the shadows of government. The path beneath the colonnade led into a maze of hallways as old as Gault itself. The air seemed ancient, thick and dusty and close, with the breath of men generations dead. The secretary led Balasar up a stone stairway worn treacherously smooth by a river of footsteps, to a wide door of dark and carved wood. Balasar scratched on it, and a booming voice called him in. The meeting room was wide and long, with a glassed-in terrace that looked out over the city, and shelves lining the walls with books and rolled maps. Low leather couches squatted by an iron fireplace, a low rosewood table between them with dried fruits and glass flutes ready for wine. And standing at the terrace's center looking out over the city, the Lord Convocate, a great grey bear of a man. Balasar closed the door behind him and walked over to the man's side. Acton spilled out before them, smoke and grime, broad avenues where steam wagons chuffed their slow way through the city, taking on passengers for a half-copper a ride, laced with lanes so narrow a man's shoulder could touch the walls on either side. For a moment, Balasar recalled the ruins in the desert, placing the memory over the view before him, reminding himself again of the stakes he played for.
I've been riding hard on the council since you gave your report. They aren't happy, the Lord Convocate said. The High Council doesn't look favorably on men of, what should I call it, profound initiative. None of them had any idea you'd gone so far. Not even your father. It was impolitic.
I'm not a man of politics.
The Lord Convocate laughed.
You've led an army on campaign,
he said.
If you didn't understand something of how to manage men, you'd be feeding some Westland tree by now.
Balasar shrugged. It wasn't what he'd meant to do. It was the moment to come across as controlled, loyal, reliable as stone. And here he was shrugging like a petulant schoolboy. He forced himself to smile.
I suppose you're right,
he said.
But you know they would have refused you.
No is a strong word. Suspected.
Feared?
Perhaps.
14 cities in a single season. It can't be done, Balasar. Uther and Kape couldn't have done it.
Uther was fighting in Edensee,
Balasar said.
They have walls around cities in Edensee, and they have armies. The Kayem haven't got anything but the Andat.
The Andat will suffice.
Only if they have them.
Ah, yes. That's the center of the question, isn't it? Your grand plan to do away with all the Andat at a single blow. I have to confess, I don't think I quite follow how you expect this to work. You have one of these poets here ready to work with us. Wouldn't it be better to capture one of these Andat for ourselves?
We will be. Freedom from bondage should be one of the simplest Andat to capture. It's never been done, so there's no worry about coming too near what's been tried before. The binding has been discussed literally for centuries. I've found books of commentary and analysis dating back to the First Empire.
All of it exploring exactly why it can't be done, yes?
The Lord Convocate's voice had gone as gentle and sympathetic as that of a medic trying to lead a man to realize his own dementia. It was a ploy. The old man wanted to see whether Balasar would lose his temper. So instead, he smiled.
That depends on what you mean by impossible.
The Lord Convocate nodded and stepped to the windows, his hands clasped behind his back. Balasar waited for 3 breaths, 4. The impulse to shake the old man, to shout that every day was precious and the price of failure horrible beyond contemplation, rose in him and fell. This was the battle now, and as important as any of those to come.
So,
the Lord Convocate said, turning,
explain to me how cannot means can.
Balasar gestured toward the couches. They sat, leather creaking beneath them.
The Undat are ideas translated into forms that include volition,
Balasar said.
A poet who's bound something like, for example, wood upon water, gains control over the expression of that thought in the world. He could raise a sunken vessel up, or sink all the ships on the sea with the thought, if he wished it. The time required to create the binding is measured in years. If it succeeds, the poet's life work is to hold the thing here in the world and train someone to take it from him when he grows old or infirm.
"You're telling me what I know,"
the old man said, but Balasar raised a hand, stopping him.
I'm telling you what they mean when they say impossible. They mean that freedom from bondage can't be held. There is no way to control something that is the essential nature and definition of the uncontrolled. But they make no distinction between being invoked and being maintained.
The Lord Convocate frowned and rubbed his fingertips together.
We can bind it, sir. Ria'an isn't the talent of the ages, but freedom from bondage should be easy compared with the normal run. The whole binding's nearly done already. Only a little tailoring to make it fit our man's mind in particular.
"That comes back to the issue,"
the Lord Convocate said.
"What happens when this impossible binding works?"
As soon as it is bound, it is freed.
Balasar clapped his palms together.
That fast.
"And the advantage of that?"
the Lord Convocate said, though Balasar could see the old man had already traced out the implications.
Done well, with the right grammar, the right nuances, it will unbind every Undat there is when it goes. All of this was in my report to the High Council.
The Lord Convocate nodded as he plucked a circle of dried apple from the bowl between them. When he spoke again, however, it was as if Balasar's objection had never occurred.
"Assuming it works, that you can take the Undat from the field of play, what's to stop the Khayyam from having their poets make another Undat and loose it on Galt?"
Swords,
Balasar said.
As you said, 14 cities in a single season. None of them will have enough time. I have men in every city of the Khayyam, ready to meet us with knowledge of the defenses and strengths we face. There are agreements with mercenary companies to support our men. 4 well-equipped, well-supported forces, each taking unfortified, poorly armed cities. But we have to start moving men now. This is going to take time, and I don't want to be caught in the north, waiting to see which comes first, the thaw or some overly clever poet in Satani or Machi, managing to bind something new. We have to move quickly, kill the poets, take the libraries.
After which we can go about making Undat of our own at our leisure,"
the Lord Convocate said. His voice was thoughtful, and still Balasar sensed a trap. He wondered how much the man had guessed of his own plans and intentions for the future of the Undat.
If that's what the High Council chooses to do,
Balasar said, sitting back.
All of this, of course, assuming I'm given permission to move forward.
"Ah,"
the Lord Convocate said, lacing his hands over his belly.
"Yes, that will need an answer. Permission of the Council. 1,000 things could go wrong. And if you fail,
the stakes are no lower if we sit on our hands, and we could wait forever and never see a better chance,"
Balasar said.
You'll forgive my saying it, sir, but you haven't said no.
"No,"
he said slowly.
"No, I haven't."
Then I have the command, sir.
After a moment, the Lord Convocate nodded. 3. What's the matter? Kian asked. She was already dressed in the silk shift that she slept in, her hair tied back from her thin, fox-like face. It occurred to Ota for the first time just how long ago the sun had set. He sat on the bed at her side and let himself feel the aches in his back and knees.
"Sitting too long,"
He said,
"I don't know why doing nothing should hurt as badly as hauling crates."
Kian put a hand against his back, her fingers tracing his spine through the fine-spun wool of his robes.
"For one thing, you haven't hauled a crate for your living in 30 summers.
25.
He said, leaning back into the soft pressure of her hands.
26 now.
For another, you've hardly done nothing. As I recall, you were awake before the sun rose."
Ota considered the sleeping chamber, the domed ceiling worked in silver, the wood and bone inlay of the floor and walls, the rich gold netting that draped the bed, the still, somber flame of the lantern. The east wall was stone, pink granite thin as eggshell that glowed when the sun struck it. He couldn't recall how long it had been since he'd woken to see that light. Last summer, perhaps, when the nights were shorter. He closed his eyes and lay back into the soft, enfolding bed. His weight pressed out the scent of crushed rose petals. Eyes closed, he felt Kian shift, the familiar warmth and weight of her body resting against him. She kissed his temple.
"Our friend from the Daipo will finally leave soon. A message came recalling him,"
Ota said.
"That was a bright moment, though the gods only know what kept him here so long. Sinja's likely halfway to the Westlands by now."
"The envoy stayed for Ma'ati's work,"
Kian said.
"Apparently, he hardly left the library these last weeks. Aya's been keeping me informed."
"Well, the gods and Aya, then,"
Ota said.
"I'm worried about her. She's brooding about something. Can you speak with her?"
Dread touched Ota's belly, and a moment's resentment. It had been such a long day, and here waiting for him like a stalking cat was another problem, another need he was expected to meet. The thought must have expressed itself in his body, because Kian sighed and rolled just slightly away.
"You think it's wrong of me?"
Kian said.
"Not wrong,"
Ota said.
"Unnecessary isn't wrong."
"I know. At her age you were living on the streets in the summer cities, stealing pigeons off firekeepers' kilns, and sleeping in alleys, and you came through just fine."
"Oh,"
Ota said.
"have I told you that story already?"
"Once or twice,"
she said, laughing gently.
"It's just that she seems so distant. I think there's something bothering her that she won't say. And then I wonder whether it's only that she won't say it to me."
"And why would she talk to me if she won't talk to you?"
When he felt Kian shrug, Ota opened his eyes and rolled to his side. There were tears shining in his lover's eyes, but her expression was more amused than sorrowful. He touched her cheek with his fingertips, and she kissed his palm absently.
"I don't know. Because you're her father, and I'm only her mother. It was just a hope. The problem is that she's half a woman,"
Kian said.
"When the sun's up, I know that. I remember when I was that age. My father had me running half of his warehouse, or that's how it felt back then. Up before the clients, cooking sausages and barley, cleaning the rooms during the day. He and old Mani would take care of the evenings, though. They wanted to sell as much wine as they could, but they didn't want a girl my age around drunken travelers. I thought they were being so unfair."
Kian pursed her lips.
"But maybe I've told that story already,"
she said.
"Once or twice,"
Ota agreed.
"There was a time I didn't worry about the whole world and everything in it, you know? I remember that there was. It doesn't make sense to me. One bad season, an illness, a fire, anything really, and I could have lost the warehouse. But now here I am, highest of the Khayyam, a whole city that will bend itself in half to hand me whatever it thinks I want, and the world seems more fragile.
We got old, Ota said. It's always the ones who've seen the most who think the world's on the edge of collapse, isn't it? And we've seen more than most.
Kian shook her head.
It's more than that. Losing a wayhouse would have made the world harder for me and old Mani. There are more people than I can count here in the city, in all the low towns, and you carry them. It makes it matter more.
I sit through days of ceremony and let myself be hectored over the things I don't do the way other people prefer, Ota said. I'm not sure that anything I've done here has actually made any difference at all. If they stuffed a robe with cotton and posed the sleeves.
You care about them,
Kian said.
I don't, he said. I care about you, and Aya, and Anat, and Ma'ati. I know that I'm supposed to care about everyone and everything in Machi, but love, I'm only a man. They can tell me I gave up my own name when I took the chair, but really the Kai Machi is only what I do. I wouldn't keep the work if I could find a way out.
Kian embraced him with one arm. Her hair was fragrant with lavender oil.
You're sweet,
she said.
Am I? I'll try to confess my incompetence and selfishness more often.
As long as it includes me,
she said.
Now go let those poor men change your clothes and get back to beds of their own.
The servant had become accustomed to the Kai's preference for brief ablutions. Ota knew that his own father had managed somehow to enjoy the ceremony of being dressed and bathed by others. But his father had been raised to take the chair, had followed the traditions and forms of etiquette, and had never, that Ota knew of, stepped outside the role he'd been born to. Ota himself had been turned out, and the years he had spent being a simple, free man reliant upon himself had ruined him for the fawning of the court. He endured the daily frivolity of having foods brought to him, his hands cleaned for him, his hair combed on his behalf. He allowed the body servants to pull off his formal robes and swathe him in a sleeping shift, and when he returned to his bed, Kian's breath was already deep, slow, and heavy. He slipped in beside her, pulling the blankets up over himself, and closed his eyes at last. Sleep, however, did not come. His body ached, his eyes were tired, but it seemed that the moment he laid his head back, Ota's mind woke. He listened to the sounds of the palace in the night, the almost silent wind through a distant window, the deep and subtle ticking of cooling stone, the breath of the woman at his side. Beyond the doors to the apartments, someone coughed, one of the servants set to watch over the Kai Machi in case there was anything he should desire in the night. Ota tried not to move. He hadn't asked Kian about Danat's health. He'd meant to, but surely if there had been anything concerning, she would have brought it up to him. And regardless, he could ask her in the morning. Perhaps he would cancel the audiences before midday and go speak with Danat's physicians, and speak to Aya. He hadn't said he would do that, but Kian had asked, and it wasn't as if being present in his own daughter's life should be an imposition. He wondered what it would have been to have a dozen wives, whether he would have felt the need to attend to all of their children as he did to the two he had now, how he would have stood watching his boys grow up when he knew he would have to send them away, or else watch them slaughter one another over which of them would take his own place here on this soft, sleepless bed, and fear in turn for his own sons. The night candle ate through its marks as he listened to the internal voice nattering in his mind, gnawing at 1,000 worries both justified and inane. The trade agreements with Udun weren't in place yet. Perhaps something really was the matter with Aya. He didn't know how long stone buildings stood. Nothing stands forever, so it only made sense that someday the palaces would fall, and the towers. The towers reached so high it seemed that low clouds would touch them.
What would he do if they fell? But the night was passing, and he had to sleep. If he didn't, the morning would be worse. He should talk with Ma'ati, find out how things had gone between him and the Daiko's envoy. Perhaps a dinner. And on, and on, and on. When he gave up, slipping from the bed softly to let Kian, at least, sleep, the night candle was past its 3/4 mark. Ota walked to the apartment's main doors on bare, chilled feet, and found his keeper in the hall outside, dozing. He was a young man, likely the son of some favored servant or slave of Ota's own father, given the honor of sitting alone in the darkness, bored and cold. Ota considered the boy's soft face as peaceful in sleep as a corpse's, and walked silently past him and into the dim hallways of the palace. His night walks had been growing more frequent in recent months. Sometimes twice in a week, Ota found himself wandering in the darkness, sleep a stranger to him. He avoided the places where he might encounter another person, jealously keeping the time to himself. Tonight, he took a lantern and walked down the long stairways to the ground, and then on down to the tunnels and underground streets into which the city retreated in the deep, bone-breaking cold of winter. With spring come, Ota found the palace beneath the palace, empty and silent. The smell of old torches, long gone dark, still lingered in the air, and Ota imagined the corridors and galleries of the city descending forever into the earth. Dark archways and domed sleeping chambers cut from stone that had never seen daylight, narrow stairways leading endlessly down like a thing from a children's song. He didn't consider where he intended to go until he reached his father's crypt and found himself unsurprised to be there. The dark stone seemed to wrap itself in shadows, words of ancient language cut deep into the walls. An ornate pedestal held the pale urn, a dead flower, and beneath it 3 small boxes, the remains of Beitra, Danat, Cain, Ota's brothers, dead in the struggle to become the new Kai Machi, lives cut short for the honor of having a pedestal of their own some day, deep in the darkness. Ota sat on the bare floor, the lantern at his side, and contemplated the man he'd never known or loved, whose place he had taken. Here was how his own end would look: an urn, a tomb, high honors and reverence for bones and ashes. And between the chill floor and the pale urn, perhaps another 30 summers, perhaps 40, years of ceremony and negotiation, late nights and early mornings, and little else. But when the time came, at least his crypt would be only his own. Danat, brotherless, wouldn't be called upon to kill or die in the succession. There would be no second sons left to kill the other for the black chair. It seemed a thin solace, having given so much of himself to achieve something that a merchant's son could have had for free. It would have been easier if he'd never been anything but this. A man born into the Kayam who had never stepped outside wouldn't carry the memories of fishing in the eastern islands, of eating at the wayhouses outside Yalaket, of being free. If he could have forgotten it all, becoming the man he was supposed to be might have been easier. Instead, he was driven to follow his own judgment, raise a militia, take only one wife, raise only one son. That his experience told him that he was right didn't make bearing the world's disapproval as easy as he'd hoped. The lantern flame guttered and spat. Ota shook his head, uncertain now how long he had been lost in his reverie. When he stood, his left leg had gone numb from being pressed too long against the bare stone. He took up the lantern and walked, moving slowly and carefully to protect his numbed foot, back toward the stairways that would return him to the surface and the day. By the time he regained the great halls, feeling had returned. The sky peeked through the windows, a pale gray preparing itself to blue. Voices echoed and the palaces woke, and the grand stately beast that was the court of Machi stirred and stretched. His apartments, when he reached them,
were a flurry of activity. A knot of servants and members of the Utkayam gabbled like peahens, Kian in their center listening with a seriousness and sympathy that only he knew masked amusement. Her hand was on the shoulder of the body servant whom Ota had passed, the peace of sleep banished and anxiety in its place.
"Gentlemen,"
Ota said, letting his voice boom, calling their attention to him.
"is there something amiss?"
To the man they adopted poses of obeisance and welcome. Ota responded automatically now, as he did 100 times every day.
"Most High," a thin-voiced man said, his master of tides, "we came to prepare you and found your bed empty."
Ota looked at Kian, whose single raised brow told him that empty had only meant empty of him, and that she'd have been quite pleased to keep sleeping.
"I was walking," he said.
"We may not have the time to prepare you for the audience with the envoy from Tansadar," the Master of Tides said.
"Put him off,"
Ota said, walking through the knot of people to the door of his apartments.
"Reschedule everything you have for me today."
The Master of Tides gaped like a trout in air. Ota paused, his hands in a query that asked if the words bore repeating. The Master of Tides adopted an acknowledging pose.
"The rest of you," he said, "I would like breakfast served in my apartments here, and send for my children." "Eyacha's tutors,"
one of the others began, but Ota looked at the man, and he seemed to forget what he'd been saying.
"I will be taking the day with my family,"
Ota said.
"You will start rumors, Most High," another said. "They'll say the boy's cough has grown worse again." "And I would like black tea with my meal," Ota said. "In fact, bring the tea first. I'll be in by the fire, warming my feet."
He stepped in, and Kian followed, closing the door behind her.
"Bad night?"
she asked.
"Sleepless,"
he said as he sat by the fire grate.
"That's all."
Kian kissed the top of his head, where she assured him that the hair was not thinning, and stepped out of the room. He heard the soft rustle of cloth against stone and Kian's low, contented humming, and knew she was changing her robes. The warmth of the fire pressed against the soles of his feet like a comforting hand, and he closed his eyes for a moment. No building stands forever, he thought. Even palaces fall, even towers. He wondered what it would have been like to live in a world where Machi didn't exist, who he might have been, what he might have done, and he felt the weight of stone pressing down upon the air he breathed. What would he do if the towers fell? Where would he go, if he could go anywhere?
"Papa Kya!"
Danat's bright voice called.
"I was in the second palace, and I found a closet where no one had been in ever, and look what I found!"
Ota opened his eyes and turned to his son and the wood and string model he'd discovered. Aya arrived a hand and a half later, when the thin granite shutters glowed with the sun. For a time at least, Ota's own father's tomb lay forgotten. The problem with Ataiko, Ma'ati decided, was that he was simply an unlikable man. There was no single thing that he did or said, no single habit or effect that made him grate on the nerves of all those around him. Some men were charming, and would be loved however questionable their behavior. And then on the other end of the balance, there was Atai. The weeks he had spent with the man had been bearable only because of the near-constant stream of praise and admiration given to Ma'ati.
"It will change everything,"
the envoy said as they sat on the steps of the poet's house, Semai's residence.
"This is going to begin a new age to rival the Second Empire."
"Because that ended so well,"
Stone Maid Soft rumbled, its tone amused as always. The morning was warm. The sculpted oaks separating the poet's house from the palaces were bright with new leaves. Far above, barely visible through the boughs, the stone towers rose into the sky. Semai reached across the envoy to pour more rice wine into Ma'ati's bowl.
"It is early yet to pass judgment,"
Ma'ati said as he nodded his thanks to Semai.
It isn't as though the techniques have been tried.
But it makes sense, Atai said. I'm sure it will work.
If we've overlooked something, the first poet to try this is likely to die badly, Samai said. The Dai Quo will want a fair amount of study done before he puts a poet's life on the table.
Next year, Atai said. I'll wager 20 lengths of silver it will be used in bindings by this time next year.
Done,
the Ondat said, then turned to Samai.
You can back me if I lose.
The poet didn't reply, but Ma'ati saw the amusement at the corners of Samai's mouth. It had taken years to understand the ways in which Stone Made Soft was an expression of Samai, the ways they were a single thing, and the ways they were at war. The small comments the Ondat made that only Samai understood, the unspoken moments of private struggle that sometimes clouded the poet's days. They were like nothing so much as a married couple, long accustomed to each other's ways. Ma'ati sipped the rice wine. It was infused with peaches, a moment of autumn's harvest in the opening of spring. Atai looked away from the Ondat's broad face, discomforted. You must be ready to return to the Dai Quo, Samai said. You've been away longer than you'd intended. Atai waved the concern away, pleased, Ma'ati thought, to speak to the man and forget the Ondat.
I wouldn't have traded this away, he said. Ma'ati Quo is going to be remembered as the greatest poet of our generation.
Have some more wine,
Ma'ati said, clinking the envoy's bowl with his own. But Samai shook his head and gestured toward the wooded path. A slave girl was trotting toward them, her robes billowing behind her. Atai put down his bowl and stood, pulling at his sleeves. Here was the moment they had been awaiting, the call for Atai to join the caravan to the east. Ma'ati sighed with relief. Half a hand and his library would be his own again. The envoy took a formal pose of farewell that Ma'ati and Samai returned.
I will send word as soon as I can, Ma'ati Quo, Atai said. I am honored to have studied with you.
Ma'ati nodded uncomfortably. Then, after a moment's awkward silence, Atai turned. Ma'ati watched until the slave girl and poet had both vanished among the trees, then let out a breath. Samai chuckled as he put the stopper into the flask of wine. Yes, I agree, Samai said. I think the Dai Quo must have chosen him specifically to annoy the Kai.
Or he just wanted to be rid of him for a time,
Ma'ati said.
I liked him,
Stone Made Soft said.
Well, as much as I like anyone.
The three walked together into the poet's house. The rooms within were neatly kept, shelves of books and scrolls, soft couches, and a table laid out with the black and white stones on their board. A lemon candle burned at the window, but a fly still buzzed wildly about the corners of the room. It seemed that every winter Ma'ati forgot about the existence of flies, only to rediscover them in spring. He wondered where the insects all went during the vicious cold, and what the signal was for them to return. He isn't wrong, you know, Samai said. If you're right, it will be the most important piece of analysis since the fall of the Empire.
I've likely overlooked something. It isn't as though we haven't seen 100 schemes to bring back the glory of the past before now, and there hasn't been one that's done it.
And I wasn't there to look at the other ideas, Samai said. But since I was here to talk this one over, I'd say this is at least plausible. That's more than most, and the Dai Quo's likely to think the same.
He'll probably dismiss it out of hand,
Ma'ati said, but he smiled as he spoke. Samai had been the first one he'd shown his theories to, even before he'd known for certain what they were. It had been a curiosity more than anything else. It was only as they'd talked about it that Ma'ati had understood the depths he'd touched upon, and Samai had also been the one to encourage bringing the work to the Dai Quo's attention. All Atai's enthusiasm and hyperbole paled beside a few thoughtful words from Samai. Ma'ati stayed a while, talking and laughing, comparing impressions of Atai now that he'd left. And then he took his leave, walking slowly enough that he didn't become short of breath. 14, almost 15 years ago, he had come to Machi. The black stone roadways, the constant scent of the coal smoke billowing up from the forges, the grandeur of the palaces and the hidden city far beneath his feet had become his home as no other place ever had before. He strode down pathways of crushed marble, under archways that flowed with silken banners. A singing slave called from the gardens, a simple melody of amazing clarity and longing. He turned down a smaller way that would take him to his apartments behind the library. Maati found himself wondering what he would do if the Daikwo truly thought his discovery had merit. It was an odd thought. He had spent so many years now in disgrace, first tainted by the death of his master Heshai, then by his choice to divide his loyalty between his lover and son on the one hand and the Daikwo on the other, and then at last his entrance into the politics of the court, wearing the robes of the poet and supporting Otamachi, his friend and enemy, to become Kai Machi. It had been simple enough to believe that his promotion to the ranks of the poets had been a mistake. He had, after all, been gifted certain insights by an older boy who had walked away from the school, Ota, before he'd been a laborer, or a courier, or a Kai. Maati had reconciled himself to a smaller life, the library, the companionship of a few friends and those lovers who would bed a disgraced poet halfway to fat with rich foods and long, inactive hours. After so many years of failure, the thought that he might shake off that reputation was unreal. It was like a dream from which he could only hope never to wake, too pleasant to trust in. Eia was sitting on the steps when he arrived, frowning intently at a moth that had lighted on the back of her hand. Her face was such a clear mix of her parents, Kian's high cheeks, Ota's dark eyes and easy smile. Maati took a pose of greeting as he walked up, and when Eia moved to reply, the moth took wing, chuffing softly through the air and away. In flight, the wings that had been simply brown shone black and orange.
"Atai's gone, then?" she asked as Maati unlocked the doors to his apartments.
"He's likely just over the bridge by now."
Maati stepped in. Eia followed him without asking or being asked. It was a wide room, not so grand as the palaces or so comfortable as the poet's house. A librarian's room, ink blocks stacked beside a low desk, chairs with wine-stained cloth on the arms and back, a small bronze brazier dusted with old ash. Maati waved Eia off as she started to close the door.
"Let the place air out a bit," he said. "It's warm enough for it now. And what's your day been, Eia, kya?"
"Father," she said. "He was in a mood to have a family, so I had to stay in the palaces all morning. He fell asleep after midday, and Mother said I could leave."
"I'm surprised. I wasn't under the impression Ota slept any more. He always seems hip-deep in running the city."
Eia shrugged, neither agreeing nor voicing her denial. She paced the length of the room, squinting out the door at nothing. Maati folded his hands together on his belly, considering her.
"Something's bothering you," he said.
The girl shook her head, but the frown deepened. Maati waited until, with a quick, bird-like motion, Eia turned to face him. She began to speak, stopped, and gathered herself visibly.
"I want to be married," she said.
Maati blinked, coughed to give himself a moment to think, and leaned forward in his chair. The wood and cloth creaked slightly beneath him. Eia stood, her arms crossed, her gaze on him in something almost like accusation.
"Who is the boy?"
Maati said, regretting the word boy as soon as it left his mouth. If they were speaking of marriage, the least he could do was say man. But Eia's impatient snort dismissed the question.
"I don't know," she said. "Whoever."
"Anyone would do?"
"Not just anyone. I don't want to be tied to some low-town firekeeper. I want someone good. And I should be able to. Father doesn't have any other daughters, and I know people have talked with him, but nothing ever happens. How long am I supposed to wait?"
Maati rubbed a palm across his cheeks. This was hardly a conversation he'd imagined himself having. He turned through 100 things he might say, approaches he might take, and felt a blush rising in his cheeks.
"You're young, Kya. I mean, I suppose it's natural enough for a young woman to be interested in men. Your body is changing, and if I recall the age, there are certain feelings that it's—"
Aya looked at him as if he'd coughed up a rat.
"Or perhaps I've misunderstood the issue,"
he said.
"It's not that," she said. "I've kissed lots of boys."
The blush wasn't growing less, but Ma'ati resolved to ignore it.
"Ah,"
he said.
"Well then, if it's that you want apartments of your own, something outside the women's quarters, you could always—"
"Talit Radaani's being married to the third son of the Kai Patai,"
Aya said, and then a heartbeat later,
"She's half a year younger than I am."
It was like feeling a puzzle box click open in his fingers. He understood precisely what was happening, what it meant and didn't mean. He rubbed his palms against his knees and sighed.
"And she gloats about that, I bet,"
he said. Aya swiped at her betraying eyes with the back of a hand.
"After all, she's younger and lower in the courts. She must think that she's got proof that she's terribly special."
Aya shrugged.
"Or that you aren't,"
Ma'ati continued, keeping his voice gentle to lessen the sting of the words.
"That's what she thinks, isn't it?"
"I don't know what she thinks."
"Well, then tell me what you think."
"I don't know why he can't find me a husband. It isn't as if I'd have to leave. There's marriages that go on for years before anyone does anything. But it's understood. It's arranged. I don't see why he can't do that much for me."
"Have you asked him?"
"He should know this,"
Aya snapped, pacing between the open door and the fire grate.
"He's the Kai Machi. He isn't stupid."
"He also isn't—"
Ma'ati said, and then bit down on the words, a child. The woman Aya thought she was would never stand for the name.
"He isn't 14 summers old. It's not so hard for men like me and your father to forget what it was like to be young. And I'm sure he doesn't want to see you married yet, or even promised. You're his daughter, and it's hard, Kya. It's hard losing a child."
She stopped, her brow furrowed. In the trees just outside his door, a bird sang shrill and high and took flight. Ma'ati could hear the fluttering of its wings.
"It's not losing me,"
she said, but her voice was less certain than it had been.
"I don't die."
"No, you don't, but you likely leave to be in your husband's city. There's couriers to carry messages back and forth, but once you've left, it's not likely you'll return in Ota's life, or Kian's, or mine. It's not death, but it is still loss, dear. And we've all lost so much already. It's hard to look forward to another."
"You could come with me," Aya said. "My husband would take you in. He wouldn't be worth marrying if he wouldn't, so you could come with me."
Ma'ati allowed himself to chuckle as he rose from his seat.
"It's too big a world to plan for all that just yet,"
he said, mussing Aya's hair as he had when she'd been younger.
"When we come nearer, we'll see where things stand. I may not be staying here at all, depending on what the Dai Quo thinks. I might be able to go back to his village and use his libraries."
"Could I go there with you?"
"No, Kya. Women aren't allowed in the village. I know, it isn't fair. But it isn't happening today, so why don't we walk to the kitchens and see if we can't talk them out of some sugar bread?"
They left his door open, leaving the spring air and sunlight to freshen the apartments. The path to the kitchens led them through great arching halls and across pavilions being prepared for a night's dancing. Great silken banners celebrated the warmth and light. In the gardens, men and women lay back, eyes closed, faces to the sky like flowers. Outside the palaces, Ma'ati knew, the city was still alive with commerce. the forges and metalworkers toiling through the night, as they always did, preparing to ship the works of Machi. There was bronze, iron, silver and gold, and steel, and the hand-shaped stonework that could be created only here, under the inhuman power of stone made soft. None of that work was apparent in the palaces. The Utkayem seemed carefree as cats. Ma'ati wondered again how much of that was the studied casualness of court life, and how much was simple sloth. At the kitchens it was simple enough for the Kai's daughter and his permanent guest to get thick slices of sugar bread wrapped in stiff cotton cloth and a stone flask of cold tea. He told Eia all of what had happened with Atai since she'd last come to the library, and about the Dai Quo, and the Andat, and the world as Ma'ati had known it in the years before he'd come to Machi. It was a pleasure to spend the time with the girl, flattering that she enjoyed his own company enough to seek him out, and perhaps just the slightest bit gratifying that she would speak to him of things that Otakwo never heard from her. They parted company as the quick spring sun came within a hand's width of the western mountains. Ma'ati stopped at a fountain, washing his fingers in the cool waters, and considered the evening that lay ahead. He'd heard that one of the winter choirs was performing at a tea-house not far from the palaces, the long, dark season's work brought out at last to the light. The thought tempted, but perhaps not more than a book, a flask of wine, and a bed with thick wool blankets. He was so wrapped up by the petty choices of pleasures that he didn't notice that the lanterns had been lit in his apartments, or that a woman was sitting on his couch, until she spoke. 4. Ma'ati? Liat said, and the man startled like a rabbit. For a long moment his face was a blank confusion as he struggled to make sense of what he saw. Slowly, she watched him recognize her. In all fairness, she might not have known him either, had she not sought him out. Time had changed him, thickened his body and thinned his hair. Even his face had changed shape, the smooth chin and jaw giving way to jowls, the eyes going narrower and darker. The lines around his mouth spoke of sadness and isolation, and anger, she thought. She had known when she arrived that she'd found the right apartments. It hadn't been difficult to get directions to Machi's extra poet, and the door had been open. She had scratched at the door frame, called out his name, and when she had stepped in, it was the scent that had been familiar. Certainly there had been other things, the way the scrolls were laid out, the ink stains on the arms of the chairs, that gave evidence to Ma'ati's presence. The faintest hint, a wisp of musk slight as pale smoke, was the thing that had brought back the flood of memory. For a powerful moment she saw again the small house she'd lived in after she and Ma'ati had left Sadeket. The yellow walls and rough wooden floor, the dog who had lived in the street and only ever been half-tamed by her offerings of sausage ends from the kitchen window, the gray spiders that had built their webs in the corners. The particular scent of her old lover's body brought back those rooms. She knew him better by that than to see him again in the flesh. But perhaps that wasn't true. When he blinked fast and uncertainly, when his head leaned just slightly forward and a smile just began to bloom on his lips, she could see him there, beneath that flesh, the man she had known and loved, the man she had left behind. "Liat?" he said. You're here?" She took a pose of affirmation, surprised to find her hands trembling. Ma'ati stepped forward slowly, as if afraid a sudden movement might startle her into flight. Liat swallowed to loosen the knot in her throat, and smiled. "I would have written to warn you I was coming," she said, "but by the time I knew I was, I'd have raced the letter. I'm sorry if—" But he touched her arm, his fingers on the cloth just above her elbow. His eyes were wide and amazed. As if it were natural, as if it had been a week or a day, and not a third of their lives, Liat put her arms around him and felt him enclose her. She had told herself that she would hold back, be careful, She was the head of House Kia'an, a woman of business and politics. She knew how to be hard-hearted and cool. There was no reason to think that she would be safe here, in the farthest city from her home, and facing again the two lovers of her childhood. The years had worked changes on them all, and she had parted with neither of them on good terms. And yet the tears in her eyes were simple and sincere, and as much joy as sorrow. And the touch of Ma'ati's body against her own, strange and familiar both, wasn't awkward or unwelcome. She kissed his cheek and drew back enough to see his still wonder-filled face.
"Well," she said at last, "it's been a while. It's good to see you again, Ma'ati-kya. I wasn't sure it would be, but it is."
"I thought I'd never see you again," he said. "I thought, after all this time,
"My letters, I got them, yes. And it's not as if court gossip didn't tell everyone in the world where you were. The last succession of Machi was the favorite scandal of the season. I even saw an epic made from it. The boy who took your part didn't look a thing like you," she said, and then in a lower voice, "I meant to write back to you, even if it was only to tell you that I'd heard, that I knew. But somehow I never managed. I regret that. I've always regretted that. It only seemed so complex."
"I thought perhaps... I don't know what I thought."
She stood silently in his arms for the space of another breath, part of her wishing that this moment might suffice, that the relief she felt at Ma'ati's simple, unconsidered acceptance might stand in for all that she had still to do. He sensed the change in her thoughts and stepped back, his hands moving restlessly. She smoothed her hair, suddenly aware of the streaks of gray at her temple.
"Can I get something for you?" Ma'ati said. "It's simple enough to call a servant in from the palaces, or I have some distilled wine here."
"Wine will do," she said, and sat.
He went to a low cabinet beside the fire grate, sliding the wooden panel back and taking out 2 small porcelain bowls and a stoppered bottle as he spoke.
"I've had company recently. He's only just left. I don't usually live in this disorder."
"I'm not sure I believe that,"
she said wryly. Ma'ati chuckled and shrugged.
"Oh, I don't clean it myself. It would be 100 times worse than this. Otakuo's been very kind in loaning me servants. He has more than he has places for."
The name was like a cold breath, but Liat only smiled and accepted the bowl that Ma'ati held out to her. She sipped the wine, strong, peppery, and warm in her throat, to give herself a moment. She wasn't ready yet for the pleasure to end.
"The world's changed us," she said.
It was a platitude, but Ma'ati seemed to take some deeper meaning from it.
"It has,"
he said.
"And it'll keep on changing, I think. When I was a boy, I never imagined myself here, and I can't say for certain what I'll be doing when next summer comes. The new Dai Quo."
He shook his head slowly and sipped his wine for what Liat guessed was much the same reason she had. The silence between them grew. Ma'ati cleared his throat.
"How is Naiet?"
he asked, careful, Liat noticed, to use the boy's name, not our son, but Naiet. She told him about the work of House Kia'an and Naiet's role as an overseer, the stories of how he had made the transition from the child of the head of the house to an overseer in his own right, his courtship, his marriage, the child. Ma'ati closed the door, lit a fire in the grate, and listened. It was odd that all of the subjects she had to bring to the table, Naiet should be the easiest, and Ma'ati listened to it all, laughing or rapt, delighted and also sorrowful, longing to have been part of something that was already gone. Her words were like rain in a desert. He absorbed them, cherished them. She found herself searching for more, anecdotes of Naiet and his friends, his early lovers, the city, anything. She searched for them and offered them up, part apology, part sacrifice. The candles had grown visibly shorter before he asked whether Naiit had stayed in Sadeket, and Liat reluctantly shook her head.
"I've left him at the Way House," she said. "I wasn't certain how this would go between us. I didn't want him to be here if it was bad."
Ma'ati's hand started to move toward some pose, a denial perhaps, then faltered. His eyes locked on hers. There were decades in them. She felt tears welling up.
"I'm sorry," she said, "if that's worth anything. I'm sorry, Ma'ati Kya."
For what?
He asked, and his tone said that he could imagine a number of answers.
"That you weren't a part of his life until now."
"It was my choice, as much as yours, and it will be good to see him again."
He heaved a sigh and pressed the stopper back into the bottle's neck. The sun was long gone, and a cold breeze, thick with the perfume of night-flowering gardens, raised bumps on her arms. Only the air, not dread.
"You haven't asked me why I've come,"
she said. He chuckled and leaned back against his couch. His cheeks were ruddy from the candlelight and wine. His eyes seemed to glitter.
"I was pretending it was for me, mending old wounds, making peace,"
Ma'ati said. The anger she'd seen was there now, swimming beneath the pleasant, joking surface. She wondered if she'd waited too long to come to the issue. She should have asked before she'd told him Naiit was in the city, before the sour memories came back. Ma'ati took a pose of query, inviting her to share her true agenda.
"I need your help," Liat said. "I need an audience with the Kai."
"You want to talk to Otakwo? You don't need my help for that. You could just—"
"I need you to help me convince him, to argue my case with me. We have to convince him to intercede with the Daikwo."
Ma'ati's eyes narrowed, and his head tilted like that of a man considering a puzzle. Liat felt herself starting to blush. She'd had too much of the wine, and her control wasn't all it should be.
"Intercede with the Daikwo?"
he said.
"I've been following the world, and the gods. It was what Amat Ya'an built the house to do. I have decades of books and ledgers. I've made note of every contract they've made in the summer cities. I know every ship that sails past, what her captain's name is, and half the time what cargo she carries. I know, Ma'ati. I've seen them scheming. I've even blocked them a time or two."
"They had hands in the succession here, too. They were backing the woman, Otakwo's sister. Anything you want to say about Galt, he'll half believe before he's heard it. But how is the Daikwo part of it?"
"They won't do it without the Daikwo," Liat said. "He has to say it's the right thing, or they won't do it."
"Who won't do what?"
Ma'ati said, impatience growing in his voice.
"The poets,"
Liat said.
"They have to kill the gods, and they have to do it now."
Ota presented the meeting as a luncheon, a social gathering of old friends. He chose a balcony high in the palace, looking out over the wide air to the south. The city lay below them, streets paved in black stone, tile and metal roofs pointing sharply at the sky. The towers rose above, only sun and clouds hanging higher. The wind was thick with the green permeating scent of spring and the darker, acrid forge smoke. Between them, the low stone table was covered with plates, bread and cheese and salt olives, honeyed almonds and lemon trout, and a sweetbread topped with sliced oranges. The gods only knew where the kitchen had found a fresh orange. Yet of all those present, none of them ate. Ma'ati had made the introductions, Liat and Naiit, and Ota and Kian. The young man, Liat's son, had taken all the appropriate poses, said all the right phrases, and then taken position standing behind his mother like a bodyguard. Ma'ati leaned against the stone banister, the sky at his back. Ota, formal, uneased, and feeling more the Kai-Machi than ever under the anxious gaze of a woman who had been his lover in his youth, took a pose of query, and Liat shared the news that changed the world forever. The Gaults had a poet of their own.
"His name is Ria'an Raudatat," Liat said. "He was the fourth son of a high family in the courts of Nantani. His father sent him to the school when he was 5.
"This was well after our time,"
Ma'ati said to Ota.
"Neither of us would have known him. Not from there."
"He was accepted by the Dai Quo and taken to the village to be trained," Liat said. "That was 8 years ago. He was talented, well-liked and respected. The Dai Quo chose him to study for the binding of a fresh Andat."
Kian, sitting at Ota's side, leaned forward in a pose of query.
"Don't all the poets train to hold Andat?"
"We all try our hands at preparing a binding,"
Ma'ati said.
"We all study enough to know how it works and what it is. But only a few apply the knowledge. If the Dai Quo thinks you have the temperament to take on one that's already bound, he'll send you there to study and prepare yourself to take over control when the poet grows too old. If you're bright and talented, he'll set you to working through a fresh binding. It can take years to be ready. Your work is read by other poets in the Dai Quo and attacked and torn apart and redone perhaps a dozen times, perhaps more."
"Because of the consequences of failing?"
Kian asked. Ma'ati nodded.
"Ria'an was one of the best,"
Liat said.
"And then, 3 years ago, he was sent back to Nantani, to his family, fallen from favor. No one knew why. He just appeared one day with a letter for his father, and after that he was living in apartments in the Vaudatat holdings. It was a small scandal, and it wasn't the last of them. Ria'an was sending letters every week back to the Dai Quo, asking to be taken back, everyone supposed. He drank too much and sometimes fought in the streets. By the end, he was practically living in the comfort houses by the seafront. The story was that he'd bet he could bed every whore in the city in a summer. His family never spoke of it, but they lost standing in the court. There were rumors of father and son fighting, not just arguing, but taking up arms. And then one night, he disappeared. Vanished. His family said that he'd been summoned on secret business. The Dai Quo had a mission for him, and he'd gone the same day the letter had come. But there wasn't a courier who'd admit to carrying any letter like it.
"They might not have said it,"
Ota said.
"They call it the gentleman's trade for a reason." "We thought of that,"
Naiat replied. He had a strong voice, not loud, but powerful.
"Later, when we went to the Dai Quo, I took a list of the couriers who'd come to Nantani in the right weeks. None of them had been to the Dai Quo's village at the right time. The Dai Quo wouldn't speak to me, but of the men who would, none believed that Ria'an had been sent for."
Ota could still think of several objections to that, but he held them back, gesturing instead for Liat to go on.
"No one connected the disappearance with the Galtic merchant ship that left that night, with half her cargo still waiting to be loaded,"
Liat said.
"except me. And I wouldn't have if I hadn't made it my business to track all things Galtic."
"You think he was on that ship?"
Ota said.
"I am certain of it."
"Why?"
he asked.
"The wealth of coincidences,"
Liat said.
"The captain, Arnau Fenton, was the second brother of a family on the Galtic High Council. A servant in the Vaudatat household saw Ria'an's father burning papers. Letters, he said, and in a foreign script."
"Any trade cipher could look like a foreign script,"
Ota said, but Liat wouldn't be stopped.
"The ship had been bound for Chaburitan and then Bakta, but it headed west instead, back to Galt."
"Or Hedensi, or Raymond."
"Otakya,"
Kian said, her voice gentle.
"Let her finish."
He saw Liat's gaze flicker toward her, and her hands take a pose of thanks. He leaned back, his palms flat on his thighs, and silently nodded for Liat to continue.
There were stories of Ria'an having met a woman in the weeks before he left. That was what his family thought, at least. He'd spent several evenings every week at a comfort house, whose back wall was shared with the compound of House Fenton, the captain's family. I have statements that confirm all of this.
I went to the comfort house myself,
Naiat said.
I asked after the Lady Ria'an had described. There wasn't anyone like her.
It was a clumsy lie, Liat said, all of it from the beginning to end. And Itani, it's the Gaults.
Whether she had used his old assumed name in error, or as a ploy to make him recall the days of his youth, the effect was the same. Ota drew a deep breath and felt a sick weight descend to his belly as he exhaled. He had spent so many years wary of the schemes of Gault that her evidence, thin as it was, almost had the power to convince him. He felt the gazes of the others upon him. Ma'ati leaned forward in his seat, fingers knotted together in his lap. Kian's rueful half-smile was sympathetic and considering both. The silence stretched.
Is there any reason to think he would have done this?
Ota asked.
The poet. Why would he agree to this?
Liat turned and nodded to her son. The man licked his lips before he spoke.
I went to the Daikwo's village,
Naiat said.
My mother, of course, couldn't. There were stories that Ria'an had suffered a fever the winter before he was sent away. A serious one. Apparently, he came close to death. Afterward, his skin peeled like he'd been too long in the sun. They say it changed him. He became more prone to anger. He wouldn't think before he acted or spoke. The Daikwo sat with him for weeks, training him like he was fresh from the school. It did no good. Ria'an wasn't the man he'd been when the Daikwo accepted him. So the Daikwo sent him away in disgrace for something that wasn't his fault,
Ota said.
No, not at first,
Naiat said.
The Daikwo only told him that he wasn't to continue with his binding, that it was too great a risk. They say Ria'an took it poorly. There were fights and drunken rants. One man said Ria'an snuck a woman into the village to share his bed, but I never heard anyone confirm that. Whatever the details, the Daikwo lost patience. He sent him away.
You learned quite a lot, Ota said.
I'd have thought the poets would be closer with their disgraces. Once Ria'an left, it wasn't their disgrace. It was his.
Naiat said.
And they knew I had come from Nantane. I traded stories for stories. It wasn't hard.
The Daikwo wouldn't meet with us, Liat said. I sent 5 petitions, and for 2 of them his secretaries didn't even bother to send refusals. It's why we came here.
Because you wanted me to make this argument? I'm not in the Daikwo's best graces myself just now. He seems to think I blame the Gaults when I cough,
Ota said.
Ma'ati might be the better man to make the case.
Ma'ati took a pose that disagreed.
I would hardly be considered disinterested,
Ma'ati said. His words were calm and controlled, despite their depth.
I may have done some interesting work, but no one will have forgotten that I defied the last Daikwo by not abandoning these precise 2 people.
The rest of the thought hung in the air, just beyond speech. She abandoned me. It was true enough. Liat had taken the child and made her own way in the world. She had never answered Ma'ati's letters until now, when she had need of him. There was something almost like shame in Liat's downcast eyes. Naiat shifted his weight, as if to interpose himself between the 2 of them, between his mother and the man who had wanted badly to be his father, and had been denied.
We could also ask Semai,
Kian said.
He's a poet of enough prestige and ability to hold stone made soft, and his reputation hasn't been compromised.
That might be wise,
Ota said, grabbing for the chance to take the conversation away from the complexities of the past.
But let's go over the evidence you have, Liat Cha.
All of it, from the start.
It took the better part of the day. Ota listened to the full story. He read the statements of the missing poet's slaves and servants, the contracts broken by the fleeing Galtic trade ship, the logs of couriers whose whereabouts Naiit had compiled. Whatever objections he raised, Liat countered. He could see the fatigue in her face and hear the impatience in her voice. This matter was important to her, important enough to bring her here. That she had come was proof enough of her conviction, if not of the truth of her claim. The girl he had known had been clever enough, competent enough, and still had been used as a stone in other people's games. Perhaps he was harsh in still thinking of her in that light. The years had changed him. They certainly could have changed her as well. And, as the sun shifted slowly toward the western peaks, Ota found his heart growing heavy. The case she made was not complete, but it was evocative as a monster tale told to children. Galt might well have taken in this mad poet. There was no way to know what they might do with him, or what he might do with their help. The histories of the Empire murmured in the back of Ota's mind, wars fought with the power of gods, the nature of space itself broken, and the greatest empire the world had ever known laid waste. And yes, if all Liat suspected proved true, it might happen again. But if they acted on their fears, if the Dai Quo mandated the use of the Andat to remove the possibility of a Galtic poet, thousands would die who knew nothing of the plots that had brought down their doom. Children not old enough to speak, men and women who led simple, honest lives. Galt would be made a wasteland to rival the ruins of the Empire. Ota wondered how certain they would all have to be in order to take that step. How certain, or else how frightened.
"Let me sit with this," he said at last, nodding to Liat and her son. "I'll have apartments cleared for you. You'll stay here at the palaces." "There may not be much time," Ma'ati said softly. "I know it," Ota said. "Tomorrow I'll decide what to do. If Samai's the right bearer, we can do this all again and with him in the room. And then we'll see what shape the world's taken and do whatever needs doing."
Liat took a pose of gratitude, and a heartbeat later, Naiit mirrored it. Ota waved the gestures away. He was too tired for ceremony, too troubled. When Ma'ati and the two visitors had left, Ota rose and stood beside Kian at the railing, looking out over the city as it fell into its early, sudden twilight. Plumes of smoke rose from among the green copper roofs of the forges. The great stone towers thrust toward the sky as if they supported the deepening blue. Kian tossed an almond out into the wide air, and a black-winged bird swooped down to catch it before it reached the distant ground. Ota touched her shoulder. She turned to him smiling, as if half surprised to find him there.
"How are you, love?" he asked. "I should be the one asking," she said. "Those two, that's more than one lifetime's trouble they're carrying."
"I know it. And Ma'ati's still in love with her."
"With both of them," Kian said. "One way and another with both of them."
Ota took a pose that agreed with her.
"You know her well enough," Kian said. "Does she love him, do you think?"
"She did once," Ota said. "But now, it's too many years. We've all become other people."
The breeze smelled of smoke and distant rain. The first chill of evening raised gooseflesh on Kian's arm. He wanted to turn her toward him, to taste her mouth and loose himself for a while in simple pleasure. He wanted badly to forget the world. As if hearing his thought, she smiled, but he didn't touch her again, and she didn't move nearer to him.
"What are you going to do?" she asked.
"Tell Samai. Send out couriers west to see what we can divine about the situation in Galt. Appeal to the Dai Quo. What else can I do? A mad poet prone to fits of temper and working for the Galtic High Council? There's not a story worse than that."
Will the Daikwo do what she asks, do you think?
I don't know, Ota said. He'll know this Ria'an better than any of us. If he's certain that the man's not capable of a proper binding, perhaps we'll let him try and pay the price of it. One simple death is the best we can hope for, sometimes, if it saves the world.
And if the Daikwo isn't sure?
Then he'll spin a coin, or throw tiles, or whatever it is he does to make a decision, and we'll do that and hope it was right.
Kian nodded, crossing her arms and leaning forward, gazing out into the distance as if by considering carefully she could see Galt from here. Ota's belly growled, but he ignored it.
He'll destroy them, won't he?
She asked.
The Daikwo will use the Undat against the gods.
Likely.
Good,
Kian said with a certainty that surprised him.
If it's going to happen, let it happen there. At least Aya and Anat are safe from it.
Ota swallowed. He wanted to rise to the defense of the innocent and Galt, wanted to say the sort of high-minded words that he'd held as comfort many years ago when he had been moved to kill in the name of mercy. But the years had taken that man, the years he had lived, and the dark, liquid eyes of his children. If black chaos was to be loosed, he had to side with Kian. Better that it was loosed elsewhere. Better 1,000 Galtic children die than one of his own. It was what his heart said, but it made him feel lessened and sad.
And the other problem?
Kian asked. Her voice was low, but there was a hardness to it, almost like anger. Ota took a querying pose. Kian turned to him. He hadn't expected to see fear in her eyes, and the surprise of it filled him with dread as deep as any he had suffered.
"What is it?"
he asked. She looked at him, part in surprise, part accusation.
Naiit,
she said.
No one would think that man was Ma'ati's child. Not for a heartbeat. You have 2 sons, Otakya.
5. Balasar was quickly coming to resent the late spring storms of the Westlands. Each morning seemed to promise a bright day in which his masters of supply could make their inventories, his captains could train their men. Before midday, great white clouds would hulk up in the south and advance upon him. The middle afternoon had been roaring rain and vicious lightning for the past 6 days. The training fields were churned mud, the wood for the steam wagons was soaked, and the men were beginning to mirror Balasar's own impatience. They had been guests of the warden of Aden for 2 weeks now, the troops in their tents outside the city walls, Balasar and his captain sleeping in the high keep. The warden was an old man, fat and boisterous, who understood as well as Balasar the dangers of an army grown restless, even an army still only half assembled. The warden put a pleasant face on things. He'd agreed to allow a Galtic army on his lands after all. There was little enough to do now besides be pleasant and hope they'd go away again. He had even been so kind as to offer Balasar the use of his library. It was a small room overlooking a courtyard, less grand than Balasar's own home in Galt, less than the smallest apartments of the least of the Kayet nobility. But it was serviceable, and it had the effect each man desired. Balasar had a place to brood, and the Westlanders had a convenient way to keep clear of him. The afternoon rains pecked at the windows. The pot of black tea had grown tepid and bitter, ignored on a corner of the wide oaken table. Balasar looked again at the maps. Nantani would be the first and the easiest. The western forces would be undivided, 5 full legions with support of the mercenaries hired with the High Council's gold and promises of plunder. The city wouldn't stand for a morning. Then 1 legion would turn north, going overland to Patai, while 2 others took the mercenaries to Shoshain Tan, Lachi, and Sadeket. That left him 2 legions to go upriver to Udun, Utani, and Tan Sadar, less whatever men he left behind to occupy the conquered. 8 of the cities, over half, but the least important. Kowal and his men were already in place, waiting in the low towns and smugglers' camps outside Chaburitan. When the Andat failed, they would sack the city and take ships north to Yalaket. The pieces for steam-driven boats were already in the warehouses of the Galtic tradesmen, ready to be pegged onto rafts and sped upriver to the village of the Dai Kwo, and then there was only the race to the north to put Amnatan, Setani, and Machi to the torch before winter came. Balasar wished again that he had been able to lead the force in Chaburitan. The fate of the world would rest on that sprint to the libraries and catacombs of the poets. If only he had had time to sail out there. But days were precious, and Kowal had been preparing his men all the time Balasar had played politics in Acton. It was better this way. And still... He traced a finger across the western plains, Patai to Utani. He wished he knew better how the roads were. The school for the young poets wasn't far from Patai. That wouldn't be a pleasant duty either. And he couldn't trust the slaughter of children to mercenaries, not with the stakes so high. This wasn't a war that had room for moments of compassion. A soft knock came at the door, and Eustin stepped in. He wore the deep blue and red of a captain's uniform. Balasar acknowledged him with a nod.
"Has the 3rd Legion arrived, then?"
Balasar asked. "No, sir," Eustin said. "We've had a runner from them. They'll be here by the week's end, sir."
"Too long."
"Yes, sir. But there's another problem." Balasar rose, hands clasped behind him. He could feel his mind straining back toward the plans and maps, almost as if it were a physical force, but he believed that battles were won or lost long before they were fought. If Eustin had thought something worth interrupting him, he would likely need his whole attention.
"Go ahead,"
he said. "The poet. He's refusing to pay for his horse again, sir. Been saying the honor of being with him should be enough. One of the girls took offense and poured a cup of hot tea in his lap. Scalded his little poet like a boiled sausage." Balasar didn't smile, nor did Eustin. The moment between them was enough.
"Will he be able to ride?"
Balasar asked. "Given a few days, sir, he'll be fine, but he's demanding the girl be killed. Half the houses in the city have threatened to raise their rates, and they're talking to their local clients, too. I've had 2 letters today that didn't quite say the grain would cost more than expected." Balasar felt a brief flush of anger.
"They're aware that the majority of the Galtic armies are either in the ward now, or will be here shortly?"
"Yes, sir. And they've not said it's final that they'll stick it to us for more silver. But they're proud folks. It's just a whore he wants killed. But she's a Westlands whore, if you see what I mean. She's one of their own." This was a mess. He didn't want to start the campaign by fighting the ward of Arren. He didn't yet have all his men assembled. Balasar looked out the windows, casting his gaze over the courtyard below without truly seeing it.
"I suppose I'd best speak with him, then,"
Balasar said. "He's in his room, sir. Should I bring him here?"
"No,"
Balasar said.
"I'll face the beast in its lair."
"Yes, sir." The central city of Arren was a squat affair. Thick stone walls covered with mud and washed white were the order of the day. The constant wars of the Westlands and the occasional attack by Galt had kept the ward cropped low as a rabbit-haunted garden. The highest houses rose no more than 4 stories above ground, and the streets, even near the palaces of the warden, smelled of sewage and old food. Balasar reached the building where he and his captains were housed, shook the rain from his cloak, and gestured for Eustin to wait for him. He took the stairs 3 at a time up to the anteroom of the poet's apartments. The men guarding the door bowed as he entered, then stood aside as he announced himself. Ria'an sat on a low couch, his robes propped up above his lap like a tent, the hem rising halfway up his shins. The awareness of his indignity shone in the poet's face, lips pressed thin, jaw set forward. Even as Balasar made his half bow, he could tell the man had been working himself into a rage. If any of his captains had acted this way, Balasar would have assigned them to patrolling on horseback until the wounds had healed. Idiocy should carry a price. Instead, he lowered himself to a couch across the poet and spoke gently.
"I heard about your misfortune,"
Balasar said in the tongue of the Quartet cities.
"I wanted to come and offer my sympathies. Is there anything I can do to be of service?"
"You could bring me that slat cunt's heart," the poet spat. "I should have cut her down where she stood. She should be drowned in her own shit for this."
The poet gestured toward his own crotch, demonstrating the depth of his hurt. Balasar didn't smile. With all the gravity he could manage, he nodded.
"It will cause problems if I have her killed,"
Balasar said.
"The local men are uneasy already. I could have her whipped."
"No! She must die!"
"If there was some other way that honor could be served."
Riaan leaned back, his gaze cold. This, Balasar thought, was the man on whom the hopes of the world rested, a man who had leapt at the chance to turn against his own people, who had eaten the interest and novelty of the people of Acton like it was honey bread, who vented his rage on whores and servants. Balasar had never seen a tool less likely. And yet the poet was what he needed, and the stakes could not have been higher. He sighed.
"I will see to it," Balasar said, "and permit me to send you my own personal physician. I would not have a man of your importance suffer, Most High."
"This should never have happened," Riaan said. "You will do better in the future."
"Indeed,"
Balasar agreed, then rose, taking what he hoped was an appropriate pose for an honored, if somewhat junior man, taking leave of someone above his station. He must have come near the mark, because the poet took a pose of dismissal. Balasar bowed and left. He walked back down the steps more slowly, weighing his options. He found Eustin in a common room with 3 of his other captains. He knew that the poet's injury had been the topic of their conversation. The sudden quiet when he entered and the merriment in their eyes were evidence enough. He greeted each man by name and gestured for Eustin to follow him back out to the street. "Any luck, sir?"
"No,"
Balasar said.
"He's still talking himself into a tantrum, but I had to try. I'll need Khalsin sent to him with some ointment for the burn, and he'll need to wear good robes. If he shows up in his usual rags, the man will never believe he's my physician."
"I'll see he's told, sir." They reached the grey cobbled street, and Balasar turned back toward the warden's palaces and the little library with all his maps and plans. Eustin kept pace at his side. In the far distance there was a rumble of thunder. Balasar cursed, and Eustin agreed. "And the girl, sir?" Eustin asked. Balasar nodded and blew out his breath.
"Tell all the comfort houses to give Riaan whatever he asks, and send the bills to me. I'll see them fairly paid. Warn them that I'll be keeping account, though. I'm not opening the coffers to every tiles player and alley worker in the Westlands."
"We have enough silver, then, sir?"
"We'll have more when we've reached Nantani," Balasar said. "If the men are a little hungry before then, that might even serve us."
A gust of wind brought the harsh blast of rain and a salting of tiny hailstones. Other than raising his voice slightly, Balasar ignored it.
"And the girl herself will have to die," he said. "Tell her employer I'll pay the house fair price for the lost income."
Eustin was silent. Balasar looked at him, and the man's face was dark. The general felt his mouth curled in a deep frown.
"Say it,"
Balasar said. "I think you're wrong, sir." Balasar took Eustin's elbow and angled off from the street under a covered stone archway. A girl stood there, a cart of green winter apples at her feet, looking out at the grey-white rain and the foul brown brook at the edge of the street. Balasar scooped up 2 of the apples and tossed the girl a wide copper coin before finding a low bench and nodding for Eustin to sit. He handed his captain one of the apples and said,
"Make your case."
Eustin shrugged, bit the apple, and chewed thoughtfully for a long moment. A glance at the apple seller, and then he spoke, his voice so low it was nearly inaudible over the clatter of the storm. "First off, we haven't got so much gold we can afford to spend all of it here. Having the men hungry, well, that's one thing, but 5 legions is a lot of men, and there's no cause for this, not really. Any of the other men did the thing, you'd take it out of their skins, and they know it."
"I half think you're sweet on the girl,"
Balasar said. "I've got a certain respect for her," Eostin said with a grin, but then sobered. "The thing is, you're not treating him like he was long-term, if you see. The story for the High Council is that once we've settled the Kayem out, our man Ria'an's to hook these Andat to our yoke. Tell the Lord Convocate otherwise, and it would be someone else leading this. But if that's true, Ria'an's going to be around for the rest of your life and mine, and a damned important man at that. All apologies, but you're dancing to his tune like you're hoping he'll kiss you." Balasar tossed the apple from hand to hand and waited for the flush of anger to recede.
"I need the man," Balasar said. "If I have to bow and scrape for a time—"
"That's just it, though. For a time. None of the men are used to seeing you drink piss and smile. They're waiting to see you crack, to see you put him in his place. It keeps not happening, and they're wondering why. Wondering how you can stand the idea of a life licking that little prick's boot. Time will come they'll understand you aren't thinking of him in the long term." Balasar needed a moment to think that through. He bit the apple. It was tart and chalky and squeaked against his teeth. He tossed the rest of it out into the street where the rain took it rolling downhill, white flesh and green skin in the dark water.
"Do you think Ria'an suspects?"
Balasar asked at length. Eostin snorted. "He can't believe the tide would go out so long as he was on the beach. The waves all love him too much to leave. But the men, sir, they'll figure you're planning to kill him. And if they do, they may slip." Balasar nodded. Eostin was right. He was acting differently than he would have had Ria'an been a problem with the future. It hadn't been difficult to let the councilmen in Acton blind themselves to the poet's character. Visions of godlike power, of magic bent to the High Council's will, were enough to let them overlook the dangers. The captains, the men who spoke with Ria'an, would be more likely to understand why he wasn't to be trusted. They might well see what Balasar had seen from the beginning, even before he had made the doomed journey into the desert, that the Andat were a dangerous tool, best discarded the moment the need had passed. But, and here was the trouble, not a moment before that, if the poet failed him, everything was lost. He weighed the risks for a long moment before Eostin spoke again. "Let me send the girl away, sir. I'll give her enough silver to take herself out into the farmland for half a year, and tell her that if we see her in the city, I'll have her head on a pike for true. I'll send the poet a pig heart. Say we cut it out of her. The man that runs the comfort house'll know. I'll tell the men it was your idea."
"It's a gamble,"
Balasar said. "It's all a gamble, sir," Eostin said, and then, "Besides, he really did earn it." To the east, lightning flashed, and before the thunder reached them, Balasar nodded his assent. Eostin took his leave, stalking out into the downpour to make this one more tiny adjustment to the monumental plan Balasar had devised and directed. At the end of the pathway, the apple-selling girl sensed some slackening, pulled a hood up over her fair hair, and darted out into the city. For a time, Balasar sat quietly, feeling the weariness in his flesh that came from tension without release. He let his gaze soften, the white walls of the city fading, losing their separate natures, becoming different shades of nothing, like the shadows of hills covered by snow. He wondered what little Aught would have made of all this, the campaign, the poet, the wheels within wheels that he'd put in motion. If it came together as he planned, Balasar would save the world from another war like the one that had toppled the old empire. If it failed, he might start one. And whatever happened, He had sacrificed Bess, Laran, Kellem, Little Ot. Men who had loved him were dead and would never return. Men alive now who trusted him might well die. His nation, everyone he'd known or cared for, his father growing bent with age, the girl he'd lost his heart to when he was a boy shaking the petals off spring cherry trees, Eustin, Koal, they might all be slaughtered if he once judged poorly. It was something he tried not to consider, afraid the weight of it might crush him, and yet in these still moments it found him, the dread and the awe at what he had begun, and with it the certainty that he was right. He imagined Bess standing in the street before him, wide face split in the knowing grin that he would never see again outside memory. Balasar lifted a hand in greeting, and the image bowed to him and faded. They would have understood. All the men whose blood he'd spilled for this would have understood. Or if they didn't, they'd have done it all the same. It was what they meant by faith. When at last he returned to the library, one of his other captains, a lanky man named Orem Kot, was pacing the length of the room, literally wringing his hands in agitation or excitement.
"Sir," he said, "there's a man come wanting to speak with you. I thought I'd best bring him to you myself."
What's his business?
Balasar asked. "Mercenary captain, sir. Brought his men down from Anaster." "I don't need more forces." "You'll want to talk with this one all the same, sir. His company? They're from the Kayem. Says they got turned out by the Kaimachi, and they've been traveling ever since."
He's been in the Winter Cities?
"For years, sir."
You were right to bring him. Show the man in,
Balasar said, then stopped the captain as he headed to the door.
What's his name?
"Captain Aljutani, sir. Sinja Aljutani."
It had become clear to Sinja shortly after his arrival in Aden that he had misjudged the situation. The company, such as it was, had passed through the mountains that divided the Westlands from the lands that, while not directly controlled, had associated themselves with Machi and Patai weeks before. The men were young and excited to be on the march, so Sinja had pushed them. By the time they'd reached Anester, they were tired enough to complain, but there was still a light in their eyes. They'd escaped the smothering, peaceful blankets of the Kayem. They were in the realm where violence was met with violence, and not by the uncanny powers of the poets and their Andat. They had come to the place where they could prove themselves on the bodies of their enemies. Besides Sinja, only a dozen or so of the higher ranks had ever been in battle. For the rest, this was like walking into a children's tale. Sinja hadn't tried to explain. Perhaps they'd be able to find glory in the soul-crushing boredom of a siege. Perhaps they'd face their first battles and discover that they loved violence. More likely, he'd be sending half of them home to their mothers by midsummer, and that would have been fine. He was here as much to stretch his legs as to keep his master and friend, the Kaimachi, out of trouble with the Dai Quo. He hadn't expected to walk into the largest massing of military force in memory. Galt was in the southern wards, and it was there in force. All through the Westlands, wardens had forgotten their squabbles. Every gaze was cast south. The common wisdom was that Galt had finally decided to end its generations-long games of raid and abandon. It had come to take control of the whole of the Westlands from the southern coast up to Edensee. There were even those who wondered whether it was going to be a good season for Edensee. Sinja had done what he did best, listened. The stories he heard were, of course, overblown. Men and women throughout the Westlands were in different stages of panic. Someone had seen 1,000 ships off the coast. There had been agreements signed with Aden, but all the other wardens and all their children were to be slaughtered to assure that no one would have claim to rule once the Galts had come through. There were even a few optimists who thought that Balasar Gise, the general at the head of this largest of all gathered armies, wasn't looking to the Westlands, but gathering his forces to take control of Galt itself. He could overthrow the High Council and install himself as autocrat. What it all came to was this. Any mercenary company working for anyone besides Galt was likely to be on the losing side of the fight. The collected wardens were putting out calls for free companies and garrison forces, preparing themselves as best they could. The fees that Sinja was offered would have been handsome for a band of veterans and siege captains, much less for a few hundred foreign sellswords one step up from thugs. And so Sinja had considered the money, considered the offers and the stories, and his own best instincts, then quietly packed up his men and headed south to Aden to sell their services at a fourth of the price. But to the winners. The men had grumbled. Wide, square Westland coins had been dancing in their minds. Morale had started to fail. So Sinja had paused in the world of Castin, made contact with the free company who'd taken contract there, and challenged their veterans to a day of games. Once Sinja's men had understood and accepted his point, they bound their ribs and continued to the south. No one had questioned his judgment again. Aden was one of the wards farthest to the south. Low hills covered with rich green grasses, towns of stone buildings with thatched roofs, elk and deer so wise to the ways of men that the bowmen he sent ahead to forage never caught one of them. Wherever they went, Sinja saw the signs of an army having passed, ruined crops, abandoned campsites with the ashes of 100 fires churned into the mud. But even with this, he had been shocked when they topped one of the many hills and caught first sight of the city of Aden. No city under siege had ever seen so many troops at its wall. Tents and low pavilions were laid out around it on all sides, dark oiled cloth shining in row after row after row. The smoke of cook fires left a low haze through the valley that even the rain could not wholly dispel. The strange bulbous steam wagons the Galts used to move supplies and leave their men unburdened seemed as numerous as horses in the fields, and the squirming, streaming activity of men moving through each of the open gates made the city seem like a dead sparrow overrun by ants. His men set camp at a polite distance from the existing companies while Sinja dared the city itself. He entered the gates at midday. It wasn't more than 3 hands later he was being escorted through the halls of the warden's palace to the library and the general himself. He'd surrendered his blades and the garrote he kept at his waist before being permitted to speak with the great man. Either Balasar Gise felt this unprecedented mass of men was too little for whatever task lay ahead of him, and was grabbing at every spare sword and dagger in the world, or else Sinja was, for reasons that passed imagining, of particular interest to him. Either way, Sinja disliked it. Balasar Gise turned out to be a smallish man, mouse-brown hair running to white at the temples. He wore the grey tunic of command that Sinja had seen before when he'd been in the field as a young man fighting against the Galts, or else with them. He might have been anyone, to look at him, a farmer, or a merchant seaman, or a seafront customs agent.
"Bad weather for traveling,"
the general said amiably, as if they were simply 2 men who'd met at a weigh-house. He spoke the Kayate tongue clearly, his accent flavoring the words rather than obscuring them.
"It's always wet in the south this time of year,"
Sinja agreed in Galtic.
"Not always so cold, but that's why the gods made wool. That, or as a joke against sheep."
The general smiled, either at the words or the language they were in. Sinja wasn't certain. Sinja kept his expression pleasant and empty. They both knew he was here to sell the use of his men, but only the general knew why the meeting was here and not with some low captain. Sinja opted to wait and see what came of it. Balasar Gise seemed to read his intention. He nodded and walked to a side table, where he poured them both clear wine from a cut glass carafe. No, not wine. Water.
"I hear the Kaimachi turned you out,"
the general said in Galtic as he passed a cup to Sinja. That wasn't true. Sinja had told the captain that they were out from Machi, but perhaps there had been some misunderstanding. Sinja shrugged. It was too early in the game to correct anyone's misconceptions.
"It's his right," he said. "Some of the men were causing trouble. Too long in a quiet place, I'm sure you understand."
Balasar chuckled. It was a warm sound, and Sinja found himself liking the man. Balasar nodded to a couch beside the brazier. Sinja made a small bow and sat, the general leaning casually against the table.
You left on good terms? We didn't turn back and burn the city,
Sinja said.
if that's what you mean. Do you owe the Kaimachi loyalty, or are you a free company?
The truth was that any silver he took would find its way back to Otamachi's coffers. The company was no more free than the Galtic armies outside the city, and yet there was something in the general's voice when he asked the question, something in his eyes.
We're mercenaries. We follow whoever pays us,
Sinja said.
and if someone should offer to pay you more, no offense, but the one thing you can say of loyalty for hire is that it's for hire. We'll finish out a contract,
Sinja said.
I've been through enough to know what happens to a company with a reputation for switching sides mid-battle. But I won't lie, the boys I have are green, most of them. They haven't seen many campaigns.
It was a softening of, these poor bastards hardly know which end's the sharp one, but the meaning was much the same. The general waved the concern aside, which was fascinating. Balasar Gisei wasn't interested in their field prowess, which meant he either wanted them to lead the charges and soak up a few enemy spears and arrows, hardly a role that asked the general's presence at the negotiation, or there was something more, something that Sinja was still missing.
How many of them speak Galt?
A third, Sinja said, inventing the number on the spot.
I may have use for them. How loyal are they to you? How loyal do they need to be?
The general smiled. There was a touch of sorrow in his eyes and a long, thoughtful pause. Sinja felt a decision being made, though he couldn't say what the issue was.
Enough to go against their own kind, not in the field, but I'll want them as translators and agents, and whatever you can tell me of the winter cities, I'll want that as well.
Sinja smiled knowingly to cover his racing mind. Gisei wasn't taking his army north. He was going east, into the cities of the Kaiem, with something close to every able-bodied man in Galt behind him. Sinja chuckled to hide a rush of fear.
They'll follow you any place you care to go, so long as they're on the winning side,
Sinja said.
Are you sure that's going to be you?
Yes, the general said, and the bare confidence in his voice was more persuasive than any reasoned argument he might have given. If the man had been trying to convince himself, he would have had a speech ready. Why this insanity would work, how the army could overpower the Andat, something. But Balasar was certain. The general sipped his water, waiting the space of 5 long breaths together. Then he spoke again.
You're thinking something? You're not stupid,
Sinja said.
So you're either barking mad, or you know something I don't. No one can take on the Kaiem. You mean no one can face the Andat?
Yes, Sinja agreed.
That's what I mean. I can. Forgive me if I keep my doubts about me,
Sinja said. The general nodded, considered Sinja for a long moment, then gestured toward the table. Sinja put down his bowl and stepped over as the general unrolled a long cloth scroll with a map of the cities of the Kaiem on it. Sinja stepped back from it, as if there were an asp on it.
General, he said, if you're about to tell me your plans for this campaign, I think we might be ahead of where we should be.
Balasar put a hand on Sinja's arm. The Galt's gaze was firm and steady, his voice low and strangely intimate. Sinja saw how a personality like his own could command an army or a nation. Possibly, he thought, a world.
Captain Ajutani, I don't share these plans with every mercenary captain who walks through my door. I don't trust them. I don't show them to my own captains, barring the ones in my small council. The others I expect to trust me. But we're men of the world, you and I. You have something I think I could use. And you have nothing to lose by telling me,
Sinja said slowly.
Because I'm not leaving this building, am I? Not even to go speak to your men,
the general said.
You're here as my ally, or my prisoner.
Sinja shook his head.
That's a brave thing to say, General. It's only the two of us in here. If you attacked me, I'd kill you where you stood,
Balasar said, in the same tone of voice he'd used before, and Sinja believed him. Balasar smiled gently and nudged him forward toward the table.
Let me show you why ally would be the better choice.
Still, Sinja held back.
I'm not an idiot, he said. If you tell me you plan to take over the Kayem by flying through the sky on winged dogs, I'll still clap you on the back and swear I'm your ally. Of course you will. You'll say you're my dearest friend, and solidly behind me. I'll thank you and distrust you, and keep you unarmed and under guard. We'll each avoid turning our backs on the other. I think we can take that all as given, Balasar said with a dismissive wave. I don't care what you say or do, Captain. I care what you think.
Sinja felt a genuine smile blooming on his lips. When he laughed, Balasar laughed with him.
Well, Sinja said, as long as we're agreed on all that. Go ahead, convince me that you're going to prevail against the poets.
They talked for what seemed like the better part of the evening. Outside, the storm slackened, the clouds broke. By the time a servant boy came to light the lanterns, a moon so full it seemed too heavy to rise glowed in the indigo sky. Gnats and midges buzzed through the open windows, ignored by both men as they discussed Balasar's intentions and strategies. The general was open and forthcoming and honest, and with every unfolding scheme, Sinja understood that his life was worth whatever Balasar Gisei said it was worth. It was up to him to convince the general that letting him live after he'd heard all this wouldn't be a mistake. It was a clever tactic, all the more so because once Sinja understood the trick, it lost none of its power. Afterward, armsmen escorted him to a small, well-appointed bedchamber with windows too narrow to crawl out and a bar on the outside of the door. Sinja lay in the bed, listening to the nearly inaudible hiss and tick of the candle flame. His body felt poorly attached, likely to slip free of his mind at any moment. Light-headed, he washed his face in cold water, cracked his knuckles, anything to bring his mind to something real and immediate, something the Galtic general had not just torn away. It was as if he had fallen into a nightmare, or woken to something worse than one. He felt as if he'd just watched a man he knew well die by violence. The Galt's plan would end the world he had known, if it worked, and in his bones he knew it would. The hours passed, the night seeming to stretch on without end. Sinja paced his room, or sat or lay sleepless on the bed, remembering the illness he had felt after his first battle. This was the same disease, back again. But the more he thought about it, the more his mind tracked across the maps he and the general had considered, the more his conviction grew. The turncoat poet and the army were only a part of it, in some ways the least. It was the general's audacity and certainty and caution. It was the force of his personality. Sinja had seen commanders and wardens and kings, and he could tell the sort that fated themselves to lose. Balasar Gisei was going to win. And so, Sinja supposed with a sense of genuine regret, the right thing was to work for him. 6. The poet's house was warm, the scent of trees thick in the air. The false dawn, prolonged by the mountains to the east, had just come, the sun making its way above the peaks to bathe the world in light. Through the open door, Maati could hear the songs of birds deep in the yearly quest to draw mates to their nests. The dances and parties of the Utkayem were much the same. Who had the loveliest plumage, the more enticing song? There were fewer differences between men and birds than men liked to confess. He sat on a couch, watching Samai at one side of the small table and Stone Made Soft at the other. Between them was the game board with its worn lines and stones. The game had been central to the binding Manat Doru had performed generations ago that first brought Stone Made Soft into existence, and as part of the legacy he bore, Samai had to play the game again, white stones moving forward against the black, as a reaffirmation of his control over the spirit. Fortunately, Manat Doru had also made Stone Made Soft a terrible player. Samai tapped his fingertips against the wood and shifted a black stone in the center of the board toward the left. Stone Made Soft frowned, its wide face twisted in concentration. "No word yet," Samai said. "It's early days, though." "What do you think he'll do?" Ma'ati asked.
"I'm trying to think, please,"
the Ondat rumbled. They ignored it. Samai leaned back in his seat. The years had treated him kindly. The fresh-faced, talented young man Ma'ati had met when he first came to Machi was still there. If there was the first dusting of gray in the boy's hair, if the lines at the corners of his mouth were deeper now, and less prone to vanish when he relaxed, it did nothing to take away from the easy smile or the deep-grounded sense of self that Samai had always had. And even the respect he had had for Ma'ati, no longer a dread-touched awe, but still profound in its way, had never failed with familiarity. "I'm afraid he'll do the thing," Samai said. "I suppose I'm also afraid that he won't. There's not a good solution." "He could take a middle course," Ma'ati said. "Demand that the gods hand back Ria'an on the threat of taking action. If the Daikwo tells them that he knows, it might be enough." The Ondat lifted a thick-fingered hand, gently touched a white stone, and slid it forward with a hiss. Samai glanced over, considered, and pushed the black stone he'd moved before back into the space it had come from. The Ondat coughed in frustration and set its head on balled fists, staring at the board. "It's odd," Samai said. "There was a time when I was at the school, before I'd even taken the black robes, so early on, there was a pigeon that had taken up residence in my cohort's rooms. Nasty thing, it would flap around through the air and drop feathers and shit on us all, and every time we waved it outside, it would come back. Then one day, one of the boys got lucky. He threw a boot at the poor thing and broke its wing. Well, we knew we were going to have to kill it. Even though it had been nothing but annoyance and filth, it was hard to break its neck." "Were you the one that did it?" Ma'ati asked. Samai took a pose of acknowledgement. "It felt like this," the younger poet said. "I won't enjoy this, if it's what we do." The Ondat looked up from the board.
"Has it ever struck you people how arrogant you are?"
it asked, huge hands taking an attitude of query that bordered on accusation.
"You're talking of slaughtering a nation. Thousands of innocent people destroyed. Lands made barren. Mountains leveled and the sea pulled up over them like a blanket. And you're feeling sorry for yourself that you had to wring a bird's neck as a boy? How can anyone have feelings that delicate and that numbed both at the same time?"
"It's your move," Samai said. Stone Made Soft sighed theatrically. It had no need for breath, so every sigh it made was a comment, and turned back toward the game. It was essentially over. The Ondat had lost again, as it always did, but they played to the last move, finishing the ritual humiliation once again. "We're off to the north," Samai said as he put the stones back into their trays. "There's a new vein the Rada'ani want to explore, but I'm not convinced it's possible. Their engineers are swearing that the structure won't collapse. Those mountains are getting near lacework." 8 generations is a long time, Ma'ati agreed. "Even without help, the mines would have become a maze by now." "I fear the day an earthquake comes," Samai said as he stood and stretched. "One shake, and half those mountains will fold up flat, I'd swear it." "Then I suppose we'd have to spend months digging up the bodies," Ma'ati said.
"Not really,"
the Ondat said. Its voice was placid again, now that the game was ended.
"If we make it soft enough, the bodies will float up through it. If stone is water, almost anything floats. We could have a whole field of stone, flat as a lake. with mind dogs and men popping up out of it like bubbles."
"What a pleasant thought," Samai said, gently sarcastic. "And here I was wondering why we weren't invited to more dinners. And you, Maati Klo, what's your day?"
"More work in the library," Maati said. "I want the place in order. If the Dai Quo calls for me—"
"He will," Samai said. "You can count on that."
"If he does, I want the place left in order. A sane order that someone else could make sense of. Ba'arath had the thing put together like a puzzle. Took me 3 years just to make sense of it. And even then, some of it I just went through book by book and made my own classifications."
"Well, he had a different opinion than yours," Samai said. "He wanted the library to be a place to bury secrets, not display them. It was how he made himself feel as if he mattered. I don't suppose I can blame him too much for that."
"I suppose not,"
Maati agreed. The 3 of them walked along the wooded path that led to the palaces of the Kai. The stone towers of Machi rose high above the city, bright with the light of morning, and the smoke of the forges plumed up from the metalworkers' district in the south. Maati kept company with Samai and Stone Made Soft as far as the compound of House Rada'ani, where a litter and a donkey were waiting. They took poses of farewell, even the Andat, and Maati sat on the steps of the compound to watch them lumber away to the north. In the days since he, Ota, and Liat had broken the news to Samai, Maati had found himself less and less able to do his work. The familiar stacks and shelves and galleries of the library were uncomforting. The songs of the singing slaves in the garden seemed to pull at him when he caught a phrase of their melodies. He found himself seeking out food when he wasn't hungry, wine when he had no thirst. He walked the streets of the city and the paths of the palaces more than he had in living memory, and even when his knees ached, he found himself unconsciously rising to pace the rooms of his apartments. Restless. He had become restless. In part it was the knowledge that Liat and Nai'it were in the city, in the palaces even. At any time he could seek them out, invite them to eat with him or talk with him. Nai'it, whom he had not known since the boy was shorter than little Danat was now. Liat, whose breath and body he had once said he would never be whole without. They were here at last. In part it was the anticipation of a courier from the Dai Quo, whether about his own work or Liat's case against the Galts. And of the two he found the Galtic issue the lesser. Liat's argument was enough to convince him that they did have a rogue poet, but the chances that he would bind a new Andat seemed remote. There in the middle of Galt without references, without the Dai Quo or his fellow poets to work through the fine points of the binding, the most likely thing was that the man would try, fail, and die badly. It was a problem that would solve itself. And if the Dai Quo took Liat's view and turned the Andat loose against Galt, the chances of tragedy coming to the cities of the Kayem was even less. No, his unease came more from the prospect of his own success. He had lived so long as a failure that the prospect of success disturbed him. He knew that his heart should have been singing. He should have been drunk with pride. And yet he found himself waking in the night, knotted with anger. In the darkness of his room he would wake with the night candle over half-burned, and stare at the netting above his bed, as it shifted in barely felt draughts. The targets of his rage seemed to shift. One night he might wake with a list of the wrongs done him by Liat, the next with the conviction that he had suffered insult at the hands of Ota or the Dai Quo. With the coming of dawn, the fit would pass, insubstantial as a dream, the complaints that had haunted him in darkness thin as cheesecloth in the light. And still, he was restless. He made his way slowly through the palaces and out to the city itself. The black cobbled streets were alive with people. Carts of vegetables and early berries wound from the low towns toward the markets in the center of the city. Lambs on rough hemp leads trotted in ignorance toward the butcher's stalls. And wherever he went, a path was made for him. People took poses of respect and welcome, and he returned them by habit. He paused at a cart and bought a meal of hot peppered beef and sweet onions wrapped in waxed paper. The young man running the cart refused to accept his length of copper, another small amenity granted to the other poet of Machi. Maati took a pose of thanks as best he could with one hand full of the food. The towers of Machi seemed to touch the lowest clouds. It had been years since Maati had gone up one of the great towers. He remembered the platform swaying, its great arm-thick chains clanking against the stones as he rose. That far above the city, he had felt he was looking out from a mountain peak. The valley spread below so vast he'd imagined he could almost see the ocean. Not remotely truth, but what it felt like all the same. Looking at the towers now, he remembered what Samai had said. If there was an earthquake, the towers would certainly fall. For an instant he imagined the stones pattering down in a deadly rain, the long, slumped piles of rabble that would lie where they fell, the corpses of giants. He shook himself, pushing the darkness away, and turned back toward the palaces. He wondered as he trundled toward the library where Naiit was today. He had seen the boy, a man old enough to have a child of his own, and still in Maati's mind a boy, several times since his arrival. Dinners, dances, formal meetings. They had not yet had a conversation as father and son. Maati wondered whether he wanted them to, or if the reminder of what might have been would be too uncomfortable for them both. Perhaps he could track the boy down, show him through the city for a day, or through the tunnels. There were a few tea-houses still in business down in their winter quarters. That was the sort of thing only a local would know. Maybe the boy would be interested. He paused as he rounded the slow curving path toward the library. Two forms were sitting on its wide stone steps, but neither of them was Naiit. The older, rounder woman wore robes of seafoam green embroidered with yellow. Liat's hair was still as dark as when she'd been a girl sitting beside him on a cart, leaving Sadeket behind them. Her head still took the same just-off angle when she was speaking to someone to whom she was trying especially to be kind. The younger looked thin and coltish beside her. Her robes were deep blue shot with white, and Aya had her hair up, held in place with thick silvered pins that glittered even from here. She was the first to catch sight of him, and her thin arm rose, waving him nearer. He was too thick about the belly these days to trot, or he would have. "We've been waiting for you," Aya said as he drew near. Her tone was accusing. Liat glanced up at him, amused.
"I was seeing Samai off on his journey," Maati said. "He's going to the Radaani mines in the north. A new vein, I think. But I did take the longer way back. If I'd known you were waiting, I'd have been here sooner."
Aya considered this, and then without word or gesture visibly accepted the apology. "We've been talking about marriage," Liat said.
"Did you know that Liat-cha never got married to anyone? Naiit's her son. She had a baby, but she's never been wed."
"Well, the two things aren't perfectly related, you know,"
Maati began, but Aya rolled her eyes and took a pose that unasked the question.
"Aya-cha and I were going to the High Gardens. I've packed some bread and cheese. We thought you might care to join us." "You've already eaten," Aya said, pointing to the waxed paper in his hand.
"This?"
Maati said.
"No, I was feeding this to the pigeons. Wait a moment, I'll get a jug of wine and some bowls."
"I'm old enough to drink wine,"
Aya said.
3 bowls, then," Maati said. "Just give me a moment."
He walked back to his apartments, feeling something very much like relief. The afternoon trapped with old scrolls and codices, books and frail maps was banished. He was saved from it. He threw the waxed paper with the remaining onions into a corner where the servants would clean it, took a thick earthenware jug of wine off his shelves, and dropped 3 small wine bowls into his sleeve. On his way back out to the steps, where he was certain no one could see him, he trotted. Danat's cough had returned. Ota had filled his day playing Kai Machi. He had reviewed the preparations for the grand audience he was already past due holding. There was an angry letter from the Kai Tansadar asking for an explanation of Ota's decision not to take his youngest daughter as one of his wives, that he responded to with as much aplomb as he could muster. His master of stone, responsible for keeping the books of the city, had discovered that 2 of the forms from which silver lengths were struck had been tampered with, and reported the progress of his investigation into the matter. The widow of Adayet Kamau demanded an audience, insisting again that her husband had been murdered, and demanding justice in his name. The priests asked for money for the temple and the procession of the beasts. A young playwright, son of Oyad Hao of House Hao, had composed an epic in the honor to the Kai Machi and asked permission to perform it. Permission and funding. The representative of the tinsmiths petitioned for a just distribution of coal, as the ironworkers had been taking more than their share. The ironworkers explaining that they worked iron, not sneering and smiling as if Ota would understand, tin. And on, and on, and on, until Ota was more than half tempted to grab a passing servant, put him on the black lacquer chair, and let the city take its chances. And at the end, with all the weight of the city and the impending death of Galt besides, the thing that he could not face was that Danat's cough had returned. The nursery glowed by the light of the candles. Kian sat on the raised bed, talking softly to their son. Great iron statues of strange, imagined beasts had been kept in the fire grates all day, and pulled out when night fell, and as he quietly walked forward, Ota could feel the heat radiating from them. The physician's assistant, a young man with a serious expression, took a respectful pose, and walked quietly from the room, leaving the family alone. Ota stepped up to the bedside. Danat's eyes, half closed in drowse, shifted toward him, and a smile touched Ota's mouth.
"I got sick again, Papa Kya,"
he said. His voice was rough and low, the familiar sign of a hard day.
"Don't talk, sweet,"
Kian said, smoothing Danat's forehead with the tips of her fingers.
"You'll start it again."
"Yes," Ota said, sitting across from his wife, taking his son's hand.
"I heard. But you've been sick before, and you've gotten better. You'll get better again. It's good for boys to be a bit ill when they're young. It gets all the hardest parts out of the way early. Then they can be strong old men."
"Tell me a story?"
Danat asked. Ota took a breath, his mind grasping for a children's story. He tried to recall being in this room himself, or one like it. He had been when he'd been Danat's age. Someone had held him when he'd been ill, had told him stories to distract him. But everything in his life before he'd been disowned and sent to the school existed in the blur of half-memory and dream.
"Papa Kya's tired, sweet,"
Kian said.
"Let Mama tell you about—"
"No!"
Danat cried, his face pulling in, mouth tight, brows thunderously low.
"I want Papa Kya."
"It's all right," Ota said. "I'm not so tired I can't tell my boy a story."
Kian smiled at him, her eyes amused and apologetic both, as if to say,
"I tried to spare you."
"Once, back before the Empire, when the world was very new,"
Ota said, then paused.
There was a goat."
The goat, whose name was coincidentally also Danat, went on to meet a variety of magical creatures and have long, circuitous conversations to no apparent point or end, until Ota saw his son's eyes shut and his breath grow deep and steady. Kian rose and silently snuffed all but the night candle. The room filled with the scent of spent wicks. Ota let go of his son's hand and quietly pulled the netting closed. In the near darkness, Danat's eyelids seemed darker, smudged with coal. His skin was smooth and brown as eggshell. Kian touched Ota's shoulder and motioned with her gaze to the door. He laced his fingers in hers, and together they walked to the hallway. The physician's assistant sat on a low stool, a bowl of rice and fish in his hands.
"I will be here for the night, Most High,"
the assistant said as Ota paused before him. "My teacher expects that the boy will sleep soundly, but if he wakes, I will be here." Ota took a pose expressing gratitude. It was a humbling thing for a Kai to do before a servant, even one as skilled as this. The physician's assistant bowed deeply in response. The walk to their own rooms was a short one, down one hallway, up a wide flight of stairs worked in marble and silver, and then the gauntlet of their own servants. The evening's meal was set out for them: quail glazed with pork fat and honey, pale bread with herbed butter, fresh trout, iced apples. More food than any two people could eat. "It isn't in his chest," Kian said as she lifted the trout's pale flesh from delicate, translucent bones. "His color is always good. His lips never blew at all. The physician didn't hear any water when he breathes, and he could blow up a pig's bladder as well as I could."
"And all that's good?" Ota said. "He can't run across a room without coughing until his head aches."
"All that's better than the alternative," Kian said. "They don't know what it is. They give him teas that make him sleep and hope that his body's wise enough to mend itself."
"This has been going on too long. It's been almost a year since he was really well."
"I know it," Kian said, and the weariness in her voice checked Ota's frustration. "Really, love, I'm quite clear."
"I'm sorry, Kian-ya," he said. "It's just—"
He shook his head. "Hard feeling powerless?" she said gently. Ota nodded. Kian sighed softly, a sympathy for his pain. Then, "A goat?"
It was what came to mind.
After the meal, after their hands had been washed for them in silver bowls, after Ota had suffered yet another change of robes, Kian kissed him and retreated to her rooms. Ota stepped down from his palace, instructed the retinue of servants that he wished to be left alone, and made his way west, toward the library. The sun had long since slipped behind the mountains, but the sky remained a bright gray, the clouds touched with rose and gold. Spring would soon give way to summer, the long, bright days and brief nights. Still, it was not so early in the season that lanterns didn't glow from the windows that he passed. Stars glittered in the east as the night rose. The library itself was dark, but candles burned in Ma'ati's apartments, and Ota made his way down the path. Voices came to him, raised in laughter, a man's and a woman's, and both familiar as memory. They sat on chairs set close together. In the yellow candlelight, Ma'ati's cheeks looked rosy. Liat's hair had escaped its bun, locks of it tumbling across her brow, down the curve of her neck. The air smelled of mulling spices and wine, and Aya lay on a couch, one long thin arm cast over her eyes. Liat's eyes went wide when she caught sight of him, and Ma'ati turned toward the door to see what had startled her.
"Motakwo," he said, waving him forward.
Come in, it's my fault.
"I've kept your daughter too long. I should have sent her home sooner.
I wasn't thinking."
"Not at all," Ota said, stepping in. "I've come for your help, actually."
Ma'ati took a pose of query. His hands were not perfectly steady, and Liat stifled a giggle. Both of them were more than a little drunk. A bowl of warmed wine sat on the edge of the brazier, a silver serving cup hooked to the rim. Ota glanced at it, and Ma'ati waved him on. There were no bowls, so Ota drank from the serving cup.
"What can I do, Most High?"
Ma'ati asked, with a grin that was for the most part friendly.
"I need a book, something with children's stories in it, fables or light epics, history if it's well enough written. The Nut's asking me to tell stories, and I don't really know any."
Liat chuckled and shook her head, but Ma'ati nodded in understanding. Ota sat beside his sleeping daughter while Ma'ati considered. The wine was rich and deep, and the spices alone made Ota's head swim a little.
"What about the one from the dancer's court?" Liat said. "The one with the stories about the half-Bhakta boy who intrigued for the emperor."
Ma'ati pursed his lips.
They're a bit bloody, some of them, he said.
Donat's a boy. He'll love them. Besides, you read them to Naiet without any lasting damage, Liat said. Those and the Green Book, the one that was all political allegories where people turned into light or sank into the ground.
The Silk Hunter's Dreams, Maati said. That's a thought. I have a copy of that one, too, where I can put my hand on it. Only, Wathakvo, don't tell him the one with the crocodile. Naietkia wouldn't sleep for days after I told him that one.
I'll trust you, Ota said.
Wait,
Maati said, and with a grunt he pulled himself to standing.
You two stay here. I'll be back with it in 3 heartbeats.
An uncomfortable silence fell on Ota and Liat. Ota turned to consider Eia's sleeping face. Liat shifted in her chair.
She's a lovely girl,
Liat said softly.
We spent the day together, the 3 of us, and I was sure she'd wear us thin by the end of it. Still, we're the ones that lasted longest, huh?
She doesn't have a head for wine yet,
Ota said.
We didn't give her wine, Liat said, then chuckled. Well, not much, anyway.
If the worst she does is sneak away to drink with the pair of you, I'll be the luckiest man alive,
Ota said. As if hearing him, Eia sighed in her sleep and shifted away, pressing her face to the cushions.
She looks like her mother, Liat said. Her face is that same shape. The eyes are your color, though. She'll be stunning when she's older. She'll break hearts. But I suppose they all do. Ours, if no one else's.
Ota looked up. Liat's expression had darkened, the shadows of lantern light gathering on the curves of her face. It had been another lifetime, it seemed, when Ota had first known her. Only 4 years older than Eia was now, and he'd been younger than Naiit. Babies, it seemed, too young to know what they were doing, or how precarious the world truly was. It hadn't seemed that way at the time, though. Ota remembered it all with a terrible clarity.
You're thinking of Sareket,
she said.
Was it that obvious?
Yes,
Liat said.
How much have you told them about what happened?
Kian knows everything. A few others.
They know how Seedless was freed, and Hishikro, how he was killed?
For a sick moment, Ota was back in the filthy room, in the stink of mud and raw sewage from the alley. He remembered the ache in his arms. He remembered the struggle as the old poet fought for air with the cord biting into his throat. It had seemed the right thing then, even to Hishai. The Andat, Seedless, had come to Ota with the plan, aid in Hishikro's suicide, for in many ways that was what it had been, and Liat would be saved. Maati would be saved. 1,000 Galtic babies would stay safely in their mothers' wombs. The power of the Andat never turned against them. Ota wondered when things had changed, when he had stopped being someone who would kill a good man to protect the innocent and become willing to let a nation die if it meant protecting his own. Likely it had been the moment he'd first seen Eia squirming on Kian's breast.
Do you know?
Ota asked.
How it happened, I mean?
Only guesses,
Liat said.
If you wanted to tell me.
Thank you,
Ota said with a sigh.
But maybe it's best to leave that buried. It's all finished now, and there's no undoing any of it.
Perhaps you're right.
We will need to talk about Naiit,
Ota said.
Not now, not with...
He nodded to the sleeping girl.
I understand,
Liat said, and brushed her hair back from her eyes.
I don't mean any harm, Dani. I wouldn't hurt you or your family. I didn't come here. I wouldn't have come here if I hadn't had to.
The door swung open, a gust of cool air coming from it, and Maati stood triumphantly in the frame. He held a small book bound in blue silk, as if it were a trophy of war.
Got the bastard,
he said, and walked over to Ota, presenting it over one arm like a sword.
For you, Most High, and your son.
Over Maati's shoulder, Ota could see Liat look away. Ota only took the book, adopted a pose of thanks, and turned to gently shake Eia's shoulder. She grunted, her brow furrowing.
"It's time to come home, Eia, Kya," Ota said. "Come along."
"Awake,"
Eia protested, but slowly. Rubbing her eyes with the back of one hand, she rose. They said their good nights, and Ota led his daughter out, closing the door to Ma'ati's apartments behind them. The night had grown cool, and the stars had occupied the sky like a conquering army. Ota laid his arm across Eia's shoulder, hers under it, around his ribs. She leaned into him as they walked. Night-blooming flowers scented the air, soft as rain. They were just coming in sight of the entrance of the first palace when Eia spoke, her voice still abstracted with sleep.
"Naiit Cha's yours, isn't he, Papa Kya?"
Liat woke in dim moonlight. The night candle had gone out, or else they hadn't bothered to light it. She couldn't recall which. Beside her, Ma'ati mumbled something in his sleep, as he always had. Liat smiled at the dim profile on the pillow beside her. He looked younger in sleep, the lines of his mouth softened, the storm at his brow calmed. She resisted the urge to caress his cheek, afraid to wake him. She had taken lovers in the years since she'd returned to Sadeket, a half-dozen or so, each a man whose company she had enjoyed, and all of whom she could remember fondly. She thought sometimes that she'd reversed the way women were intended to love. Butterfly flirtations, flitting from one man to another, taking none seriously, were best kept by the young. Had she taken her casual lovers as a girl, they would have been exciting and new, and she would have known too little to notice that they were empty. Instead, Liat had lost her heart twice before she'd seen 20 summers. And if those loves were gone, even this one, sleeping now at her side, the memory of them was there. Once she had told herself the world was nothing if she didn't have a man who loved her, a man of importance and beauty, a man whom she might, through her gentle guidance, save. She had been another woman then, and who, she wondered, had she become now? She rose quietly, parting the netting, and stepped out onto the cool floor. She found her outer robe and wrapped it around herself. Her inner robes and her sandals she could reclaim tomorrow. Now she wanted her own bed, and pillows less thick with memories. She slipped out the door, pulling it closed behind her. So far north, and without an ocean to hold the warmth of the day, Machi's nights were cold, even now with spring at its height. Goose-flesh rose on her legs and arms, her belly and breasts, as she trotted along the wide, darkened paths to the apartments that Hitani, or Ota, or the Kai-Machi had given to her and her son. More than a week had passed since he had come to Ma'ati's apartments, gathering up a children's book and a daughter halfway to womanhood, and leaving behind a lasting unease. Liat had not spoken with him since, but the dread of the coming conversation weighed heavy. As Naiit had grown, she'd seen nothing in him but himself. Even when people swore that the boy had her eyes, her mouth, her way of sighing, she'd never seen it. Perhaps when there was no space between a mother and her child, the sameness becomes invisible. Perhaps it merely seemed normal. She would have admitted that her son looked something like his father. It was only in seeing them together, seeing the simple, powerful knowing in Ota's wife's expression, that Liat understood the depth of her error in letting Naiit come. And with that came her understanding of how it could not be undone. Her first impulse had been to send him away at once, to hide him again the way a child caught with a forbidden sweet might stuff it away into a sleeve, as if unseen now might somehow mean never seen at all. Only the years of running her house had counseled her otherwise. The situation was what it was. Attempting any subterfuge would only make the Kai wary, and his unease might mean Naiit's death. As long as her son lived, he posed a threat to Danat, and she knew enough to understand that a babe held from its first breath meant something that a man full-grown never could. If Ota were forced to choose, Liat had no illusions what that choice would be. And so she prepared herself, prepared her arguments and her negotiating strategies, and told herself it would end well. They were all together, allies against the Gaults. There would be no need. She told herself there would be no need. At her apartments no candles were lit, but a fire burned in the grate, old pine rich with sap that popped and hissed and filled the air with its scent. When she entered, her son looked up from the flames and took a pose of welcome, gesturing to a divan beside him. Liat hesitated, surprised by a sudden embarrassment, then gathered her sense of humor and sat beside him. He smelled of wine and smoke, and his robes hung as loose on him as her own did on her.
"You've been to the tea-houses," Liat said, trying to keep any note of disapproval from her voice.
"You've been with my father,"
he replied.
"I've been with Ma'ati,"
Liat said, as if it were an agreement and not a correction. Naiit leaned forward and took up a length of iron, prodding the burning logs. Sparks rose and vanished like fireflies.
"I haven't been able to see him,"
Naiit said.
"We've been here weeks now, and he hasn't come to speak with me. And every time I go to the library, he's gone, or he's with you. I think you're trying to keep us from each other."
Liat raised her eyebrows and ran her tongue across the inside of her teeth, weighing the coppery taste that sprang to her mouth, thinking what it meant. She coughed.
"You aren't wrong," she said at last. "I'm not ready for it. Ma'ati's not who he was back then."
"So instead of letting us face each other and see what it is we see, you've decided to start up an affair with him and take all his time and attention."
There was no rancor in his voice, only sadness and amusement.
"It doesn't seem the path of wisdom, Mother."
"Well, not when you say it that way," Liat said. "I was thinking of it as coming to know him again before the conflict began. I did love him, you know."
"And now?"
"And still, I still love him, in my fashion," Liat said, her voice rueful. "I know I'm not what he wants. I'm not the person he wants me to be, and I doubt I ever have been, truly. But we enjoy each other. There are things we can say to each other that no one else would understand. They weren't there, and we were. And he's such a little boy. He's carried so much and been so disappointed, and there's still the possibility in him of this joy. I can't explain it."
"If I ask you as a favor, will you let me know him as well? We may not actually fight like pit dogs if you let us in the same room together, and if there's conflict at all, it's between us, not you."
Liat opened her mouth, closed it, shook her head. She sighed.
"Of course," she said. "Of course, I'm sorry. I've been an old hen, and I'm sorry for it, but I know it's not a trade. We aren't negotiating, not really, but Naiit Kya, you can't say you haven't been with a woman since we've come here. You didn't choose to go south, even when I asked you to. Sweet, is it so bad at home?"
"Bad?"
he said, speaking slowly, as if tasting the word.
"I don't know. No, not bad, only not good. And yes, I know I haven't been keeping to my own bed. Do you think my darling wife has been keeping to hers?"
Liat's mind turned, searching for words, making sense as best she could of what he had asked, and what he had meant by it. It was true enough that Tai had come into the world at an odd time, but he was a first child, and wombs weren't made to be certain. She rushed through her memory, looking for signs she might have missed, suggestions back in their lives inside Aquest that would have pointed at some venomous question,
and slowly she began, if not to understand, then at least to guess. "You think he isn't yours?" she said. "You think Tai is another man's child?"
"Nothing like that,"
Naiet said.
"It's only that you can make a child from love, or from anger, or inattention, or only from not knowing what better to do. A baby isn't proof of anything between the father and mother beyond a few moments' pressure."
"It isn't the child's fault."
"No, I suppose not,"
Naiet said.
"This is why you came, then? To Nantani and then up here? To be away from them?"
"I came because I wanted to. Because it was the world, and when was I going to see it again? Because you wanted someone to carry your bags and wave off dogs. It was only partly that I couldn't stay. And then when you were going to see him, Maaticha, how could I not come along for that, too? The chance to see my father again. I remember him, you know. I do. From when I was small, I remember a day we were all in the small hut. There was an iron stove, and it was raining, and you were singing while he bathed me. I don't know when that was. I can't put a time on it. But I remember his face."
"You would have known him if you'd seen him in passing. You'd have known who he was."
Naiet took a pose of affirmation. He pursed his lips and chuckled ruefully.
"I don't know what it is to be a father. I'm only working from—"
"Naiet kya?"
came a voice from the shadows behind them, a soft feminine voice.
"Is everything well?"
She stepped toward the light. A young woman, 20 summers, perhaps as many as 22. She wore bedding tied around her waist, her breasts bare, her hair still wild from the pillows.
"Ja'aya-cha, this is my mother. Mother, Ja'aya Biavu."
The girl blanched, then flushed. She took a pose of welcome, not bothering to cover herself, but her gaze was on Naiet. It spoke of both humiliation and contempt. Naiet didn't look at her. The woman turned and stalked away.
"That wasn't kind,"
Liat said.
"Very little of what she and I do involves kindness,"
He said.
"I don't expect I'll see her again, by which I mean I don't suppose she'll see me."
"Is she politically connected? If her family is Udkayem?"
"I don't think she is,"
Naiet said, his face in his hands. It was hard to be sure in the firelight, but she thought the tips of his ears were blushing.
"I suppose I should have asked."
He struggled for a moment, trying to speak and failing. His brow furrowed, and Liat had to resist the urge to reach over and smooth it with her thumb, the way she had when he'd been a babe.
"I'm sorry,"
he said.
"You know that I'm sorry."
"For what?"
she asked, her voice low and stern, as if there were any number of things for which he might be.
"For not being a better man,"
he said. The fire popped, as if in comment. Liat took her son's hand, and for a long moment they were silent. Then,
"I don't care what you do with your marriage, Naiet kya. If you don't love her, end it. Or if you don't trust her, as you see fit. People come together and they part. It's what we do. But the boy, you can't leave the boy. That isn't fair."
"It's what Maaticha did to us."
"No,"
Liat said, giving his hand the smallest pressure and then releasing it.
"We left him."
Naiet turned to her slowly, his hands folding into a pose that asked confirmation. It was as if the words were too dangerous to speak.
"I left him,"
Liat said.
"I took you when you were still a babe, and I was the one to leave him."
She saw a moment's shock in his expression, gone as fast as it had come. His face went grave, his hands as still as stones, as still as a man bending his will to keep them still.
"Why?"
he asked. His voice was low and thready.
"Oh, love, it was so long ago. I was someone else then,"
she said, and knew as she said it that it wasn't enough.
I did because he was only half there, and because I couldn't see to all of his needs and all of yours, and have no one there to look after me.
It was better without him?
I thought it would be. I thought I was cutting my losses, and then later, when I wasn't so certain any more, I convinced myself it had been the right thing, just so I could tell myself I hadn't been wrong. He was shaken, though he tried to cover it. She knew him too well to be fooled. He wasn't there, Naiet, but he never left you.
And part of me never left him, she thought. What would the world have been if I had chosen otherwise? Where would we all be now if that part of him and of me had been enough, still in that little hut in the low town near the Dai Quo? Would they all have lived together in the library these past years, as Maati had? Those other ghost-like people made a pretty dream, but then there would have been no one to hear of the Galts and the missing poet, no one to travel to Nantani, and little Tai would not have been born, and she would never have seen Amat Kyaan again. Someone else would have been with the old woman when she died, someone else or no one, and Liat would never have taken House Kyaan, would never have proven herself competent to the world and to her own satisfaction. It was too much. The changes, the differences were too great to think of as good or as bad. The world they had now was too much itself, good and evil too tightly woven to wish for some other path. And still it would be wrong to say she found herself without regrets.
Maati loves you, she said softly. You should see him. I won't interfere again. But first, you should go tend to your guest, smooth things over.
Naiet nodded, and then a moment later he smiled. It was the same charming smile she'd known when she was a girl, and it had been on different lips. Naiet would charm the girl, say something sweet and funny, and the pain would be forgotten for a time. He was his father's son. Son of the Kai Machi, eldest son, and doomed to the fratricidal struggle of succession that stained every city in each generation. She wondered how far Ota would go to avoid that, to keep his boy safe from her schemes. That conversation had to come, and soon. Perhaps it would be best if she took it to the Kai herself, if she stopped waiting for him to find a right moment. Naiet took a querying pose, and Liat shook herself. She waved his concern away.
I'm tired, she said. I've come all this way back to have my own bed to myself, and I'm still not in it. I'm too old to sleep in a lover's arms. They twitch and snore and keep me awake all night.
They do, don't they?
Naiet said.
Does it get better, do you think? With enough time? Would you be so accustomed to it, you'd sleep through?
I don't know, Liat said. I've never made the attempt.
Like mother, like son, I suppose,
Naiet said as he rose. He bent and kissed the crown of her head before he retreated back into the shadows. Like mother, like son. Liat pulled her robe tighter and sat near the fire, as if touched by a sudden chill. 7. The jeweler was a small man, squat but broad. To his credit, he seemed truly ill at ease. It took courage, Ota thought as he listened, to bring a matter such as this before a Kai. He wondered how many others had seen something of the sort and looked away. Any merchant has to expect some losses from theft, and after all, she was the daughter of the Kai. When it was over, and it seemed to take half a day, though it couldn't have lasted more than half a hand, Ota thanked the man, ordered that payment be made to him, and waited calm and emotionless until the servants and court followers had gone. Only the body servants remained, half a dozen men and women of the Utkayam who dedicated their lives to bringing him a cracker if he felt like one, or a cup of limed water.
Find Aya and take her to the Blue Chamber. Bring her under guard if you have to.
Under guard? The eldest of the servants said. No, don't. Just bring her. See that she gets there.
Most high, the man said, taking a pose that accepted the command.
Ota rose and walked out of the room without replying. He stalked the halls of the palace, ignoring the Master of Tides and his ineffectual flapping papers, ignoring the poses of obeisance and respect turned to him wherever he went, looking only for Kian. The rest of these people were unimportant. He found her in the great kitchens, standing beside the chief cook with a dead chicken in her hands. The cook, a woman of not less than 60 summers who had served Ota's father and grandfather, met his eyes and went pale. He wondered belatedly how many times the previous Khayyam of Machi had visited their kitchens, great or low.
"What's happened?" Kian asked, instead of a greeting.
"Not here," Ota said. His wife nodded, passed the bird's carcass back to the cook, and followed Ota to their rooms. As calmly as he could, Ota related the audience. Eya and 2 of her friends, Talit Radaani and Joyen Pak, had visited a jeweler's shop in the goldsmith's quarter. Eya had stolen a brooch of emerald and pearl. The jeweler and his boy had seen it, had come to the court asking for payment.
"He was quite polite about the whole thing,"
Ota said.
"He cast it as a mistake. Eya-cha, in her girlish flights of attention, forgot to arrange for payment. He was sorry to bother me with it, but he hadn't been sure who I would prefer such issues be taken to, and on and on and on. Gods!"
"How much was it?" Kian asked.
3 lengths of gold, Ota said. "Not that it matters. I've got the whole city to put on for taxes and 1,000 bits of jewelry in boxes that no one's worn in lifetimes. She's a thief. She's going through the city taking whatever catches her eye, and—"
Ota ran out of words and had to make do with a rough, frustrated grunt. He threw himself down on a couch, shaking his head.
"It's my fault," he said. "I've been too busy with the court. I haven't been a decent father to her. All the time she's spent with the daughters of the Utkayem, playing idiot court games about who has the prettiest dress, or the most servants—"
"Or the highest marriage," Kian said.
Ota put his hand over his eyes. That was more than he could think about just now. How to correct his daughter, how to show her what she'd done wasn't right, how to try to be a father to her. Yes, that he could sit with. That it was too late, that she was already old enough to be another man's wife. That was too much to bear.
"It's a problem, love, yes," Kian said. "But sweet, she's 14 summers old. She stole a pretty thing to see if she could. It's not actually unusual. I was a year older than her when my father caught me sneaking apples off the back of a farmer's cart."
"And did he marry you off to the farmer in punishment?"
"I'm sorry I brought up the marriage. I only meant that Eya's world's no simpler than ours. It only seems that way from here. To her, it's just as confused and difficult as anything you deal with. She's only half a girl, and not quite half a woman."
Kian frowned. Her eyes were rueful and resigned, and she stretched her arms until the elbows cracked.
"My father made me apologize to the farmer and work for the man until I'd earned back twice the cost of what I'd taken. I don't know that's much guidance for us, though. I don't think any of these girls could do work worth 3 lengths of gold."
"So what do we do?"
"It doesn't matter, love. As long as she's clear that what she did didn't end the way she'd hoped, we'll have come as close as we can. I say restrict her from seeing Talit Radaani for a week's time, but that hardly seems equal to the stakes."
"She could assist the physicians," Ota said. "Carry out the night pans, wash dressings for the hurt. A week of that to pay back the city for what it bought her."
Kian chuckled.
"So long as she doesn't start enjoying it. She plays at being repulsed by blood because it's expected of her. I think at heart, there's nothing she'd like more than to cut a body apart and see how it's built. She'd have made a fine physician if she'd been born a bit lower."
They talked a bit longer, and Ota felt his rage and uncertainty fade. Kian's quiet, sane, thoughtful voice was the most soothing thing he knew. She was right. It wasn't strange, it wasn't a sign that Eya would grow up to be her Aunt Ida'an, scheming and killing and lying for the pleasure of it. It was a girl of 14 summers seeing how far she could go, and the answer was not so far as this. Ota kissed Kian before they left, his lips on her cheek. She smiled. There were crow's feet at the corners of her eyes now. White strands had shot her hair since she'd been young, but there were more now. Her eyes still glittered as they had when he'd met her in Udun, when she'd been the keep of a wayhouse, and he had been a courier. She seemed to sense his thoughts, and put her hand to his cheek.
"Shall we go be the troll-like, unfair, unfeeling, stupid, venal dispensers of unjust punishment?" she asked.
The blue chamber was wide and round, a table of white marble dominating it like a sheet of ice floating in a far northern sea. The windows looked out on the gardens through walls so thick that sparrows and grackles perched in the sills and pecked at the carved meshwork of the inner shutters. Aya had been pacing, but stopped when they came in. She looked from one to the other, trying for an innocence of expression that she couldn't quite reach.
"Come, sit,"
Kian said, gesturing to the table. Aya came forward as if against her will and sat in one of the carved wooden chairs. Her gaze darted between the two of them, her chin already beginning to slide forward.
"I understand you took something from a jeweler. A brooch,"
Ota said.
"Is that true?"
"Who told you that?"
"Is it true?"
Ota repeated, and his daughter looked down. When she frowned, the same small vertical line appeared between her brows that would sometimes show Kian's distress. Ota felt the passing urge to soothe her fears, but this wasn't the moment for comfort. He scowled until she looked up, then down again, and nodded. Kian sighed.
"Who told you?"
Aya asked again.
"It was Shoyen, wasn't it? She's jealous because Talit and I were—"
"You told us just now," Ota said. "That's all that matters."
Aya's lips closed hard. Kian took a turn, telling Aya that she'd done wrong, and they all knew it. Even she had to know that simply taking things wasn't right. They had paid her debt, but now she would have to make it good herself. They had decided that she would work with the physicians for a week, and if she didn't go, the physicians had instructions to send for—
"I'm not going to,"
Aya said.
"It's not fair. Talit Rada'ani sneaks things out of her father's warehouse all the time, and no one ever makes her do anything for it."
"I can see that changes,"
Ota said.
"Don't!"
Aya barked. The bird startled away, a flutter of wings that sounded like panic.
"Don't you dare! Talit will hate me forever if she thinks I'm making her— Papa Kya, please don't do that!"
"It might be wise,"
Kian said.
"All 3 girls were party to it."
You can't do that to me!"
Aya's eyes were wild. She pushed back the chair as she stood.
"I'll tell them Nai it's your son! I'll tell!"
Ota felt the air go out of the room. Aya's eyes went wide, aware that she had just done something worse than stealing a bauble, but unsure what it was. Only Kian seemed composed and calm. She smiled dangerously.
"Sit down, love," she said. "Please, sit."
Aya sat. Ota clasped his hands hard enough the knuckles ached. But there weren't words for the mix of guilt and shame and anger and sorrow. His heart was too many things at once. Kian didn't look at him when she spoke. Her gaze was on Aya.
"You will never repeat what you've just said to anyone. Nai Itcha is Liat's son by Ma'ati. Because if he isn't, if he's the thing you just said, then he will have to kill Danat, or Danat will have to kill him. And when that happens, the blood will be on your hands, because you could have prevented it and chose not to. Don't speak! I'm not finished. If any of the houses of the Utkayam thought Danat was not the one and only man who could take his father's place, some of them would start thinking of killing him themselves, in expectation of Nai Itcha favoring them once he became Kaimachi. I can't protect him from everyone in the city any more than I can protect him from air or his own body. You have done a wrong thing, stealing. And if you truly mean to hold your brother's life hostage to keep from being chastised for it, I would like to know that now.
Aya wept silently, shocked by the cold fire in Kian's voice. Ota felt as if he'd been slapped as well, as if he ought somehow to have known, all those years ago, in that distant city, that the consequences of taking his lover's bed would come back again to threaten everything he held dear. His daughter took a pose that begged her mother's forgiveness.
"I won't, Mama Kya. I won't say anything. Not ever."
"You'll apologize to the man you stole from, and you will go in the morning to the physician's house, and do whatever they ask of you. I will decide what to do about Talit and Shoyen."
"Yes, Mama Kya."
"You can leave now,"
Kian said, and looked away. Aya rose, silent except for the rough breath of tears, and left the room. The door closed behind her.
"I'm sorry."
"Don't," Kian said. "Not now. I can't. I don't want to hear it just now."
Ota rose and walked to the window. The sun was high, but the towers cast shadows across the city all the same, like trees above children. Far to the west, clouds were gathering over the mountains, towering white thunderheads with bases dark as a bruise. There would be a storm later. It would come. One of the sparrows returned, considered Ota once with each eye, and then flew away again.
"What would you ask me to do?"
Ota said. His voice was placid. No one would have known from the words how much pain lay behind them. No one except Kian.
"I can't unmake him. Should I have him killed?"
"How did Aya know?" Kian asked.
"She saw, or she guessed. She knew the way that you did."
"No one told her? Ma'ati or Liat or Naiet? None of them told her?"
"No."
"You're sure?"
"I am."
"Because if they did, if they're spreading it through the city that you have—"
"They aren't. I was there when she realized it. Only me, no one else."
Kian took a long, low, shuddering breath. If it had been otherwise, if someone had told Aya as part of a plan to spread word of Naiit's parentage, Kian would have asked him to have the boy killed. He wondered what he would have done. He wondered how he would have refused her.
"They'll leave the city as soon as we have word from the Dai Quo,"
Ota said.
"Either they'll go back to Sareket, or they'll go to the Dai Quo's village. Either way, they'll be gone from here."
"And if they come back?"
"They won't. I'll see to it. They won't hurt Danat, love. He's safe."
"He's ill. He's still coughing,"
Kian said. That was it too, of course. Seasons had come and gone, and Danat was still haunted by illness. It was natural for them, Kian and himself both, to bend themselves double to protect him from the dangers that they could, especially since there were so many so close over which they were powerless. It was part of why Ota had postponed for so long the conversation he was doomed to have with Liat Chokavi. But it was only part. Kian's chair scraped against the floor as she rose. Ota put his hand out to her, and she took it, stepping in close to him, her arms around him. He kissed her temple.
"Promise me this all ends well," she said. "Just tell me that."
"It will be fine,"
he said.
"Nothing's going to hurt our boy."
They stood silently for a time, looking at each other, and then out at the city. The plumes of smoke rising from the forges, the black cobbled streets and gray slanted roofs. The sun slipped behind the clouds, or else the clouds rose to block the light. The knock that interrupted them was sharp and urgent.
"Most High,"
a man's voice said.
"Most High, forgive me, but the poets wish to speak with you. Ma'ati-cha says the issue is urgent."
Kian walked with him, her hand in his, as they went to the council chamber where Ma'ati waited. His face was flushed, his mouth set in a deep scowl. A packet of paper fluttered in his hand, the edges rough where he'd ripped them rather than take the labor of unsewing the sheets. Semai and Stone Made Soft were also there, the poet pacing restlessly, the Andat smiling its placid, inhuman smile at each of them in turn.
"News from the Dai Quo?"
Ota asked.
No, the couriers we sent west, Semai said. Maati tossed the pages to the table as he spoke. The Galts have fielded an army.
The 3rd Legion arrived on a bright morning, the sun shining on the polished metal and oiled leather of their armor, as if they'd been expecting a victory parade instead of the start of a war. Balasar watched from the walls of the city as they arrived and made camp. The sight was so welcome, even the smell of 150 camp latrines couldn't undermine his pleasure. They were later even than they had expected, and with stories and excuses to explain the delay. Balasar, leaning against the map table, listened and kept his expression calm as the officers apprised him of the Legion's state, the men, the food, the horses, the steam wagons, the armor, the arms. Mentally, he put the information into the vast map that was the campaign, but even as he did, he felt the wolfish grin coming to his lips. These were the last of his forces to come into place. The hour was almost upon him. The war was about to begin. He listened as patiently as he could, gave his orders on the disposition of their men and materiel, and told them not to get comfortable. When they were gone, Eustin came in alone, the same excitement that Balasar felt showing on his face. "What's next, sir? The poet?"
The poet,
Balasar said, leading the way out the door. They found Ria'an in the warden's private courtyard. He was sitting in the wide shade of a catalpa tree, heavy with wide white blooms and wide leaves the same green as the poet's robes. He'd had someone bring out a wide divan for him to lounge on. Across a small table, the Kayate mercenary captain was perched on a stool. Both men were frowning at a handful of stones laid out in a short arc. The captain rose when he caught sight of them. The poet only glanced up, annoyed. Balasar took a pose of greeting, and the poet replied with something ornate that he couldn't entirely make sense of. The glitter in the captain's eyes suggested that the complexity was intentional and not entirely complimentary. Balasar put the insult, whatever it was, aside. There was no call to catalogue more reasons to kill the man.
Sinjad Shah,
Balasar said.
I need to speak with the great poet in private.
Of course,
the captain said, then turning to Ria'an with a formal pose.
We can finish the game later, if you like.
Ria'an nodded and waved, the movement half permission for Sinja to go, half shooing him away. The amusement in the captain's eyes didn't seem to lessen. Eustin escorted the man away, and when they were alone, Balasar took the vacated stool.
My men are in place,
he said.
The time's come.
He kept his gaze on the poet, looking for reluctance or unease in his eyes. But Ria'an smiled slowly, like a man who had heard that his dearest enemy had died, and laced his fingers together on his belly. Balasar had half expected the poet to repent, to change his mind when faced with the prospect of the deed itself. There was nothing of that. "Tomorrow morning," Ria'an said, "I will need a servant to attend me today and through the night. At first light tomorrow, I will prove that the Daiko was a fool to send me away, and then I shall march to my father's house with your army behind me like a flood." Balasar grinned. He had never seen a man so short-sighted, vain, and petty, and he'd spent 3 seasons in Acton with his father and the High Council. As far as the poet was concerned, none of this was for anything more important than the greater glory of Ria'an Vaudatat.
How can we serve you in this?
Balasar asked. "Everything is already prepared. I must only begin my meditations." It sounded like dismissal to Balasar. He rose, bowing to the poet.
I will send my most trusted servant,
he said.
Should anything more arise, only send word, and I will see it done.
Ria'an smiled condescendingly and nodded his head. But as Balasar was just leaving the garden, the poet called his name. A cloud had come over the man, some ghost of uncertainty that had not risen from the prospect of binding. "Your men," poet said, "they have been instructed that my family is not to be touched, yes?"
Of course,
Balasar said.
And the library. The city is, of course, yours to do with as you see fit, but without the libraries of the Khayyam, binding a second Undat will be much more difficult. They aren't to be entered by any man but me."
"Of course," Balasar said again, and the poet took a pose accepting his assurances. The concern didn't leave Ria'an's brow, though, so perhaps the man wasn't quite as dim as he seemed. Balasar told himself, as he strode back through the covered pathways to his own rooms, that he will have to be more careful with him in the future. Not that there was much future for him. Win or lose, Ria'an was a dead man. The day seemed more real than the ones that had come before it, the sunlight clearer, the air more alive with the scents of flowers and sewage and grass. The stones of the walls seemed more interesting, the subtle differences in color and texture clear, where previous days had made them only a field of gray. Even Balasar's body hummed with energy. It was like being a boy again, and diving into the lake from the highest cliff, the one all the other boys feared to jump from. It was dread and joy, and the sense of no longer being able to take his decision back. It was what Balasar lived for. He knew already that he would not sleep. Eustin was waiting for him in the entrance hall. "There's someone wants a word with you, sir." Balasar paused. "The Kayate captain. He wanted to speak about fallback plans for his men." Eustin nodded to a side room. There was distrust in his expression, and Balasar waited a long moment for him to speak. Eustin added nothing. Balasar went to the wide, dark oaken door, knocked once, and went in. It was a preparation room for servants, muddy boots cast beside benches and waited to be scraped clean. Cloaks of all weights and colors hung from pegs. It smelled of wet dog, though there was no animal present. The captain sat on a stool tilted back against the wall, cleaning his nails with a knife.
"Captain Ajutani,"
Balasar said. The stool came down, and the captain rose, sheathed his blade, and bowing in the same motion.
"I appreciate the time, General," he said. "I know you've a great deal on your mind just now." "I'm always available," Balasar said, "though the surroundings are—" "Yes, your man Eustin seemed to think it more appropriate for me to wait here. I'm not sure he likes me."
The captain was more amused than offended, so Balasar also smiled and shrugged.
"Your men are in place?"
he asked.
Yes, broken into groups of 3 or 4, each assigned to one of your sergeants, except for myself, of course." "Of course." "Only I wanted to ask something of you, General, a favor of sorts."
Balasar crossed his arms and nodded for the men to continue.
"If it fails, if our friend Ria'an doesn't do his magic trick well enough, don't kill them. My boys, don't have them killed." "Why would I do that?" Balasar asked. "Because it's the right thing," Sinja said.
The amusement was gone from the man's eyes. He was in earnest now.
"I'm not an idiot, General. If it happens that the binding fails, you'll be standing here in Aran with an army the size of a modest city. People have already noticed it, and the curiosity of the Khayyam is the last thing you'd want. They'd still have their Undat, and all you'd have is explanations to give. You'll turn north and make all those stories about conquering the whole of the Westlands to the border with Edensea true, just to make all this," the captain gestured to the door at Balasar's back, "seem plausible. All I ask is, let us go with you. If it happens that you have to keep to this coast and not the cities of the Khayyam, I'll reform the group and lead them wherever you like." "I wouldn't kill them," Balasar said. "It would be dangerous, letting them go back home. Stories about how they were set to be interpreters and guides. Not one of them knows the Westlands except the part we walked through to get here. If the Khayyam are wondering whether you had some other plan to start with."
Sinja raised his hands, palms up, as if he were offering Balasar the truth resting there. Balasar stepped close, putting his own hands below the captain's and curling the other man's fingers closed.
"I won't kill them," Balasar said. "They're my men now, and I don't kill my own. You can tell them that if you like. And that aside, Ria'an isn't going to fail us.
Sinja looked down, his head shifting as if he were weighing something.
I can be sure,
Balasar said, answering the unasked question.
I've never seen one of these before,
Sinja said.
Have you? I mean, I assume there's some ceremony and he'll do something. If there was an Undot beside him at the end, you'd have proof. But this thing you're doing, there's nothing to show, is there? So how will you know? It would be embarrassing to walk into Nantani and have the Undot waiting to greet us,
Balasar agreed.
But don't let it concern you. Ria'an isn't going to mumble into the air and send us all off to die. I'll be certain of that. You have a runner in Nantani? Someone who can bring word when the Undot's vanished? Don't concern yourself, Sinja,
Balasar said.
Just be ready to move when I say, and in the direction I choose. Yes, General.
Balasar turned and strode to the door. He could see Eostin standing close, his hand on his sword. It was a reassuring sight.
Captain Ajutani,
Balasar said over his shoulder.
What were you speaking to Ria'an about before we came? Himself, mostly, the captain said. Is there another subject he's interested in? He was concerned when I spoke with him. Concerned with things that never seemed to occur to him before. You wouldn't have anything to do with that, would you? No, General, Sinja said. Wouldn't be any profit in it.
Balasar nodded and resumed the path to his rooms. Eostin fell in beside him. I don't like that man, Eostin said under his breath. I don't trust him.
I do,
Balasar said.
I trust him to be, and to have always been, my staunchest supporter, just as soon as he's sure we're going to win. He's a mercenary, but he isn't a spy, and his men will be useful.
Still,
it will be fine.
Balasar didn't give his uncertainties and fears free rein until he was safely alone in the borrowed library, and then his mind rioted. Perhaps Sinja was right. The poet could fail. The Khayyam could divine his purpose. The destruction he dedicated himself to preventing might be brought about by his miscalculation. Everything might still fail. 1,000 threats and errors clamored. He took out his maps again for the 1,000th time. Each road was marked on the thin sheepskin, each bridge and ford, each city. 14 cities in a single season. They would take Nantani and then scatter. The other forces would come in from the sea. It was nearing summer, and he told himself again and again, as if hoping to convince himself that after the sun rose tomorrow, it would be a question only of speed. In the first battle he'd fought, Balasar had been a crossbowman. He and a dozen like him were supposed to loose their bolts into the packed, charging bodies of the warriors of Aemond, and then pull back, letting the men with swords and axes and flails, men like his father, move in and take up the melee. He'd hardly been a boy at the time, much less a man. He had done as he was told, as had the others, but once they were safely over the rise of the hill, out of sight of the enemy and the battle, Balasar had been stupid. The grunts and shrieks and noise of bodies in conflict were like a peal of thunder that never faded. The sound called to him. With each shriek from the battle, he imagined that it had been his father. The nightmare images of the violence happening just over the rise chewed at him. He'd had to see it. He had gone back over. It had almost cost him his life. One of the soldiers of Aemond had spotted him. He'd been a large man, tall as a tree, it had seemed at the time. He'd broken away from the fight and rushed up the hill, axe raised and blood on his mind. Balasar remembered the panic when he understood that his own death was rushing up the hill toward him. The wise thing would have been to flee. If he could have gotten back to the other bowmen, they might have killed the soldier. But instead, without thought, he started to bend back the leaves of the crossbow, fumbling the bolt with fingers that had seemed numb as sausages. Though only one of them was running, it had been a race. When he'd raised the bow and loosed the bolt, the man had been fewer than 10 feet from him. He could still feel the thrum of the string, and feel the sinking certainty that he had missed, that his life was forfeit. In point of fact, the bolt had sunk so deep into the man, it only seemed to have vanished. The breaths between when he'd fired and when the soldier sank to the ground
were the longest he had ever known. And here he was again, only this time he was the one in motion. The poets of the Khayyam would have a chance to call up another of the Andat, and the measure of that hope was his speed in finding them, killing them, and burning their books. It was a terrible wager, and more than his own life was in the balance. Balasar was not a religious man. Questions of gods and heavens had always seemed too abstract to him. But now, putting aside the maps, the plans, all the work of his life prepared to find its fruition or else its ruin, he walked to the window, watched the full moon rising over this last night of the world as it had been, and put his hand to his heart, praying to all the gods he knew with a single word. Please. 8. Twilight came after the long sunset, staining red the high clouds in the west. A light wind had come from the north, carrying the chill of mountain-top glaciers with it, though there was little snow left on even the highest peaks that could be seen from the city. It grabbed at the loose shutters, banging them open and closed like an idiot child in love with the noise. Banners rippled and trees nodded like old men. It was as if an errant breath of winter had stolen into the warm nights. Ota sat in his private chambers, still in his formal robes. He felt no draughts, but the candles flickered in sympathy with the wind. The letters unfolded before him were in a simple cipher. The years he had spent in the gentleman's trade, carrying letters and contracts and information on the long roads between the cities of the Khayyam, returned to him, and he read the enciphered text as easily as if it had been written plainly. It was as Ma'ati and Samai had said. The wards of the Westlands were united in a state of panic. The doom of the world seemed about to fall upon them. Since the letters had arrived, Ota's world had centered on the news. He had sent another runner to the Dai Quo with a pouch so heavy with lengths of silver the man could have bought a fresh horse at every low town he passed through, if it would get him there faster. Ota had sat up long nights with Ma'ati and Samai, even with Liat and Nai'it. Here was the plan, then. With the threat of an Andat of their own, the Galts would roll through the Westlands, perhaps Edensee as well. In a year, perhaps two, they might own Bakta and Emond, too. The cities of the Khayyam would find themselves cut off from trade, and perhaps the rogue poet would even become a kind of Galtic Dai Quo in time. The conquest of the Westlands was the first campaign in a new war that might make the destruction of the old empire seem minor. And still, Ota read the letters again, his mind unquiet. There was something there, something more, that he had overlooked. The certainty of the Galts, their willingness to show their power. Whenever they tired of trade or felt themselves losing at the negotiating tables, Galt had been pleased to play raider and pirate. It had been that way for as long as Ota could remember. The Galtic High Council had schemed and conspired. It shouldn't have been odd that, emboldened by success, they would take to the field. And yet... Ota turned the pages with a sound as dry as autumn leaves. They couldn't be attacking the Khayyam. Even with an Andat in their possession, they would be overwhelmed. The cities might have their rivalries and disputes, but an attack on one would unite them against their common foe. 13 cities, each with its own poet, added to whatever the Dai Quo held in reserve in his village. At worst, more than a dozen to one, and each of them capable of destruction on a scale almost impossible to imagine. The Galts wouldn't dare attack the Khayyam. It was posturing, negotiation. It might even be a bluff. The poet might have tried his binding, paid the price of failure, and left the Galts with nothing but bluster to defend themselves. Ota had heard all these arguments, had made more than one of them himself. And still night found him here, reading the letters and searching for the thoughts behind them. It was like hearing a new voice in a choir. Somewhere, someone new had entered the strategies of the Galts, and these scraps of paper and pale ink were all that Ota had to work out what that might mean. He could as well have looked for words written in the air. A scratching came at the door, followed by a servant boy. The boy took a pose of obeisance, and Ota replied automatically. "The woman you sent for, Most High, Liat Chokavi."
"Bring her in, and bring some wine in 2 bowls. Then see we aren't disturbed."
"But, Most High—"
"We'll pour our own wine,"
Ota snapped, and regretted it instantly as the boy's face went pale. Ota pressed down the impulse to apologize. It was beneath the dignity of the Kai Machi to apologize for rudeness. One of the 1,000 things he'd learned when he first took his father's chair, one of the 1,000 missteps he had made. The boy backed out of the room, and Ota turned to the letters, folding them back in their order and slipping them into his sleeve. The boy preceded Liat into the room, a tray with a silver carafe and 2 hand-molded bowls of granite in his hands. Liat sat on the low divan, her eyes on the floor in something that looked like respect, but might only have been fear. The door closed, and Ota poured a generous portion of wine into each bowl. Liat took the one he proffered. "It's lovely work," Liat said, considering the stone.
"It's the Ondat,"
Ota said.
"He turns the quarry rock into something like clay, and the potters shape it. One of the many wonders of Machi. Have you seen the bridge that spans the river? A single stone poured over molds and shaped by hand 5 generations back. And there's the towers. Really, we're a city of petty miracles."
"You sound bitter," she said, looking up at last. Her eyes were the same tea-and-milk color he remembered. Ota sighed as he sat across from her. Outside, the wind murmured.
"I'm not," he said. "Only tired."
"I knew you wouldn't end as a seafront laborer," she said.
"Yes, well."
Ota shook his head and sipped from the bowl. It was strong wine, and it left his mouth feeling clean and his chest warm.
"It's time we spoke about Naiet."
Liat nodded, took a long drink, and held the cup out for more. Ota poured. "It's all my fault," she said as she sat back. "I should never have brought him here. I never saw it. I never saw you in him. He was always just himself. If I'd known that he resembled you quite so closely, I wouldn't have."
"Late for that,"
Ota said. Liat sighed her agreement and looked up at him. It was hard to believe that they had been lovers once. The girl he had known back then hadn't had gray in her hair, weariness in her eyes. And the boy he'd been was as distant as snow in summer. Yes, 2 people had kissed once, had touched each other, had created a child who had grown to manhood. And Ota remembered some of those moments now, showering at the barracks while she spoke to him, the ink blocks at the desk in her cell at the compound of House Wilsin, the feel of a young body pressed against his own, when his flesh had also been new and unmarked. If those days long past had been foolish or wrong, the only evidence was the price they both paid now. It hadn't seemed so at the time. "I've been thinking of it," Liat said. "I haven't told him. I wasn't sure how you wanted to address the problem. But I think the wisest thing to do is to speak with him and with Ma'ati, and then have Naiitkya take the brand. I know it's not something done with firstborn sons, but it's still a repudiation of his right to become Kai. It will make it clear to the world that he doesn't have designs on your chair."
"That isn't what I'd choose,"
Ota said. His words were slow and careful.
"I'm afraid my son may die."
She caught her breath. It was hardly there, no more than a tremor in the air she took in. But he heard it. "Itani," she said, using the name of the boy he'd been in Sareket. "Please, I'll swear on anything you choose. Naiit's no threat to Danat. It was only the Gault that brought us here. I'm not looking to put my son in your chair." Ota put down his bowl and took a pose that asked for her silence. Her face pale, she went quiet.
"I don't mean that,"
he said softly.
"I mean that I don't... Gods, I don't know how to say this. Danat's not well. His lungs are fragile, and the winters here are bad. We lose people to the cold every year. not just the old or the weak, young people, healthy ones. I'm afraid that Danat may die, and there will be no one to take my place. The city would tear itself apart.
But you want...
I haven't done a good job as Kai. I haven't been able to put the houses of the Utkayim together, except in their distrust of me and resentment of Kian. There's been twice it came near violence, and I only held the city in place by luck. But keeping Machi safe is my responsibility. I want Naiet unbranded in case he becomes my successor.
Liat's mouth hung open. Her eyes were wide. A stray lock of hair hung down the side of her face, 3 white hairs dancing in and out among the black. He felt the faint urge, echo of a habit long forgotten, to brush it back.
There,
Ota said, and picked up his wine bowl.
There, I've said it.
I'm sorry,
Liat said, and Ota took a pose accepting her sympathy without knowing quite why she was offering it. She looked down at her hands. The silence between them was profound but not uncomfortable. He felt no need to speak, to fill the void with words. Liat drank her wine, Ota his. The wind muttered to itself and to the stones of the city.
It's not a job I'd want,
Liat said.
Kai Machi.
It's all power and no freedom,
Ota said.
If Naiet were to have it, he'd likely curse my name. There are 1,000 different things to attend to, and every one of them is serious as bone to someone. You can't do it all.
I know how it feels,
Liat said.
I only have a trading house to look after, and there's days I wish that it would all go away. Granted, I have men who work the books, and the negotiations and appeals before the low judges and the Utkayim.
I have all the low judges and the Utkayim appealing to me,
Ota said.
It's never enough.
There's always the descent into decadence and self-absorption,
Liat said, smiling. It was only half a joke.
They say the Kai Chaburitan only gets sober long enough to bed his latest wife.
Tempting,
Ota said.
But somewhere between taking the chair to protect Kian and tonight, it became my city. I came from here, and even if I'm not much good at what I do, I'm what they have.
That makes sense,
Liat said.
Does it? It doesn't to me.
Liat put down her bowl and rose. He thought her gaze spoke of determination and melancholy, but perhaps the latter was only his own. She stepped close and kissed him on the cheek, a firm peck like an aunt greeting a favorite nephew.
Amat Kya'an would have understood,
she said.
I won't tell Naiet about this. If anyone asks, I'll deny it unless I hear differently from you.
Thank you, Liatcha.
She stepped back. Ota felt a terrible weariness bearing him down, but forced a charming smile. She shook her head.
Thank you, Most High.
I don't think I've done anything worth thanking me.
You let my son live,
Liat said.
That was one of the decisions you had to make, wasn't it?
She took his silence as an answer, smiled again, and left him alone. Ota poured the last of the wine from the carafe to bowl, and then watched the light die in the west as he finished it. Watched the stars come out, and the full moon rise. With every day, the light lasted longer. It would not always. High summer would come, and even when the days were at their warmest, when the trees and vines grew heavy with fruit, the nights would already have started their slow expansion. He wondered whether Danat would get to play outside in the autumn, whether the boy would be able to spend a long afternoon lying in the sunlight before the snows came and drove them all down to the tunnels. He was raising a child to live in darkness and planning for his death. There had been a time Ota had been young and sure enough of himself to kill. He had taken the life of a good man because they both had known the price that would have to be paid if he lived. He had been able to do that. But he had seen 48 summers now. There were likely fewer seasons before him than there were behind. He'd fathered 3 children and raised 2. He could no longer hold himself apart from the world. It was his to see that the city was a place that Danat and Aya and children like them could live safe and cared for until they too grew old and uncertain. He looked at the swirl of red at the bottom of his bowl. Too much wine and too much memory. It was making him maudlin. He stopped at his private chambers and allowed the servants to switch his robes to something less formal. Kian lay on a couch, her eyes closed, her breath deep and regular. Orta didn't wake her, only slid one of the books from his bedside table into the sleeve of his robe and kissed her temple as he left. The physician's assistant was seated outside Danat's door. The man took a pose of greeting. Orta responded in kind, and then nodded to the closed door.
"Is he asleep?"
he whispered.
"He's been waiting for you."
Orta slipped into the room. Candles flickered above 2 great iron statues that flanked the bed, hunting cats with the wings of hawks. Soot darkened their wings from a day spent in the fire grates, and they radiated the warmth that kept the cool night breeze at bay. Danat sat up in his bed, pulling aside the netting.
"Papa kya?"
he said. He didn't cough, didn't sound frail. It was a good day then. Orta felt a tightness he had not known he carried loosen its grip on his heart. He pulled his robes up around his knees and sat on his son's bed.
"Did you bring it?"
Danat asked. Orta drew the book from his sleeve, and the boy's face lit so bright he might have almost read by him.
"Now you lie back," Orta said. "I've come to help you sleep, not keep you up all night."
Danat plopped down onto his pillow, looking like the farthest thing from sleep. Orta opened the book, turning through the ancient pages until he found his place.
"In the 16th year of the reign of the Emperor Adanibe, there came to a court a boy whose blood was half Bacta, his skin the color of soot, and his mind as clever as any man who has ever lived." "This is spring,"
Naiit said as they walked. The wind had blown away even the constant scent of forge smoke and brought in a mild chill. Mild, at least, to Maati. Naiit wore woolen robes, thick enough that they had hardly rippled. Maati's own were made for summer, and pressed against him, leaving, he was sure, no doubt as to the shape of his legs and belly. He wished he'd thought to wear something heavier, too.
"It's always like this," Maati said. "There's one last death throw, and then the heat will come on. Still nothing like the summer cities, even at its worst. I remember in Sareket I had a trail of sweat down my back for weeks at a time." "We call that pleasantly warm,"
Naiit said, and Maati chuckled. In truth, the chill, moonless night was hardly anything to him now. For over a decade he'd lived through the bone-cracking cold of Machi winters. He'd seen snowdrifts so high that even the second-story doors couldn't be opened. He'd been out on days so cold the men coated their faces with thick rendered fat to keep their skin from freezing. There was no way to describe those brief, bitter days to someone who had never seen them. So instead, he told Naiit of the life below ground, the tunnels of Machi, the bathhouses hidden deep below the surface, the streets and apartments and warehouses, the glitter of winter dew turning to frost on the stone of the higher passages. He spoke of the choirs who took the long, empty weeks to compose new songs and practice old ones, weeks spent in the flickering, buttery light of oil lamps surrounded by music.
"I'm amazed people don't stay down there,"
Naiit said, as they turned a corner and left the white and silver paths of the palaces behind for the black cobbled streets of the city proper.
"It sounds like one huge warm bed."
"It has its pleasures,"
Maati agreed.
"but people get thirsty for sunlight. As soon as they can stand it, people start making treks up to the streets. They'll go up and lie naked on an ice sheet sometimes, just to drink in a little more light. And the river freezes, so the children will go skating on it.
There's only about 7 weeks when no one comes up. Here, this street, there's a sweet wine they serve at this place that's like nothing you've ever tasted."
It was less awkward than he'd expected, spending the evening with Naiit. The first time the boy had come to the library alone, tentative and uncertain, Maati had been acutely aware of Liat's absence. She had always been there, even in the ancient days before they had parted. Maati knew how to speak with Liat whether she was alone or with their son, and Maati had discovered quickly how much he'd relied upon her to mediate between him and the boy. The silences had been awkward, the conversations forced. Maati had said something of how pleased he was that Naiit had come to Machi, and felt in the end that he'd only managed to embarrass them both. It was going to the tea-houses and bath-houses and epics that let them speak at last. Once there was a bit of shared experience, a toehold, Maati was able to make conversation, and Naiit was an expert listener to stories. For several nights in a row, Maati found himself telling tales of the Dai Quo and the school, the history of Machi, and the perils he had faced years ago when he'd been sent to hunt Otakwo down. In the telling, he discovered that, to his profound surprise, his life had been interesting. The platform rested at the base of one of the lower towers, chains thick as a man's arm clanking against it and against the stone as they rose up into the sky like smoke. Naiit paused to stare up at it, and Maati followed his gaze. The looming, inhuman bulk of the tower, and beyond it the full moon hanging like a lantern of rice paper in the black sky.
"Does anyone ever fall from up there?"
Naiit asked.
"Once every year or so," Maati said. "There's a winter storage up there, so there are laborers carrying things in the early spring and middle autumn. There are accidents, and the Urkayam will hold dances at the top of them sometimes. They say wine gets you drunk faster at the top, but I don't know if that's true. Then sometimes men kill themselves by stepping through the sky doors when the platform's gone down. It would happen more if there were people up there more often. Otakwo has a plan for channeling the air from the forges up through the center of one, so it would be warm enough to use in the winter, but we've never figured out how to make the change without bringing the whole thing down."
Naiit shuddered, and Maati was willing to pretend it was the wind. He put his arm on the boy's shoulder and steered him farther down the street to a squat stone building with a copper roof gone as green as trees with time. Inside, the air was warmed by braziers. 2 old men were playing tin and silver flutes, while a young woman kept time on a small drum and sang. 100 bodies were seated at long wooden tables or on benches. The place was rich with the smell of roast lamb, even though the windows were unshuttered. It was as if no one in Machi would miss the chance for fresh air. Maati sympathized. He and Naiit took a bench in the back, away from the singers and song. The serving boy was hardly as old as Eia, but he knew his trade. It seemed fewer than a dozen heartbeats before he brought them bowls of sweet wine and a large worked silver bowl filled with tender slivers of green, spring peas fresh from the vines. Maati, hands full, nodded his thanks.
"And you've worked your whole life in House Kyan, then?" Maati asked. "What does Liat have you doing?"
"Since we've been traveling, I haven't been doing much at all. Before that, I'd been working the needle trades,"
Naiit said as he tucked one leg up under him. It made him sit taller.
"The spinners, the dyers, the tailors, and the sailmakers, and all like that. They aren't as profitable as they were in the days before Seedless was lost, but they still make up a good deal of the business in Sarayket."
"Habits," Maati said. "The cotton trade's always been in Sarayket. People don't like change, so it doesn't move away so quickly as it might. Another generation, and it'll all be scattered throughout the world."
"Not if I do my work,"
Naiit said with a smile that showed he hadn't taken offense.
"Fair point," Maati said. "I only mean that's what you have to work against. It would be easier if there were still an Andat in the city that helped with the cotton trade, the way Seedless did."
"You knew it, didn't you? Seedless, I mean."
"I was supposed to take him over," Maati said. "The way Samai took Stone Made Soft from his master, I was to take Seedless from Heshaikwo. In a way, I was lucky. Seedless was flawed work, dangerously flawed. Brilliant, don't misunderstand. Hishikvo did brilliant work when he bound Seedless, but he made the Undat very clever and profoundly involved with destroying the poet. They all want to be free, it's their nature, but Seedless was more than that. He was vicious.
You sound as though you were fond of it,
Naiit said, only half teasing.
We were friendly enough in our fashion,
Ma'ati said.
We wouldn't have been if things had gone by the Daikwo's plan. If I'd become the poet of Sareket, Seedless would have bent himself to destroying me, just the way he had to Hishikwo.
Have you ever tried to bind one of the Undat?
Once, when Hishai died, I had the mad thought that I could somehow retrieve Seedless. I had Hishikwo's notes, still have them for that. I even began the ceremonies, but it would never have worked. What I had was too much like what Hishai had done. I would have failed, and I'd have paid its price.
And then, I suppose, I would never have been born,
Naiit said.
You would have,
Ma'ati said solemnly.
Liatka didn't know she was carrying you when she stopped me, but she was. I thought about it afterward, about binding another of the Undat, I mean. I even spent part of a winter once doing the basic work for one I called Returning to True. I don't know what I would have done with it precisely. Unbent things, I suppose. I'd have been brilliant repairing axles, but my mind was too fuzzy. There were too many things I meant, and none of them precisely enough.
The musicians ended their song and stood to a roar of approving voices and bowls of wine bought by their admirers. One of the old men walked through the house with a lacquer begging box in his hand. Ma'ati fumbled in his sleeve, came out with 2 lengths of copper, and tossed them into the bowl with a satisfying click.
And then I also wasn't in the Daikwo's best graces, Ma'ati continued. After Sareket. Well, I suppose it's poor etiquette to let your master die and the Undat escape. I wasn't blamed outright, but it was always hanging there, the memory of it.
It can't have helped that you brought back a lover and a child,
Naiit said.
No, it didn't, but I was very young and very full of myself. It's not easy being told that you are of the handful of men in the world who might be able to control one of the Undat. Tends to create a sense of being more than you are. I thought I could do anything, and maybe I could have, but I tried to do everything, and that isn't the same.
He sighed and ate a pea pod. Its flesh was crisp and sweet and tasted of spring. When he spoke again, he tried to make his voice light and joking.
I didn't wind up doing a particularly good job of either endeavor.
It seems to me you've done well enough,
Naiit said as he waved at the serving boy for more wine.
You've made yourself a place in the court here. You've been able to study in the libraries here, and from what Mother says, you found something no one else ever has. That alone is more than most men manage in a lifetime.
I suppose,
Ma'ati said. He wanted to go on, wanted to say that most men had children, raised them up, watched them become women and men. He wanted to tell this charming boy who stood now where Ma'ati himself once had that he regretted that he had not been able to enjoy those simple pleasures. Instead, he took another handful of pea pods. He could tell that Naiit sensed his reservations, heard the longing in the brevity of his reply. When the boy spoke, his tone was light.
I've spent all my life, well, since I've been old enough to think of it as really mine and not something Mother's let me borrow, with House Ka'an, running errands, delivering contracts. That's how I started, at least. Mother always told me I had to do better than the other boys who worked for the house because I was her son, and if people thought I was getting favors because of it, they wouldn't respect her or me. She was right. I can see that. At the time, it all seemed monstrously unfair, though.
Do you like the work?
Ma'ati asked. The girl with the drum began tapping a low tattoo, her voice droning in a lament. Ma'ati shifted to look at Naiit. The boy's gaze was fixed on the singer, his expression melancholy. The urge to put his hand to Naiet's shoulder to offer some comfort, however powerless, moved through Ma'ati and faded. He sat still and quiet as the chant rose, the anguish in the singer's voice growing until the air of the tea-house hummed with it, and then it faded into despair. The man with the lacquer box came past again, but Ma'ati didn't put in any copper this time.
You and Mother? You're lovers again?
I suppose so,
Ma'ati said, surprised to feel a blush in his cheeks.
It happens sometimes.
What happens when you're called away to the Dai Quo?
Are we walking the same path a second time, you mean? We're waiting to hear two things from the Dai Quo: whether he thinks my speculations about avoiding the price of a failed binding are worth looking into, and whether to act against Galt. Either one puts me someplace away from Liat. But we aren't who we were then. I don't pretend that we can be. And anyway, I have all the habits of being without her. I've missed her for more years than I spent in her company. I have missed you,
He thought, but didn't say.
I have missed you, and it's too late now for anything more than awkward conversations and late nights getting drunk together. Nothing will ever make that right.
Do you regret that?
Naiet asked.
If you could go back and do things again, would you want to love her less? Would you want to have gone to the Dai Quo and been able to leave that longing behind you?
I don't know what you mean.
Naiet looked up.
I would hate her if I were you. I would think she'd taken my chance to be what I was supposed to be, to do what I could have done. There you were, a poet, and favored enough that you were expected to hold the Andat, and because of her, you fell into disfavor. Because of her, and because of me.
Naiet's jaw clenched, his eyes only a half-shade darker than the pale brown of his mother's, staring at something that wasn't there, his attention turned inward.
I don't know how you stand the sight of us.
It wasn't like that,
Ma'ati said.
It was never like that. If it were all mine again, I would have followed her.
The words struck the boy hard. His gaze lost its focus. His mouth tightened like that of a man in pain.
What is it, Naiet?
Naiet seemed to snap back to the room, an embarrassed grin on his face. He took a pose of apology, but Ma'ati shook his head.
Something's bothering you,
Ma'ati said.
It's nothing. It's not worth talking about.
Something's bothering you, son.
He had never said the word aloud. Son. Naiet had never heard it from his lips, not since he'd been too young for it to mean anything. Ma'ati felt his heart leap and race like a startled deer, and he saw the shock on the boy's face. This was the moment, then, that he'd feared and longed for. He waited to hear what Naiet would say. Ma'ati dreaded the polite deflection, the retreat back into the roles of a pair of strangers in a tea-room, the way a man falling from a cliff might dread the ground. Naiet opened his mouth, closed it, and then said, almost too low to hear over the music and the crowd,
I'm trying to choose between what I am and what I want to be. I'm trying to want what I'm supposed to want, and I'm failing.
I see.
I want to be a good man, Father. I want to love my wife and my son. I want to want them, and I don't. I don't know whether to walk away from them or from myself. I thought you had made that decision, but...
Ma'ati settled back on the bench, put down his bowl still half full of wine, and took Naiet's hand in his own. Father. Naiet had said, Father.
Tell me,
Ma'ati said.
Tell me all of it.
It would take all night,
the boy said with a rueful chuckle, but he didn't pull back his hand.
Let it,
Ma'ati said.
There's nothing more important than this.
Balasar hadn't slept. The night had come, a late rain shower filling the air with the scent of water and murmur of distant thunder, and he had lain in his bed, willing himself to a forgetfulness that wouldn't come. The orders waited in stacks on his desk in the library, commands to be issued to each of his captains, outlining the first stage of his campaign. There were 2 sets, of course, just as the Quartet mercenary captain had surmised. Those he'd sealed in green would lead the army to the north, laying waste to the westlands and sending the thin stream of gold and silver that could be wrung from them back to the coffers of the High Council. Those he'd sealed in red would wheel the army, 20,000 armsmen, 300 steam wagons, 6,000 horses, and God only knew how many servants and camp followers, to the east, in the most glorious act of conquest the world had ever known. If he succeeded, he would be remembered as the greatest general in history, at least in his audacity. The battles themselves he expected to be simple enough. The Khayyam had no experience in tactics, and no armies to protect them. Balthasar would be remembered for 2 things only: the unimaginable wealth he was about to pour into Gault, and a ceremony that would come with the dawn, the plot that stripped the Andat from the world. As the dark hours passed, the thought pricked at him. He had put everything in place: the poet, the books that concerned freedom from bondage, the army, the arms. There was nothing he would ever do that would match this season. Succeed or fail, this was the high watermark of his life. He imagined himself an old man, sitting at a street cafe in Kiddington. He wondered what those years would be like, reaching from here to the grave. He wondered what it would be like to have his greatness behind him. He told himself that he would retire. There would be enough wealth to acquire anything he wanted, a reasonable estate of his own, a wife, children. That seemed enough. If he could not regain this season, he could at least not humiliate himself by trying. He thought of the war leaders who haunted the corridors and wine shops of Acton, reliving triumphs the world had forgotten. He would not be one of those. He would be the great general who had done his work and then stepped back to let the world he had made safe follow its path. At heart, he was not a conqueror, only a man who saw what needed doing, and then did it. Or else he would fail, and he and every Galtic man and woman would be a corpse, or a refugee. He twisted in his sheets. The stars shone where the clouds were thin enough to permit it. Framed in the opened shutters, they glittered. The stars wouldn't care what happened here. And yet by the next time their light silvered these stones, the fate of the world would have turned one way or the other. Once he came near to sleep. His eyes grew heavy. His mind began to wander into the half-sense of dreams. And then, irrationally, he became certain that he had mixed one of the orders. The memory, at first vague but clearer as he struggled to capture it, of sealing a packet with red that should have been green, swam through his mind. He thought he might have noted at the time that it would need changing, and yet he hadn't done it. The wrong orders would go out. A legion would start to the north while the others moved east. They would lose time finding the error, correcting it. Or the poet would fail, and some stray company of armsmen would find its way to Nantani and reveal him to the Khayyam. 1,000 stories plagued him, each less likely than the last. His sense of dread grew. At last, half in distress and half in disgust, he rose, pulled on a heavy cotton shirt and light trousers, and walked barefoot from his room toward the library. He would have to open them all, check them, reseal them, and keep a careful tally so that the crazed monkey that had taken possession of his mind could be calmed. He wondered, as he passed through the hallways lit only by his single candle, whether Uter et Capet had ever rechecked his own plans in the dead of night, like an old fearful merchant rattling his own shutters to be sure they were latched. Perhaps these indignities were part of what any man suffered when the weight of so many lives was on his back. The guards outside his library door stood at attention as he passed them, whatever gossip or complaint they had been using to pass the dark hours of the night forgotten at the first sight of him. Balthasar nodded to them gravely before passing through the door. With the stub of his bedside candle, he lit the lanterns in the library until the soft glow filled the air. The orders lay where he had left them. With a sigh, he took out the bricks of colored wax and his private seal. Then he began the long, tedious task of cracking each seal, reviewing his commands, and putting the packets back in order again. The candle stub had fizzled to nothing, and the lantern's oil visibly dropped before he was finished. The memory had been a lie. Everything had been in place. Balasar stood, stretched, and went to the window. When he opened the shutters, the cool breeze felt fresh as a bath. Birds were singing, though there was no light yet in the east. The full moon was near to setting. The dawn was coming. There would be no sleep for him. Not now. A soft scratch came at the door, and after Balasar called his permission, Euston entered. There were dark pouches under the man's eyes, but that was the only sign that he had managed no better with his sleep. His uniform was crisp and freshly laundered, the marks of rank on his back and breast. His hair was tied back and fastened with a thick silver ceremonial bead, and there was an energy in all his movements that Balasar understood. Euston was dressed to witness the change of the world. Balasar was suddenly aware of his rough clothes and bare feet.
"What news?"
Balasar said. "He's been up all through the night, sir. Meditating, reading, preparing. Truth is, I don't know that half of what he's done is needed, but he's been doing it all the same."
"Almost none of it is strictly called for,"
Balasar said.
"but if it makes him feel better, let him."
"Yes, sir. I've called for his breakfast. He says that he'll want to wait a half a hand for his food to go down, and then it's time. Says that dawn's a symbolic moment, and that it'll help."
"I suppose I'll be getting prepared then,"
Balasar said.
"If this isn't a full-dress occasion, I don't know what is."
"I've sent men to wait for the signal. We should know by nightfall." Balasar nodded. All along the highest hills from Nantani to Aren, bonfires were set. If all worked as they hoped, there would be a signal from the agents he had placed in the city, and they would be lit, each in turn. A thin line of fire would reach from the Khayyam to his own door.
"Have a mug of coffee and some bread sent to my rooms,"
Balasar said.
"I'll meet you before the ceremony."
"Not more than that, sir. The bacon's good here."
"After,"
Balasar said.
"I'll eat a decent meal after."
The room given them by the warden had been in its time a warehouse, a meeting hall, and a temple, the last being the most recent. Tapestries of the 4 gods the warden worshipped had been taken down, rolled up, and stacked in the corner like carpet. The smooth stone walls were marked with symbols, some familiar to Balasar, others obscure. The eastern wall was covered with the flowing script of the fallen empire, like a page from a book of poetry. A single pillow rested in the center of the room, and beside it a stack of books, 2 with covers of ruined leather, one whose cover had been ripped from it, and one last closed in bright metal. It had been years since Balasar had carried those books out of the desert wastes. He nodded to them when he saw them, as if they were old friends, or perhaps enemies. Ria'an himself was walking around the room with long, slow strides. He breathed in audibly with one step, blew the air out on the next. His face was deeply relaxed. His arms were swinging free at his sides. To look at the 2 of them, Balasar guessed he would look more like the man about to face death. He took a pose of respect and greeting. The poet came slowly to a halt, and returned the gesture.
"I trust all is well with you?"
Balasar said, in the tongue of the Khayyam.
"I am ready,"
Ria'an said, with a smile that made him seem almost gentle.
"I wanted to thank you, Balasar Cha, for this opportunity. These are strange times that men such as you and I should find common cause. The structures of the Dai Quo have caused good men to suffer for too many generations. I honor you for the role you have played in bringing me here."
Balasar bowed his head. Over the years he had known many men whose minds had been touched by wounds, blows from swords or stones, or fevers like the one that had prompted Ria'an's fall from favor. Balasar knew how impulsive and unreliable a man could become after such an injury. But he also knew that with many there was also a candor and honesty.
if only because they lacked the ability they had once had to dissemble. Against his own will, he found himself touched by the man's words.
"We all do what fate calls us to," he said. "It's no particular virtue of mine."
The poet smiled because he didn't understand what Balasar meant, and that was just as well. Eostin arrived moments later and made formal greeting to them both. "There's breakfast waiting for us when we're done here," Eostin said, and even such mundane words carried a depth.
"Well then,"
Balasar said, turning to Ria'an. The poet nodded and took a pose more complex than Balasar could parse, but that seemed to be a farewell from a superior to someone of a lower class. Then Ria'an dropped his pose and walked with a studied grace to the cushion in the room's center. Balasar stood against the back wall and nodded for Eostin to join him. He was careful not to obscure the symbols painted there, though Ria'an wasn't looking back toward them. For what seemed half a day, and was likely no more than 24 breaths together, the poet was silent, and then he began, nearly under his breath, to chant. Balasar knew the basic form of a binding, though the grammars that were used for the deepest work were beyond him. It was thought, really, like a translation, a thought held that became something like a man as a song in a Westland's tongue might take new words in Gault, but hold the same meaning. The chant was a device of memory and focus, and Balasar remained silent. Slowly the sound of the poet's voice grew, filling the space with words that seemed on the edge of comprehension. The sound began to echo, as if the room were much larger than the walls that Balasar could see, and something like a wind that somehow did not stir the air began to twist through the space. For a moment he was in the desert again, feeling the air change, hearing little Ott's shriek. Balasar put his arm back, palm pressed against the stone wall. He was here. He was in Aden. The chanting grew, and it was as if there were other voices now. Beside him, Eostin had gone pale. Sweat stood on the man's lip. Under Balasar's fingertips the wall seemed to shift. The stone hummed, danced with the words of the chant. The script on the front wall shifted restlessly until Balasar squinted and the letters remained in their places. The air was thick.
"Sir,"
Eostin whispered,
"I think it might be best if we stepped out, left him to—"
"No," Balasar said.
"Watch this. It's the last time it's ever going to happen."
Eostin nodded curtly and turned with what seemed physical strain to look ahead. Ria'an had risen, standing where the cushion had been, or perhaps he was floating, or perhaps he was sitting just as he had been. Something had happened to the nature of the space between them, and then, like 7 flutes moving from chaos to harmony, the world itself chimed, a note as deep as oceans and pure as dawn. Balasar felt his heart grow light for a moment, a profound joy filling him that had nothing to do with triumph, and there, standing before the seated poet, was a naked man, bald as a baby, with eyes white as salt. The blast pressed Balasar back against the wall. His ears rang, and Eostin's voice seemed to come from a great distance. "Ria'an, sir!" Balasar fought to focus his eyes. Ria'an was still seated where he had been, but his shoulders were slumped, his head bowed as if in sleep. Balasar walked over to him, the sound of his own footsteps lost in his half-deafened state. It was like floating. He was breathing. The poet breathed. "Did it work, sir?" Eostin yelled from half a mile away, or else there at his shoulder. "Does that mean it worked?" 9.
"What is he to do?"
Ma'ati asked, and then sipped his tea. It was just slightly overbrewed, a bitter aftertaste haunting the back of his mouth. Or perhaps it was only that he'd drunk too much the night before, sitting up with his son until the full moon set and the eastern sky began to lighten. Ma'ati had seen Naiat back to the boys' apartments, and then, too tired to sleep, wandered to the poet's house where Samai was just risen for breakfast. He'd sent the servants back to the kitchens to bring a second meal, and while they waited, Samai shared what he had.
thin butter pastry, blackberries still just slightly underripe, overbrewed tea. Everything tasted of early summer. Already the morning had broken the chill of the previous night.
Really, he's been good to the woman. He's acknowledged the babe. He's married her. But if he doesn't love her, what's he to do? Love's not something you can command.
Not usually,
Stone Maid Soft said, and smiled wide enough to bear its two even white marble teeth. It wasn't a human mouth.
I don't know, Samai said, ignoring the Andat. Really, you and I are probably the two worst men in the city to ask about things like that. I've never been in the position to have a wife. All the women I've been with knew that this old bastard came before anything.
Stone Maid Soft smiled placidly. Maati had the uncomfortable sense that it was accepting a compliment.
But you can see his dilemma,
Maati said. Outside, beyond the carefully sculpted oaks that kept the poet's house separate from the palaces, the city was in shadow. The sun, hidden behind the mountains to the east, filled the blue dome of air with soft light. The towers stood dark against the daylight, birds wheeling far below their highest reaches.
I see he's in a difficult position, Samai said, and I'm in no position to say that good men never lose their hearts to... what? Inappropriate women?
if you mean the Kai's sister, the term is vicious killers.
Stone Maid Soft said.
But I think we can generalize from there.
Thank you, Samai said. But you've made the point yourself, Maati. Naiit's married her. He's acknowledged the child. Doing that binds him to something, doesn't it? He's made an agreement. He's made a kind of promise. Or else why say that he's been good to her? If he can put those things aside, then that goodness is just a formality.
Maati sighed. His mind felt thick. Too much wine, too little rest. He was old to be staying up all night. It was a young man's game. And still, he felt it important that Samai understand. If he could explain Naiit to someone else, it would make the night and all their conversations through it real. It would put them into the world in a way that now might only have been a dream. He was silent too long, struggling to put his thoughts in order. Samai cleared his throat, shot an uncomfortable glance at Maati, and changed the subject.
Forgive me, Maati-cha, but I thought there was some question about Naiit's, parentage? I know the Kai signed a document denying him, but that was when there was some question about the succession, and I'd always thought he'd done it as a favor. If you see what I...
Maati put down his tea bowl and took a pose that disagreed.
There's more to being a father than a few moments between the sheets,
Maati said.
I was there when Naiit took his first steps. I sang him to sleep as often as I could. I brought food for him. I held him. And tonight, Samai, he came to me. He talked to me. I don't care whose blood he has. That boy's mine.
If you say so,
Samai said, but there was something in his voice, some reservation. Maati felt his face begin to flush. Anger straightened his back. Stone Maid Soft raised a wide, thick hand, palm out, silencing them both. Its head tilted, as if hearing some distant sound. Its brow furrowed.
Well,
the Andat said.
That's interesting.
And then it vanished. Maati blinked in confusion. A few heartbeats later, Samai drew a long, shuddering breath. The poet's face was bloodless. Maati sat silently as Samai stood, hands trembling, and walked back into the dimness of the house and then out again. Samai's gaze darted one direction and another, searching for something. His eyes were so wide the whites showed all the way around.
Oh,
Samai said, and his voice was thin and reedy.
Maati, oh gods, I didn't do anything. I didn't. Oh gods, Matiko, he's gone.
Maati rose, brushing the crumbs from his robes with a sense of profound unreality. Once before he had seen the last moments of an Ondat in the world. It wasn't something he'd expected to suffer again. Samai paced the wide porch, his head turning one way and another, directionless as a swath of silk caught in the wind.
"Stay here. I'll get Otako,"
Ma'ati said.
"He'll know what to do."
The walls of the audience chamber swooped up, graceful as a dove's wing. The high, pale stone looked as soft as fresh butter, seamless where the stones had joined and been smoothed into one piece by the power of the Ondat. Tiny webworks of stone fanned out from the walls at shoulder height, incense smoke rising from them in soft gray lines. High above, windows had been shaped by hand. Spare and elegant and commanding, it was a place of impossible beauty, and Ota suspected the world would never see another like it. He sat in the black chair his father had sat in, and his father before him, and on back through the generations to when the empire had still stood, and the name Kai had meant honored servant. Before him, seated on soft red cushions and intricately woven rugs, were the heads of the highest families of the Utkayem: Vaunani, Radaani, Kamau, Daikani, Dun, Isadan, and half a dozen others. For each of these there were 10 more families, 20 more, but these were the highest, the richest, the most powerful men of Machi, and they were the ones who had just suffered the worst loss. Ota waited while his news sank in, watched the blood drain from their faces. Ota kept his visage stern and his posture formal and rigid. His robes were simple, pale, and severe. His first impulse, a ceremonial black shot with red and long, flexible bones sewn in to give it shape, had been too gaudy. He would have seemed to be taking refuge in the cloth. The important things now were that they know he was in control, and that they put trust in him. It would be too easy for the city to fall into panic, and here, now, through the force of his own will, he could hold it back. If these men left the room unsure, it would be too late. He could hold a stone, but he couldn't stop a rock slide.
"Can we get it back?"
Wetai Dun asked, his voice shaking.
"There are Ondat that poets have caught 3-4 times. Water moving down was—"
Ota took a deep breath.
"There is a chance,"
he said.
"It has been done, but it will be harder than it was the first time. The poet who does will have to create a binding sufficiently different from the original. Or it could be that the Daikwo will be able to give us an Ondat that is different, but that still speeds the mining trades."
"How long will it take?"
Ashua Radaani asked. The Radaani were the richest family in the city, with more silver and gold in their coffers than even Ota himself could command.
"We can't know until we hear from the Daikwo,"
Ota said.
"I've sent my best courier with enough gold in his sleeve to buy a fresh horse every time he needs one. We will hear back as soon as it is possible to know. Until that happens, we will work as we always have. Stone made soft made the mines here and in the north the most productive in the world, that's true. But it didn't run the forges. It didn't smelt the ore. The stone potters will have to go back to working clay, that's true, but—"
"How did this happen?"
Sayin Dun cried. His voice was as anguished as if he'd lost his son. There was a stirring in the air, fear. Without thinking, Ota rose, his hands flowing into a pose of censure.
"Duncha!"
he said, his voice cold as stone and harder.
"You are not here to shout me down. I have brought you here as a courtesy. Do you understand that?"
The man took an apologetic pose, but Ota pressed.
"I asked whether you understood, not whether you were regretful."
"I understand, Most High,"
the man muttered.
"The potters will have to work clay until some other accommodation can be made,"
Ota said.
"With proper control, this will be an inconvenience, not a catastrophe. The city is wounded, yes. We all know that, and I won't have that made worse by panic. I expect each of you to stand with your Kai and make your people know that there is nothing to fear.
The contracts directly affected by this loss will be brought to me personally. I will see to it that any losses are recompensed, so that no one family or house carries more of this burden than its share. And any contracts not directly affected by the Andat's absence are still in force. Do each of you understand that?
A low chorus of affirmation rose. They sounded as reluctant as boys before a tutor.
Also, I have put armsmen on the bridge. Any house who chooses this time to relocate its wealth to some other city will forfeit their holdings here. Any silver over 100 lengths that leaves Machi at one time must be allowed by me.
Ashwaradani took a pose that begged permission to speak. It was proper etiquette, and Ota felt the tightness in his chest release by half a turn. At least they were now respecting forms.
Most High, Radhaani said, this may not be the best time to put restrictions on trade. Machi will need to keep its ties to the other cities strong if we're to weather this tragedy.
If the smaller houses see carts of gold rolling away to Satani and Udun, they'll start talking of how the rats all run when the house catches fire.
Ota said.
My house hasn't caught fire.
Radhaani pursed his lips, his eyes shifting as if reading some invisible text as he reconsidered some internal plan that Ota had just ruined, but he said nothing more.
Machi needs your loyalty and your obedience, Ota said. You are all good men, and the leaders of respected families. Understand that I value each of you, and your efforts to keep the peace in this time will be remembered and honored. And the first of you to bolt, I will destroy and sow your lands with salt.
Ota thought, but didn't say. He let his eyes carry that part of the message, and from the unease in the men before him, he knew that they had understood. For over a decade they had thought themselves ruled by a soft-hearted man, an upstart put in his father's chair by strange fortune, and likely less suited to the role than his lady wife, the innkeep. And as terrible as this day was, Ota found he felt some small joy in suggesting they might have been mistaken. Once they had been dismissed, Ota waved away his servants and walked to his private apartments. Kian came to him, taking his hand in her own. Semai sat on the edge of a low couch, his face still empty with shock. He had been weeping openly when Ota left.
How did it go?
Kian asked.
Well, I think. Strangely, it's much easier than dealing with Aya.
You don't love them,
Kian said.
Ah, is that the difference?
A plate of fresh apples stood on a copper table, a short, wicked knife beside it. Ota sliced a bit of the white flesh and chewed thoughtfully.
They'll still move their wealth away, you know,
Kian said.
Blocking the bridge won't stop a ferry crossing in the night with its lanterns shuttered, or wagons looping up north and crossing the water someplace in the mountains.
I know it, but if I can keep the thing down to a few ferries and wagons, that will do. I'll also need to send messages to the Cayenne, Ota said. Satani and Anatan to start.
Better they hear the bad news from you,
she agreed.
Should I call for a scribe?
No, just paper and a fresh ink brick. I'll do the thing myself.
I'm sorry, Most High,
Semai said again.
I don't know how it happened. He was there, and then he just wasn't. There wasn't even a struggle. It
doesn't matter, Ota said. It's gone, and so it's gone. We'll move forward from that.
It does matter, though,
the poet said, and his voice was a cry of despair. Ota wondered what it would feel like, dedicating a life to one singular thing, and then in an instant losing it. He himself had led a half-dozen lives, laborer, fisherman, midwife's assistant, courier, father, Kai. But Semai had never been anything besides a poet, exalted above all other men, honored, envied. And now, suddenly, he was only a man in a brown robe. Ota put a hand to the man's shoulder, and saw a moment's passing shame in Semai's expression.
It was perhaps too early still for comfort.
A scratch came at the door, and a servant boy entered, took a formal pose, and announced the poet Maati Vaupatai and Liat Chokavi. A moment later, Maati rushed in, his cheeks an alarming red, his breath hard, his belly heaving. Liat was no more than a step behind him. He could see the alarm in her expression. Kian stepped forward and helped Maati to a seat. The two women met each other's gaze, and there was a moment's tension before Ota stepped forward.
"Liatcha," he said. "Thank you for coming."
"Of course," she said. "I came as soon as Maati asked me. Is something wrong? Have we heard from the Daikwo?"
"No,"
Maati said between gasps.
"not that."
Ota took a questioning pose, and Maati shook his head.
"Didn't say. People around. Would have been heard," Maati said. Then, "Gods! I need to eat less. I'm too fat to run any more."
Ota took Liat's elbow and guided her to a chair, then sat beside Samai. Only Kian remained standing.
"Liatcha, you worked with Amat Kia'an," Ota said. "You've taken over the house she founded. She must have spoken with you about how those first years were, after Heshaiko died and Seedless escaped."
"Of course,"
Liat said.
"I need you to tell us about that," Ota said. "I need to know what she did to keep Sareket together, what she tried that worked, what failed, what she wished the Kai Sareket had done in response, what she would have preferred he had not. Everything."
Liat's gaze went to Maati, and then Samai, and then back to Ota. There was still a deep confusion in her expression.
"It's happened again," Ota said.
10. Given a half-decent road, the armies of Gault could travel faster than any in the world. It was the steam wagons, Balasar reflected, that made the difference. As long as there was wood or coal to burn, and water for the boilers, the carts could keep their pace at a fast walk. In addition to the supplies they carried, food, armor, weapons that the men were then spared, a tenth of the infantry could climb aboard the rough slats, rest themselves, and eat. Rotated properly, his men could spend a full day at fast march, make camp, and be rested enough by morning to do the whole thing again. Balasar sat astride his horse, a nameless mare Eostin had procured for him, and looked back over the valley. The sun dropping at their back stretched their shadows to the east. Hundreds of plumes of dark smoke and pale steam rose from the green silk banners rippling above and beside them. The plain behind him was a single ordered mass of the army stretching back, it seemed, to the horizon. Boots crushed the grasses, steam wagons consumed the trees, horses tramped the ground to mud. Their passing alone would scar these fields and meadows for a generation. And the whole of it was his. Balasar's will had gathered it and would direct it, and despite all his late-night sufferings, in this moment he could not imagine failure. Eostin cleared his throat.
"If they had found some Andat to do this," Balasar said, "do you know what would have happened?"
"Sire," Eostin said.
"If the Andat had done this, wagon that pulls itself, or horse doesn't tire, something like that, no one would ever have designed a steam wagon. The merchants would have paid some price to the Kai, the poet would have been set to it, and it would have worked until the poet fell downstairs or failed to pass the Andat on."
"Or until we came around," Eostin said, but Balasar wasn't ready to leave his chain of thought for self-congratulations yet.
"And if someone had made the thing, had seen a way that any decent smith could do what the Kai charged good silver for, he'd either keep it quiet or find himself face down in the river," Balasar said, and then spat. "It's no way to run a culture."
Eostin's mount whickered and shifted. Balasar sighed and shifted his gaze forward to the rolling hills and grasslands, where the first and farthest flung of Nantani's low towns dotted the landscape. Another day, perhaps two, and he would be there. He was more than half tempted to press on. Night marches weren't unheard of, and the anticipation of what lay before them sang to him. the hours pressing at him. But the summer was hardly begun. Better not to suffer surprises too early in the campaign. He moved a practiced gaze over the road ahead, considered the distance between the reddening orb of the sun and the horizon, and made his decision.
"When the first wagon reaches that stand of trees, call the halt," he said. "That will still give the men half a hand to forage before sunset."
"Yes, sir," Eustin said. "And that other matter, sir?"
"After dinner," Balasar said. "You can bring Captain Ajutani to my tent after dinner."
His impulse had been to kill the poet as soon as the signal arrived. The binding had worked. The cities of the Khayyam lay open before him. Ria'an had outlived his use. Eustin had been the one to counsel against it, and Sinja Ajutani had been the issue. Balasar had known there was something less than trust between the two men. That was to be expected. He hadn't understood how deeply Eustin suspected the Kayyate mercenary. He had tracked the man, his visits to the poet, the organization of his men, how Ria'an's unease had seemed to rise after a meeting with Sinja, and fall again after he spoke with Balasar. It was nothing like an accusation. Even Eustin agreed there wasn't proof of treachery. The mercenary had done nothing to show that he wasn't staying bought. And yet, Eustin was more and more certain with each day that Sinja was plotting to steal Ria'an back to the Khayyam, to reveal what it was he had done, and, just possibly, find a way to undo it. The problem, Balasar thought, was a simple failure of imagination. Eustin had followed Balasar through more than one campaign, had walked through the haunted desert with him, had stood at his side through the long political struggle that had brought this army to this place on this supreme errand. Loyalty was the way Eustin understood the world. The thought of a man who served first one cause and then another made no more sense to him than stone floating on water. Balasar had agreed to his scheme to prove Captain Ajutani's standing, though he himself had little doubt. He took the exercise seriously for Eustin's sake, if nothing else. Balasar would be ready for them when they came. His pavilion was in place before the last light of the sun had vanished in the west. Couches made from wood and canvas that could be broken down flat and carried on muleback, flat cushions embroidered with the Galtic tree, a small writing table. A low iron brazier took the edge from the night's chill, and 100 lemon candles filled the air with their scent and drove away the midges. He'd had it set on the top of a rise, looking down over the valley where the light of cook fires dotted the land like stars in the sky. A firefly had found its way through the gossamer folds of his tent, shining and then vanishing as it searched for a way out. 1,000 of its fellows glittered in the darkness between camps. It was like something from a children's story, where the good neighbors had breached the division between the worlds to join his army. He saw the 3 of them coming toward him, and he knew each long before he could make out their faces. Eustin's stride was long, low, and deceptively casual. Captain Ajutani moved carefully, each step provisional, the weight always held on his back foot until he chose to shift it. Ria'an's was an unbalanced civilian strut. Balasar rose, opened the flap for them to enter, and rolled down the woven grass mats to give them a level of visual privacy, false walls that shifted and muttered in the lightest of breezes.
"Thank you all for coming,"
Balasar said in the tongue of the Khayyam. Sinja and Ria'an took poses, the forms a study in status. Sinja accepted the greeting of a superior. Ria'an condescended to acknowledge an honored servant. Eustin only nodded. In the corner of the pavilion, the firefly burst into sudden brilliance and then vanished again. Balasar led the 3 men to cushions on a wide woven rug, seating himself to face Sinja. When they had all folded their legs beneath them, Balasar leaned forward.
"When I began this campaign," he said, "it was not my intention to continue the rule of the poets and their Andat over the rest of humanity. In the course of my political life, I allowed certain people to misunderstand me, but it is not my intention that Ria'an Shah should be burdened by another Andat, or that anyone should, ever."
The poet's jaw dropped. His face went white, and his hands fluttered toward poses they never reached. Sinja only nodded, accepting the new information as if it were news of the weather.
"That leaves me with an unpleasant task,"
Balasar said, and he drew a blade from his vest. It was a thick-bladed dagger with a grip of worked leather. He tossed it to the floor. The metal glittered in the candlelight. Ria'an didn't understand. His confusion was written on his brow and proclaimed by his silence. If he'd understood, Balasar thought, he'd be begging by now. Sinja glanced at the knife, then up at Balasar, and then Eustin. He sighed.
"And you've chosen me to see if I'd do it,"
the mercenary said, with a tone both weary and amused.
"I don't," Ria'an said. You can't mean that. Sinja Kya, you wouldn't."
The motion was casual and efficient as swatting at a fly. Sinja leaned over, plucked the knife from the rug, and tossed it into the poet's neck. It sounded like a melon being cleaved. The poet rose half to his feet, clawing at the handle, already slick with his blood, then slowly folded, lying forward as if asleep or drunk. The scent of blood filled the air. The poet's body twitched, heaved once, and went still.
"Not your best rug, I assume,"
Sinja said in Galtic.
"Not my best rug,"
Balasar agreed.
"Will there be anything else, sir?" "Not now,"
Balasar said.
"Thank you."
The mercenary captain nodded to Balasar and then to Eustin. His gait as he walked out was the same as when he'd walked in. Balasar stood and stepped back, kicking the old flat cushion onto the corpse. Eustin also stood, shaking his head.
"Not what you expected, then?"
Balasar asked. "He didn't even try to talk you out of it," Eustin said. "I thought he'd at least play you for time. Another day."
"You're convinced, then?"
Eustin hesitated, then stooped to roll the rug over the corpse. Balasar sat at the writing desk, watching as Eustin finished covering the poor, arrogant, pathetic man in his ignominious shroud, and called in 2 shoulders to haul him away. Ria'an Vaudatat, the world's last poet, if Balasar had his way, would rest in an unmarked grave in this no-man's land between the Westlands and Nantani. It took more time than throwing him into a ditch, and there were times that Balasar had been tempted. But treating the body with respect said more about the living than the dead, and it was a dignity with only the smallest price. A few men, a little work. A new rug was brought in, new pillows, and a plate of curried chicken and raisins, a flagon of wine. The servants all left, and Eustin still hadn't spoken.
"When you brought this to me,"
Balasar said,
"you said his hesitation would be proof of his guilt. Now you're thinking his lack of hesitation might be just as damning."
"Seemed like he might be trying to keep the poor bastard from saying something," Eustin said, his gaze cast down. Balasar laughed.
"There's no winning with you. You know that?"
"I suppose not, sir." Balasar took a knife and cut a slice from the chicken. It smelled lovely, sweet and hot and rich, but beneath it and the lemon candles there was still a whiff of death and human blood. Balasar ate the food anyway. It tasted fine.
"Keep watch on him,"
Balasar said.
"Be polite about it. Nothing obvious. I don't want the men thinking I don't believe in him. If you don't see him plotting against us by the time we reach Nantani, perhaps you'll sleep better."
"Thank you, sir."
"It's nothing. Some chicken?"
Eustin glanced at the plate, and then his eyes flickered toward the tent flap behind him.
"Or,"
Balasar said,
"would you rather go get someone to shadow Captain Ajutani?"
"If it's all the same, sir," Eustin said. Balasar nodded and waved the man away. In the space of 2 breaths, he was alone. He ate slowly. When the meal was almost done, chicken gone, flagon still over half full, a chorus of crickets suddenly burst out. Balasar listened. The poet was dead. There was no turning back now. The High Council back in Acton would be desperately angry with him when they heard the news, but there wasn't a great deal they could do to breathe life back into a corpse. And if his work went well, by the time winter silenced these crickets, there would no longer be a man alive in the world who could take Ria'an's place. And yet, his night's work was not complete. He wiped his hands clean, savored a last sip of wine, and took the leather satchel from under his cot. He put the books on his writing table, side by side by side. The ancient pages seemed alive with memory. He still bore the scars on his shoulder from hauling these 4 books out of the desert. He still felt the ghosts of his men at his back, watching in silence, waiting to see whether their deaths had been noble or foolish. And beyond that, beyond himself and his life and struggles, the worn paper and pale ink knew of ages. The hand that had copied these words had been dust for at least 10 generations. The mind that first conceived these words had fallen into forgetfulness long before that. The emperor whose greater glory they had been offered to was forgotten, his palace's ruins. The lush forests and jungles of the empire were dune-swept. Balasar put his hand on the cool metallic binding of the first of the volumes. Killing the man was nothing. Killing the books was more difficult. The poet, like any man, was born to die. Moving his transition from flesh to spirit forward by a few decades was hardly worth considering, and Balasar was a soldier and a leader of soldiers. Killing men was his work. It would have been as well to ask a farmer to regret the fate of his wheat. But to take these words, which had lasted longer than the civilization that created them, to slaughter history, was a task best done by the ignorant. Only a man who did not understand his actions would be callous enough to destroy these without qualm. And yet, what must be done, and it was time. Carefully, Balasar laid the books open in the brazier. The pages shifted in the breeze, scratching one another like dry hands. He ran his fingers along one line, translating as best he could, reading the words for the last time. The lemon candle spilled its wax across his knuckles as he carried it, and the flame leapt to twice its height. He touched the open leaves with the burning wick as a priest might give a blessing, and the book seemed to embrace the fire. He sat, watching the pages blacken and curl, bits of cinder rise and dance in the air. A pale smoke filled the air, and Balasar rose, opening the flap of the pavilion to the wide night air. The firefly darted past him, glowing. Balasar watched it fly out to freedom in the company of its fellows until it went dark and vanished. The cook fires were fewer, the stars hanging in the sky bright and steady. A strange elation passed through him, as if he had taken off a burden or been freed himself. He grinned like an idiot at the darkness and had to fight himself not to dance a little jig. If he'd been certain that none of his men were near, that no one would see, he would have allowed himself. But he was a commander and not a child. Dignity had its price. When he returned to the brazier, nothing was left but blackened hinges, split leather, grey ash. Balasar stirred the ruins with a stick, making sure no text had survived, and then, satisfied, turned to his cot. The day before him would be long. As he lay in the darkness, half asleep, he felt the ghosts again. The men he had left in the desert, the men still alive whom he would leave in the field. Ria'an, books cradled in his arms. Balasar's sacrifices filled the pavilion, and their presence and expectation comforted him until a small voice came from the back of his mind. "Kya," it said. "Sinja Kya," he called him. "Sinja Cha would have been the proper form, wouldn't it? Kya is used for a lover or a brother. Why would Ria'an have thought of Sinja as a brother?" And then, as if Eostin were seated beside the cot, his voice whispered, "Seemed like he might be trying to keep the poor bastard from saying something." Liat walked through the darkness between the Kai's palaces and the library where Ma'ati, she hoped, was still awake and waiting for her. She felt like a wash rag wrung out, soaked and wrung out again. It was 7 days now since Stone Maid Soft had escaped, and she'd spent the time either meeting with the Kaimachi or waiting to do so. Long days spent in the gilded halls and corridors of the palaces where she found more tiring than travel. Her back ached, her legs were sore, and she couldn't even think what she had done to earn the pain. Sitting shouldn't carry such a price. If she'd lifted something heavy, there would at least be a reason. The city seemed darker now than when she'd arrived. It might be only her imagination, but there seemed fewer lanterns lit on the paths, fewer torches at the doorways. The windows of the palaces that shone with light seemed dimmed. No slaves sang in the gardens. The members of the Utkayem that she saw throughout her day all shared a tension that she understood too well. Candles flickered behind Ma'ati's closed shutters, a thin light of light where the wooden frames had warped over the years. Liat found herself more grateful than she had expected to be as she took the last steps down the path that led to his door. Ma'ati sat on the low couch, a bowl of wine cradled in his fingers. A bottle less than half full sat on the floor at his feet. He smiled as she let herself in, but she saw at once that something wasn't well. She took a pose of query, and he looked away.
Ma'ati kya?
I've had a letter from the Daiko,
Ma'ati said.
The timing of all this isn't what I'd hoped, you know. I've spent years puttering through the library here, looking for nothing in particular, and only stumbled on my little insight now, just when the Galts have gotten out of hand. And now Samai. And forgive me, love, and you, and our boy.
I don't understand, Liat said. The Daiko? What did he say?
He said that I should come.
Ma'ati sighed.
There's nothing in the letter about the Galts or the missing poet. There's nothing about Stone Maid Soft, of course. The courier won't be there with that sorry news for days yet. It's only about me. It's the thing I'd always hoped for. It's my absolution, Liat Kya. I have been out of favor since before Naiit was born. After I took Ota's cause in the succession, they almost forbade me from wearing the robes, you know. The old Daiko made it very clear he didn't consider me a poet.
Liat leaned against the cool stone wall. Her pains were forgotten. She watched Ma'ati raise his brows, shake his head. His lips shifted as if he were having some silent conversation to which she was only half welcome. A familiar heaviness touched her heart.
You must have hoped for this, she said.
Dreamed of it when I dared to, and welcomed back with honor and dignity. I'm saved.
That's a bitter tone for a saved man, she said.
I've only just met you again. I've only just started to know Naiit, and Otakwo's in need, and the Galts are stirring trouble again. My shining hour has come to call me away from everyone who actually matters.
You can't refuse the Daiko, Liat said softly. You have to go.
Do I?
The air between them grew still. 100 other conversations echoed in their words. Liat closed her eyes, weariness dragging her like rain-heavy robes.
It's all happening again, isn't it? She said. It's all the things we've suffered before, coming back at once. The Galts, Stone Maid Soft set free, Semai lost and mourning, the way his shy was that summer after Seedless killed the baby. And then us, you and I.
You and I ending again,
Ma'ati said.
All of history pressed into one season. It doesn't seem fair.
How is Semai?
She asked, turning the conversation to safer ground, if only for a moment.
Has he been eating?
A little. Not enough.
Does he know yet what happened? How Stone Maid Soft slipped free?
No, but he suspects. And I do too.
Liat moved forward, sat beside Ma'ati, took the bowl from his hands and drank the wine. Her throat and chest warmed and relaxed. Ma'ati took a bottle from the floor.
Not every poet is made for slaughter,
Ma'ati said, as he tipped rice wine clear as water into the bowl.
There was a part of him that rebelled at the prospect of turning the Andat against the Goths. I know he struggled with it, and he and I both believed he'd made his peace with it.
But now you think not?
Now I think perhaps he wasn't as certain as he told himself he was. He may not even have known what he meant to do. It would take so little, in a way. The decision of a moment, and then gone beyond retrieval. If he regretted it in the next breath, it would already be too late. But it can't be a coincidence, the Goths and stone made soft.
Liat sipped now just enough to maintain the warmth in her body, but not so much as to make her drunk. Ma'ati drank directly from the bottle, wiping it with his sleeve after.
There's another explanation, she said. The Galts could have done it.
How? They can unmake a binding.
They could have bought him.
Ma'ati shook his head, frowning.
Not Samai. There's not a man in the world less likely to turn against the Khayyam.
You're sure of that?
Yes, I'm sure,
Ma'ati said.
He was happy. He had his life and his place in the world, and he was happy.
So much the worse for him,
Liat said.
At least we don't have that to suffer, huh?
And now who sounds bitter?
Liat chuckled and took a pose accepting the point that was made awkward by the bowl in one hand.
How are things with Odakwo?
Ma'ati asked.
He's like the wind on legs,
Liat said.
He wants to know everything at once, control all of it, and I think he's driving the court half mad. And don't say I said it, but it's almost as if he's enjoying it. Everything's falling apart except him. If simple force of will can hold a city together, I think Machi will be fine.
It can't, though.
No,
she agreed.
It can't.
The back of Ma'ati's hand brushed against her arm. It was a small, tentative gesture, familiar as breath. It was something he had always done when he was uncertain and in need of comfort. There had been times when she'd found it powerfully annoying, and times when she'd found herself doing it too. Now she shifted the wine bowl to her other hand, and resolutely laced her fingers with his.
I haven't written back to the Daikwo,
Ma'ati said. His voice was as low as a confession.
I'm not sure what I should. I haven't been back to Sarvekat, you know. I could. I mean, gods, I'm saying this badly. If you want it, Liatka, I could come back with you. You and Nayit.
No, she said. There isn't room for you. My life there has a certain shape to it, and I don't want you to be part of it. And Nayit's a grown man. It's too late to start raising him now. I love you. And Nayit is better, I think, knowing you than he was before. But you can't come back with us. You aren't welcome.
Ma'ati looked down at his knees. His hand seemed to relax into her palm.
Thank you,
he whispered. She raised his hand and kissed the wide, soft knuckles, and then his mouth. He touched her neck gently, his hand warm against her skin.
Put out the candles,
she said. Time had made him a better lover than when they had been young. Time and experience, his and her own both. Sex had been so earnest then, so anxious, and so humorless. She had spent too much time as a girl worried about whether her breasts looked pleasing or if her hips were too thin. In the years she had kept a house with him, Ma'ati had tried to hold in his belly whenever his robes came off. Youth and vanity and now that they were doomed to sagging flesh and loose skin and short breath, all of it could be forgiven and left behind. They laughed more now as they shrugged out of their robes and pulled each other down on the wide, soft bed. They paused in their passions to let Ma'ati rest. She knew better now what would bring her the greatest pleasure, and had none of her long-ago qualms about asking for it. And when they were spent, lying wrapped in the soft sheet, Ma'ati's head on her breast, the netting pulled closed around them, the silence was deeper and more intimate than any words they had spoken. She would miss this. She had known the dangers when she had taken his hand again, when she had kissed him again. She had known there would be a price to pay for it, if only the pain of having had something pleasant and precious and brief. For a moment her mind shifted to Naiit and his lovers, and she was touched by sorrow on his behalf. He was too much her son, and not enough Ota's. But she didn't want Ota in this room, in this moment, so she put both of these other men out of her mind, and concentrated instead on the warmth of her own flesh and Ma'ati's, the slow, regular deepening of his breath and of hers. Her thoughts wandered, slowing and losing their coherence, turning into something close kin to dream. She had almost slipped into the deep waters of sleep when Ma'ati's sudden spasm brought her back. He was sitting up, panting like a man who'd run a mile. It was too dark to see his face. She called his name, and a low groan escaped him. He stood, and for a moment she was afraid that he would stagger and fall. But she made out his silhouette, a deeper darkness, and he did not sway. She called his name again. "No," he said, then a pause, and "No, no, 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 no! Oh, gods! Gods, no!" Liat rose, but Ma'ati was already walking. She heard him bark his shins against the table in the front room, heard the wine bottle clatter as it fell. She wrapped her sheet around herself and hurried after him just in time to see him lumbering naked out the door and into the night. She followed. He trotted into the library, his hands moving restlessly. When he lit a candle, she saw his face etched deep with dread. It was as if he was watching someone die that only he could see. "Ma'ati, stop this," she said, and the fear in her voice made her realize that she was trembling. "What's the matter? What's happened?" "I was wrong," he said. "God, Samai will never forgive me doubting him. He'll never forgive me." Candle in hand, Ma'ati lumbered into the next room and began frantically looking through scrolls, hands shaking so badly the wax spilled on the floor. Liat gave up hope that he would speak, that he would explain. Instead, she took the candle from his hand and held it for him as he searched. In the third room he found what he'd been seeking and sank to the floor. Liat came to his side and read over his shoulder as he unfurled the scroll. The ink was pale, the script the alphabet of the old empire. Ma'ati's fingertips traced the words, looking for something, some passage or phrase. Liat found herself holding her breath, and then his hand stopped moving. The grammar was antiquated and formal, the language almost too old to make sense of. Liat silently struggled to translate the words that had caught Ma'ati short. The second type is made up of those thoughts impossible to bind by their nature, and no greater knowledge shall ever permit them. Examples of this are imprecision and freedom from bondage. "I know what they've done," he said. 11. Nantani had been one of the first cities built when the Second Empire reached out past its borders to put its mark on the distant lands they now inhabited. The palace of the Kai was topped by a dome the color of jade, a single stone shaped by the will of some long-dead poet. When the sunlight warmed it in just the right way, it would chime. A low voice rolling out wordlessly over the whitewashed walls and blue tile roofs of the city. Sinja had wintered in Nantani for a few seasons, retreating from the snow-bound fields of the westlands to wait in comfort for the thaw and spend the money he'd earned. He knew the scent of the sea here, the feel of the soft, chalky soil beneath his feet. He knew of an old man who sold garlic sausages from a stall near the temple that were the best he'd had in the world. He knew the sound of the great sun chime. He had not known that the deep, throbbing tone would also come when the palace below it burned. There were other fires as well, pillars of black, rolling smoke that rose into the air like filthy clouds. The doors he passed as he walked down to the seafront were broken and splintered. The shutters at the windows clacked open and closed in the breeze. Often they passed wide swaths of half-dry blood on the ground, or smeared on the rough white walls. The city had been home to over 100,000 people. It had fallen in a morning. Balasar had sent 3 forces in through the wide streets to the Kai's palace, the poet's house, and the libraries. When those 3 things were destroyed, the signal went out, brass horns blaring the sack. When the signal reached the remaining forces, it was a storm of chaos. Some men ran for the inner parts of the city, hoping to find richer pickings. Others grabbed the first mercantile house they saw and took whatever was there to find: goods, gold, women. For the time it took the sun to travel the width of a man's hand, Nantani was a scene from the old stories of hell, as the soldiery took what they could for themselves. And then the second call came, and the looting stopped. Those few who were so maddened by greed or lust that they ignored the call were taken to their captains, relieved of what wealth they had grabbed, and then 1/5 of them were killed as an example to others. This was an army of discipline, and the free-for-all was over. Now the studied, considered dismantling of the city began. Quarter by quarter, street by street, the armies of Galt stripped the houses and basements, outbuildings and kitchens and coal stores. Sinja's own men led each force, calling out in breaking voices that Nantani had fallen, that her people were permanently indentured to Galt, their belongings forfeit. And all the wealth of the city was stripped down, put on carts and wagons, and pulled to a great pile at the seafront. Some men fought and were killed. Some fled and were hunted down or ignored, at the whim of the soldiers who found them. And the great blackening dome of jade sang out its grief and mourning. Sinja caught sight of the pavilion erected by the growing pile of treasure. The banners of Galt and Gisei hung from the bar that topped the fluttering canvas. Sinja and the soldiers Balasar Gisei had sent to collect him strode to it. At the seafront, ships stood ready to receive what had once been Nantani, and was now the fortune of Galt. Balasar stood at a writing desk, consulting with a clerk over a ledger. The general still wore his armor, embroidered silk as thick as 3 fingers together. Sinja had seen its like before, armor that would stop a spear or a sword cut, but weighed likely half as much as the man who wore it. And still, when Balasar caught sight of them and walked forward, hand outstretched to Sinja, there was no weariness in him.
"Captain Ajutani,"
Balasar said, his hand clasping Sinja's.
"come sit with me."
Sinja took a pose appropriate for a guard to his commander. It wasn't quite the appropriate thing, but it came near enough for the general to take its sense. Sinja walked behind the man to a low table where a bottle of wine stood open, 2 perfect porcelain wine bowls glowing white at its side. Balasar waved the attendant away and poured the wine himself. Sinja accepted a bowl and sat across from him.
"It was nicely done,"
Sinja said, gesturing with his free hand toward the city.
"Well managed and quick."
Balasar looked up, almost as if noticing the streets and warehouses for the first time. Sinja thought a hint of a smile touched the general's lips, but it was gone as soon as it came. The wine was rich and left Sinja's mouth feeling almost clean.
"It was competent,"
Balasar agreed.
"but it can't have been easy for you and your men."
"I didn't lose one of them," Sinja said. "I don't know that I've ever seen a campaign start where we took a city and didn't lose anyone."
"This is a different sort of war than the usual,"
Balasar said. And there, in the pale eyes, Sinja saw the ghosts. The general wasn't at ease. however casual he chose to be with his wine. It was an interesting fact, and Sinja put it at the back of his mind.
I wanted to ask you after your men. Have there been complaints? Not at all. Every report suggests that they did their work admirably, but this wasn't the adventure they expected. They expected the women they raped to look less like their sisters, that's truth, Sinja said. And honestly, I expect we'll lose some. I don't know how it is in Galt, sir, but when I've taken a green company into battle the first time, we always lose some. Inexperience,
Balasar said, agreeing.
No, sir. I don't mean the enemy spits a few, though that's usually true as well. I mean there are always a few who came into the work with epics in their heads. Great battles, honor, glory, all that pig shit. Once they see what a battlefield or a sacked town really looks like, they wake up. Half these boys are still licking off the coal. Some of them will think better and sneak off. And how do you plan to address the problem? Let them go, Sinja said and shrugged. We haven't seen a fight yet, but before this is finished, we will. When it happens, I'd rather have 20 soldiers than 30 men looking for a reason to retreat.
The general frowned, but he also nodded. At the edge of the pier, 100 seagulls took to the air at once, their cries louder than the waves. They wheeled once over the ships, and then settled again, just where they had been.
Unless you have a different opinion, sir, Sinja said. Do this, Balasar said, looking up from under his brow. Go to them. Explain to them that I will never turn against my men. But if they leave me, if they leave my service, they aren't my men any longer. And if I find them again, I won't be lenient.
Sinja scratched his chin, the stubble just growing in, and felt a smile growing in his mind.
I can see that they understand, sir, he said, and it might stop some of the ones who'd chosen to hang up their swords. But if there's someone you feel isn't loyal, one of my men that you think isn't yours, I'd recommend you kill him now. There's no room on a campaign like this for someone who will take up arms against the man that pays his wage.
Balasar nodded, leaning back in his chair.
I think we understand each other,
he said.
Let's be certain,
Sinja said, and put his hands open and palms down on the table between them.
I'm a mercenary, and to judge by that pile of silk and cedar chests you're about to ship back to Galt, you're the man who's got the money to pay my contract. If I've given you reason to think there's more happening than that, I'd rather we cleared it up now.
Balasar chuckled. It was a warm sound. That was good.
Are you ever subtle?
Balasar asked.
If I'm paid to be, Sinja said. I've had a bad experience working for someone who thought I might look better with a knife-shaped hole in my belly, sir, and I'd rather not repeat it. Have I done something to make you question my intentions?
Balasar considered him. Sinja met his gaze.
Yes, Balasar said, you have, but it's nothing I would be comfortable hanging you for. Not yet, at least. The poet, when you killed him, he addressed you in the familiar, Sinja Kya. Men begging for their lives sometimes develop an inaccurate opinion of how close they are to the men holding the blades, Sinja said, and the general had the good manners to blush. I understand your position, sir. I've been living under the Kayem for a long time now. You don't know my history, and if you did, it wouldn't help you. I've broken contracts before, and I won't lie about it. But I would appreciate it if we could treat each other professionally on this.
Balasar sighed.
You've managed to shame me, Captain Ajutani. I won't brag about that if you'll agree to be certain you've a decent cause to kill me before taking action, Sinja said. Agreed, Balasar said. But your men? I meant what I said about them. I'll be sure they understand,
Sinja said, then swigged down the last of his wine, took a pose appropriate to taking leave of the superior, and walked back into the streets of the fallen city, hoping that it wouldn't be clear from his stride that his knees felt loose. Not that a sane measure of fear could be held against him, but there was pride to consider, and someone was watching him. He could be damned sure of that. So he walked straight and calm through the streets, and the smoke and the wailing of the survivors, until he reached the camp outside the last trailing building of Nantani. The tents were far from empty. The thugs and free armsmen of Machi didn't all have a stomach for looting Nantani, but he didn't speak to his men until just after nightfall. They had a fire burning, though the summer night wasn't cold. The light of it made the tents glow gold and red. The men were quiet. The boasting and swaggering that the Gaults were doing didn't have a place here. It would have if the burning city had been made from grey Westland stone. Sinja stood at the front on a plank set up on chairs in a makeshift dais. He wanted them to see him. The scouts he'd sent out to assure that the conversation was private returned and took a confirming pose. If General Gisei had set a watch over him, they'd gone to their own camps, or else come from within his own company. He'd done what he could about the first, and the second there was no protection for. He raised his hands.
So, most of what we've done since the spring opened has been walk, he said. Well, we're in summer now, and you've seen what war looks like. It's not the war I expected, that's truth, but it's the one we've got. And you can all thank the gods that we're on the side most likely to win. But don't think that because this went well, this is over with. It's a long walk still ahead of us.
He sighed and shifted his weight, the plank wobbling a little under his feet. A log in the fire popped, firing sparks up into the darkness like an omen.
There are a few of you right now who are thinking of leaving. Don't. Quiet now, all of you. Don't lie to yourselves about it, and don't lie to me. This is the first taste of war most of you've seen, and some of you might have had families or friends in Nantani. I did. But here's what I have to say to you. Don't do it. Right now it looks like our friends the Gaults can't be stopped. All the gods know there's not a fighting force anywhere in the cities that could face them. That's truth. But there's worse things for an army to face than another army. Look at the size of this force, the simple number of men. It can't carry the food it needs with it. It can't haul that much water. We have to rely on the land we're covering, the low towns, the cities, the game we can hunt, the trees and coal we can feed into those traveling kilns of theirs, the water we can get from the rivers. If the cities north of here can organize, if they can burn the food and the trees so we have to spend more of our time finding supplies, if they foul the wells so that we can't move far from the rivers, if they get small, fast bands together to harass our hunting parties and scouts, we could still be in for hell's own fight. We took Nantani by surprise. That won't happen twice, and that's why I need every man among you here keeping that from happening. And besides that, any of you that leave, the general's going to hunt down like low-town dogs and slit your bellies for you.
Sinja paused, looking out at the earnest, despairing faces of the boys he'd led from Machi. He felt old. He rarely felt old, but now he did.
Don't be stupid,
he said, and got down from the plank. The men raised a late and half-hearted cheer. Sinja waved it away and headed back to his tent. Overhead the stars shone where the smoke didn't obscure them. The cooks had made chicken and pepper rice. Stinging flies were out, and, to Sinja's mild disgust, Nantani seemed to be a haven for grass ticks. He spent a quiet, reflective time plucking the insects out of his skin and cracking them with his thumbnails. It was near midnight when he heard the roaring crash, thunder rolling suddenly from the ruined city, and then silence. The dome had fallen then. How many of his men would know what the sound had meant, he wondered, and how many would understand that he'd given them all the strategy for slowing the Gauls, point by point by point, and how many would have snuck away to the north by morning, thinking they were being clever. But he could tell the general he'd done as he was told, and no man present would be able to say otherwise. So maybe he could lull the general back into trusting him for a while longer at least. And maybe Kian's husband would find a good way to make use of the time Sinja won for him.
"Ma, Kian Kya,"
he said to the night and the northern stars.
"Look what you've done. You've made me into a politician."
Most High,
Ashwa Radhaani said, taking a pose that was an apology and a refusal.
This is folly. I understand that the poets are concerned, but you have to see that we have nothing that supports their suspicion. We're in summer. It's only a few weeks before we have to harvest the spring crops and plant for autumn. The men you're asking for, we can't just send away our laborers.
Ota frowned. It was not a response his father would have gotten. The other Khayyam would have raised a hand, made a speech, perhaps only shifted his hands into a pose asking for the speaker to repeat himself. The men and horses and wagons of grain and cheese and salt-packed meats would simply have appeared. But not for Otamachi, the upstart who had not won his chair, who had married a way-housekeeper and produced only one son, and that one sickly. He felt the urgency like a hand pressing at his back, but he forced himself to remain calm. He wouldn't have what he wanted by blustering now. He smiled sweetly at the round, soft man with his glittering rings and calculating eyes.
"Your huntsman, then,"
Ota said.
"Bring your huntsman, and come yourself. Ride with me, Ashura-cha, and we'll go see whether there's any truth to this thing. If not, you can bear witness yourself, and reassure the court."
The young man's lips twisted into a half-smile.
Your offer is kind, Most High, he said. My huntsmen are yours. I will consult with my overseer. If my house can spare me, I would be honored to ride at your side.
"It would please me, Ashura-cha,"
Ota said.
"I leave in 2 days, and I look forward to your company."
I will do all I can.
They finished the audience with the common pleasantries, and a servant girl showed the man out. Ota called for a bowl of tea and used the time to consider where he stood. If Radhaani sent him 12 huntsmen, that took the total to almost 300 men. House Sianti had offered up its couriers to act as scouts. None of the families of the Utkayam had refused him. Daikani and old Kamau had even given him what he asked. The others dragged their feet, begged his forgiveness, compromised. If Radhaani had backed him, the others would have fallen in line. And if he had thought Radhaani was likely to, he'd have met with him first instead of last. It was the price, he supposed, of having played the game so poorly up to now. Had he been the man they expected him to be all these years, had he embraced the role he'd accepted, and fathered 12 sons on as many wives, and assured the ritual bloodbath that marked the change of generations, they would have been more responsive now. But his own actions had called the forms of court into question, and now that he needed the traditions, he half regretted having spent years defying them. The tea came in a bowl of worked silver carried on a pillow. The servant, a man perhaps 20 years older than Ota himself, with a long, well-kept beard and one clouded eye, presented it to him with a grace born of long practice. This man had done much the same before Ota's father, and perhaps his grandfather. The presentation of this bowl of tea might be the study and center of this man's life. The thought made the tea taste worse, but Ota took as warm a pose of thanks as would be permitted between the Kai-machi and a servant, however faithful. Ota rose, gesturing to the doorway. One of his 100 attendants rushed forward, robes flowing like water over stones.
"I'll see him now,"
Ota said.
in the gardens, and see we aren't disturbed."
The sky was grey and ivory, the breeze from the south warm as breath and nearly as gentle. The cherry trees stood green, the pink of the blossoms gone, the crimson of fruit not yet arrived. The thicker blossoms of high summer had begun to unfurl, rose and iris and sun-poppy. The air was thick with the scent. Ota walked down the path, white gravel fine as salt, crunching like snow under his feet. He found Ma'ati sitting on the lip of a stone pool, gazing up at the great fountain. Twice as high as a man, the gods of order stood arrayed in bas-relief shaped from a single sheet of bronze. The dragons of chaos lay cowed beneath their greened feet. Water sluiced down the wall, clear until it touched the brows and exultant upraised faces of the gods, and there it splattered white. Ota sat beside his old friend and considered.
"The dragon's not defeated,"
Ma'ati said.
"Look! You see the third head from the left? It's about to bite that woman's calf. And the man on the end? The one who's looking down? He's lost his balance."
"I hadn't noticed," Ota said.
"You should have another one made with the dragons on top, just to remind people that it's never over. Even when you think it's done, there's something waiting to surprise you."
Ota nodded, dipping his fingers into the dancing ripples of the pool. Gold and white koi darted toward his fingertips, and then as quickly away.
"I understand if you're angry with me," Ota said, "but I didn't ask him. Naiet came to me. He volunteered.
"Yes, Liat told me."
He spent half a season in the Daikwo's village. He knows it better than anyone but you or Samai."
Ma'ati looked up. There was a darkness in his expression.
"You're right,"
Ma'ati said.
"If this is the Galts, and they freed the Andat, then protecting the Daikwo is critical. But it would be faster to send for him to come to us. We can build defenses here, train men, prepare."
"And if the Daikwo didn't come?" Ota asked. "How long has he been mulling over Liat's report that the Galts have a poet of their own? I've sent word. I've sent messages. The world can't afford to wait and see if the Daikwo suddenly becomes decisive."
"And you speak for the world now, do you?"
There was acid in Ma'ati's tone, but Ota could hear the fear behind it, and the despair.
"If you insist on charging out into whatever kind of war you find out there, take one of us with you. We've lived there. We know the village. Samai's still young, or strap me on the back of a horse and pull me there. Leave Naiet out of this."
"He's a grown man," Ota said. "He's not a child any longer. He has his own mind and his own will. I thought about refusing him, for your sake and for Liat's. But what would that be to him? He's not still wrapped in crib cloths. How would I say that I wanted him safe because his mother would worry for him?"
"And what about his father?"
Ma'ati said, but it had none of the inflection of a question.
"You have an opinion, Most High, on what his father would think."
Ota's belly sank. He dried his hand on his sleeve, only thinking afterward that it was the motion of a commoner, a dock-front laborer, or a midwife's assistant, or a courier. The Kaimachi should have raised an arm, summoned a servant to dry his fingers for him on a cloth woven for the purpose, and burned after one use. His face felt mask-like and hard as plaster. He took a pose that asked clarification.
"Is that the conversation we're having, then?" he asked. "We're talking about fathers?"
"We're talking about sons,"
Ma'ati said.
"We're talking about you, scraping up all the disposable men that the Utkayem can drag out of comfort houses and slap sober enough to ride just so they can appease the irrational whims of the Kai. Taking those men out into the field because you think the armies of Galt are going to slaughter the Daikwo is what we're talking about, and about taking Naiet with you."
"You think I'm wrong?"
"I know you're right!"
Ma'ati was breathing hard now. His face was flushed.
I know they're out there, with an army of veterans who are perfectly accustomed to hollowing out their enemies' skulls for wine bowls. And I know you sent Sinja-cha away with all the men we had, who were even half-trained. If you come across the cults, you will lose, and if you take Naiit, he'll die too. He's still a child. He's still figuring out who he is, and what he intends, and what he means to do in the world, and—
Ma'ati, I know it would be safer for me to stay here, for Naiit to stay here, but it would only be safe for the moment. If we lose the Daiko, and all he knows, and the libraries he keeps, having one more safe winter in Machi won't mean anything, and we might not even manage the winter.
Ma'ati looked away. Ota bowed his head and pretended not to have seen the tears on his old friend's cheeks.
"I've only just found him again,"
Ma'ati said, barely audible over the splashing water.
"I've only just found him again, and I don't want him taken away."
I'll keep him safe,
Ota said. Ma'ati reached out his hand, and Ota let him lace his fingers with his own. It wasn't an intimacy that they often shared, and against his will, Ota found something near to sorrow tightening his chest. He put his free hand to Ma'ati's shoulder. When Ma'ati spoke, his voice was thick, and Ota no longer ignored his tears.
"We're his fathers, you and I,"
Ma'ati said.
"so we'll take care of him, won't we?"
Of course we will,
Ota said.
"You'll see him home safe."
Of course.
Ma'ati nodded. It was an empty promise, and they both knew it. Ota smoothed the palm over Ma'ati's thinning hair, squeezed his palm one last time, and stood. He was moved to speak, but he couldn't find any words that would say what he meant. Instead, he turned and softly walked away. His servants and attendants waited just outside the garden, attentive as puppies whose mother had left them. Ota waved them away, as he always had, and as he might not do again. The Master of Tides brought the ledger that outlined the rest of his day, and the day after, and was suddenly perfectly blank after that. In 2 days he would be traveling with what militia he could, and there was no point planning past that. As the man spoke, Ota gently took the book from him, closed it, and handed it back. The Master of Tides went silent, and no one followed Ota when he walked away. He strode through the palaces, ignoring the poses of obeisance and respect that bloomed wherever he went. He didn't have time for the forms and rituals. He didn't have time to respect the traditions he was about to put his life in danger to protect. He wasn't entirely sure what that said about him. He took the wide marble stairs 2 at a time, rising up from the lower palace toward his personal apartments. When he arrived, Kian wasn't there. He paced the rooms, plucking at the papers on the wide table he'd had brought for him. Maps and histories and lists of names, numbers of men and of wagons and routes. It looked like a nest for rats, the piled books, the scattered notes. It was vaguely ridiculous, he thought, as he read over the names of the houses and families who had sworn him support. He was no more a general than he was a tinsmith, and still here he was, the man stuck with the job. He didn't recall picking up the map, and yet there it was, in his hands. His eyes traced the paths he and his men might take. He and the men Ma'ati had called disposable. It wasn't the first time he'd wished Sinja-cha was still in the city, if only to have the dispassionate eye of a man who had actually fought in the field. Ota was an amateur at war. He had the impression that it was a poor field for amateurs. He traded the map for the lists of men and studied it again, as if there were a cipher hidden in it. He didn't notice when Kian and Eia arrived. When he looked up from his papers, they were simply there. His wife was calm and collected,
though he could see the strain in the thinness of her lips and the tightness of her jaw. Her hair was grayer now than the image of her in his mind. Her face seemed older. For a moment he was back in the way house she'd taken over from her father years ago in Udun. He was in her common room, listening to a flute player fumble through old tunes that everyone knew, and wondering if the lovely fox-faced woman serving the wine had meant to touch his hand when she poured. From such small things are lives constructed. Something of his thought must have shown in his face, because her features softened, and something near a blush touched her cheeks as Aya lowered herself to a couch and collapsed. He noticed that her usual array of rings and jewels were gone. But for the quality of her robe, she could have been a merchant's daughter.
"You look spent, Kya,"
Ota said. Then to Kian,
"What's she been doing? Carrying stones up the towers? And what's happened to jewelry?"
Physicians don't wear metalwork,
she said, as if he'd asked something profoundly stupid.
Blood gets caught in the settings. She's been with them all day,
Kian said.
We had a boy come in with a crushed arm,
Aya said, her eyes closed.
It was all bloody, and the skin scraped off. It looked like something from a butcher's stall. I could see his knuckle bones. Dorincha cleaned it up and wrapped it. We'll know in a couple days whether he'll have to have it off.
"We'll know?"
Ota asked.
"They're having you decide the fate of men's elbows?"
He saw a dark glitter where his daughter's eyes cracked just slightly open.
Dorincha will tell me, and then we'll both know. She's been quite the asset, they say,
Kian said.
The matrons keep trying to send her away, and she keeps coming back. They tell her it's unseemly for her to be there, but the physicians seem flattered that she's interested. I like it,
Aya said, her voice slurring.
I don't want to stop. I want to help.
"You don't have to stop,"
Ota said.
"I'll see to it."
Thank you, Papa Kya,
Aya murmured.
Off to your bed,
Kian said, gently shaking Aya's knee.
You're already half dreaming.
Aya frowned and grunted, but then came to her feet. She stumbled over to Ota, genuine exhaustion competing with the theatrics of being tired, and threw her arms around his neck. Her hair smelled of the vinegar the physicians used to wash down their slate tables. He put his arms around her. He could feel tears welling up in his eyes. His baby girl, his daughter. He would see her tomorrow, and then he would march out into the gods only knew what.
"Tomorrow,"
he told himself.
"I will see her again tomorrow. This won't be the last time. Not yet."
He kissed her forehead and let her go. Aya tottered to her mother for another kiss, another hug, and then they were alone. Kian gently plucked the papers from his hands and put them back on the desk.
"I'm not certain that worked as a punishment,"
Ota said.
"We're halfway to raising a physician."
It lets her feel she's useful,
Kian said as she pulled him to the couch. He sat at her side.
It's normal for her to want to feel she's in control of something, and she isn't squeamish, I'll hand her that much.
"I hope feeling useful is enough,"
Ota said.
"She's got her own will, and I don't think she'd be past following it over a cliff, if it led her there."
He saw Kian read his deeper meaning. I hope we are all still here to worry about it.
We do as well by them as we can, love,
she said.
"I think about it, Aan,"
Ota said. Kian took his hand.
Aya isn't your sister. She isn't going to do the things she did,
she said.
And more to the point, you aren't your father.
For a moment he was consumed by memories. The father he had met only once, the sister who had engineered the old man's murder. Hatred and violence and ambition had destroyed his family once. He supposed it was inevitable that he should fear it happening again. Ota raised Kian's hand to his lips, and then sighed.
I have to go to Donat. I haven't seen him yet. Go with me?
He's asleep already, love. We stopped in on our way here. He won't wake before morning. And you'll have to find different stories to read him next time. Everything you left there he's read to himself. Our boy is going to grow up a scholar at this rate.
Ota nodded, pushing aside a moment's guilt over the relief he felt. Seeing Donat was one less thing, even if it was more important than most of the others he'd already done. And there would be tomorrow. There would at least be tomorrow.
How is he?
His color is better, but he has less energy. The fever is gone for now, but he still coughs. I don't know. No one does.
Can he travel?
Kian turned. Her gaze darted across his face as if he were a book that she was trying to read. Her hands took a querying pose.
I've been thinking,
Ota said.
Planning.
For if you're killed,
Kian said. Her voice made it plain she'd been thinking of it as well.
The mines. If I don't come back, I want you to take to the mines in the north. Semai will go with you, and he knows them better than anyone. If you can, take the children and as much gold as you can carry and head west. Sinja and the others will be there somewhere, working whatever contract they've taken. They'll protect you.
You're sending me to him?
Kian asked softly.
Only if I don't come back.
You will.
Still,
Ota said.
If.
Kian agreed and took his hand. Then, a long moment later,
We were never lovers, he and I. Not the way.
Ota put a finger to her lips, and she went quiet. There were tears in her eyes and in his.
Let's not open that again,
he said.
You could come away too. We could all leave quietly. The four of us and a fast cart.
and spend our lives on a beach in Bakhta,
Ota said.
I can't. I have this thing to do. My city.
I know. But I had to say it, just so I know it was said.
Ota looked down. His hands looked old, the knuckles knobbier than he thought of them, the skin looser. They weren't an old man's hands, but they weren't a young man's any longer. When he spoke, his voice was low and thoughtful.
It's strange, you know. I've spent years chafing under the weight of being Kaimachi, and now that it's harder than it ever was, now that there's something real to lose, I can't let go of it. There was a man once who told me that if it were a choice between holding a live coal in my bare fist, or letting a city of innocent people die, of course I would do my best to stand the pain. That it was what any decent man would do.
Don't apologize,
Kian said.
Was I apologizing?
Yes,
she said.
You were. You shouldn't. I'm not angry with you, and there's nothing to blame you for. They all think you've changed, you know, but this is who you've always been. You were a poor Kaimachi because it didn't matter until now. I understand. I'm just frightened to death, love. It's nothing you can spare me.
No, they could be wrong,
Ota said.
The Gaults may be busy rolling over the westlands, and none of it anything to do with the stone made soft. I may arrive at the Daiko's village and be laughed at all the way back north.
He's not wrong.
The great stones of the palaces creaked as they cooled, the summer sun fallen behind the mountains. The scent of incense long since burned, and the smoke of snuffed lanterns filled the air like a voice gone silent. Shadows touched the corners of the apartments, deepening the reds of the tapestries and giving the light a feeling of physical presence. Kian's hand felt warm and lost in his own.
"I know he's not,"
Ota said. He left orders with the servants at his door that unless there was immediate threat to him or his family, fire or sudden illness, or an army crossing the river, he was to be left alone for the night. He would speak with no one, he would read no letter or contract, he wished no entertainments, only a simple meal for him and his wife, and the silence for the two of them to fill as they saw fit. They told stories, reminiscences of old Mani and the Way House in Udun, the sound of the birds by the river, the time a daughter of one of the high families had snuck into the rooms her lover had taken and had to be smuggled back out. Ota told stories from his time as a courier, traveling the cities on the business of House Sianti under his false name. They were all stories she'd heard before, of course. She knew all his stories. They made love seriously and gently, and with a profound attention. He savored every touch, every scent and motion. He fought to remember them and her, and he felt Kian's will to store the moment away, like food packed away for the long empty months after the last leaf of autumn had fallen. It was, Ota supposed, the kind of sex lovers had on the nights before wars, pleasure and fear and a sorrow that anticipated the losses ahead. And afterward he lay against her familiar, beloved body, and pretended to sleep until, all unaware, the pretense became truth, and he dreamed of looking for a white raven that everyone else but him had seen, and of a race through the tunnels beneath Machi that began and ended at his father's ashes. He woke to the cool light of morning and Kian's voice. "Sweet," she said again. Ota blinked and stretched, remembering his body. "Sweet, there's someone come to see you. I think you should speak with him." Ota sat up and adopted a pose that asked the question, but Kian, half smiling, nodded toward the bedchamber's door. Before the servants could come and dress him, Ota pulled on rose-red outer robes over his bare skin and, still tying the stays, walked out to the main rooms. Ashua Radha Ani sat at the edge of a chair, his hands clasped between his knees. His face was as pale as fresh dough, and the jewels set in his rings and sewn in his robes seemed awkward and lost. "Ashua-cha," Ota said, and the man was already on his feet, already in a pose of formal greeting. "What's happened?"
"Most High, my brother in Satani. I received a letter from him last night. The Kai Satani is keeping it quiet, but no one has seen Poet or Andat in the court in some time."
"Not since the day Stone-Maid Soft escaped," Ota said.
"That's nearly as we can reckon it," he agreed.
Ota nodded, but took no formal pose. Kian stood in the doorway, her expression half pleasure and half dread.
"May I have the men I asked of you, Ashua-cha?"
"You may have every man in my employ, Most High, and myself as well."
"I will take whoever is ready at dawn tomorrow," Ota said. "I won't wait past that."
Ashua Radha Ani bowed his way out, and Ota stood watching him leave. That would help, he thought. He'd want the word spread that Radha Ani was firmly behind him. The other houses and families might then change their opinions of what help could be spared. If he could double the man he'd expected to have... Kian's low chuckle startled him. She still stood in the doorway, her arms crossed under her breasts. Her smile was gentle and amazed. Ota raised his hands in query.
"I have just watched the Kai Machi gravely accept the apology and sworn aid of his servant Radha Ani. A day ago you were an annoyance to that man. Today you're a hero from an old empire epic. I've never seen things change around a man so quickly as they change around you."
"It's only because he's frightened. He'll recover," Ota said. "I'll be an incompetent again when he's safe and the world's back where it was."
"It won't be, love,"
Kian said.
The world's changed, and it's not changing back, whatever we do.
I know it. But it's easier if I don't think too much about it just yet. When the Dai Quo's safe, when the Gaults are defeated, I'll think about it all then. Before that, it doesn't help.
Ota said as he turned back toward the bed they had shared for years now, and would for one more night at least. Her hand brushed his cheek as he stepped past, and he turned to kiss her fingers. There were no tears in her eyes now, nor in his. 12.
I gave him too much, not enough men to do it,
Balasar said, as they walked through the rows of men and horses and steam wagons. Eostin shrugged his disagreement. Around them, the camps were being broken down. Men loaded rolled canvas tents onto mules and steam wagons. The washerwomen loaded the pans and stones of their trade into packs that they carried on bent shoulders. The last of the captured slaves helped to load the last of the ships for the voyage back to Gault. The gulls whirled and called one to another. The waves rumbled and slapped the high walls of the seafront. The world smelled of sea salt and fire. And Balasar's mind was on the other side of the map, uneased and restless. "Koal's a good man," Eostin said. "If anyone can do the thing, it's him."
6 cities, he said. I set him 6 cities. It's too much, and he's got far fewer men than we do.
"We'll get finished here in time to help him with the last few," Eostin said. "Besides, one of them's just a glorified village, and Chaburitan was likely burning before we were out of Aran, so that's only 4.5 cities left." There was something in that. Koal's men had been on the island and in the city and in ships off the coast, waiting for the signal that would follow the Andat's vanishing. Even now, Koal and his men, between 5,000 and 6, were sailing fast to Yalaket. A handful more waited there in the warehouses of Galtic traders, preparing for the trip upstream to the village of the Dai Quo and the libraries at the heart of the Kayam. The other cities would have their scrolls and codices, but only there, in the palaces carved from the living rock, were the great secrets of the fallen empire kept. His war turned on that fire, and on the deaths of the men who knew what those soon-burned books said. And he wouldn't be there for it. "The southern legions are ready, sir," Eostin said. 8,000 for Shoshentan, Lachi, and Sareket. My legion's 2,000 strong. Should be enough for Patai and that school out on the plains. That'll leave you a full half of the forces for the river cities, Udun and Utani and Tansadar. Balasar struggled with the impulse to send more of the men with Eostin. It was the illusion he always suffered when tactics required that he split his forces. He would make do with less in order to keep his best men safe. Patai was only half the size of Nantani, but Eostin was taking only 1/10 of the men. It was unlikely that the word had traveled fast enough for the Kai Patai to hire some fleet-footed mercenary company out of the Westlands, but unlikely wasn't impossible. 2,000 more men might make the difference if something went wrong. But he had the longest journey ahead of him, Nantani to Udun, and some of it over plains where there were no good roads, and the steam wagons would have to be pulled. On rough ground, the boilers were too likely to explode. The journey would take time, and so Udun and Utani and Tansadar would have the longest time to prepare. They would be the hardest to capture or destroy. It was why he had chosen them for himself, except, of course, for what he had tasked to Koal. 5,000 men to take 6 cities. 5 cities now. 4.5. "We'll get there in time to help him if he needs us, sir," Eostin said, reading his face. "And keep in mind, there's not a fighting force anywhere in the Kayam. Koal's in more danger of tripping on his spear than of facing an enemy worth sneezing at." Balasar laughed. 2 armsmen busy folding a tent looked up, saw him and Eostin, and grinned.
It's like me, isn't it?
Balasar said.
"Here we have just made the greatest sack of a city in living history, captured enough gold to keep us both fed the best food and housed in the best brothels for the rest of our lives, and I can't bring myself to enjoy a minute of it."
"You do tend to worry most when things are going well, sir." They reached a place where the mud path split, one way to the west, the other to the north. Balasar put out his hand, and Eostin took it. For a moment, they weren't general and captain. They were friends and conspirators in the plot to save the world. Balasar found his anxiety ebbing, felt the grin on his face, and saw it mirrored in his man's.
"Meet me in Tansadar before the leaves turn,"
Balasar said.
"We'll see then whether Kowal has use for us, or if it's time to go home."
"I'll be there, sir," Eostin said. "Rely on it, and as a favor to me, keep an eye on Ajutani."
"Both, when I can spare them,"
Balasar promised, and then they parted. Balasar walked through the thin mud and low grass to the camp at the head of the First Legion. His groom stood waiting, a fresh horse munching contentedly at the roadside weeds. A second horse stood beside it, a rider in the saddle looking out bemused at the men and the rolling hills and the horizon beyond.
"Captain Ajutani,"
Balasar said, and the rider turned and saluted.
"You're ready for the march?"
"At your command, General."
Balasar swung himself up onto the horse and accepted the reins from his groom.
"Then let's begin,"
he said.
"We've got a war to finish."
It had taken a few lengths of copper to convince the keepers of the wide platforms to unhook their chains and haul her skyward, but Liat didn't care. The dread in her belly made small considerations like money seem trivial. Money or food or sleep. She stood now at the open sky doors and looked out to the south and east, where the men of Machi made their way through the high green grasses of summer. From this distance, they looked like a single long black mark on the landscape. She could no more make out an individual wagon or rider than she could take to the air and fly. And still she strained her eyes, because one part of that distant mark was her only son. He had only told her when it was already done. She had been in her apartments, the apartments given her by the man who had once been her lover. She had been thinking of how a merchant or tradesman who had took in an old lover so casually would have been the subject of gossip. Even a member of the Utkayem would have had answers to make, but the Kai was above that. She had gone as far as wondering, not for the first time, what Kianja thought and felt on the matter, when Naiit had scratched at her door and let himself in. She knew when she saw his face that something had happened. There was a light in his eyes, brighter than candles, but his smile was the too charming one he always employed when he'd done something he feared she'd fault him for. Her first thought was that he'd offered to marry some local girl. She took a pose that asked the question even before he could speak.
"Sit with me,"
he said, and took her by the hand. They sat on a low stone bench near the window. The shutters were opened, and the evening breeze had smelled of forge smoke. He kept her hand in his as he spoke.
"I've been to see the Kai,"
Naiit said.
"You know he believes what Ma'aticha, what Father said, about the gods."
"Yes,"
Liat said. She still hadn't understood what she was seeing. His next words came like a blow.
"He's taking men, all the men he can find. They're going overland to the Daikwo. I've asked to go with him, and he's accepted me. He's finding me a sword and something like armor. He says we'll leave before the week's out,"
he said, then paused.
"I'm sorry."
She knew that her grip on his hand had gone hard because he winced, but not because she felt it. This hadn't been their plan. This had never been their plan.
"Why?"
she managed, but she already knew. He was young, and he was trapped in a life he more than half regretted. He was finding what it meant to him to be a man. Riding out to war was an adventure, and a statement. Oh, by all the gods, it was a statement that he had faith in Ma'ati's guess. It was a way to show that he believed in his father. Naiit only kissed her hand.
"I know the Daikwo's village," he said. "I can ride. I'm at least good enough with a bow to catch rabbits along the way. And someone has to go, Mother. There's no reason that I shouldn't."
"You have a wife,"
She didn't say.
"You have a child. You have a city to defend, and it's Quartet. You'll be killed, and I cannot lose you. The gods have terrorized every nation in the world that didn't have the Andat for protection, and Ota has a few armsmen barely competent to chase down thieves and brawl in the alleys outside comfort houses."
"Are you sure?"
She said. She sat now, looking out over the wide, empty air as the mark grew slowly smaller, as her son left her. Ota had managed more men than she'd imagined he would. At the last moment, the Udkayem had rallied to him. 3,000 men, the first army fielded in the cities of the Kayem in generations, untried, untested, armed with whatever had come to hand, armored with leathersmiths' aprons, and her little boy was among them. She wiped her eyes with the cloth of her sleeve.
"Hurry,"
she said, pressing the word out to the distant men. She thought,
"Get the Daikwo, retrieve the poets and their books, and come back to me. Before they find you, come back to me."
The sun had traveled the width of 2 hands together before she stepped out onto the platform and signaled the men far below her to bring her down. The chains clattered and the platform lurched, but Liat only held the rail and waited for it to steady in its descent. She knew she would not fall. That would have been too easy. She had done a poor job of telling Ma'ati. Perhaps she'd assumed Naiit would have already have told him. Perhaps she'd been trying to punish Ma'ati for beginning it all. It had been the next night, and she had accepted Ma'ati's invitation to dinner in the high pavilion. Goose and honey lacquer, almonds with cinnamon and raisin sauce, rice wine. Not far away, a dance had begun, silk streamers and the glow of torches, the trilling of pipes and the laughter of girls drunk with flirtation. She remembered it all from the days after Quartet had fallen. There was only so long that the shock of losing the Andat could restrain the festivals of youth.
"The young are blind and stupid," she'd said, "and their breasts don't sag. It's the nearest thing they've got to a blessing."
Ma'ati had chuckled and tried to take her hand, but she couldn't stand the touch. She'd seen the surprise in his expression, and the hurt. That was when she'd told him. She said it lightly, acidly, fueled by her anger and her despair. She had been too wrapped up in herself to pay attention to Ma'ati's shock and horror. It was only later, when he'd excused himself and she was walking alone in the dim paths at the edge of the dance, that she understood she'd as much as accused him of sending Naiit to his death. She had gone by Ma'ati's apartments that night, and again the next day, but he had gone, and no one seemed to know where. By the time she found him, he had spoken with Ota and Naiit. He accepted her apology. He cradled her while they both confessed their fears, but the damage had been done. He was as haunted as she was, and there was nothing to be done about it. Liat realized she'd almost reached the ground, startled to have come so far so quickly. Her mind, she supposed, had been elsewhere. Machi, in the height of summer, might almost have been a southern city. The sun made its slow, stately way across the sky. The nights had grown so short she could fall asleep with a glow still bright over the mountains to the west, and wake in daylight, unrested. The streets were full of vendors at their carts selling fresh honey bread, almost too hot to eat, or sausages with blackened skins, or bits of lamb over rice with a red sauce spicy enough to burn her tongue. Merchants passed over the black cobbled streets, wagon wheels clattering. Beggars sang before their lacquered boxes. Firekeepers tended their kilns and saw to the small business of the tradesmen, accepting taxes, witnessing contracts, and 100 other small duties. Liat pulled her hands into her sleeves and walked without knowing her destination. It might only have been her imagination that there were fewer men in the streets. Surely there were still laborers and warehouse guards and smiths at their forges. The force marching to the west could account for no more than 1 man in 15. The sense that Machi had become a city of women and old men and boys could only be her mind playing tricks. And still, there was something hollow about the city, a sense of loss and of uncertainty. The city itself seemed to know that the world had changed, and held its breath in dread anticipation, waiting to see whether this transformed reality had a place for Machi in it. She found herself back at her apartments, feet sore, back aching, before the sun had touched the peaks to the west. As she approached her door, a young man rose from the step. For a moment her mind tricked her into thinking Naiit had returned. But no, this boy was too thin through the shoulders, his hair too long, his robes the black of a palace servant. He took a pose of greeting as she approached, and Liat made a brief response.
Liat Chokavi?
Yes?
Kian Machi, first wife of the Kai Machi, extends her invitation. If you would be so kind, I will take you to her.
Now?
Liat asked, but of course it was now. She waved away the question even before the servant boy could recover from the surprise of being asked in so sharp a tone. When he turned, spine straight and stiff with indignation, she followed him. They found Ota's wife standing on a balcony overlooking a great hall. Her robes were delicate pink and yellow, and they suited her skin. Her head was turned down, looking at the wide fountain that took up the hall below, the sprays of water reaching up almost to the high domed ceiling above. The servant boy took a pose of obeisance before her, and she replied with one that both thanked and dismissed him. Her greeting of Liat was only a nod and a smile, and then Kian's attention turned back to the fountain. There were children playing in the pool, splashing one another or running, bandy-legged, through water that reached above their knees and would only have dampened half of Liat's own calves. Some wore robes of cotton that clung to their tiny bodies. Some wore loose canvas trousers like a common laborer's. They were, Liat thought, too young to be Utkayem yet. They were still children, and free from the bindings that would hold them when there was less fat in their cheeks, less joy in their movement. But that was only sentiment. The children of privilege knew when they were faced with a child of the lower orders. These dancing and shouting in the clean, clear water could dress as they saw fit, because they were all of the same ranks. These were the children of the great houses, brought to play with the one boy, there in the robe, the one deep in disagreement with the petulant-looking girl, the one who had eyes and mouth the same shape as Ota's. Liat looked up and found Kian considering her. The woman's expression was unreadable.
"Thank you for coming,"
Kian said, over the sounds of falling water and shrieking children.
"Of course,"
Liat said. She nodded down at the boy.
"That's Danatcha?" "Yes, he's having a good day,"
she said. Then,
"Please, come this way."
Liat followed her through a doorway at the balcony's rear and into a small resting room where Kian sat on a low couch and motioned Liat to do the same. The sounds of play were muffled enough to speak over, but they weren't absent. Liat found them oddly comforting.
"I heard that Naiitcha chose to go with the men,"
Kian said.
"Yes,"
Liat said, and then stopped, because she didn't know what more there was to say.
"I can't imagine that,"
Kian said.
"It's hard enough imagining Ota going, but he's my husband. He's not my son. I understand why he went. Naiit, I mean. But his father asked the Kai to take care of him.
Kian looked up, confused for a moment, then nodded.
Ma'ati, you mean?
Of course,
Liat said.
Do we have to keep up that pretense?
I think we do, Kianja.
I suppose,
she said, and then a moment later,
No, you're right. You're quite right. I don't know what I was thinking.
Liat considered Ota's wife, thin face, black hair shot with threads of white, so little paint on her cheeks that Liat could see where the lines that came with age had been etched by pain and laughter. There was an intelligence in her face, and, Liat thought, a sorrow. Kian took a deep breath and seemed to pull herself back from whatever place her mind had gone. She smiled.
Ota has left the city with a problem,
she said.
With so many men gone, the business of things is bound to suffer. There are crops that need bringing in, and others that need planting. Roofs need the tiles repaired before autumn comes. There are still parts of the winter quarters that haven't been cleaned out since we've all resurfaced. And the men who coordinate those things, or else who oversee the men who do, are all off with Ota playing at war.
That is a problem,
Liat agreed, unsure why Kian had brought her here to tell her this.
I'm calling a council of wives,
Kian said.
I think we're referring to it as an afternoon banquet, but I mean it to be more than light gossip and sweet breads. I'm going to take care of Machi until Ota comes back. I'll see to it that we have food and coal to see us through the winter.
If, Kian didn't need to say, we all live that long. Liat looked at her hands and pressed the dark thoughts away.
That seems wise, she said.
I want you to come to the council, Liat-cha. I want your help.
Liat looked up. Kian's whole attention was on her. It made her feel awkward, but also oddly flattered.
I don't know what I could do. You're a woman of business. You understand schedules and how to coordinate different teams and different tasks so that the whole of a thing comes together the way it should. I understand that too, but frankly, most of these women would be totally lost. They've bent their minds to face paints and robes and trading gossip and bedroom tricks,
Kian said, and then immediately took a pose that asked forgiveness.
I don't mean to make them sound dim. They aren't. But they're the product of a Kai's court, and the things that matter there aren't things that matter, if you see what I mean.
Quite well,
Liat said with a chuckle. Kian leaned forward and scooped up Liat's hand as if it were the most natural thing to do.
You helped Ota when he asked it of you. Will you help me now?
The assent came as far as Liat's lips, and then died there. She saw the distress in Kian's eyes, but she couldn't say it.
Why?
Liat whispered.
Why me? Why, when we are what we are to each other?
When we're what to each other?
Women who've loved the same man,
Liat said.
Mothers of our sons. How can you put that aside, even only for a little while?
Kian smiled. It was a hard expression, determined. She did not let go of Liat's hand, but neither did she hold it captive.
I want you with me, because we can't have other enemies now,
she said.
And because you and I aren't so different. And because I think perhaps the distraction is something you need as badly as I do. There's war enough coming. I went there to be peace between us.
I have a price,
Liat said. Kian nodded that she continue.
When Naiit comes back, spend time with him. Talk with him. Find out who he is. Know him.
Because?
Because if you're going to have me fall in love with your boy, you owe it to fall a little in love with mine.
Kian grinned, tears glistening in her eyes. Her hand squeezed Liat's. Liat closed her grip, fierce as a drowning man holding to a rope. She hadn't understood until this moment how deep her fear ran, or the loneliness that even Ma'ati couldn't assuage. She couldn't say whether she had pulled Kian to her, or if she herself had been pulled, but she found herself sobbing into the other woman's shoulder. Ota's wife wrapped fierce arms around her, embracing her as if she would protect Liat from the world.
"They would never understand this,"
Liat managed when her breath was her own again.
"They're men,"
Kian said.
"They're simpler."
13. For years Ota had been a traveler by profession. He had worked the gentleman's trade, traveling as a courier for a merchant house with business in half the cities of the Cayenne. He had spent days on horseback, or hunkered down in the backs of wagons, or walking. He remembered with fondness the feeling of resting at the end of a day, his limbs warm and weary, sinking into the woolen blanket that only half protected him from the ticks. He remembered looking up at the wide sky with something like contentment. It seemed 14 years sleeping in the best bed in Machi had made a difference.
"Is there something I can bring you, Most High?"
the servant boy asked from the doorway of the tent. Ota pulled open the netting and turned over in his cot, twisting his head to look at him. The boy was perhaps 18 summers old, long hair pulled back and bound by a length of leather.
"Do I seem like I need something?"
The boy looked down, abashed.
"You were moaning again, Most High."
Ota let himself lie back on the cot. The stretched canvas creaked under him like a ship in a storm. He closed his eyes and catalogued quietly all his reasons for moaning. His back ached like someone had kicked him. His thighs were chafed half raw. They were hardly 10 days out from Machi, and it was becoming profoundly clear that he didn't know how to march a military column across the rolling forested hills that stretched from Machi almost to the mountains north of the Dai Quo. The great Galtic army that had massed in the south was no doubt well advanced, and the Dai Quo was in deadly danger, if he hadn't been killed already. Ota closed his eyes. Right now, the throbbing sting of his abused thighs bothered him most.
"Go ask the physicians to send some salve,"
he said.
"I'll call for the physicians." "No, just get some salve and bring it here. I'm not infirm, and I wasn't moaning. It was the cot."
The boy took a pose of acceptance and backed out of the tent, shutting the door behind him. Ota let the netting fall closed again. A tent with a door. Gods. The first few days hadn't been this bad. The sense of release that came from taking real action at last had almost outweighed the fears that plagued him and the longing for Kian at his side, for Eya and Anat. The northern summer was brief, but the days were long. He rode with his men of the Utkayem, trotting on their best mounts, while the couriers ranged ahead and the huntsmen foraged. The wide, green world smelled rich with the season. The north road ran only among the winter cities, Amnatan, Setani, Machi. There was no good paved road directly from Machi to the village of the Dai Quo, but there were trade routes that jumped from low town to low town, mud furrows worn by carts and hooves and feet. Around them, grasses rose high as the bellies of their horses, singing a dry song like fingertips on skin when the wind stirred the blades. The feeling of the sure-footed animal he rode had been reassuring at first, solid and strong. But the joy of action had wearied, while the dread grew stronger. The steady movement of the horse had become wearisome. The jokes and songs of the men had lost something of their fire. The epics and romances of the empire included some passages about the weariness and longing that came of living on campaign, but they spoke of endless seasons and years without the solace of home. Ota and his men hadn't yet traveled 2 full weeks. They were still well shy of the journey's halfway mark, and already they were losing what cohesion they had. With every day, most men were afoot, while huntsmen and scouts and Utkayem rode. Horsemen were called to the halt long before the night should have forced them to make camp, for fear that those following on foot would fail to reach the tents before darkness fell. And even so, men continued to straggle in long after the evening meals had been served, leaving them unrested and fed only on scraps when morning came. The army, such as it was, seemed tied to the speed of its slowest members. He needed speed, and he needed men at his side. But there was no good way to have both, and the fault, Ota knew, was in himself. There had to be answers to this and the 1,000 other problems that came of leading a campaign. The Gaults would know. Sinja could have told him, had he been there and not out in some Westlands garrison waiting for a flood of Gaults that wasn't coming. They were men that had experience in the field, who had more knowledge of war than the casual study of a few old empire texts fit in between religious ceremonies and high court bickering. The scratch came at the door, soft and apologetic. Ota swung his legs off the cot and sat up. He called out his permission as he parted the netting, but the one who came in wasn't the servant boy. It was Naiit. He looked tired. His robes had been blue once, but from the hem to the knee they were stained the pale brown of the mud through which they had traveled. Ota considered the weight of their situation, the young man's dual role as Ma'ati's son and his own, the threat he posed to Danat, and the promise to Machi, the aid he might be in this present endeavor to prevent harm to the Daikwo, and dismissed it all. He was too tired and pained to chew everything 100 times before he swallowed. He took a pose of welcome, and Naiit returned one of greater formality. Ota nodded to a camp chair, and Naiit sat.
"Your attendant wasn't here. I didn't know what the right etiquette was, so I just came through. He's running an errand. Once he's back, I can have tea brought," Ota said, "or wine."
Naiit took a pose of polite refusal. Ota shrugged it away.
"As you see fit," Ota said. "And what brings you?" "There's grumbling in the ranks, Most High, even among some of the Utkayem."
"There's grumbling in here for that," Ota said. "There's just no one here to listen to me. Are there any suggestions? Any solutions that the ranks have seen that escaped me? Because, by all the gods that have ever been named, I'm not too proud to hear them."
"They say you're driving them too hard, Most High," Naiit said, "that the men need a day's rest."
"Rest? Go slower? That's the solution they have to offer? What kind of brilliance is that?"
Naiit looked up. His face was long, like a northerner's, like Ota's. His eyes were Liat's tea-with-milk brown. His expression, however, owed to neither of them. Where Liat would have kept her eyes down, or Ota would have made himself charming, Naiit's face belonged on a man bearing a heavy load. Whatever was in his mind, in this moment it was clear that he would press until the world was the way he wanted it, or it crushed him. It was something equal parts weariness and joy, like a man newly acquainted with certainty. Ota found himself curious.
"They aren't wrong, Most High. These men aren't accustomed to living on the road like this. You can't expect the speed of a practiced army from them. And the walkers have been rising early to drill."
"Have they?"
"They have the impression their lives may rest on it, and the lives of their families, and, forgive me, Most High, but your life too."
Ota leaned forward, his hands taking a questioning pose.
"They're afraid of failing you," Naiit said. "It's why no one would come to you and complain. I've been keeping company with a man named Saya. He's a blacksmith. Plow blades, for the most part. His knees are swollen to twice their normal size, and he wakes before dawn to tie on leather and wool, and swing sticks with the others, and then he walks until he can't, and then he walks farther."
Naiit's voice was trembling now, but Ota couldn't say if it was with weariness, or fear, or anger.
These aren't soldiers, Most High, and you're pushing them too hard. We've been moving for 10 days, and we're coming near to halfway to the Daikwo's village,
Naiit said.
In 10 days, and drilling and sleeping under thin blankets on hard ground, not couriers and huntsmen, not men who are accustomed to this, just men. I've spoken to the provisioners. We left Machi 3,000 strong. Do you know how many have turned back? How many have deserted you?
Orta blinked. It wasn't a question he'd ever thought to ask.
How many?
None.
Orta felt something loosen in his chest. A warmth like the first drink of wine spread through him, and he felt tears beginning to well up in his eyes. If he had been less exhausted, it would never have pierced his reserve. And still, none.
With every low town we pass, we take on a few more,
Naiit was saying.
They're afraid. The word has gotten out that all the Andat are gone, that the Galts are going to invade or are invading. It's the thing every man had convinced himself would never happen. I hear the things they say.
The things they say?
That you were the only one who saw the danger. You were training men, even before. You were preparing. They say that you've traveled the world when you were a boy, that you understand it better than any other Kai. Some of them are calling you the new emperor.
They should stop that,
Orta said.
Most High. They're desperate and afraid, and they want a hero out of the old epics. They need one.
And you? What do you need?
I need Saya to stop walking for a day.
Orta closed his eyes. Perhaps the right thing was to send the experienced men on ahead. They could clear spaces for the camps. Perhaps missing a single day would not be too much. And there was little point in running if it was only to be sure they came to the battle exhausted and ready for slaughter. The Daikwo would have gotten his warning by now. The poets might even now be in flight toward Orta and his ragtag army. He took in a deep breath and let it out slowly through his nose, letting his body collapse with it.
I'll consider what you've said, Naiit Cha,
Orta said.
It wasn't where my mind had led me, but I can see there's some wisdom in it.
Naiit took a pose of gratitude as formal as any at court. He looked nearly as spent as Orta felt. Orta raised his hands in a querying pose.
The Udkayem didn't feel comfortable bringing these concerns to me,
he said.
Why did you?
I think, Most High, there's a certain reluctance in the higher ranks to second-guess you again, and the footmen wouldn't think of approaching you. I grew up with stories about you in Ma'aticha, so I suppose I can bring myself to think of you as one of my mother's friends. That, and I'm desperately tired. If you had me sent back in disgrace, I could at least get a day's rest.
Orta smiled, and saw his own expression reflected back at him. He had never known this boy, had never lifted him over his head the way he had Danat. He had had no part in teaching Naiit wisdom or folly. Even now, seeing himself in his eldest son's movements and expressions, he could hardly think of him with the bone-deep protectiveness that shook him when he thought of Eia and Danat. And yet he was pleased that he had accepted Naiit's offer to join him in this half-doomed campaign. Orta leaned forward, his hand out. It was the gesture of friendship that one seafront laborer might offer another. Naiit only looked shocked for a moment, then clasped Orta's hand.
Whenever they're too nervous to tell me what I'm doing wrong, you come to me, Naiit Cha. I haven't got many people I can trust to do that, and I've left most of them back in Machi.
If you'll promise not to have me whipped for impertinence,
the boy said.
I won't have you whipped, and I won't have you sent back.
Thank you.
Naiet said, and again Ota was moved to see that the gratitude was genuine. After Naiet had gone, Ota was left with the aches in his body, and the unease that came with having a man with a wife and child thank you for leading him toward the real chance of death. The life of the Kaimachi, he thought, afforded very few opportunities to be humbled, but this was one. When the attendant returned, Ota didn't recognize the sound of his scratching until the man's voice came.
"Most High?" "Yes, come in, and bring that ointment here. No, I can put it on myself, but bring me the captains of the houses. I've decided to take a day to rest and send the scouts ahead."
"Yes, Most High."
"And when you've done with that, there's a man named Saya. He's on foot, a blacksmith from Machi, I think."
"Yes, Most High."
"Ask him to join me for a bowl of wine. I'd like to meet him."
Ma'ati woke to find Liat already gone. His hand traced the indentation in the mattress at his side where she had slept. The world outside his door was already bright and warm. The birds whose songs had filled the air of spring were busy now teaching their hatchlings to fly. The pale green of new leaves had deepened, the trees as rich with summer as they would ever be. High summer had come. Ma'ati rose from his bed with a grunt and went about his morning ablutions. The days since the ragged, improvised army of Machi began its march to the east had been busy. The loss of Stone Made Soft would have sent the court and the merchant houses scurrying like mice before a flood, even if nothing more had happened. Word of the other lost Andat and of the massed army of Galt made what in other days would have been a cataclysm seem a side issue. For half a week it seemed the city had been paralyzed, not from fear, but from the simple and profound lack of any ritual or ceremony that answered the situation. Then, first from the merchant houses below, and Qiancha's women's banquets above, and then seemingly everywhere at once, the Udkayam had flushed with action, often disorganized, often at crossed purpose, but determined and intent. Ma'ati's own efforts were no less than any others. Still, he left it behind him now, the books stacked in distinct piles, scrolls unfurled to particular passages as if waiting for the copyist's attention, and walked instead through the wide, bright paths of the palaces. There were fewer singing slaves, more stretches where the gravel of the path had scattered and not yet been raked back into place, and the men and women of the Udkayam who he passed seemed to carry themselves with less than their full splendor. It was as if a terrible wind had blown through a garden and disarrayed those blossoms it did not destroy. The path led into the shade of the false forest that separated the poet's house from the palaces. There were old trees among these, thick trunks speaking of generations of human struggle and triumph and failure, since their first tentative seedling leaves had pushed away this soil. Moss clothed the bark and scented the air with green. Birds fluttered over Ma'ati's head, and a squirrel scolded him as he passed. In winter, with these oaks bare, you could see from the porch of the poet's house out almost to the palaces. In summer, the house might have been in a different city. The door of the poet's house was standing open, and Ma'ati didn't bother to scratch or knock. Samai's quarters suffered the same marks as his own. Books, scrolls, codices, diagrams, all laid out without respect to author or age or type of binding. Samai, sitting on the floor with his legs crossed, held a book open in his hand. With the brown robes of a poet loose around his frame, he looked, Ma'ati thought, like a young student puzzling over an obscure translation. Samai looked up as Ma'ati's shadow crossed him, and smiled wearily.
"Have you eaten?"
Ma'ati asked.
"Some bread, some cheese," Samai said, gesturing to the back of the house with his head. "There's some left, if you like it."
It hadn't occurred to Ma'ati just how hungry he was until he took up a corner of the rich, sweet bread. He knew he'd had dinner the night before, but he couldn't recall what it had been or when he'd eaten it. He reached into a shallow ceramic bowl of salted raisins. They tasted rich and full as wine. He took a handful and sat on the chair beside Samai to look over the assorted results of their labor.
"What's your thought?" Samai said.
"I found more than I expected to," Ma'ati said. "There was a section in Bautai's fourth meditations that actually clarified some things I hadn't been certain of. If we were to put together all the scraps and rags from all of the books and histories and scrolls, it might be enough to support binding a fresh Handat."
Samai sighed and closed the book he'd been holding.
"That's near what I've come to," the younger poet agreed.
Then he looked up.
"And how long do you think it would take to put those scraps and rags into one coherent form?"
"So that it stood as a single work? I'm likely too old to start it," Ma'ati said. "And without the full record from the Daikwo, there would be no way to know whether a binding was dangerously near one that had already been done."
"I hated those," Samai said.
"They went back to the beginning of the First Empire," Ma'ati said. "Some of the descriptions are so convoluted, it takes reading them 6 times to understand they're using 50 words to carry the meaning of 5. But they are complete, and that's the biggest gap in our resources."
Samai got to his feet with a grunt. His hair was disheveled, and there were dark smudges under his eyes. Ma'ati imagined he had some to match.
"So, to sum up," Samai said, "if the Kai fails, we might be able to bind a new Andat in a generation or so."
"Unless we're unlucky and use some construct too much like something a minor poet employed 20 generations back. In that case, we attempt the binding, pay the price, and die badly. Except that by then, we'll likely all have been slaughtered by the Gults."
"Well," Samai said, and rubbed his hands together. "Are there any of those raisins left?"
"A few,"
Ma'ati said. Ma'ati could hear the joints in Samai's back cracking as he stretched. Ma'ati leaned over and scooped up the fallen book. It wasn't titled, nor was the author named, but the grammar in the first page marked it as Second Empire. Loyan Sho, or Kodjan the Lesser. Ma'ati let his gaze flow down the page, seeing the words without taking in their meanings. Behind them, Samai ate the raisins, lips smacking until he spoke.
"The second problem is solved if your technique works. It isn't critical that we have all the histories if we can deflect the price of failing. At worst, we'll have lost the time it took to compose the binding."
"Months,"
Ma'ati said. "But not death," Samai went on. "So there's something to be said for that."
"And the first problem can be skirted by not starting wholly from scratch."
"You've been thinking about this, Ma'atikro?"
Samai slowly walked back across the floor. His footsteps were soft and deliberate. Outside, a pigeon cooed. Ma'ati let the silence speak for him. When Samai returned and sat again, his expression was abstracted and his fingers picked idly at the cloth of his sleeves. Ma'ati knew some part of what haunted the younger man. The danger faced by the city, the likelihood of the Kai-Machi retrieving the Daikwo, the shapeless and all-pervading fear of the Galtic army that had gathered in the south and might now be almost anywhere. But there was another part to the question, and that Ma'ati could not guess. And so he asked,
"What is it like?"
Samai looked up as if he'd half forgotten Ma'ati was there. His hands flowed into a pose that asked clarification.
"Stone made soft,"
Ma'ati said.
"What is it like with him gone?"
Samai shrugged and turned his head to look out the unshuttered windows. The trees shifted their leaves and adjusted their branches like men in conversation. The sun hung in the sky, gold and lapis.
"I'd forgotten what it was like to be myself,"
Samai said. His voice was low and thoughtful and melancholy.
"Just myself, and not him as well. I was so young when I took control of him. It's like having had someone strapped to your back when you were a child, and then suddenly lifting off the burden. I feel alone. I feel freed. I'm ashamed to have failed, even though I know there was nothing I could have done to keep hold of him. And I regret now all the years I could have sunk Galt into ruins that I didn't. But if you could have him back, would you?
The pause that came before Samai's reply meant that no, he would have chosen his freedom. It was the answer Ma'ati had expected, but not the one he was ready to accept.
The guy may be able to save the Daikvo, Samai said. He may get there before the Galts. But if he doesn't, then I would rather have Stone made soft back than decorate the end of some Galtic spear,
Samai said, a grim humor in his voice.
I have some early work, drafts from when I was first studying him. There are places where the options branched. If we used those as starting points, it would make the binding different from the one I took over, and we still wouldn't have to begin from first principles. You have them here? Yes, they're in that basket, there. You should take them back to the library and look them over. If we keep them here, I'm too likely to do something unpleasant with them. I was half tempted to burn them last night.
Ma'ati took the pages, small, neat script on cheap, yellowing parchment, and folded them into his sleeve. The weight of them seemed so slight, and still Ma'ati found himself uncomfortably aware of them, and of the return to a kind of waking prison that they meant for Samai.
I'll look them over, Ma'ati said. Once I have an idea what would be the best support for it, I'll put some reading together. And if things go well, we can present it all to the Daikvo when he arrives. Certainly there's no call to do anything until we know where we stand. We can prepare for the worst, Samai said. I'd rather be pleasantly surprised than taken unaware.
The resignation in Samai's voice was hard to listen to. Ma'ati coughed, as if the suggestion he wished to make fought against being spoken.
It might be better. I haven't attempted a binding myself. If I were the one.
Samai took a pose that was both gratitude and refusal. Ma'ati felt a warm relief at Samai's answer and also a twinge of regret.
He's my burden, Samai said. I gave my word to carry Stone made soft as long as I could, and I'll do that. I wouldn't want to disappoint the Kai.
Then he chuckled.
You know, there have been whole years when I would have meant that as a sarcasm. Disappointing the Kayam seems to be about half of what we do as poets. No, I can't somehow use the Anda to help you win at tiles, or restore your prowess with your wives, or any of the 1,000 stupid petty things they ask of us. But these last weeks I really would do whatever I could, not to disappoint that man. I don't know what's changed. Everything, Ma'ati said. Times like these remake men. They change what we are, or just trying to become the man we need him to be. I suppose that's true, Samai said. I just don't want this all to be happening, so I forget, somehow, that it is. I keep thinking it's all a sour dream and I'll wake out of it and stumble down to play a game of stones against Stone made soft. That will be the worst thing I have to face. And not...
Samai gestured, his hands wide, including the house and the palaces and the city and the world.
And not the end of civilization,
Ma'ati suggested.
Something like that.
Ma'ati sighed.
You know, he said, when we were young, the man who was Daikvo then chose Ota to come train as a poet. He refused, but I think he would have been good. He has it in him to do whatever needs doing. Killing a man, taking a throne, marching an army to its death,
Ma'ati thought, but did not say.
Whatever needs doing. I hope the price he pays is smaller than ours, Samai said. I doubt it will be,
This is the end of the CD. The audiobook continues on the next CD.
14. Balasar had not been raised to put faith in augury. His father had always said that any god that could create the world and the stars should be able to put together a few well-formed sentences if there was something that needed saying. Balasar had accepted this wisdom in the uncritical way of a boy emulating the man he most admires. And still, the dream came to him on the night before he had word of the hunting party. It was far from the time he had dreamt of the desert. He felt again the merciless heat, the pain of the satchel cutting into his shoulder. The books he had borne then had become ashes in the dream, as they had in life, but the weight was no less. And behind him were not only Koal and Eustin. All of them followed him, Bes, Mayasin, Little Ot, and the others. The dead followed him, and he knew they were no longer his allies or his enemies. They came to keep watch over him, to see what work he wrought with their blood. They were his judges. As always before, he could not speak, his throat was knotted. He could not turn to see the dead. He only felt them. But there seemed more now. Not only the men he had left in the desert, but others as well. Some of them were soldiers, some of them simple men, all of them padding behind him, waiting to see him justify their sacrifices and his own pride. The host behind him had grown. He woke in his tent, his mouth dry and sticky. Dawn had not yet come. He drank from the water flask by his bed, then pulled on a shirt and simple trousers, and went out to relieve himself among the bushes. The army was still asleep, or else just beginning to stir. The air was warm and humid so near the river. Balasar breathed deep and slow. He had the sense that the world itself, trees, grasses, moon-silvered clouds, was heavy with anticipation. It would be 2 weeks before they would come within sight of the river city Udun. By month's end, another poet would be dead, another library burned, another city fallen. Thus far, the campaign had proved as simple as he had hoped, though slower. He had lost almost no men in Nantani. The low towns that his army had come across in their journey to the north had emptied before them. Men, women, children, animals, all had scattered before them like autumn leaves before a windstorm. The only miscalculation he had made was in how long to rely on the steam wagons. 2 boilers had blown on the rough terrain before Balasar had called to let them cool and be pulled. 5 men had died outright. Another 15 had been scalded too badly to continue. Balasar had sent them back to Nantani. There had been less food captured than he had hoped. The residents of the low towns had put anything they thought might be of use to Balasar and his men to fire before they fled. But the land was rich with game, fowl, and deer, and his supplies were sufficient to reach the next cities. As dawn touched the eastern skyline, Balasar put on his uniform and walked among the men. The morning's cook fires smoked, filling the air with the scents of burning grass and wood and coal filched from the steam wagons, hot grease and wheat cakes and café. Captains and footmen, archers and carters, Balasar greeted them all with a smile and considered them with approving nods or small frowns. When a man lifted half a wheat cake to him, Balasar took it with thanks and squatted down beside the cook to blow it cool and eat it. Every man he met, he had made rich. Every man in the camp would stand before him on the battle lines, and only a few, he hoped, would walk behind him in his dream. Sinja Ajutani's camp was enfolded within the greater armies, but still separate from it, like Baktan quarter and Aktan. A city within a city, a camp within a camp. The greeting he found here was less warm. The respect he saw in these dark almond eyes was touched with fear, perhaps hatred, but no mistake, it was still respect. Sinja himself was sitting on a fallen log, shirtless, with a bit of silver mirror in one hand and a blade in the other. He looked up as Balasar came close, made his salute, and returned to shaving. Balasar sat beside him.
"We break camp soon,"
Balasar said.
"I'll want 10 of your men to ride with the scouting parties today."
Expecting to find people to question?
Sinja asked. There was no rancor in his voice.
"This close to the river, I can hope so."
They'll know we're coming. Refugees move faster than armies. The first news of Nantani likely reached them 2, maybe 3 weeks ago.
"Then perhaps they'll send someone here to speak for them,"
Balasar said. Sinja seemed to consider this as he pressed the blade against his own throat. There were scars on the man's arms and chest, long raised lines of white.
Would you prefer I ride with the scouts, or stay close to the camp and wait for an emissary?
"Close to the camp,"
Balasar said.
"The men you choose for scouting should speak my language well, though. I don't want to miss anything that would help us do this cleanly."
Agreed,
Sinja said, and put the knife to his own throat again. Before Balasar could go on, he heard his own name called out. A boy no older than 14 summers, wearing the colors of the 2nd Legion, came barreling into the camp. His face was flushed from running, his breath short. Balasar stood and accepted the boy's salute. In the corner of his eye, he saw Sinja put away knife and mirror and reached for his shirt.
"General Gisei, sir," the boy said between gasps. "Captain Tavor sent me. We've lost one of the hunting parties, sir."
"Well, they'll have to catch up with us as best they can,"
Balasar said.
"We don't have time for searching."
"No, sir. They aren't missing, sir. They're killed."
Balasar felt a grotesque recognition. The other men in his dream. This was where they'd come from.
"Show me,"
he said. The trap had been sprung in a clearing at the end of a game trail. Crossbow bolts had taken 6 of the men. The others were marked with swords and axe blows. Their armor and robes had been stripped from them. Their weapons were gone. Balasar stepped through the low grass cropped by deer and considered each face. The songs and epics told of warriors dying with lips curled in battle cry, but every dead man Balasar had ever seen looked at peace. However badly they had died, their bodies surrendered at the end, and the calm he saw in those dead eyes seemed to say that their work was done now. Like a man playing at tiles who has turned his mark and now sat back to ask Balasar what he would do to match it.
"Are there no other bodies?"
he asked. Captain Tavor, at his elbow, shook his great woolly head.
There's signs that our boys did them harm, sir. But they took their dead with them. It wasn't all fast, sir. This one here, there's burn marks on him, and you can see on his wrists where they bound him up. Asked him what he knew, I expect."
Sinja knelt, touching the dead man's wounds as if making sure they were real.
"I have a priest in my company,"
Captain Tavor said.
"One of the archers. I can have him say a few words. We'll bury them here and catch up with the main body tomorrow, sir."
"They're coming with us,"
Balasar said.
"Sir?"
"Bring a pallet and a horse. I want these bodies pulled through the camp. I want every man in the army to see them. Then wrap them in shrouds and pack them in ashes. We'll bury them in the ruins of Udun with the Kai's skull to mark their place."
Captain Tavor made his salute, and it wasn't Balasar's imagination that put the tear in the old man's eye. As Tavor barked out the orders to the men who had come with them, Sinja stood and brushed his palms against each other. A smear of old blood darkened the back of the captain's hand. Balasar read the disapproval in the passionless eyes, but neither man spoke. The effect on the men was unmistakable. The sense of gloating, of leisure, vanished. The tents were pitched, the wagons loaded and ready, the soldiers straining against time itself to close the distance between where they now stood and Udun. 3 of his captains asked permission to send out parties. Hunting parties still, but only in part searching for game. Balasar gave each of them his blessing. The dream of the desert didn't return, but he had no doubt that it would. In the days that followed, he felt keenly the loss of Eustin. Somewhere to the west, Patai was falling or had fallen. The school with its young poets was burning, or would burn. And through those conflagrations, Eustin rode. Balasar spent his days riding among his men, talking, planning, setting the example he wished them all to follow, and he felt the absence of Eustin's dry pessimism and distrust. The fervor he saw here was a different beast. The men here looked to him as something besides a man. They had never seen him weep over little Ot's body, or call out into the dry, malign desert air for Kellem. To this army, he was General Giseh. They might be prepared to kill or die at his word, but they did not know him. It was, he supposed, the difference between faith and loyalty. He found faith isolating, and it was in this sense of being alone among many that the messenger from Sinja Ajutani found him. The day's travel was done, and they had made good time again. His outriders had made contact with local forces twice, farm boys with rabbit bows and sewn leather armor, and had done well each time. The wells in the low towns had been fouled, but the river ran clean enough. Another 2 days, 3 at the most, and they would reach Udun. In the meantime, the sunset was beautiful and birdsong filled the evening air. Balasar rested beneath the wide, thick branches of a cottonwood, flat bread and chicken still hot from the fires on a metal field plate by his side, their scents mixing with those of the rich earth and the river's damp. The man standing before him, hands flat at his sides, looked no more than 17 summers, but Balasar knew himself a poor judge of ages among these people. He might have been 15, he might have been 20. When he spoke, his Galtic was heavily inflected. "General Giseh," the boy said, "Captain Ajutani would like a word with you, if it is acceptable to your will." Balasar sat forward.
"He could come himself,"
Balasar said.
"He has before. Why not now?"
The messenger boy's lips went tight, his dark eyes fixed straight ahead. It was anger the boy was controlling.
"Something's happened,"
Balasar said.
"Something's happened to one of yours."
"Sir," the boy said. Balasar took a regretful look at the chicken, then rose to his feet.
"Take me to Captain Ajutani,"
Balasar said. Their path ended at the medical tent. The messenger waited outside when Balasar ducked through the flap and entered. The thick canvas reeked with concentrated vinegar and pine pitch. The medic stood over a low cot where a man lay naked and bloody, one of Sinja's men. The captain himself stood against the tent's center pole, arms folded. Balasar stepped forward, taking in the patient's wounds with a practiced eye. 2 parallel cuts on the ribs, shallow but long. Cuts on the hands and arms where the boy had tried to ward off the blades. Skinned knuckles where he'd struck out at someone. Balasar caught the medic's eye and nodded to the men.
"No broken bones, sir," the medic said. "1 finger needed sewing, and there'll be scars, but so long as we keep the wounds from festering, he should be fine."
"What happened?"
Balasar asked.
"I found him by the river,"
Sinja said.
"I brought him here."
Balasar heard the coolness in Sinja's voice, judged the tension in his face and shoulders. He steeled himself.
"Come then,"
Balasar said as he lifted open the tent's wide flap.
"Eat with me, and you can tell me what happened." "No need, General. It's a short enough story. Sawyer here can't speak Galtic. There's been footmen from the 4th Legion following him for days now. At first it was just mocking, and I didn't think it worth concern." "You have names? Proof that they did this?" "They're bragging about it, sir,"
Sinja said. Sinja looked down at the wounded man. The boy looked up at him. The dark eyes were calm, perhaps defiant. Balasar sighed and knelt beside the low cot.
Soyacha,
He said in the boy's own language.
I want you to rest. I'll see the men who did this disciplined.
The wounded hands took a pose that declined the offer.
It isn't a favor to you,
Balasar said.
My men don't treat one another this way. As long as you march with me, you are my soldier, whatever tongues you speak. I'll be sure they understand it's my wrath they're feeling, not yours.
Your dead men are the problem, sir, Sinja said, switching the conversation back to Goltic. The medic coughed once, then discreetly stepped to the far side of the tent. Balasar folded his hands and nodded to Sinja that he should continue. The mercenary sucked his teeth and spat. Your men are angry. Having those shrouds along is like putting a burr under their saddles. They're calling my men things they didn't when this campaign began, and they act as if it were harmless and in fun, but it isn't.
I'll see your men aren't attacked again, Sinja. You have my word on it.
It's not just that, sir. You're sowing anger. Yes, it keeps them traveling faster, and I respect that. But once we reach Udun and Utani, they're going to have their blood up. It's easier for 10,000 soldiers to defeat 100,000 tradesmen if the tradesmen don't think defeat means being beaten to death for sport. And a bad sack can burn in resentments that last for lifetimes. All respect, those cities are as good as taken, and we both know it. There's no call to make this worse than it has to be.
I should be careful, Balasar said. Move slowly and let the cities fall gently.
You said before you wanted this done clean.
Yes, before. I said that before.
They're going to be your cities, Sinja said doggedly, as a man swimming against the tide. There's more to think about than how to capture them. It's my guess Galt's going to be ruling these places for a long time. The less the people have to forget, the easier that rule's going to be.
I don't care about holding them,
Balasar said.
There are too many to guard, and once the rest of the world scents blood, it's going to be chaos anyway. This war isn't about finding ways for the High Council to appoint more mayors.
Sir?
We are carrying the dead, because they are my dead.
Balasar kept his voice calm, his manner matter-of-fact. The trembling in his hands was too slight to be seen.
And I haven't come to conquer the Khayyam, Captain Ajutani. I've come to destroy them.
The first refugees appeared when Ota's little army was still 3 days' march from the village of the Daikwo. They were few and scattered in the morning, and then more and larger groups toward the day's end. The stories they told Ota were the same. Ships had come to Yalaket, warships loaded heavy with Galtic soldiers. Some of the ships were merchant vessels that had been on trade runs to Chaburitan. Others were unfamiliar. The harbor master had tried to refuse them berths, but a force of men had come from the warehouse district and taken control of the seafront. By the time the Kai had gathered a force to drive them back, it was too late. Yalaket had fallen. Any hope that Ota's army might be on a fool's errand ended with that news. In the night more men came, drawn by the light and scent of the army's cook fires. Ota saw that they were welcomed, and the tale grew. Boats had been waiting, half-assembled, in the warehouses of Galtic merchants in Yalaket. Great metal boilers ran paddle wheels and pushed their wide, shallow boats upriver faster than oxen could pull. Boats loaded with men and steam wagons. The low towns nearest Yalaket had been overrun. Another force had been following along the shore, hauling food and supplies. The soldiers themselves had sped for the Daikwo, just as Ota had feared they would. Ota sat in his tent and listened to the cicadas. They sang as if nothing was changing, as if the world was as it had always been. A breeze blew from the south, heavy with the smell of rain, though the clouds were still few and distant. Trees nodded their branches to one another. Ota kept his back to the fire and stared out at the darkness. There was no way to know whether the Galtic army had reached the village yet. Perhaps the Dai Quo was preparing some defense. Perhaps the village had been encircled and overrun. From the tales he'd heard, once the Gaults and their steam wagons reached the good roads leading from the river to the village itself, they would be able to travel faster than news of them. It had been almost 30 years ago when Ota had traveled up that river carrying a message from Sareket. The memory of it was like something from a dream. There had been an older man, younger likely than Ota was now, who had run the boat with his daughter. They had never spoken of the girl's mother, and Ota had never asked. That child-daughter would be a woman now, likely with children of her own. Ota wondered what had become of her, wondered whether that half-recalled river girl was among those flying out of the storm into which he was heading, or if she had been in one of the towns that the army had destroyed. A polite scratch came at the door, his servant announcing himself. Ota called out his permission, and the door opened. He could see the silhouettes of Ashua Rada'ani and his other captains looming behind the servant boy's formal pose.
"Bring them in," Ota said, "and bring us wine. Wait, watered wine."
The 6 men lumbered in. Ota welcomed them all with formal gravity. The fine hunting robes in which they had come out from Machi had been scraped clean of mud. The stubble had been shaved from their chins. From these small signs, and from the tightness in their bodies, Ota knew they had all drawn the same conclusions he had. He stood while they folded themselves down to the cushion-strewn floor. Then, silently, Ota sat on his chair, looking down at these grown men, heads of their houses who through the years he had known them had been flushed with pride and self-assurance. The servant boy poured them each a bowl of equal parts wine and fresh water, before ghosting silently out the door. Ota took a pose that opened the audience.
"We will be meeting the Gaults sometime in the next several days," Ota said. "I can't say where or when, but it will be soon. And when the time comes, we won't have time to plan our strategy. We have to do that now, tonight. You have all brought your census?"
Each man in turn took a scroll from his sleeve and laid it before him. The number of men, the weapons and armor, the horses and the bows, and the number of arrows and bolts. The final tally of the strength they had managed. Ota looked down at the scrawled ink and hoped it would be enough.
"Very well," he said. "Let's begin."
None of them had ever been called upon to plan a battle before, but each had an area of expertise. Where one knew of the tactics of hunting, another had had trade relations with the wardens of the Westlands enough to speak of their habits and insights. Slowly they made their plans. What to do when the scouts first brought news of the Gaults? Who should command the wedges of archers and crossbowmen? Who the footmen? Who the horsemen? How they should protect their flanks? How to pull back the archers when the time came near for the others to engage? Their fingers sketched lines and movements on the floor, their voices rose, became heated, and grew calm again. The moon had traveled the width of 6 hands together before Ota declared the work finished. Orders were written, shifting men to different commands, specifying the shouted signals that would coordinate the battle, putting the next few uncertain days into the order they imagined for them. When the captains bowed and took their poses of farewell, the clouds had appeared and the first ticking raindrops were striking the canvas. Ota lay on his cot, wrapped in blankets of soft wool, listening to the rain, and running through all that they had said. If it worked as they had planned, perhaps all would be well. In the darkness, with his belly full of wine and his mind full of the confident words of his men,
He could almost think there was hope. Dawn was a brightening of clouds, east as gray as west. They struck camp, loaded their wagons, and once again made for the Dai Quo. The flow of refugees seemed to have stopped. No new faces appeared before them, no horses, no men on foot. Perhaps the rain and mud had stopped them. Perhaps something else. Ota rode near the vanguard, the scouts arriving, riding for a time at his side, and then departing again. It was mid-morning, and the sun was still hidden behind the low gray ceiling of the world when Naiet rode up on his thin, skittish horse. Ota motioned him to ride near to his side.
"I'm told I'm to be a messenger,"
Naiet said. There was a controlled anger in his voice.
"I've drilled with the footmen. I have a sword."
"You have a horse, too."
"It was given to me with the news,"
Naiet said.
"Have I done something to displease you, Most High?"
"Of course not," Ota said. "Why would you think you had?"
"Why am I not permitted to fight?"
Ota leaned back, and his mount, reading the shift of his weight, slowed. His back ached, and the raw places on his thighs were only half healed. The rain had soaked his robes, so that even the oiled cloth against his skin felt clammy and cold. The rain that pressed Naiet's hair close against his neck also tapped against Ota's squinting eyes.
"How are you not permitted to fight?"
Ota said.
"The men who are making the charge,"
Naiet said.
"The men I have been traveling with, that I've trained with. I want to be with them when the time comes."
"And I want you to be with me and with them," Ota said. "I want you to be the bridge between us."
"I would prefer not to,"
Naiet said.
"I understand that, but it's what I've decided."
Naiet's nostrils flared, and his cheeks pinked. Ota took a pose that thanked the boy and dismissed him. Naiet wheeled his mount and rode away, kicking up mud as he did. In the distance, the meadows began to rise. They were coming to the Dai Quo from the north and west, up the long, gentle slope of the mountains, rather than the cliffs and crags from which the village was carved. Ota had never come this way before. For all his discomfort and the dread in his belly, this gray-green world was lovely. He tried not to think of Naiet, or of the men whom his boy had asked permission to die with. "We are his fathers," Maati had said, and Ota had agreed. He wondered if the others would also see Naiet's duty as a protection of him. He wondered if they would guess that Danat wasn't his only son. He hoped that they would all live long enough for such problems to matter. The scout came just before midday. He'd seen a rider in Galtic colors. He'd been seen as well. Ota accepted the information and sent the couriers to ride closer and in teams. He felt his belly tighten and wondered how far from its main force the Galt would send their riders. That was the distance between him and his first battle, his first war. It was near evening when the two armies found each other. The scouts had given warning, and still, as Ota topped the rise, the sight of them was astounding. The army of Galt stood still at the far end of the long, shallow valley, silent as ghosts in the gray rain. Their banners should have been green and gold, but in the wet and with the distance they seemed merely black. Ota paused, trying to guess how many men faced him. Perhaps half again his own. Perhaps a little less. And they were here, waiting for him. The Dai Quo's village was behind them. He wondered if he had come too late. Perhaps the Galts had sacked the village and slaughtered the Dai Quo. Perhaps they had had word of Ota's coming and bypassed the prize to reach him here, before his men could take cover in the buildings and palaces of Mountain. Perhaps the Galts had divided, and the men facing him were what he had spared the Dai Quo. There was no way to know the situation, and only one course available to him, whatever the truth.
"Call the formation!"
Ota said, and the shouts and calls flowed out behind him, the slap of leather and metal. The army of Machi took its place, archers and footmen and horsemen, all exhausted by their day's ride, all facing a real enemy for the first time. From across the valley, a sound came, sharp as cracking thunder, thousands of voices raised as one. And then, just as suddenly, silence. Ota ran his hand over the thick leather straps of the reins and forced himself to think. In the soft quarter of Sareket, Ota had seen show fighters pout and preen before the blows came. He had seen them flex their muscles and beat their own faces until there was blood on their lips. It had been a show for the men and women who had come to partake of brutality as entertainment, but it had also been the start of the fight, a display to unnerve the enemy, to sow fear. This was no different. 1,000 men who could speak in one voice could fight as one. They were not men. They were a swarm, a single mind with thousands of bodies. "Hear us," the wordless cry had said, "and die." Ota looked at the darkening sky, the misty rain. He thought of all the histories he had read, the accounts of battles lost and won in ancient days before the poets and their Andat, of the struggles in the low cities of the world. He raised his hands, and the messengers, Naiit among them, came to his side.
"Tell the men to make camp,"
he said. The silence was utter.
"Most High,"
Naiit said.
"they won't begin a battle now that they'd have to finish in darkness. This is all show and bluster. Tell the men to set their tents and build what cook fires we can in all this wet. Put them here where those bastards can see the light of them. Tell the men to rest and eat and drink, and we'll set up a pavilion and have songs before we sleep. Let the goats see how frightened we are."
The messengers took poses that accepted the order and turned their mounts. Ota caught Naiit's gaze, and the boy hesitated. When the others had gone, Ota spoke again.
"Also find the scouts and have them set a watch in case I'm wrong."
He saw Naiit draw breath, but he only took the accepting pose and rode away. The night was long and unpleasant. The rain had stopped. The clouds thinned and vanished, letting the heat of the ground fly out into the cold, uncaring sky. Ota passed among the fires, accepting the oaths and salutes of his men. He felt his title and dignity on his shoulders like a cloak. He would have liked to smile and be charming, to ease his fears with companionship and wine, just as his men did. It would have been no favor to them, though, so he held back and played the kai for another night. No attack came, and between the half-candle and the 3/4 mark, Ota actually fell asleep. He dreamed of nothing in particular, a bird that flew upside down, a river he recalled from childhood, Danat's voice in an adjacent room singing words Ota could not later recall. He woke in darkness to the scent of frying pork and the sound of voices. He pulled on his robes and boots and stepped out into the chill of the morning. The cook fires were lit again, or had never been put out. And across the valley, the Galt army had lit its own, glittering like orange and yellow stars fallen to earth. His attendant rushed up, blinking sleep from his eyes.
"Most High,"
the boy said, falling into a pose of abject apology.
"I had thought to let you sleep. Your breakfast is nearly ready." "Bring it to my tent," Ota said. "I'll be back for it."
He walked to the edge of the camp, where the firelight would not spoil his night vision, and looked out into the darkness. In the east, the sky had become a paler blackness, the deep gray of charcoal. The stars had not gone out, but they were dimmed. In the trees that lined the valley, birds were beginning their songs. A strange, tense peace came over him. His disquiet seemed to fade, and the dawn, gray, then cool yellow, and rose, and serene blue, that filled the wide bowl of the sky above him, was beautiful and calm. Whatever happened here in this valley, the sun would rise upon it again tomorrow. The birds would call to one another. Summer would retreat. Autumn would come. The lives of men and nations were not the highest stakes to play for. He pulled his hands into his sleeves and turned back to the camp. At his tent, his messengers awaited him, including Naiit.
"Call the formation," Ota said. "It's time."
The messengers scattered, and it seemed fewer than a dozen breaths before the air was filled with the sounds of metal against metal, shouts and commands as his army pulled itself to the ready.
"Your food, Most High,"
the attendant said, and Ota waved the man away. By the time Ota's footmen and horsemen had taken their places between and just behind the wedges of archers, it was bright enough to see the banners and glittering mail of the Gaults. Ota's mount seemed to sense the impending violence, dancing uncomfortably as Ota rode back and forth behind his men, watching and waiting and preparing to call out his commands. From across the valley, the shout and silence came again as it had the night before. Then twice more.
"Call the archers to ready!"
Ota called out, and like whisperers in court relaying the words to lower men waiting in the halls, his words echoed in a dozen voices. He saw his archers lift their bows and shift in their formations. A long shout, rolling like thunder, came from across the valley. The Gaults were moving forward.
"Call the march, and be prepared to loose arrows!"
As they had drilled, his men moved forward, archers to the front, footmen between them with their makeshift shields and motley assortment of swords and spears and threshing flails. Horsemen in the colors of the great houses of the Utkayem trotted at the sides, ready to wheel and protect the flanks. At a walk, 3,000 men moved forward across the still wet grass and patches of ankle-deep mud, and perhaps half again as many Gaults came toward them, shouting. In the old books and histories, the flights of enemy arrows had been compared to smoke rising from a great pyre, or clouds blotting out the sun. In fact, when the first volley struck, it was nothing like that. Ota didn't see the arrows and bolts in the air. He saw them begin to appear, heads buried deep in the ground, fletching green and white in the sunlight, like some strange flower that had sprung up from the meadow grass. Then a man screamed, and another.
"Loose arrows!"
Ota called.
"Give it back to them! Loose arrows!"
Now that he knew to look, he could see the thin, dark shafts. They rose up from the Gaultic mass slowly as if they were floating. His own archers let fly, and it seemed that the arrows should collide in the air, but then slipped past each other, two flocks of birds mingling and parting again. More men screamed. Ota's horse twitched and sidestepped, nervous with the sounds and the scent of blood. Ota felt his own heart beating fast, sweat on his back and neck, though the morning was still cool. His mind spun, judging how many men he was losing with each volley, straining to see how many Gaults seemed to fall. They seemed to be getting more volleys off than his men. Perhaps the Gaults had more archers than he did. If that was true, the longer he waited for his footmen to engage, the more he would lose. But then perhaps the Gaults were simply better practiced at slaughter.
"Call the attack!"
Ota yelled. He looked for his messengers, but only 2 of them were in earshot, and neither was Naiit. Ota gestured to the nearest of them.
"Call the attack!"
The charge was ragged, but it was not hesitant. He could hear it when the footmen got word, a loud whooping yell that seemed to have no particular start nor any end. One man's voice took up where another paused for breath. Ota cantered forward. His horsemen were streaming forward as well now, careful not to outstrip the footmen by too great a distance, and Ota saw the Gaultic archers falling back, their own soldiers coming to the fore. The two sides met with a sound like buildings falling. Shouts and screams mingled, and any nuanced plan was gone. Ota's urge to rush forward was as much the desire to see more clearly what was happening as to defend the men he'd brought. His archers drew and fired sporadically until he called them to stop. There was no way to see who the arrows struck. The mass of men in the valley writhed. Once a great surge on Ota's left seemed to press into the Galtic ranks, but it was pushed back. He heard drums and trumpets call. That's a good idea, Ota thought. Drums and trumpets. The shouting seemed to go on forever. The sun slowly rose in its arc as the men engaged, pulled back, and rushed at one another again. And with every passing breath, Ota saw more of his men fall. More of his men than of the Gaults. He forced his mount nearer. He couldn't judge how many he'd lost. The bodies in the mud might have been anyone. A sudden upsurge in the noise of the battle caught him. His footmen were roaring and surging forward, the center of the enemy's line giving way. "Call them to stand!" Ota shouted, his voice hoarse and fading. "Stand!" But if they heard the call, the footmen didn't heed it. They pressed forward into the gap in the Galtic line. A trumpet blared 3 times, and the signal given, the Galtic horsemen that had held to the rear, left and right both, turned to the center and drove into Ota's men from either side. It had been a trap, and a simple one, and they had stepped in it. "Call the retreat!" Ota thought wildly. "I have to call the retreat!" And then from the right, he heard the retreat called. Someone had panicked. Someone had given the order before he could. His horsemen turned, unwilling, it seemed, to leave the footmen behind. A few footmen broke, and then a few more, and then, as if coming loose, Ota's army turned its backs to the Gaults and ran. Ota saw some horsemen trying to draw off the pursuing Gaults, but most were flying back in retreat themselves. Ota spun his horse and saw, back on the field, the remnants of his wedges of archers fleeing as well. "No!" he shouted. "Not you! Stop where you are!" No one heard him. He was a leaf in a storm now, command gone, hope gone, his men being slaughtered like winter pork. Ota dug his heels into his mount's sides, leaned low, and shot off in pursuit of the archers. It was folly riding fast over mud-slick ground, but Ota willed himself forward. The fleeing archers looked back over their shoulders at the sound of his hooves, and had the naivety to look relieved that it was him. He rode through the nearest wedge, knocking several to the ground, then pulled up before them and pointed back at the men behind them. "Loose your arrows!" Ota croaked. "It's the only chance they have! Loose arrows!" The archers stood, stunned. Their wide, confused faces made Ota think of sheep confronted by an unexpected cliff. He had brought farmers and smiths onto a battlefield. He had led men who had never known more violence than brawling drunk outside a comfort house to fight soldiers. Ota dropped from his horse, took a bow and quiver from the nearest man, and aimed high. He never saw where the arrow went, but the bowmen at least began to understand. One by one, and then in handfuls, they began to send their arrows and bolts up over the retreating men and into the charging Gaults. "They'll kill us!" a boy shrieked. "There's thousands of them!" "Kill the first 20, Ota said. "Then let the ones still standing argue about who'll lead the next charge." Behind them, the other fleeing archers had paused. As the first of the fleeing horsemen passed, Ota caught sight of Ashua Rada'ani and raised his hands in a pose that called the man to a halt. There was blood on Rada'ani's face and arms, and his eyes were wide with shock. Ota strode to him. "Go to the archers. Tell them that once the men have reached us here, they're to start loosing arrows. We'll come back with the men."
"You should come now, Most High," Rada'ani said. "I can carry you."
"I have a horse," Ota said, though he realized he couldn't say what had become of his mount. "Go! Just go!" The Galtic charge thinned as they drew into range of the arrows. Ota saw 2 men fall, and then, almost miraculously, the Gaults began to pull back. Ota's footmen came past him, muddy and bleeding and weeping and pale with shock. Some carried wounded men with them. Some, Ota suspected, carried men already dead. The last, or nearly the last, approached, and Ota turned, gesturing to the archers, and they all walked back together. The few Gaults that pressed on were dissuaded by fresh arrows. Ashua had reached the other wedge. Thank the gods for that, at least. The army of Machi, 3,000 strong that morning, found itself milling about, confused and without structure, as the evening sun lengthened their shadows. They had fled back past the northern lip of the valley where they had made camp the night before, onto green grass already tramped flat by their passage. Some supply wagons and tents and fresh water had been caught up in the retreat, but more were strewn over the ground behind them. The wounded were lined up on hillsides and cared for as best the physicians could. Many of the wounds were mild, but there were also many who would not live the night. The scouts were the first to recover some sense of purpose. The courier of the trading houses rode back and forth, reporting the movements of the Gaults now that the battle was finished. They had scoured the field, caring for their own men, and killing the ones Ota had left behind. Then, with professional efficiency, they had made their camp and prepared their dinner. It was clear that the Gaults considered the conflict ended. They had won. It was over. As darkness fell, Ota made his way through the camps, stopped at what cook fires there were. No one greeted him with violence, but he saw anger in some eyes and sorrow in others. By far the most common expression was an emptiness and disbelief. When at last he sat on his cot, set under the spreading limbs of a shade tree in lieu of his tent, he knew that however many men he had lost on the battlefield, twice as many would have deserted by morning. Ota laid an arm over his eyes, his body heavy with exhaustion, but totally unable to sleep. In the long, dreadful march to this battle, not one man had turned back. At the time, it had warmed Ota's heart. Now he wanted them all to flee, go back to their wives and their children and their parents, go back to where it was safe, and forget this mad attempt to stop the world from crumbling. Except he couldn't imagine where safety might be. The Dai Quo would fall, if he hadn't already. The cities of the Kayem would fall. Machi would fall. For years he had had the power to command the death of Gault. Stone made soft could have ruined their cities, sunk their lands below the waves. All of this could have been stopped once, if he had known and had the will. And now it was too late.
Most High.
Ota raised his arm, sat up. Naiet stood in the shadows of the tree. Ota knew him by his silhouette.
Naiitka,
Ota said, realizing it was the first he'd seen Liat's son since the battle. Naiet hadn't even crossed his mind. He wondered what that said about him. Nothing good.
Are you all right? I'm fine. A little bruised on the arm and shoulder, but fine.
In the dim, Ota saw that Naiet held something before him. A greasy scent of roast lamb came to him.
I can't eat,
Ota said as the boy came closer.
Thank you, but give it to the men. Give it to the injured men. Your attendant said you didn't eat in the morning either,
Naiet said.
It won't help them if you collapse. It won't bring them back.
Ota felt a surge of cold anger at the words, but bit back his retort. He nodded to the edge of the cot.
Leave it there,
he said. Naiet hesitated, but then moved forward and placed the bowl on the cot. He stepped back, but he did not walk away. As Ota's eyes adjusted to the darkness, Naiet's face took on dim features. Ota wasn't surprised to see that the boy was weeping. Naiet was older now than Ota had been when he'd fathered him on Liat. Older now than Ota had been when he'd first killed a man with his hands.
I'm sorry, Most High,
Naiet said.
So am I,
Ota said. The scent of lamb was thick and rich, enticing and mildly nauseating both.
It was my fault,
Naiet said, voice thickened by a tight throat.
All of this, is my fault.
No, Ota began.
You can't. I saw them killing each other. I saw how many there were, and I broke.
Naiet said, and his hands took a pose of profound contrition.
I'm the one who called the retreat.
I know, Ota said. 15. Liat had been nursing her headache since she'd woken that morning. As the day progressed, it had drawn a line from the back of her eyes to her temples that throbbed when she moved too quickly. She had given up shaking her head. Instead, she pressed her fingers into the fine-grained wood of the table and tried to will her frustration into it. Kian, seated across from her, was saying something in a reasonable, measured tone that entirely missed her point. Liat took a pose that asked permission to speak, and then didn't wait for Kian to answer her.
"It isn't the men," Liat said. "He could have taken twice what he did, and we'd be able to do what's needed. It's that he took all the horses."
Kian's fox-sharp face tightened. Her dark eyes flickered down toward the maps and diagrams spread out between them. The farmlands and low towns that surrounded Machi were listed, with the weight of grain and meat and vegetables that had come from each in the last 5 years. Liat's small, neat script covered paper after paper, black ink on the butter-yellow pages noting acres to be harvested and plowed, the number of hands and hooves required by each. The breeze from the unshuttered windows lifted the pages but didn't disarray them, like invisible fingers checking the corners for some particular mark.
"Show me again,"
Kian said, and the weariness in her voice was almost enough to disarm Liat's annoyance. Almost, but not entirely. With a sigh, she stood. The line behind her eyes throbbed.
"This is the number of horses we'd need to plow the eastern farmsteads, here and here and here,"
Liat said, tapping the maps as she did so.
"We have half that number. We can get up to nearly the right level if we take the mules from the wheat mills."
Kian looked over the numbers, her fingertips touching the sums and moving on. Her gaze was focused, a single vertical line between her brows.
"How short is the second planting now?" Kian asked. "The west and south are nearly complete, but they started late. The eastern farmsteads, not more than a quarter."
Kian leaned back. Ota's wife looked nearly as worn as Liat felt. The gray in her hair seemed more pronounced, her flesh paler and thinner. Liat found herself wondering if Kian had made a practice of painting her face and dyeing her hair that, in the crisis, she had let fall away, or if the task they had set themselves was simply sucking the life out of them both.
"It's too late," Kian said. "With the time it would take to get the mules, put them to yoke, and plow the fields, we'd be harvesting snowdrifts." "Is there something else we could plant?" Liat asked. "Something we have time to grow before winter? Potatoes? Turnips?" "I don't know," Kian said. "How long does it take to grow turnips this far north?"
Liat closed her eyes. 2 educated, serious, competent women should be able to run a city, should be able to shoulder the burden of the world and forget that one stood to lose a husband, the other a son, should be able to ignore the constant fear that soldiers of a Galtic army might appear any day on the horizon, prepared to destroy the city. It should be within their power, and yet they were blocked by idiot questions like whether turnips take longer to grow than potatoes. She took a deep breath and slowly let it out, willing the tension in her jaw to lessen, the pain behind her eyes to recede.
"I'll find out," Liat said. "But will you give the order to the mills? They won't be happy to stop their work." "I'll give them the option of loaning the Kai their animals or pulling the plows themselves," Kian said. "If we have to spend the winter grinding wheat for our bread, it's a small price for not starving."
"It's going to be a thin spring, regardless," Liat said. Kian took the papers that Liat had drawn up. She didn't speak, but the set of her mouth agreed.
"We'll do our best,"
Kian said. The banquet had gone splendidly. The women of the Utkayam, wives and mothers, daughters and aunts, had heard Kian's words and taken to them as if she were a priest before the faithful. Liat had seen the light in their eyes, the sense of hope. For all their fine robes and lives of court scandal and gossip, each of these women was as grateful as Liat had been for the chance of something to do. The food and fuel Kian had kept for herself. Other people had been tasked with seeing to the wool, to arranging the movement of the summer belongings into the storage of the high towers, the preparation of the lower city, the tunnels below Machi. Liat had volunteered to act as Kian's messenger and go-between in the management of the farms and crops, gathering the food that would see them through the winter. Being the lover of a poet, even a poet who had never bound one of the Andat, apparently lent her enough status in court to make her interesting. And as the rumors began to spread that Samai and Maati were keeping long hours together in the library in the poet's house, that they were preparing a fresh binding, Liat found herself more and more in demand. In recent days it had even begun to interfere with her work. She had let herself spend time in lush gardens and high-domed dining halls, telling what stories she knew of Maati's work and intentions, what parts of it he'd said would be safe to tell. The women were so hungry for good news, for hope, that Liat couldn't refuse them. After telling the stories often enough, even she began to take hope from them herself. But tea and sweet bread and gossip took time, and they took attention, and she had let it go too far. The second wheat crop would be short, and no amount of pleasant high-city chatter now would fill bellies in the spring, assuming they lived. If the Gaults appeared tomorrow, it would hardly matter what she'd done, or failed to do.
"There's going to be enough food,"
Kian said softly.
"We may wind up killing more of the livestock and eating the grain ourselves, but even if half the crop failed, we'd have enough to see us through to the early harvest."
"Still," Liat said,
"it would have been good to have more."
Kian took a pose that both agreed with Liat and dismissed the matter. Liat responded with one appropriate for taking leave of a superior. It was a nuance that seemed to trouble Kian because she leaned forward, her fingertips touching Liat's arm.
"Are you well?"
Kian asked.
"Fine," Liat said. "It's just my head has been tender. It's often like that when the Kaisar Reket changes the tax laws again, or the cotton crops fail. It fades when the troubles pass."
Kian nodded, but didn't pull back her hand.
"Is there anything I can do to help?"
Kian asked.
"Tell me that Ota's come back with Naiit, the Gaults all conquered, and the world back to the way it was."
"Yes," Kian said. Her eyes lost their focus, and her hand slipped back to her side of the table. Liat regretted being so glib, regretted letting the moment's compassion fade.
"Yes, it would be pretty to think so."
Liat took her leave. The palaces were alive with servants and slaves, the messengers of the merchant houses and the Utkayam keeping the life of the court active. Liat walked through the wide halls with their distant tiled ceilings and down staircases of marble wide enough for 20 men to walk abreast. Sweet perfumes filled the air, though their scents brought her no comfort. The world was as bright as it had been before she'd come to Machi. The voices lifted in song, as merry and sweet. It was only a trick of her mind that dulled the colors and broke the harmonies. It was only the thought of her boy lying dead in some green and distant field, and the dull pain behind her eyes. When she reached the physician's, she found the man she sought speaking with Aya. A young man lay naked on the wide slate table beside the pair. His face was pale and damp with sweat. His eyes were closed. His nearer leg was purple with bruises and gashed at the side. The physician, a man no older than Liat, but bald apart from a long gray fringe of hair, was gesturing at the young man's leg, and Aya was leaning in toward him as if the words were water she was thirsty for. Liat walked to them softly, partly from the pain in her head, partly from the hope of overhearing their discussion without changing it.
"There's a fever in the flesh,"
the physician said.
That's to be expected. But the muscle...
Aya considered the leg, more fascinated, Liat noticed, with the raw wounds than with the man's flaccid sex.
It's stretched, Aya said, so there's still a connection to stretch it. He'll be able to walk.
The physician dropped the blanket and tapped the boy's shoulder.
You hear that, Tamia? The Kai's daughter says you'll be able to walk again.
The boy's eyes fluttered open, and he managed a thin smile.
You're correct, Ayacha. The tendon's injured, but not snapped. He won't be able to walk for several weeks. The greatest danger now is that the wound where the skin popped open may become septic. We'll have to clean it out and bandage it. But first, perhaps we have a fresh patient?
Liat found herself disconcerted to move from observer to observed so quickly. The physician's smile was distant and professional as a butcher selling lamb, but Aya's grin was giddy. Liat took a pose that asked forbearance.
I didn't mean to intrude, she said. It's only that my head has been troubling me. It aches badly, and I was wondering whether... Come, sit down, Liat-kya,
Aya cried, grabbing Liat's hand and pulling her to a low wooden seat.
Loya-cha can fix anything.
I can't fix everything,
the physician said, his smile softening a degree. He was speaking now not only to a patient, but a friend of his eager student and a fellow adult.
But I may be able to ease the worst of it. Tell me when I've touched the places that hurt the worst.
Gently the man's fingers swept over Liat's face, her temples, touching here and there as gently as a feather against her skin. He seemed pleased and satisfied with her answers. Then he took her pulse on both wrists and considered her tongue and eyes.
Yes, I believe I can be of service, Liat-cha. Aya, you saw what I did.
Aya took a pose of agreement. It was strange to see a girl so young and with such wealth and power look so attentive, to see her care so clearly what a man who was merely an honored servant could teach her. Liat's heart went out to the girl.
Make your own measures, then, the man said. I have a powder I'll mix for the patient, and we can discuss what you think while we clean the gravel out of our friend Tamia.
Aya's touch was harder, less assured. Where the physician had hardly seemed present, Aya gave the impression of grabbing for something, even when pressing with the tips of her fingers. It was an eagerness Liat herself had felt once, many years ago.
You seem to be doing very well here,
Liat said, her voice gentle.
I know, the girl said. Loya-cha's very smart, and he said I could keep coming here until Mama Kya or the Kai said different. Can I see your tongue, please?
Liat let the examination be repeated, then, when it was finished, said,
You must be pleased to have found something you enjoy doing. It's all right, Aya said. I'd still rather be married, but this is almost as good. And maybe Papa Kya can find someone to marry me who will let me take part in the physician's house. I'll probably be married to one of the Kayam, after all, and Mama Kya's running the whole city now. Everyone says so. It may be different later, though,
Liat said, trying to imagine a Kai allowing his wife to take a tradesman's work as a hobby.
There may not be any Kayam, you mean?
Aya said.
The Galts may kill them all. Of course they won't,
Liat said, but the girl's eyes met hers, and Liat faltered. There was so much of Ota's cool distance in a face that seemed too young to look on the world so dispassionately. She was like her father, prepared to pass judgment on the gods themselves if the situation called her to do it. Comfortable lies had no place with her. Liat looked down.
I don't know, she said. Perhaps there won't be.
Here now,
the physician said.
Take this with you, Liat-cha. Pour it into a bowl of water, and once it's dissolved, drink the whole thing. It will be bitter, so drink it fast. You'll likely want to lie down for a hand or two afterward, to let it work, but it should do what needs doing.
Liat took the paper packet and slipped it into her sleeve before taking a pose of gratitude.
"We should have lunch in the gardens again," Aya said. "You and Uncle Ma'ati and me. Loya-cha would come too, except he's a servant." Liat felt herself blush, but the physician's wry smile told her it was not the first such pronouncement he'd been subjected to.
"Perhaps you should wait for another day,"
he said.
"Liat-cha had a headache, remember?"
"I know that," Aya said impatiently. "I meant tomorrow." "That would be lovely," Liat said. "I'll talk with Ma'ati about it."
"Would you be so good as to get the stiff brushes from the back and wash them for me, Aya-cha?"
the physician said.
"Tamiya's anxious to be done with us, I'm sure."
Aya dropped into a pose of confirmation for less than a breath before darting off to her task. Liat watched the physician, the amusement and fondness in his expression. He shook his head.
"She's a force," he said. "But the powder, I wanted to say, it can be habit-forming. You shouldn't have it more than once in a week, so if the pain returns, we may have to find another approach."
"I'm sure this will be fine," Liat said as she rose. "And thank you. For what you've done with Aya, I mean."
"She needs it," the man said with a shrug. "Her father's ridden off to die. Her mother and her friend the poet are too busy trying to keep us alive to take time to comfort her. She buries herself from this, and so even if she slows us down, how can I do anything but welcome her?"
Liat felt her heart turn to lead. The physician's smile slipped, and for a moment the dread showed from behind the mask. When he spoke again, it was softly, and the words were as gray as stones.
"And, after all, we may need our children to know how to care for the dying before all that's coming is done."
Ma'ati rubbed his eyes with the palms of his hands, squinted, blinked. The world was blurry. The long, rich green of the grass on which they lay was like a single sheet of dyed rice paper. The towers of Machi were reduced to dark blurs that the blue of the sky shone through. It was like fog without the grayness. He blinked again, and the world moved nearer to focus.
"How long was I sleeping?"
he asked.
"Long enough, sweet," Liat said. "I could have managed longer, I think. The gods all know we've been restless enough at night."
The sun was near the top of its arc, the remains of breakfast in lacquered boxes with their lids shut, the day half gone. Liat was right, of course. He hadn't been sleeping near enough, late to bed, waking early, and with troubled rest between. He could feel it in his neck and back and see it in the slowness with which his vision cleared.
"Where's Aya got to?"
he asked. "Back to her place with the physicians, I guess. I offered to wake you so that she could say her goodbyes, but she thought it would be better if you slept."
Liat smiled.
"She said it would be restorative. Can you imagine her using that kind of language a season ago? She already sounds like a physician's apprentice."
Ma'ati grinned. He'd resisted the idea of this little outing at first, but Samai had joined Aya's cause. A half-day effort by a rested man might do better for them than the whole day by someone drunk with exhaustion and despair. And even now the library seemed to call to him, the scrolls he had already read, the codices laid out and put away and pulled out to look over again, the wax tablets with their notes cut into them and smoothed clear again. And in the end, he had never been able to refuse Aya. Her good opinion was too precious and too fickle. Liat slid her hand around him and leaned against him. She smelled of grass and cherry paste on apples and musk. He turned without thinking and kissed the crown of her head as if it were something he had always done, as if there had not been a lifetime between the days when they had first been lovers and now.
"How badly is it going?" she asked.
"Not well. We have a start, but Samai's notes are only beginnings, and they were done by a student. I'm sure they all seemed terribly deep and insightful when he was still fresh from the school, but there's less there than I'd hoped. And...
Ma'ati sighed. The towers were visible now. The blades of grass stood out from one another.
"He's not a great inventor," Ma'ati said. "He never was. It's part of why he was chosen to take over an Undat that had already been captured instead of binding something new. And I'm no better."
"You were chosen for the same thing."
"Samai's clever. I'm clever, too, if it comes to that. But we're the second pressing. There's no one we can talk with who's seen a binding through from first principles to a completion. We need someone whose mind's sharper than ours."
There were birds wheeling about the towers, tiny specks of black and gray and white wheeling through the air as if a single mind drove them. Ma'ati pretended he could hear their calls.
"Perhaps you could train someone. There's a whole city to choose from."
"There isn't time,"
Ma'ati said.
He wanted to say that even if there were, he wouldn't. The Undat were too powerful, too dangerous to be given to anyone whose heart wasn't strong or whose conscience couldn't be trusted. That was the lesson, after all, that had driven his own life and Samai's and the Dai Quo himself. It was what elevated each of the poets from boy-children cast out by their parents to the most honored men in the world. And yet, if there were someone bright enough to hand the power to, he suspected he would. If it brought the army back from the field and put the world back the way it had been, the risk would be worth it.
"Maybe one of the other poets will come,"
Liat said, but her voice had gone thin and weary.
"You don't have hope for the Dai Quo?"
Liat smiled.
"Hope? Yes, I have hope. Just not faith. The Galts know what's in play. If we don't recapture the Undat, the cities will all fall. If we do, we'll destroy Galt and everyone in her. They'll be as ruthless as we will."
"And Otakwo? Nayet?"
Liat's gaze met his, and he nodded. The knot in her chest, he was certain, was much like his own.
"They'll be fine,"
Liat said, her tone asking for her own belief in the words as much as his.
"It's always the footmen who die in battles, isn't it? The generals all live, and he'll keep Nayet safe. He said he would."
"They might not even see battle. If they arrive before the Galts and come back quickly enough, we might not lose a single man."
"And the moon may come down and get itself trapped in a tea-bowl," Liat said. "But it would be nice, wouldn't it? For us, I mean, not so much for the Galts."
"You care what happens to them?"
"Is that wrong?" Liat asked.
"You're the one who came to Otakwo asking that they all be killed."
"I suppose I did, didn't I? I don't know what's changed. Something to do with having my boy out there, I suppose. Slaughtering a nation isn't so much to think about. It's when I start feeling that it all goes confused. I wonder why we do it. I wonder why they do. Do you think if we gave them our gold and our silver and swore we would never bind a fresh Undat, do you think they'd let our children live?"
It took a few breaths to realize that Liat was actually waiting for his answer, and several more before he knew what he believed.
"No,"
Ma'ati said.
"I don't think they would."
"Neither do I. But it would be good, wouldn't it? A world where it wasn't a choice of our children or theirs."
"It would be better than this one."
As if by common consent, they changed the subject, talking of food and the change of seasons, Ea's new half-apprenticeship with the physicians, and the small doings of the women of the Utkayam now that their men had gone. It was only reluctantly that Ma'ati rose. The sun was 2.5 hands past where it had been when he woke, the shadows growing oblong. They walked back to the library, hand in hand at first, and then only walking beside each other. Ma'ati felt his heart growing heavier as they came down the familiar paths, paving stones turning to sand, turning to crushed white gravel, bright as snow.
"You could come in,"
Ma'ati said when they reached the wide front doors. In answer, she kissed him lightly on the mouth, gave his hand a gentle squeeze, and turned away. Ma'ati sighed and turned to lumber up the steps. Inside, Samai was sitting on a low couch, 3 scrolls spread out before him.
"I think I found something," Samai said. "There's reference in Manatkwo's notes to a grammatic schema called threefold significance. If we have something that talks about that, perhaps we can find a way to shift the binding from one kind of significance to another." "We don't," Ma'ati said. "And if I recall correctly, the 3 significators all require unity. There's not a way to pick between them."
"Well, then we're still stuck."
"Yes."
Samai stood and stretched, the popping of his spine audible from across the wide room.
"We need someone who knows this better than we do,"
Ma'ati said as he lowered himself onto a carved wooden chair.
"We need the Daikwo."
"We don't have him."
"I know it."
"So we have to keep trying," Samai said. "The better prepared we are when the Daikwo comes, the better he'll be able to guide us."
"And if he never comes?"
"He will," Samai said. "He has to."
16.
"Yes,"
Naiit said.
"that's him."
Ota's mount whickered beneath him as he looked up at the Daikwo's body. It had been tied to a stake at the entrance to his high offices. The man had been dead for days. The brown-robed corpses of the poets lay at his feet, stacked like cordwood. They had taken it all for granted. The Andat, the poets, the continuity of one generation following upon another, as they always had. It grew more difficult, yes. An Andat would escape, and for a time the city it had left would suffer, yes. They had not conceived that everything might end. Ota looked at the slaughtered poets, and he saw the world he had known. The morning after the battle had been tense. He had risen before dawn and paced through the camps. Several of the scouts had vanished, and at first there was no way to know whether they had been captured by the Gaults, or killed, or if they had simply taken their horses, set their eyes on the horizon, and fled. It was only when the reports began to filter back that the shape of things came clear. The Gaults had fallen back, their steam wagons and horses making a fast march to the east, toward the village of the Daikwo. There was no pursuit, no rush to find the survivors of that bloody field and finish the work they'd begun. Ota's army had been broken easily, and the Gaults' contempt for them was evident in the decision that they were not worth taking the time to kill. It was humiliating, and still Ota had found himself relieved. More of his men would die today, but only from wounds they already bore. They had given Ota a moment to rest and consider, and see how deep the damage had gone. 400 of his men lay dead in the mud and grass beside perhaps a third as many Gaults, perhaps less. Another 500 were wounded or missing. A few hours had cost him a third of what he had, and more than that. The men who had survived the retreat were different from the ones he had spoken to at their cook fires before the fight. These men seemed stunned, lost, and emptied. The makeshift spears and armor that had once seemed to speak of strength and resourcefulness now seemed painfully naive. They had come to battle armed like children, and they had been killed by men. Ota found himself giving thanks to any gods that would listen, for all the ones who had lived. The scouting party left 2 days later. It was made of 20 horsemen and as many on foot, Ota himself at the lead. Naiit asked permission to come, and Ota had granted it. It might not have been keeping the boy safe the way he'd promised Ma'ati, but as long as Naiit blamed himself for the carnage and defeat, it was better that he be away from the wounded and the dying. The rest of the army would stay behind in the camp, tend to the men who could be helped, ease the passing of those past hope, and, Ota guessed, slip away one by one or else in groups. He couldn't think they would follow him into battle again. The smaller group moved faster, and the path the Galt had left was clear as a new-built road. Churned grass, broken saplings, the damage done by thousands of disciplined feet. The wounded earth was as wide as 10 men across, never more, never less. The precision was eerie. It was 2 days' travel before Ota saw the smoke. They reached the village near evening. They found a ruin. Where glittering windows had been, ragged holes remained. The towers and garrets cut from the stone of the mountain were soot-stained and broken. The air smelled of burned flesh and smoke, and the copper scent of spilled blood. Ota rode slowly, the clack of his mount's hooves on pavement giving order to the idiot, tuneless wind chimes. The air felt thick against his face, and the place where his heart had once been seemed to gape empty. His hands didn't tremble. He did not weep. His mind simply took in the details: a corpse in the street wearing brown robes made black with blood, a Galtic steam wagon with the wide metalwork on the back twisted open by some terrible force, a firekeeper's kiln overturned and ashen, an arrow splintered against stone, and then forgot them. It was unreal. Behind him, the others followed in silence. They made their way to the grand office at the height of the village. The great hall, open to the west, caught the light of the setting sun. The white stone of the walls glowed, light where it had escaped the worst damage, and a deeper, darker gold where smoke had marked it. And in the entrance of the hall, the Dai Quo was tied to a stake, the hopes of the Khayyam lying dead at his feet.
I could have stopped this, Ota thought. The Galts live because I spared them at Sarekat. This is my fault.
He turned to Naiit.
Have him cut down, he said. We can have them buried or burned. Anything but this.
Behind the gruesome sight squatted the remains of a great pyre. Logs as tall as a standing man had been hauled here and set to hold the flames, and had burned nearly through. The spines of ancient books lay stripped in the ashes of their pages and curled from the heat. Shredded ribbons that had held the codices closed shifted in the breeze. Ota touched his palm to the neck of his horse, as if to steady it more than himself, then dismounted. Smoke still rose from the fire, thin gray reeking clouds. He paced the length and breadth of the pyre. Here and there embers still glowed. He saw more than one bone laid bare and black. Men had died here, poets and books, knowledge that could never be replaced. He leaned against the rough bark of a half-burned tree. There had been no battle here. This had been a slaughter.
Most High?
Ashua Rada'ani was at his side. Might have been at his side for some time, for all Ota could say. The man's face was drawn, his eyes flat.
We've taken down the Dai Quo,
he said.
5 groups of 4 men, Ota said. If you can find any lanterns still intact, use them. If not, we'll make torches from something. I can't say how deep into the mountain these hallways go, but we'll walk through the whole thing if we have to.
Rada'ani glanced over his shoulder at the red and swollen sun that was just now touching the horizon. The others were silhouetted against it, standing in a clot at the mouth of the hall. Rada'ani turned back and took a pose that suggested an alternative.
Perhaps we might wait until morning?
What if there's still a man alive in there? Ota said. Will he be alive when the sun's back? If darkness is what we have to work in, we'll work in darkness. Anyone who survived this, I want him. And books, anything. If it's written, bring it to me. Bring it here.
Rada'ani hesitated, then fell into a pose of acceptance. Ota put his hand on the man's shoulder.
We failed, he thought.
Of course we failed. We never had a chance.
They didn't make camp, didn't cook food. The horses, nervous from the scent of death all around them, were taken back from the village. Naiit and his blacksmith friend Saya gleaned lanterns and torches from the wreckage. The long, terrible night began. In the flickering light, the back halls and grand destroyed chambers danced like things from children's stories of the deepest hells. Ota and the 3 men with him, Naiit, Radhaani, and a thin-faced boy whose name escaped him, called out into the darkness that they were friends, that help had arrived. Their voices grew hoarse, and only echoes answered them. They found the dead, in the beds, in the stripped libraries, in the kitchens and alleyways, and floating face down in the wide wooden tubs of the bathhouse. No man had been spared. There had been no survivors. Twice Ota thought he saw a flicker of recognition in Naiit's eyes when they found a man lying pale and bloodless, eyes closed as if in sleep. In a meeting chamber near what Ota guessed had been the Daikwo's private apartments, Ota found the corpse of a Taikwo, the messenger who had come in the long-forgotten spring to warn him against training men to fight. His eyes had been gouged away. Ota found himself too numb to react. Another detail to come into his mind and leave it again. As the night's chill stole into him, Ota's fingers began to ache, his shoulders and neck growing tight as if the pain could take the place of warmth. They fell into their rhythm of walking and shouting and not being answered until time lost its meaning. They might have been working for half a hand, they might have been working for a sunless week, and so the dawn surprised him. One of the other searching parties had quit earlier. Someone had found a firekeeper's kiln and stoked it, and the rich smell of cracked wheat and flaxseed and fresh honey cut through the smoke and death like a sung melody above a street fight. Ota sat on an abandoned cart and cradled a bowl of the sweet gruel in his hands, the heat from the bowl soothing his palms and fingers. He didn't remember the last time he'd eaten, and though he was bone-weary, he could not bring himself to think of sleep. He feared his dreams. Naiit walked to him, carrying a similar bowl, and sat at his side. He looked older. The horrors of the past days had etched lines at the corners of his mouth. Exhaustion had blackened his eyes. Exhaustion and guilt.
"There's no one, is there?"
Naiit said.
"No. They're gone."
Naiit nodded and looked down to the neat, carefully fitted bricks that made the road. No blade of grass pressed its way through those stony joints. It struck Ota as strangely obscene that a place of such carnage and destruction should have such well-maintained paving stones. It would be better when tree roots had lifted a few of them. Something so ruined should be a ruin. A few years, perhaps. A few years, and this would all be a wild garden dedicated to the dead. The place would be haunted, but at least it would be green.
"There weren't any children or women,"
Naiit said.
"That's something." "There were in Yalakat,"
Ota said.
"I suppose there were. In Sarekat, too."
It took a moment to realize what Naiit meant. It was so simple to forget that the boy had a wife, had a child, or once had, depending on how badly things had gone in the summer cities. Ota felt himself blush.
"I'm sorry. That wasn't... Forgive my saying that. It's true, though. It won't change if we're more polite talking about it."
No, it won't." They were silent for a long moment. Off to their left, 3 of the others were laying out blankets, unwilling, it seemed, to seek shelter in the halls of the dead. Farther on, Saya the blacksmith was looking over the Galtic steam wagon with what appeared to be a professional interest. High in the robin's egg sky, a double V of cranes flew southward, calling to one another in high nasal voices. Ota took 2 cupped fingers and lifted a mouthful of the wheat gruel to his lips. It tasted wonderful, sweet and rich and warm, and yet he didn't enjoy it so much as recognize that he should. His limbs felt heavy and awkward as wood. When Naiit spoke, the voice was low and shaky.
I know that I won't ever be able to make good for this. If I hadn't called the retreat...
This isn't your fault, Ota said. It's the Daikwo's.
Naiit reared back, his mouth making a small O. His hands fumbled toward a pose of query, but the porcelain bowl defeated him. Ota took his meaning anyway.
Not just this one. The last Daikwo, Tahi, his name was, and the one before that. All of them. This is their fault. We trusted everything in the Undat. Our power, our wealth, the safety of our children, everything. We built on sand. We were stupid.
But it worked for so long.
It worked until it didn't, Ota said.
The response came from the back of his mind, as if it had always been there, only waiting for the time to speak.
It was always certain to fail sometime. Now, or 10 generations from now, what difference does it make? If we'd been able to postpone the crisis until my children had to face it, or my grandchildren, or your grandchildren, how would that have been better than us facing it now? The Undat have always been an unreliable tool, and poets have always been men with all the vanity and frailty and weakness that men are born with. The empire fell, and we built ourselves in its image, and so now we've fallen too. There's no honor in a lesson half learned.
Too bad you hadn't said that to the Daikwo.
I did! To all 3 of them. One way and another. They didn't take it to heart. And I didn't stay to press the point.
Then we'll have to learn the lesson now,
Naiit said. It sounded like an attempt at resolution, perhaps even bravery. It sounded hollow as a drum.
Someone will, Ota said. Someone will learn by our example. And maybe the Galts burned all the books that would have let them teach more poets of their own. Perhaps they're already safe from our mistakes.
That would be ironic, to come all this way and destroy the thing that you'd come for.
Or wise. It might be wise.
Ota sighed and took another mouthful of the wheat.
The Galts are likely almost to Tansadar by now. As long as they're heading south, we may be able to reach Machi again before they do. There's no fighting them, I think we've discovered that, but we might be able to flee, get people to Edensee and the Westlands before the passes all close. It's probably too late to take a fast cart for Bhakta.
Naiit shook his head.
They aren't going south.
Ota took another mouthful. The food seemed to be seeping into his blood. He felt only half dead with exhaustion. Then, a breath or 2 later, Naiit's words found their meaning, and he frowned, put down his bowl, and took a questioning pose. Naiit nodded down toward the low towns at the base of the mountain village.
I was talking with one of the footmen. The Galts came up the river from Yalaket, and they left heading north on the road to Amnat-Tan. They're likely only a day or so ahead of us. It doesn't seem like they're interested in Tansadar.
Why not? Ota said, more than half to himself. It's the nearest city. Marshes, a low voice said from behind them. The blacksmith Saya had come up behind them. There's decent roads between here and Amnat-Tan, and then the north road between all the winter cities. Tansadar's close, most high, but there's 2 different rivers find their start in the marshes between here and there, and if their wagons are like the one they've left down there, they'll need roads. The thick arms folded into a pose appropriate for an apprentice to his master. Come and see for yourself, if you'd care to. The steam wagon was wider than a cart, its bed made of hard, oiled wood at the front, and sheeted with copper at the back. A coal furnace twice the size of a firekeeper's kiln stood around a steel boiling tank. Saya pointed out how the force of the steam drove the wheels, and how it might be controlled to turn slowly and with great force, or else more swiftly. Ota remembered a model he'd seen as a boy in Sadeket. An army of teapots, the Kai Sadeket had called them. The world had always told them how it would be, how things would fall apart. They had all been deaf.
"It's heavy, though," Saya said. "And there's housings there at the front where you could yoke a team of oxen, but I wouldn't want to pull it through soft land."
"Why would they ever pull it?" Naiet asked. "Why put all this into making it go on fire, and then use oxen?"
"They might run out of coal," Ota said. "They might," Saya agreed. "But more likely they don't want to rattle it badly. All this was a rounded chamber like an egg, built to hold the pressure in. You can see how they leaved the seams. Something cracked that egg, and that's why this is all scrapped now. Anyone who was nearby when it happened, well, anything strong enough to make a wagon this heavy move in the first place, and then load it with men or supplies, and then keep it going fast enough to be worth doing? It'd be a lot to let loose at once."
"How?" Ota said. "How did they break it?"
Saya shrugged.
"Lucky shot with a hard crossbow, maybe? Or the heat came too high? I don't know how gentle these things are. Looking at this one, though, I'd like a nice smooth meadow or a well-made road. Nothing too rutted."
"I can't believe they'd put men on this,"
Naiet said.
"A wagon that could kill everything on it if it hits a bad bump. Why would anyone ever do that?" "Because the gain is worth the price," Ota said. "They think the men they lose from it are a good sacrifice for the power they get."
Ota touched the twisted metal. The egg chamber had burst open like a flower bud blooming. The petals were bright and sharp and too thick for Ota to bend bare-handed. His mind felt perfectly awake, and his head felt full. It was as if he were thinking without yet knowing what he was thinking of. He squatted and looked at the wide, blackened door of the coal furnace.
"This is made of iron,"
Ota said.
"Yes, Most High," Saya agreed.
"But it doesn't melt. So however hot this runs, it can't be hotter than an iron-working forge, eh? How do they measure that, would you guess?"
Saya shrugged again.
"They're likely using soft coal, Most High. Use coal out of a gold mine, it won't matter how much they put in it. It'll only come so hot. Forging iron needs hard coal. It's why the Galts buy their steel from Edensea."
"And how long would it take them to reach Amnatan if they were using these?"
"I've no way to know, Most High," Saya said, taking a pose of apology. "I've never seen one working."
Ota nodded to himself. His head almost ached, but he could feel himself putting one thing with another like seeing fish moving below glass-clear ice.
"Otaja?"
Naiet said.
"What is it?"
Ota looked up and was surprised to find himself grinning.
"Tell the men to rest until midday. We'll start back to the main force after that."
Naiet took an accepting pose, but as they walked away, Ota saw him exchange confused glances with the blacksmith. Back at their little camp, Ashuarada Ani was organizing a pile of books. He took a pose of greeting, but his expression was grim. Ota stood beside him, hands pulled into the sleeves of his robes, and considered the volumes.
"This is everything," Rada Ani said. 14 books out of the greatest library in the world."
Ota glanced at the mouth of the high offices. He tried to guess how much knowledge had been lost there, vanished from the world and never to be found again. Naiet put a thick, dirty hand reverently on the stack before him.
"I can only read half of them," Rada Ani said. "The others are too old, I think. 1 or 2 from the First Empire."
"We'll take them to Ma'ati and Samai," Ota said. "Maybe they'll be of use."
"We're going back to Machi?"
Radha-Ani said.
Those who'd like to, yes. The rest will come with me to Satani. I'm going to meet with the Kai Satani. We'll have to hurry, though. The Gaults will be taking the long way and sacking Amnat-Tan while they're at it. I hope that will give us the time we need.
You have a plan, Most High? Radha-Ani sounded dubious.
Not yet, Ota said, but when I do, it'll be better than my last one. I don't expect many men to follow me. A few will suffice, if they're loyal.
We could make for Tansadar, Radha-Ani said. If it's allies we need, they're closer.
We don't, or at least not as badly as we need rough roads in early winter.
Radha-Ani didn't show any sign of understanding the comment. He only took a pose of acceptance.
That sounds more like Satani, Most High. I'll have the men ready to go at midday.
Ota took a pose that acknowledged Radha-Ani's words and walked back to the cart where Saya had found him. The wheat gruel had gone cold and sticky, but it was still as sweet. In his mind, he was already on his way to Satani. The road between Satani and Machi wasn't one he had traveled often. He had kept to the south in the years he had been a courier, and the Khayyam had always been reluctant to meet one another, preferring to send envoys and girl children to wed. Nonetheless, he had traveled it. He was still trying to recall the details when Nayit interrupted him.
What are we going to do in Satani, Most High?
The boy's face was sharp and focused, eager. Ota saw something of what he had been at that age. He knew the answer to Nayit's question as soon as it was spoken, but still it took him a moment to bring himself to say it.
You aren't coming, Nayit-cha. I need you to see those books back to Ma'ati. Anyone can do that,
Nayit said.
I'll be of use to you. I've been through Satani. I was there just weeks ago, when we were coming to Machi. You can't,
Ota said, and took the boy's hand, his son's hand.
You called a retreat when no one had given the order. In the old empire, I'd have had to see you killed for that. I can't have you come now.
The surprise on Nayit's face was heartbreaking.
You said it wasn't my fault, he said, and it isn't. I would have called the retreat myself if you hadn't. What happened to our men? What happened here, to the Daiko? None of that's yours to carry. If you'd done differently, it would have changed nothing. But there will be a next time, and I can't have someone calling commands who might do what you've done.
Nayit stepped back, just out of his reach.
Ah, Ma'ati, Ota thought. What kind of son have we made, you and I? It won't, Nayit said. It won't happen again. I know it won't,
Ota said, making his tone gentle to soften hard words.
Because you're going back to Machi.
Udun was a river city. It was a city of bridges and a city of birds. Sinja had lived there briefly while recovering from a dagger wound in his thigh. He remembered the songs of the jays and the finches, the sound of the river. He remembered Kian's stories of growing up a wayhouse keeper's daughter, the beggars on the riverside quays who drew pictures with chalks to cover the gray stone, or played the small reed flutes that never seemed to be popular anywhere else, the canals that carried as much traffic as the streets. The palaces of the Kai Udun spanned the river itself, sinking great stone stanchions down into the river like the widest bridge in the world. As a girl, Kian had heard stories about the ghouls that lived in the darkness under those great palaces. She had gone there in boats with her cohort in the dark of night, the way that Sinja himself had dared burial mounds at midnight with his brothers. She had kissed her first lover in the twilight beneath a bridge just north of here. He had spent so little time in Udun, and yet he felt he knew it so well. The wayhouse where Sinja housed his men was south of the palaces. Its walls were stone and mud and thick as the length of his arm. The shutters were a green so dark they seemed almost black. It hadn't been built to fit as many men as Sinja commanded, but the standards of a soldier were lower than those of a normal traveler. and the standards of a soldier as likely to be mistaken for the enemy by his alleged fellows as killed by the defending armsmen were lower still. The great common room was covered from one wall to the other with thin cotton bedrolls. The upper rooms, intended for 4 men or fewer, housed 8 or 10. There had been a few men who had ventured as far as the stables, but Sinja had called them back inside. There was a madness on Balasar Gisei's men, and he didn't intend to have his own fall to it. In the small walled garden at the back, Sinja sat on a camp stool and drank a bowl of mint tea brewed with fresh plucked leaves. Thyme and basil grew around him, and a small black-leaf maple gave shade. Smoke rose into the sky, dark and solid as the towers of Machi. The birds were silent or fled. The scouts he'd sent out, their uniforms clearly the colors of Gault, reported that the rivers and canals had all turned red from the blood, and the fish were dying of it. Sinja wasn't sure he believed that, but it seemed to catch the flavor of the day. Certainly he wasn't going to go out and look for himself. An ancient man, spine bent and mouth innocent of anything resembling teeth, poked his head out the wide oaken doors at the end of the garden. The red-rimmed eyes seemed uncertain. The old hands shook so badly Sinja could see the trembling from where he sat. War is no place for the old, Sinja thought. It's meant for young men who can't distinguish between excitement and fear, men who haven't yet grown a conscience.
"Manija,"
Sinja called the way-house keeper.
"Is there something I can do for you?"
"There's a man come for you, Sinja-cha. Says he's the general."
"Bring him here,"
Sinja said. The way-house keeper took a pose of acknowledgment, smiled an uncertain smile, and wavered half in, half out of the door-frame.
"You'll be fine, Manija. You've my protection. He's not going to have you hanged, I promise. But you might bring him a bowl of tea."
Old Mani blinked and nodded his apology before ducking back into the house. The protection wasn't a promise he could keep. He hadn't asked General Gisei's permission before he'd extended it, and still he thought the old man's chances were good. Balasar stepped into the garden as if he knew it, as if he owned it. It wasn't arrogance. That was what made the man so odd. The general's expression was drawn and thoughtful. That, at least, was a good sign. Sinja put his bowl of tea on the dusty red brick pathway, stood, and made his salute. Balasar returned it, but his gaze seemed caught by the shifting branches of the maple tree.
"All's well, I hope, sir,"
Sinja said.
"Well enough,"
Balasar said.
"Well enough for a bad day, anyway. And here? Have your men have you lost anyone?" "I can account for all of them. I can have them ready to go out in half a hand, if you think they're needed, sir."
Balasar shifted, looking straight into Sinja's eyes as if seeing him clearly for the first time.
"No,"
Balasar said.
"No, it won't be called for. What resistance there still is can't last long."
Sinja nodded. Of course not. Udun had numbers and knowledge, but they weren't fighters. The raids had continued for the whole trek upriver. Hunting parties had been harassed, wells fouled, the low towns the army had passed through stripped bare of anything that might have been of use to them. And the bodies of the soldiers slain in the raids were wrapped in shrouds and ashes to join the train. Balasar Gisei had left Nantani with 10,000 men, and with all the gods watching him, he'd reached Udun with the full 10,000, no matter if a few dozen needed carrying. Sinja tried to keep the disapproval from his face, but the general saw it there anyway, frowned, and looked away.
"What's the matter with that tree?"
Balasar asked. Sinja considered the maple. It was small, hardly taller than 2 men's height, and artfully cut to give shade without obstructing the view of the sky.
"Nothing, sir,"
he said.
"It looks fine. The leaves are black." "They're supposed to be,"
Sinja said.
"If you look close, you can see it's really a very deep green, but they call it black leaf all the same. When autumn comes, it turns a brilliant red. It's lovely, especially if the leaves haven't let go when the first snow comes. I'm sorry I won't be here to see it, the general said. Well, not the snows, Sinja said, but you can see on the edges of those lower leaves where the red's starting.
Balasar stepped over and took a low branch in his hand. He bent it to look at the leaves, but he didn't pluck them free. Sinja gave the man credit for that. Most Gaults would have ripped the leaves off to look at them. With a sigh, Balasar let the branch swing back to its place.
"Tea?"
Old Mani said from the doorway. Balasar looked over his shoulder at the old man and nodded. Sinja motioned the way housekeeper close, took the bowl, and sipped from it before passing it on to the general. Old Mani took a pose of thanks and backed out again.
Tasting my food and drink?
Balasar asked in the tongue of the Kayem. There was amusement in his tone.
Surely we haven't come to the point I'd expect you to poison me. I didn't brew it, Sinja said, and old Mani knew a lot of people you killed today.
Balasar took the cup and frowned into it. He was silent for long enough that Sinja began to grow uncomfortable. When he spoke, his tone was almost confessional.
I've come to tell you that I was wrong,
Balasar said.
You were right. I should have listened. I'm gratified that you think so. What was I right about? The bodies, the men. I should have buried them where they lay. I should have left them. Now there's vengeance in it. And it's...
He shook his head and sat on the camp stool. Sinja leaned against the stone wall of the garden.
War's more fun when the enemy doesn't fight back, Sinja said. There's never been a sack as easy as Nantani. You had to know things would get harder when the Kayem got themselves organized. I did,
Balasar said.
But I carry the dead. I can feel them behind me. I know that they died because of my pride.
Balasar sipped at the tea. Far away across the war, a man shouted something, but Sinja couldn't make out the language, much less the words.
All respect, Balasar Jah. They died because they were fighting in a war, Sinja said. It's to be expected. They died in my war. My men in my war. I see what you mean about pride.
Balasar looked up sharply, his lips thin, his face flushing. Sinja waited, and the general forced a smile. The maple leaves tapped against each other in the shifting breeze.
I should have kept better discipline,
Balasar said.
The men came to Udun for a slaughter. There's no mercy out there today. It's going to take longer to sack the city. It's going to mean more casualties for us. And Utani and Tansadar will know what happened. They'll know it's a fight to the last man. As I recall, you came to destroy the Kayem, Sinja said, not to conquer them.
Balasar nodded, accepting the criticism in Sinja's tone as his due. Sinja half expected to see the general's hands take a pose of contrition, but instead he looked into Sinja's eyes. There was no remorse there, only the hard look of a man who has claimed his own failures and steeled himself to correcting them.
I can destroy the Kayem without killing every fruit seller and baker's apprentice along the way,
Balasar said.
I need your help to do it. You had something in mind? I want your men to carry messages to Utani and Tansadar, not to the Kayem, the Ut-Kayem and merchant houses, men who have power. Tell them that if they stand aside when we come, they won't be harmed. We want the poets and the books and the Kayem.
Sinja shook his head.
You might as well run a spear through us now, Sinja said. We're traitors. Yes, I know we're a mercenary company, and we took service and on and on. But every man I have was born in these cities we're sacking. Waiving a contract isn't going to excuse them in the eyes of the citizens. Send prisoners instead. Find a dozen men your soldiers haven't quite hacked to death, and use them to carry the messages. They'll be more effective than we will, anyway.
You think they can be trusted not to simply flee?
Catch a man and his wife, or a father and child. There'll have to be a few left out there. Bring me the hostages and I'll keep them safe. When the husbands and fathers come back, you can give them a few lengths of silver and a day's head start. It won't undo what we've done here, but having a few survivors tell tales of your honorable treatment is better than none.
Balasar sipped his tea. The general's brow was furrowed.
That's wise,
He said at last.
We'll do that. I'll have my men bring the hostages to you by nightfall.
That's not to rape them, Sinja said. It takes something from the spirit of the thing, if they're treated poorly.
You're the one looking after them.
And I can control the situation once they're in my care. It's before that I'm worried by.
I'll see to it. If I give the order, it will be followed. They're my men.
He said it as if he were reminding himself of something more than what the words meant. For a moment, Sinja saw a profound weariness in the Gault's pale face. It struck him for the first time how small Balasar Gise was. It was only the way he moved through the world that gave the impression of standing half a head above everyone else in the room. The first dusting of gray had touched his temples, but Sinja couldn't say if it was premature or late coming. The breeze stirred, reeking of smoke.
I can't tell if you hate war or love it,
Sinja said. Balasar looked up as if he'd forgotten Sinja was there. His smile was amused and bitter.
I see the necessity of it,
Balasar said.
And sometimes I forget that the point of war is the peace at the end of it.
Is it? And here I thought it was gold and women.
Those can be the same,
Balasar said, ignoring the joke.
There are worse things than enough money and someone to spend it on.
Then glory?
Balasar chuckled as he stood, but there was very little of mirth in the sound. He put down his bowl and his hands took a rough pose of query, as simple as a child's.
Do you see glory in this, Sinjacha? I only see a bad job that needs doing, and a man so sure of himself he spent other people's lives to do it. Hardly sounds glorious.
That depends,
Sinja said, dropping into the language of the Gaults.
Does it really need doing?
Yes, it does.
Sinja spread his hands, not a formal pose, but only a gesture that completed the argument. For a moment, something like tears seemed to glisten in the general's eyes, and he clapped Sinja on the shoulder. Without thinking, Sinja put his hand to the general's, clasping it hard, as if they were brothers or soldiers of the same cohort, as if their lives were somehow one. Far away, something boomed deep as a drum, something falling. Udun falling.
I'll get those hostages,
Balasar said.
You take care of them for me.
Sir,
Sinja said, and stood braced at attention until the general was gone, and he was alone again in the garden. Sinja swallowed twice, loosening the tightness in his throat. The maple swayed, black leaves touched with red.
In a better world,
he thought,
I'd have followed that man to hell. Please, gods, let him never reach Machi.
17. The watchmen Kian had placed at the tops of the towers began ringing their bells just as the sun touched the top of the mountains to the west. Traffic stopped in the streets below and in the palace corridors. All eyes looked up, straining to see the color of the banners draped from the high, distant windows. Yellow would mean that a Galtic army had come at last, that their doom had come upon them. Red meant that the Kai had returned. So far above the city, colors were difficult to make out. At least to Ma'ati's eyes, the first movement of the great signal cloth was only movement. The banners flew. It was the space of 5 fast, shaky breaths before he made out the red. Otamachi had returned. A crowd formed at the edge of the city as the first wagons came over the bridge. The women and children and old men of Machi come to greet the militia that had gone out to save the Daikwo. The Daikwo and the city and the world. Maati pushed his way in, elbowing people aside and taking more than one sharp rebuttal in his own ribs. The horses that pulled the wagons were blown. The men who rode them were gray pale in the face and bloodied. The few who still walked shambled. A ragged cheer rose from the crowd and then slunk away. A girl in a gray robe of cheap wool stepped out from the edge of the crowd, moving toward the soldiers. From where he stood, trapped in the press of bodies, Maati could see the girl's head as it turned, searching the coming train of men for some particular man. Even before the first soldier reached her, Maati saw how small the group was, how many men were missing. "Not yet!" he shouted, hoping that his boy would hear him. "Not yet! Over here!" His voice was drowned. The citizens of Machi surged forward like an attack. Some of the men crossing the bridge drew back from them as if in fear, and then there was only one surging, swirling mass of people. There was no order, no control. One of the first wagons was pushed sideways from the road, the horses whinnying their protest but too tired to bolt. A man younger than Naiit, with a badly cut arm and a bruise on his face, stumbled almost into Maati's arms. "What happened?" Maati demanded of the boy. "Where's the Kai? Have you seen Naiit, Chokabi?" A blank stare was the only reply. The chaos seemed to go on for a day, though it wasn't really more than half a hand. Then a loud cursing voice rose over the tumult, clearing the way for the wagons. They were hurt men, men who had to see physicians, men who were dying, men who were dead. The people stood aside and let the wagons pass. The sounds of weeping and hard wheels on paving stones were the only music. Maati felt breathless with dread. As he pushed back into the city, following in the path the wagons had opened, he heard bits and snatches from the people he passed. The Kai had taken the Utkayam and ridden for Setani. The Galts weren't far behind. The Daikwo was dead. The village of the Daikwo was burned. There had been a blood-soaked farce of a battle. As many men were dead as still standing. Rumor, Maati told himself. Everything is rumor and speculation until I hear it from Naiit, or Otakwo. But his chest was tight, and his hands balled and fists so tight they ached, when, out of breath and ears ringing, he made his way back to the library. A man in a travel-stained robe squatted beside his door, a tarp-covered crate on the ground at his side. Naiit. It was Naiit. Maati found the strength to embrace his boy and allowed himself at last to weep. He felt Naiit's arms around him, felt the boy soften in their shared grief, and then pull away. Maati forced himself to step back. Naiit's expression was grim.
"Come in,"
Maati said.
"then tell me."
It was bad. The Galts were not on Machi's door, and Otakwo lived, but these were the only bright points in Naiit's long, quiet recitation. They sat in the dimming front room, shutters closed and candles unlit, while Naiit told the tale. Maati clasped his hands together, squeezing his knuckles until they ached. The Daikwo was dead. The men whom Maati had known in the long years he had lived in the village were memories now. He found himself trying to remember their names, their faces. There were fewer fresh to his mind than he would have thought. The firekeeper whose kiln had been at the corner nearest Maati's cell, the old man who'd run the bathhouse, a few others. They were gone, fallen into the forgetfulness of history. The records of their names had been burned.
We searched through everything,"
Naiit said.
"I brought you what we found."
With a thick rustle, he pulled the thick waxed cloth from out of the crate. 2 stacks of books lay beneath it,
and Ma'ati, squatting on the floor, lifted the ancient texts out one at a time with trembling hands. 14 books. The library of the Dai-Quo reduced to 14 books. He opened them, smelling the smoke in their pages, feeling the terrible lightness of the bindings. There was no unity to them, a sampling of what had happened to be in a dark corner or hidden beneath something unlikely. A history of agriculture before the First Empire, an essay on soft grammars, Jantan Noya's fourth treatise on form, which Ma'ati had 2 copies of among his own books. None of these salvaged volumes outlined the binding of an Andat, or the works of ancient poets. Stone Made Soft wouldn't be bound with these, and so Stone Made Soft wouldn't be bound, because these were all that remained. Ma'ati felt a cold, deep calm descend upon him. Grunting, he stood up, and then began pacing his rooms. His hands went through the movements of lighting candles and lanterns without his conscious participation. His mind was as clear and sharp as broken ice. Stone Made Soft could not be bound, not without years of work, and so he put aside that hope. If he and Samai failed to bind an Andat, and quickly, the Galts would destroy them all. Nayit, Liat, Ota, Eya, everyone. So something had to be done. Perhaps they could trick the Galts into believing that an Andat had been bound. Perhaps they could delay the armies arrayed against them until the cold shut Machi against invasion. If he could win the long, hard months of winter in which he could scheme. When the answer came to him, it was less like discovering something than remembering it. Not a flash of insight, but a familiar glow. He had, perhaps, known it would come to this.
I think I know what to do, but we have to find Samai,
he began, but when he turned to Nayit, his son was curled on the floor, head pillowed by his arms. His breath was as deep and regular as tides, and his eyes were sunken and hard shut. Weariness had paled the long face, sharpening his cheeks. Ma'ati walked as softly as he could to his bedchamber, pulled a thick blanket from his bed, and brought it to drape over Nayit. The thick carpets were softer and warmer than a traveler's cot. There was no call to wake him. What had happened out there? The battle, the search through the village, the trek back to Machi with this thin gift of useless books, would likely have broken most men. It had likely scarred Nayit. Ma'ati reached to smooth the hair on Nayit's brow, but held back and smiled.
All the years I should have done this,
he murmured to himself,
putting my boy to bed.
He softly closed the door to his apartments. The night was deep and dark, stars shining like diamonds on velvet, and a distant, eerie green aurora dancing far to the north. Ma'ati stopped at the library proper, tucked the book he needed into his sleeve, and then, though the urge to find Samai instantly was hard to resist, made his way to the palaces and to the apartments that Ota had given Liat. A servant girl showed him into the main chamber. The only light was the fire in the grate, the shadows of flame dancing on the walls and across Liat's brow as she stared into them. Her hair was disarrayed, wild as a bird's nest. Her hands were in claws, trembling.
I haven't found... He's fine,
Ma'ati said.
He's in my apartments, asleep.
Liat's cry startled him. She didn't walk to him so much as flow through the air, and her arms were around Ma'ati's shoulders, embracing him. And then she stepped back and struck his shoulder hard enough to sting.
How long has he been there? Since the army came back,
Ma'ati said, rubbing his bruised flesh.
He brought books that they salvaged from the Dai-Quo. I was looking them over when...
And you didn't send me a runner? There are no servants in the city who you could have told to come to me? I've been sitting here chewing my own heart raw, afraid he was dead, afraid he was still out with Ota chasing the Galts, and he was at your apartments talking about books.
He's fine,
Ma'ati said.
I put a blanket over him and came to you, but he'll need food, soup,
Some wine. I thought you could take it to him.
Liat wiped away a tear with the back of her hand.
He's all right?
She asked. Her voice had gone small.
He's exhausted and hungry, but it's nothing a few days' rest won't heal.
And his heart? You talked with him? Is he?
I don't know, sweet. I'm not his mother. Take him soup. Talk with him. You'll know him better than I can.
Liat nodded. There were tears on her cheeks, but Ma'ati knew it was only the fear working its way through. Seeing their boy would help more than anything else.
Where are you going? She asked.
The poet's house.
The night air was chill, both numbing his skin and making him more acutely aware of it. Summer was failing, autumn clearing its throat. The few men and women Ma'ati passed seemed to haunt the palaces, more spirit than flesh. They took poses of deference to him, more formal or less, depending upon their stations, but the stunned expression spoke of a single thought. The news from the broken army had spread, and everyone knew that the Dai Quo was gone, the Gaults triumphant. With even the last glow of twilight long vanished, the paths were dimmer than usual, lanterns unlit, torches burned to coal. The great halls and palaces loomed, the glimmering from behind closed shutters the only sign that they had not been abandoned. Twists of dry herbs tied with mourning cloth hung from the trees, as offering to the gods. The red banner that had announced the army's arrival still hung from the high tower, grayed by the darkness, colorless. Ma'ati passed through the empty gardens and found himself smiling. He felt separate from the city around him, untouched by its despair. Perhaps even invigorated by it. There was nothing the citizens of Machi could do, no path for them to take that might somehow make things right. That was his alone. He would save the city, if it were to be saved, and if Machi fell, it would find Ma'ati working to the end. It was that hope and the clarity of the path that lay before him that made his steps lighter and kept his blood warm. He wondered if this strange elation was something like what Ota had felt. All those years he had lived under his false name. Perhaps holding himself at a distance from the world was how Ota had learned his confidence. But no, the thought was an illusion. However much this felt like joy, Ma'ati's rational mind knew it was only fear in brighter robes. The door to the poet's house stood open. The candlelight from within glowed gold. Ma'ati hauled himself up the stairs and through the doorway without scratching or calling out to announce his presence. The air within smelled of distilled wine and a deep, earthy incense of the sort priests burned in the temples. He found Samai at the back of the house, eyes bloodshot and wine bowl cupped in his hands. He sat cross-legged on the floor, contemplating a linked sigil of order and chaos, mother-of-pearl inlay in a panel of dark-stained rosewood. He glanced up at Ma'ati and made an awkward attempt at some pose Ma'ati could only guess at.
"You found religion?" Ma'ati asked. "Chaos comes out of order," Samai said. "I can't think of a better time to contemplate the fact. And gods are all we have left now, aren't they?"
Ma'ati reached out, brushing the panel with his fingers before tipping it backward. It slapped the floor with a sound like a book dropped from a table. Samai blinked, half shocked, half amused. Before he could speak, Ma'ati fished in his sleeve, brought out the small brown volume, its leather covers worn soft as cloth by the years, and dropped it into Samai's lap. He didn't wait for Samai to pick it up before he strode back into the front room, closed the door, and dropped 2 fresh lumps of coal onto the fire in the grate. He found a pan, a flask of fresh water, and a brick of pressed tea leaves. That was good. They'd want that before the night was out. He also found the spent incense, ashes lighter than fresh snow on a black stone burner. He dumped them outside. A high slate table held their notes, thoughts and diagrams charting the new and doomed binding of Stone Made Soft. Ma'ati scooped up the pages of the cramped writing and put them outside as well, with the ashes. Then he carefully smoothed the writing from the wax tablets until they were smooth again, pristine. He took up the bronze-tipped stylus and scored 2 long vertical lines in the wax, dividing it into 3 equal columns. Samai walked into the room, his head bent over the open book. He was already more than halfway through it.
"You aren't the only one who was ever chosen to bind one of the Andat," Ma'ati said. "I even began the binding once, a long time ago. Liatcha talked me out of trying. She was right. It would have killed me."
"You mean this?" Samai said. "You're going to bind Seedless?"
"It was what the Daikwo chose me for. Hishai wrote his binding and his analysis of its flaws. It's too close to the original, I know that, but with the changes we'll need to make in order to include my scheme for avoiding the price of a failed binding and your fresh perspective, we can find another way."
In the first column of the wax tablet, Ma'ati wrote, "Seedless."
"Forgive me, Ma'ati Kwo, but will this really help? Stone made soft could have dropped their army half into the ground. Water moving down might have flooded them, but Seedless? Removing the part that continues doesn't have much power to stop an army."
"I can offer to kill all their crops,"
Ma'ati said, writing Hishai Kwo at the top of the second column.
"I can threaten to make every cow and pig and lamb barren. I can make every Galtic woman who's bearing a child lose it. Faced with that, they'll turn back."
His stylus paused over the head of the third column, and then he wrote his own name. He and Samai could outline the major points here. They could add and remove aspects of Hishai's first vision, interpret the corrections the old poet would have made, had he been given the chance. They could remake the binding, because the binding was already half remade. If there was time, if they could find a way, if they were clever enough to save the world from the armies of Galt.
"And if they don't turn back?" Samai said.
"Then we'll all die. Their cities and ours. Check to see if that tea's ready to brew up, will you? I need your help with this, and it will go better if you're sober."
The sculpture garden of Sitani was the wonder of the city. 2 bronze men in the dress of the Emperor's Guard stood at the entrances at its northwest end, staring to the south and east, as if still looking to the empire they had failed to protect. In their great inhuman shadows, the finest work of the cities of the Kayem had been gathered over the span of generations. There were hundreds of them, each astounding in its own fashion, under the wide branches of ash and oak with leaves the color of gold. The dragons of chaos writhed along one long wall, their scales shining with red lacquer and worked silver chips of lapis, and enamel white as milk. In a shadowed niche, Xian Shou, last of the emperors, sat worked in white marble on a high dais, his head sunk despairingly in his hands. It was a piece done after the empire's fall. If the emperor had seen himself shown with such little dignity, the sculptor would have been lucky to have a fast death. But the drape of the final emperor's robes made the stone seem supple as linen, and the despair and thoughtfulness of the dead man's expression spoke of a time 9 generations past, when the world had torn itself apart. The sculptor who had found Xian Shou in this stone had lived through that time, and had put the burden of his heart into this monument, this empty sepulchre for his age. Ota suspected that no man since then had looked upon it and understood. Not until now. The Kai Sitani stood at the foot of a life-size bronze of a robed woman with eagle's wings rising widespread from her shoulders. He was younger than Ota by perhaps 5 years, gray only beginning to appear in his night-black hair. His gaze flickered over Ota, giving no sign of the thoughts behind his eyes. Ota felt a moment's self-consciousness at his travel-worn robes and incipient moth-eaten beard.
He took a pose of greeting appropriate for two people of equal status, and saw the Kai Setani hesitate for a moment before returning it. It was likely it was the first time in years anyone had approached him with so little reverence. "My counselors have told me of your suggestion, my good friend Machi," the Kai Setani said. "I must say I was surprised. You can't truly expect us to abandon Setani without a fight."
"You'll lose," Ota said.
"We are a city of 50,000 people. These invaders of yours are at most 5.
"They're soldiers. They know what they're doing. You might slow them, but you won't stop them."
The Kai Setani sat, crossing his legs. His smile was almost a sneer.
"You think because you failed, no one else can succeed?"
"I think if we had a season, perhaps 2, to build an army, we might withstand them. Hire mercenaries to train the men, drill them, build walls around at least the inner reaches of the cities, and we might stand a chance. As it is, we don't. I've seen what they did to the village of the Daiko. I've had reports from Yalaket. Amnatan will fall if it hasn't already. They will come here next. You have 50,000, including the infirm and the aged and children too young to hold a sword. You don't have weapons enough or armor or experience. My proposal is our best hope."
It was an argument he had wrestled with through many of the long nights of his journey to the north. Force of arms would not stop the Gaults. Slowing them, letting the winter come and protect them for the long dark months in which no attacking force would survive the fields of ice and brutally cold nights, winning time for the poets to work a little miracle, bind one of the Andat and save them all. It was a thin hope, but it was the best they had. And slowly, during the days swaying on horseback and nights sitting by smoldering braziers, Ota had found the plan that he believed would win him this respite. Now if the Kai Setani would simply see the need of it.
"If you bring your people to Machi, we will have twice as many people who can take the field against the Gaults. And if you will do what I've suggested with the coal and food, the Gaults will be much worse for the travel than we will be."
"Then Setani will fall without resistance. We will roll over like a soft quarter whore," the Kai Setani said. "It's simple enough for you to sacrifice my city, isn't it?"
"None of this is easy. But simple? Yes, it's simple. Bring your people to Machi. Bring all the food you can carry and burn what you can't. Mix hard coal in with the soft so that what we leave behind for the Gaults will burn too hot in their steam wagons, and give me the loan of 500 of your best men. I'll give you a winter and the library of Machi. Between your poet and the 2 at my court—"
"I have no poet."
Ota took a pose of query.
"He died half a month ago, trying to regain his Andat," the Kai Setani said. "His skin went black as a new bruise, and his bones all shattered. I have no poet. All I have is a city, and I won't give it away for nothing."
The Kai Setani's words ended in a shout. His face was red with fury and with fear. There was no more that Ota could say now that would sway him, but years in the gentleman's trade had taught Ota something about negotiations that the Kayem had never known. He nodded and took a pose that formally withdrew him from the conversation.
"You and your men will stay here,"
the Kai Setani said, continuing to speak despite Ota's gesture.
"We will make our stand here at Setani. We will not fall."
"You will," Ota said, "and my men will leave in the morning, with me."
The Kai Setani was breathing fast, as if he had run a race. Ota took a pose of farewell, then turned and strode from the garden. To the east, clouds darkened the horizon. The scent of coming rain touched the air. Ota's armsmen and servants fell in with him. The eyes of Setani Zudkayem were on the little procession as Ota walked to the apartments granted him by the Kai. He was a curiosity,
one of the Khayyam walking with the swagger of a man who'd sat too long on a horse, his retinue looking more like a mercenary captain's crew than courtiers, and Ota suspected that